Chapter 291. A little after 4 in the afternoon, a cordon was set up in front of the gate of the luxury community. The traffic police set up a cordon and drove away the curious crowd. Don't watch, don't watch. Keeman and Captain Luo squeezed into the crowd and showed their ID cards from the investigation bureau. The police scanned them with a machine and got the words approved. Please come in. Keeman crossed the cordon and saw the fronts of two coupes stuck together. The front of one car was stuck in the front of another car, which was very strange, as if the front of the car melted and solidified, forcibly merging the two cars together. I hope everyone is okay, Keeman thought. The airbags of both cars were fully inflated, and there was no blood in the car. The owners were likely okay. The passers-by couldn't be driven away. They wanted to know how the two cars collided. What's the situation at the scene? How are the people? Captain Luo asked. The owner is okay, he's still here. The police turned on the intercom and called people over. 10 seconds later, the two coupe owners were escorted to Keeman. The two coupe owners were not young. Judging from their faces, they were at least 35 years old. They were men who were in the rising stage of their careers, and their faces had the temperament of business veterans. Hello, I am the owner of this red sports car. I don't know what happened when I entered the door just now. I suddenly rushed over. Fortunately, I am fine. The owner of the red coupe stretched out his hand and shook hands with Keeman. He seemed very excited and seemed to know Keeman. Are you Mr. Keeman who makes popular science videos? The owner of the blue coupe also recognized Keeman. His expression slightly changed, and immediately changed to a friendly face. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I am the vice president of the Wales City Automobile Manufacturing Company. This is an official investigator, a big shot. Anyone who can get the official right to popularize science must be a big shot in the investigation bureau. Don't think too much, just lick him. Keeman didn't want to pay attention to those useless information, waved his hand, and got back to the point. Didn't you hit me on purpose? No, I definitely didn't hit anyone on purpose. The car hit me on its own. We were not on the same road at first, and it ran over the center line and hit me. The two people's statements were basically the same, both claiming that the car hit them on its own. The car's onboard recorder was also called out by the traffic police, and was viewed at double speed on a laptop computer on the spot. Keeman quickly checked the dashcam footage of the two cars. The car suddenly hit the oncoming car, and the two car heads collided, and a momentary high-temperature melting scene appeared. After a flash of light, the car heads in the video had melted together and quickly cooled down. The reason why Keeman came to investigate was naturally because he felt a strange atmosphere at the scene. Keeman circled around the two cars and finally got in one. Captain Luo got in another car. After eating the spiritual fruit, his spiritual perception was sharper than before, and he could sense more things. Keeman sat in his seat, closed his eyes, and tried to recreate the story of the collision in his mind. Because it was the car accident and the first scene, the special information left at the scene did not escape, but was slowly passing through Keeman's body, making Keeman vaguely see some hallucinations. The concept of a car emerged in his mind and flashed away. After a while, Keeman got out of the car and joined Captain Luo. Do you have any clues? Captain Luo replied, I feel that it is related to the car. Me too. Although the revelation of the feeling is nonsense, it is also one of the directions of investigation. Check all the cars in the community to see if there are any similar cars with melted fronts, or strange people. Captain Luo ordered. Yes. Due to the direct intervention of the Investigation Bureau, the subsequent police force was invested in this community to help Kumeng and others investigate the accident. When the police were investigating, they were confused and didn't know what they were looking for. They only knew to find strange cars or suspicious people. Cars are easy to find. Cars parked on the roadside can be checked directly. If the car cannot be found, just visit the house and check whether the owner of the house has experienced any strange things. In this way, the investigation lasted until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Keeman received an unusual investigation from the police. Leader, there is a family here who has no response, and no response when calling. The people in the community are all rich. According to the property manager, each private villa is equipped with a corresponding housekeeper and servant, and you can call directly to ask. But the family couldn't get through the phone, and the servants and housekeepers didn't return the call, which was weird. When Keeman received the report, the police had already reported that the drone broke the door first and found the body in the garage. When Keeman and Captain Luo came to the villa building of the owner of this house, before entering the building, the word corpse flashed vaguely in his mind. After a while, Keeman saw two bodies lying in the car in the garage of this villa. Captain Luo took out a camera. It was called a death camera. When taking pictures of the body, you can get a picture of the person's death in a moment. The side effect is that the soul of the corpse will be haunted, and it can only leave after resolving the obsession, or be driven away by special light-emitting items. Captain Luo used a camera to take pictures of the two corpses in the main and co-seat seats of the car in the garage. After the flash was turned on, the camera buzzed and immediately printed out a color photo. Captain Luo pinched the photo and looked at it. His expression was moved. Kuming came over and his expression was also moved. In the photo, there was a humanoid robot standing in place. The chest of the machine had two transparent windows, and the windows were coated with black film on all four sides. The main and co-seats could be seen through the windows, and the two victims were sitting in the chest of the robot. The victim looked terrified, as if he was suffocated by the car robot. In the end, he suffocated in the driver's room of the machine with his eyes wide open. This thing looks like a robot in a special drama or animation. Captain Luo was very surprised. If it weren't for the death camera, he would have thought that the two corpses died of other reasons. The car door was opened, and the victim was taken out of the car. The body had already started to stink. Judging from the corpse spots on his body, it had been there for at least a day. Keeman had a Yellow Springs whistle. As long as he blew it, he could wake the dead for a moment. After thinking about it, Keeman blew the whistle. The two corpses slowly opened their eyes, confused. They retained their memories of their lives, but the older they got, the less they could remember. When Keeman asked how they died, whether they were suffocated by the car, Keeman's focus was all on the SUV. This car had many seats, but how it became a robot was a mystery. The corpse was briefly confused when facing Keeman's interrogation. It was also at this time that Keeman saw that there seemed to be black gas condensing above Captain Luo. Captain Luo took the initiative to bear the side effects of the death camera, and was reincarnated by the corpse's ghost. However, the effect of the Yellow Springs whistle had not yet ended, and the corpse was still talking to Keeman. Chapter 292. At this time, what state is the ghost of the original corpse in? Keeman continued to ask the corpse, and the corpse opened its mouth in a daze. Son. Car. The old man mentioned the word son and car. The other corpse, the old man's wife, mentioned another interesting thing. He became. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden noise from the car in front of him. Keeman's interrogation location was very casual, and he interrogated in someone's garage. The car that trapped the two old men was right in front of Keeman. When the old lady was about to continue, the SUV suddenly rumbled. Swish! The high-beam headlights came on, and a flash of light blinded the two interrogators. The car's engine roared, the throttle sounded loudly, and the engine speed seemed to reach the peak value instantly. The car ran over directly without any sign at all. Captain Luo realized that something was wrong and was about to jump and roll, but it seemed too late. Keeman, wearing hunter leather boots, took the lead in pushing Captain Luo. Then, the car, which started at lightning speed, hit Keeman hard, hitting him hard with the bumper, and knocked him flying. When he fell to the ground, the car ran over Keeman. This was someone's garage. In order to drive away the stench of corpses in the garage door was wide open without any obstacles. After the car ran over Keeman, it ran onto the right road and rushed to the front door of the villa. The front door was automatically opened by an unknown electric control signal. The white SUV ran out like a wild horse that loves freedom and runs very fast. In the garage, Captain Luo's forehead was bulging with blue veins, and he shouted, "Stop it!" After yelling, Captain Luo quickly got up and ran to check on Keeman's injuries, thinking that Keeman would not be hit to death. Keeman should be equipped with some automatic trigger shield props, but such props are also rare, and the triggering conditions are too sensitive, which is generally not good. Such props will not be opened when in contact with people. Captain Luo's heart was in a mess, but he saw the man with a black and red checkered scarf crawling up on the spot. He patted his clothes, and his expression was slightly surprised. It was not the expression of pain from being hit by the car, but the surprise that there was something wrong with the car. "Are you okay? Do you have any wounds?" "I'm fine." Keeman waved his hand and shouted into the house again, "Tang Yuan, catch it back for me, don't blow up the car." Tang Yuan was playing with his mobile phone in the garage, and it also noticed when the car suddenly hit its owner just now. But Tang Yuan knew that with the physical strength of the owner, the speed of the car could not move the owner at all. So when Tang Yuan found that the car was going to hit someone, it hesitated for a moment and looked at the phone in its hand. During the pause, the owner was hit. Since he had been hit, there was no need to do anything. Anyway, the owner was fine. So Tang Yuan did not do anything. At this moment, after receiving the owner's order, the situation was different. Tang Yuan put the phone into the dense hair of the hair, rushed out quickly in the form of a ball, and ran out of the villa. Captain Luo took a deep breath, and it turned out that his worries just now were in vain. Kumeng's physical strength has been strengthened to a non-human level. He is fine even if he is hit or run over by a car. This car is not ordinary. When I was watching it just now, I felt that there was something wrong with the car, but I didn't know it was intelligent. Keeman rubbed his muscles with his hands, and checked the muscle parts that were just run over by the wheels. There was no abnormality and no pain. When he was hit by the car just now, he just felt a ball of cotton hitting him. His 2 feet could not hold up, and he was pushed down and run over by the cotton. If he were a normal person, his intestines might have been run over. The importance of resistance is self-evident. Now Keeman has initially fulfilled his original dream. He is so fat that he can't be run over by cars. I guess the car has become a spirit. Wait, the 2 corpses seem to mention their son just now. Captain Luo narrowed his eyes. Let's check where the son of this family is first. Keeman glanced at the black hair on Captain Luo's head again, and it had already given birth to the appearance of an old man and a grandmother. Keeman looked at the corpse again. The corpse was also hit by a car and run over by a wheel. It looked much worse than Keeman. He took a breath with a whistle, and it hummed. The corpse closed its eyes, and the soul of the conversation disappeared. Captain Luo also realized another strange point at this time. When Keeman used the Yellow Springs whistle, the corpse resurrected, but he still felt the cold invasion. He knew that it was the 2 souls that entangled him. Isn't the soul on the corpse the same soul as the soul produced by the death camera? Why do the souls summoned by the 2 items exist at the same time? Please don't kill him. He is an ignorant child. Please, officer. Even if the 2 elderly parents turned into souls, they still protected their son. The voice of expectation turned into obsession and entered Captain Luo's ears. This is family affection. But Captain Luo just felt sick in his heart. If this is your obsession, I'm sorry, I won't agree. I will purify it. Captain Luo's eyes were determined, and he murmured. The obsession was already irreconcilable, so forget it. After the car was dealt with, he would use light items to purify the wrong souls on his head. As soon as the voice fell, the wrong souls gathered on his head screamed. Captain Luo felt the cold, as if he was in an environment of more than 10 degrees below zero, and he didn't wear warm clothes such as down jackets. He felt very cold, and his lips trembled. Kman immediately took out the broken wings from his scarf, and inserted them behind his back. The muscles of the angel wings penetrated the clothes, and connected with the muscles of Keeman's back. Then the white feather wings opened, and a round angel energy ring appeared on his head, emitting a faint white light. The holy light was like water, soaking Captain Luo's body. The 2 wrong souls on Captain Luo's head were purified by the holy light, and black smoke appeared. Ah! How dare you! You will go to hell! The old man opened his eyes wide, bloodshot eyes, and made a vicious sound with his dry mouth. The old man's wife also looked at Keeman with the most vicious eyes. You will not die well. Keeman waved his hand. The holy light blew over like a soft wind. For the wrong souls, it was the most severe blow. The white flames rose naturally, and the 2 wrong souls were burned. Puff! The 2 wrong souls scattered into a ball of light particles, floating in the air, sparkling with crystal light. Looking at the hazy light, Keeman understood a little bit that was the choice of the death camera. People's obsessions are evil and positive. However, justice and evil are defined by people themselves. For them, it is not called evil. So the wrong souls generated by the camera are the thoughts with the deepest obsession. Then what is the standard for the angel's holy light to define good and evil? Keeman looked down at his glowing palm and fell into philosophical thinking. Chapter 293. This is the Whale City Traffic Radio Station. We are now interrupting with an urgent news. Please be highly vigilant, citizens. There is a white SUV with a license plate number of XX00007. The SUV-type white car rushed into the city streets. If you encounter it, please be sure to avoid contact and do not get close. If you encounter it, call the police. The police hotline. The young lady at the radio station read the script with an anxious mood. It was also the first time she received a document from the Official Investigation Bureau, requiring an immediate warning broadcast without delay. After the news from the radio station was released, people who were driving on the road and turned on the radio heard the young lady's voice. Not all people in Whale City who were sitting in the car listened to the Whale City radio station, but radio stations in other cities also helped to interrupt the warning, which was not a problem. As for those who drove without turning on the radio, they didn't know the situation. Dad, why should you be careful of the car with a license plate number of XX00007? A little girl sitting in the co-pilot seat looked at her father with curious eyes, and made a soft voice. The man driving the car felt depressed. Maybe there's something wrong with that car. The man driving the car was a married man, and now he suddenly heard the interruption on the radio, and he felt the danger. The lady on the radio continued to interrupt, and received the monitoring information provided by the traffic police department, and reported the satellite position of the car. The car has driven to Jimin Road. Please pay attention to avoid it, the radio station said. The driver was a local. He had been driving this broken road for many years, and he knew the area nearby. Jimin Road, it's nearby. He realized that it was not good and had to avoid it. But the other party was a car, and it was inevitable to run into it when driving on the road. It would be better to stop the car and run into a nearby store to hide. Thinking that it was nearby, the driver hurriedly parked the car in a temporary parking space on the side of the road. As soon as he pulled the handbrake, he heard the rumbling sound of the engine whistling from a distance. The little girl sitting in the passenger seat also saw the white SUV car with the license plate name XX00007. It's it! The little girl made a surprised sound. She did not realize how terrifying the car on the radio was with her worldview not yet fully developed. Please, citizens, pay attention to avoid it. Ensure safety first and then call the police. In the car, the sound of the radio station was still ringing. The running SUV actually received the signal of the Wales City Traffic radio station and heard the voice of the broadcaster. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above the sky, the sound of a helicopter seemed to be heard in the distance. I don't know if it was hallucination or something else. Ao Xinhai looked behind him through the rearview mirror, and it seemed that something was chasing him at a very fast speed. He didn't know what it was, but Ao Xinhai knew that it must be the pursuers of the investigation bureau. He didn't want to attack his family, but at some point, family conflicts broke out instantly, and with the blood boiling, he was impulsive and did something irreversible. Now he was panicked when he met the investigation bureau to investigate. He is an Autobot, but he didn't become one in the last few days. A month ago, he discovered that he had the ability to transform into a car. Because it was too unusual, he did not send the message to his parents at home. And the parents obviously had an inexplicable sense of alienation towards this son, who could turn into a car. It was the feeling of "you are not my son, where did my son go?" He was so carried away the day before yesterday that he did something wrong, and has been shutting himself up at home. He didn't know that because of his existence, the cars in the community gradually underwent strange changes. The accident at the door was actually related to him, but he didn't realize that he had been shutting himself up at home for too long until the police came to investigate and awaken the bodies of his parents. He had to run, he had no choice. It was also at this time that Ao Xinhai saw a car on the side of the road, and the father and daughter, who had just stopped and got out of the car. If he ran away at this time, he would definitely not be able to escape the blockade of Wales City. The investigation bureau is not a vegetarian. Just looking at the things tested by the popular science up in the video, he could stop him by just pulling something. He needed to hijack a hostage to make the other party afraid to act rashly. Just thinking this, the running car took the initiative to slow down, the chassis of the car changed into sliding feet, the body torso was lifted up, the door hanging outside, the car windows and other objects also found changes. A car running at full speed just deformed on the road, but there was no balance problem, and it perfectly performed the operation of running and deforming at the same time. The father and daughter on the roadside were also shocked. The little girl didn't realize the danger of the thing at all, she just thought it was cool. It looked like the toys that boys liked in elementary school, with the characteristics of a car, but with the appearance of a robot. And this car robot was not friendly. The father's adrenaline surged, and he picked up his daughter and ran wildly. But no matter how fast it is, it can't be faster than the robot. The robot is very fast. It was originally running at full speed. Even if it slows down quickly during the transformation process, its speed will not be very slow. It passed the parked cars in an instant, stretched out a big robot hand, and grabbed two people with one hand. As long as the hostages are held, this operation will be much safer. The investigation bureau will not sit idly by and watch the hostages. You have to know that Koi Island still attaches great importance to human rights. However, just when the big robot hand was about to touch the two people, the fur ball behind him flew over at a speed that broke the sound barrier. On one side, it slowed down and transformed, and on the other side, its speed increased instead of decreasing. According to the Canyon relativity theory, it was Tang Yuan who was accelerating. After breaking the sound barrier, The robot could no longer hear Tang Yuan's voice. In the rearview mirror after the transformation, he could only see a golden light shining over. The speed of sound was slower than Tang Yuan's speed. Tang Yuan stretched out his long dog hair and whizzed through the crotch of the machine, taking away the two victims. The little girl screamed, not knowing what happened. The passerby father screamed and shouted his daughter's name. Suddenly, the two bumped into something soft. Looking up, the soft fur ball quickly expanded, and a plush big dog stood up and put the two people down. The dim color of more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon shone on the street. Tang Yuan's golden hair shone brightly in the sun. Big dog. The passerby little girl screamed. On one side is the robot, and on the other side is the big dog. This is too dreamy. And the Autobot Ao Zhenhai also felt the pressure. The pressure given to him by this dog was very huge. A faint sense of danger rose in Ao Zhenhai's heart. Ah! The girl screamed, and she saw the dog pounced over. Pa! The Autobots and the dog started fighting, using their mechanical bodies to hit the flesh palms. Chapter 294. In a roadside store, the children bought a cup of milk tea and sat in the store, browsing their phones, watching short videos with great pleasure. Suddenly, they were startled by the noise on the roadside. What is that? Autobots. The boys widened their eyes and opened their mouths into an incredible O shape. Which boy has not dreamed of becoming an Autobot? Maybe some boys really haven't, but most little boys probably have had similar thoughts. Seeing the Autobots transform and catch people on the roadside, they were worried about the father and daughter on the roadside. Then, they rushed to the golden fur ball to save people, which made the boys shout awesome again. There is no other word to describe their excitement, a dream linkage. A fight between super robots and monsters? In the eyes of everyone, the round golden fur ball turned into a several-meter-tall dog, fighting with the car robot. You slap, I slap. The metal-like mechanical palm fell on the flesh, and it felt painful just to look at it. The boys were fascinated, but the shop assistants were shocked. Come in quickly, don't stand by the window. The shop assistants quickly pulled the boys who were watching the show. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. The rescued father and daughter immediately fled, not daring to approach. Every slap they made was like a thunder, exploding several streets. What kind of monster is this? Autobot Ao Zhenhai was shocked. This monster couldn't even cause any flesh wounds after a few slaps. The slaps from the other side made the mechanical metal palm vibrate, and a layer of cracks appeared. Every time he received a slap from the other side, the mechanical parts and joints of his body would vibrate and shake, as if they were about to fall apart. But Ao Zhenhai felt that the other party was holding back, and not going all out. Woof woof. Tang Yuan barked twice, and slapped the other party on the head again, pressing the Autobot to the ground. With a bang, the floor cracked, and a pit of the Autobot was punched out on the spot. Ao Zhenhai was really confused. This guy's strength was really unreasonable. He knocked him down as he said. He wanted to climb up from the solid pit, but the big dog sat down on his buttocks. When he got up, he slapped him, and when he got up, he slapped him again. He knocked him down with his hard power, leaving him no room for a counterattack. Ao Zhenhai was anxious. The pursuers sent by the investigation bureau were too tough. He couldn't get up at all. Little did he know that Tang Yuan held back. If he went all out, with Ao Zhenhai's small body, he really couldn't withstand more than a palm from a level 100 elite monster. It broke into pieces with one hit, no joke, but he didn't feel it, and thought the other party was suppressing it purely by brute force and defense. Beep beep. Police cars and military vehicles soon drove to the vicinity of Jinmin Road, surrounded the street, blocked the intersection, and dispersed the people on the street. Tang Yuan, as Keeman's chief pet, was awkwardly watched by a group of special police. They didn't play a big role, so they just blocked the scene and dispersed the people. The work of suppressing the Autobots still had to be done by Tang Yuan, who was extremely powerful, and not afraid of being beaten. 10 minutes later, Keeman and Captain Luo also rushed to the scene by car. In addition to them, other investigation teams from the Investigation Bureau also rushed to the scene and surrounded the Autobot. Autobots so strange. It seems that there are no cars with intelligence in the Bureau? It's probably a normal special event. Autobot Ao Zhenhai heard the discussion, and knew he was finished. Under Tang Yuan's suppression, the auto machinery on his body gradually shrank, slowly transforming from metal material to biological material. Human skin, human legs, human head, human hair. Diping, who rushed to the scene, was a little surprised. It's not bald. In Diping's opinion, he has already become an Autobot. Why does he still have hair when he changes back? This is unscientific. Hey, give him a piece of clothing. Di Ping looked around and pointed to an F-level personnel, who was in the internship period. The lowest level F-level personnel dared not disobey the order, and directly handed over the coat on his body. Tang Yuan slightly let go of the dog paw, and the coat immediately covered the Autobot Ao Zhenhai. Ao Zhenhai was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the two sides had already been like this, and the investigation bureau still left a decent opportunity. He quickly put on the coat to cover his body. By the way, Ao Zhenhai looked at Kuming with expectation. Look at me, do I still have a chance? The bureau has its own judgment on this matter. Kuming avoided talking about it. There is no need to think about the other party's end. It is definitely not a good end. Then, there is no chance, I understand. Ao Zhenhai smiled bitterly, and suddenly bit his tongue, trying to imitate the ancient people's method of biting their tongues to commit suicide. However, this method is not successful for everyone. People who are afraid of pain will subconsciously react to protection, and loosen their teeth at the moment of biting. Ao Zhenhai also bit down, and the severe pain made him subconsciously loosen his teeth. Tang Yuan was sensitive, and immediately used dog hair to pull the other party's lips, teeth, and tongue, controlling his mouth and not giving him the opportunity to bite his tongue. 5555. Ao Zhenhai spoke incoherently. Ao Zhenhai was eventually taken back to the bureau for interrogation. This was the first time that an Autobot was discovered in China. The bureau took it very seriously, and sent Di Ping, the interrogation general, to break through the other party's defense with free dance. The Autobot was very unwilling at first, and did not cooperate, and resisted in his heart. But the facts prove that even Autobots yearn for freedom in their hearts. And the reason why Ao Zhenhai escaped was also for freedom. People who yearn for freedom so much were instantly assimilated after seeing the dance of freedom. Why can dance be so free? If only I could start over again. The Autobot sighed with his soul when being interrogated. Ao Zhenhai suddenly had the ability to become an Autobot a month ago. Before the transformation, he took his own SUV to vacation on a private beach, surfing and swimming on the sea. But when he went to bed at night, for some reason, he did not choose to sleep in a private villa by the sea, but in the back seat of the car. Wake up! He found that he had become his own SUV car, and he could operate the car to start by itself, and he could also operate the car's radio channels, electronic control functions, and so on. In short, after becoming an Autobot, everything became very novel. But the next trouble was family affairs. The family was looking for their missing son, and there was a surveillance camera in the garage of the private villa. They saw the son get on the car, turn back into a human, and then turn back into a car. Afterwards, Ao Zhenhai met his parents, and the scene became very subtle. That kind of inexplicable sense of estrangement stood between the parents and the parent-child relationship. This family had accumulated some conflicts that could be big or small before. This round of outbreak, he was so excited that he trapped his parents in the car. But afterwards, he also felt very regretful. After listening to the interrogation, Kuming was silent and did not comment. That night, Kuming prepared to go home. In the parking lot, as soon as the car was started, the car started running automatically. Another car near him also ran over, and the two cars collided with each other. The front of the car flashed a flash of light, melted, and quickly solidified. Keeman, Chapter 295. If I remember correctly, there was also a scene of car heads merging at the gate of someone's community before. Keeman turned around and called Captain Luo to report the accident of car fusion. Got it, I pay attention to it immediately. Captain Luo nodded to the phone, and after hanging up, he immediately reported it. The investigation bureau responded quickly, and immediately locked the suspect as the Autobot Ao Zhenhai. Keeman returned to the interrogation room and watched Ao Zhenhai's new round of interrogation again. This round of interrogation was about the ability of the car. There was a barrier in the investigation bureau. Although Keeman was not sure about its defense and closure, even the cars in the underground garage could be affected by the Autobots. There must be something wrong with Ao Zhenhai. Either his ability has a large radiation range and strong penetration, or it's something else. What, car head fusion? Ao Zhenhai was stunned and confused after hearing this. He had no idea what the investigator was talking about. Can you speak some normal human language? Di Ping's expression was relaxed. You don't understand human language, right? Then I play a video for you. After that, Di Ping controlled the tablet to play the surveillance video that had just been edited. Keeman's car was parked in the underground garage of the investigation bureau. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in the underground garage, so when Keeman's car found an accident, It was also closely recorded by the surveillance cameras. Autobot Ao Jinhai's hands were locked, and he couldn't move. He just leaned on the chair with his eyes wide open, watching the video played by the other party. On the tablet, Keeman got into the car, waited for a while, started the car, and moved forward. At this time, another car without anyone in it suddenly started and collided with Keeman's car. Surprisingly, the car did not crash, but a flash of light appeared, and the two car heads merged. The flowing liquid surged rapidly at the front of the car and solidified within 10 seconds. Keeman got out of the car and called Captain Liu in doubt. The scene ended here. Snap. Deep Ping closed the tablet on the table. Do you have any inspiration now? As Deep Ping said, the word inspiration made Ao Jinhai vaguely feel it in his heart. It was a vague feeling, as if he could control the car and make them listen to his orders. Turtle. Why didn't I realize that I was so powerful before? I can control the car and unconsciously affect the cars to find collision and fusion. I don't know either. The Autobots decided to hide it. At this time, the effect of the free dance had passed. Deep Ping danced a lot, and he could judge whether a person was open-hearted and free by the look in his eyes. The man in front of him was obviously not free enough. The dilemma of not being able to survive made Ao Jinhai think that no matter what I say, there is no hope of survival, so he simply didn't tell the truth. I think your heart is not free enough. What? Why not dance? Wait, listen to my explanation. I suddenly have an inspiration. Ao Jinhai moved his body, but his hands were handcuffed to the chair, and he couldn't move. No need to explain. Deep Ping shook his head. I have made up my mind, and it's useless to persuade him. Kumeng was outside the interrogation room, speechless for a long time. You just want to dance. Kumeng didn't say what was in his heart. He looked around and everyone didn't say anything, waiting for the result. Judging from Keeman's inspiration, the Autobot Ao Jinhai may not know much. 20 minutes later, after another interrogation, Ao Jinhai shook out everything he knew in his mind. He really didn't know his ability, at least before watching the video. After watching the video, he felt that he could control the car, just need to find the feeling in front of the car. The investigation bureau immediately took him to the underground garage for a test, and prepared a large number of defensive props, as well as powerful pets such as Tang Yuan and Shirley. Tang Yuan and Shirley are both among the most powerful fighters in the bureau, and it is quite easy to suppress the Autobots. After a while, Ao Jinhai stood in front of Keeman's car with handcuffs. Keeman's car and the front of another investigator's car merged, without distinction. Ao Jinhai stepped forward, with long guns and short guns behind him. If he dared to make dangerous moves, he would be killed instantly. His throat rolled, and the palms and backs of his hands were full of sweat. He reached out and touched the car, muttering, "Separate, no more kissing." Kumeng was full of questions after hearing this. Why is this guy talking nonsense? Is this okay? It turns out that it really works. Under the command of the Autobot Ao Jinhai, the fronts of the two cars really changed again. The two cars automatically retreated, and the fused fronts quickly turned into fluid, separated, and then solidified back into proper fronts. Ao Jinhai was sweating profusely. Seeing the fronts of the cars separated successfully, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would be strange if he were not nervous in the investigation bureau and being forced by a group of bigwigs. Besides separating and fusing cars, what else can you do with your ability? Let me think. Ao Jinhai had no idea about the development of his ability, and had not experienced a systematic testing process. The investigation bureau also had another idea. Test again, and dig out the characteristics of the Autobots. If there is an Autobot disaster in the future, the bureau at least has a response plan, so it won't be in the dark. Ao Jinhai felt it on the spot, and the feeling between himself and the cars in the underground garage was like the relationship between the boss and his subordinates. At the boss's command, the subordinates rushed over. I can also command the group of cars to merge and transform with me, and I should be able to become very tall. After saying that, he smiled bitterly again. Even if he has this transformation ability, under the heavy surveillance of the investigation bureau, if he makes any unusual movements, his end is definitely a dead end. It's a pity it was discovered too late. Ao Jinhai cried in his heart, losing the most precious opportunity to rise in his life. If he went abroad earlier, with the free conditions abroad, he would soon be able to use the abilities of the Autobots and make a name for himself abroad. What a pity! The more Ao Jinhai thought about it, the more bitter and uncomfortable he felt. Damn, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Ao Jinhai's mentality is a little unstable. All kinds of distracting thoughts are running around in his mind, throwing his resentment to the investigation bureau, blaming Jinlizu. Among the monitoring crowd, there are people who wear sunglasses. They raised their eyebrows and saw that the black smoke above Ao Junhai's head has changed from a light trace of smoke to a little deeper color. This indicates that Ao Junhai's thoughts are on the road to opposing Jinlizu. Okay, take him away and put him in solitary confinement first. Director Lei waved his hand and asked people to leave. The Autobots are special cases, and they must not be killed. Before the characteristics of the Autobots are thoroughly studied, the Investigation Bureau will not kill them for the time being. After Ao Junhai was detained, Keeman participated in a short-term meeting in the conference room. The think tank analyzed that the awakening of the Autobot Ao Junhai needs further investigation, and everyone decided to go to the private beach where Ao Junhai awakened tomorrow to take a look. Chapter 296. That night, Kumeng went home to rest. The video shot during the day had fermented for half a day and had spread on the internet. Kumeng clicked on the video and watched it with relish. The content of this video is to summon a fish that eats words by the lake. The title is Fishing Today, a fish that eats words, and there is no evaluation title. It is so simple and casual. No fancy tricks. Anyway, the system's evaluation indicators have their own set of certification methods. As long as the number of viewers is passed, the resistance reward can be easily obtained. Click on the video. A large number of barrages flooded the screen. Kumeng had no choice but to open the barrage filter and adjust the barrage screen ratio to 25%, otherwise the dense barrage would affect the viewing experience. After adjusting the barrage ratio, Kumeng adjusted a comfortable sleeping position and looked at the phone with one hand. At the beginning of the video, Kumeng appeared in the video, holding a fishing rod. The fishing shot was taken after getting off the car, but that was not the point. I didn't fish later, I just watched the show. Hi everyone, I'm Keeman. I heard from a fisherman friend that a strange lake monster appeared in the lake, and it likes to eat words. As soon as Keeman appeared on the camera, he took out a box of fishing rods. From this second on, fans couldn't stop complaining. I'm just a passerby, to be honest. Does the UP want to catch a Kuan? Don't say it, it's really possible to catch a prehistoric Kuan. Stop talking, okay? What if the garbage web game advertisement says that what you said came true? Where can our whale city accommodate such a big Kuan? Don't panic, as a person who has experienced it, I'm boldly spoiling it. The UP host didn't fish later, and the fishing gear is pure decoration. In fact, as the fan said, the fishing gear is pure decoration. The main reason is that Keeman didn't expect that the ability of the text fish was so attractive that he forgot the fishing gear design at the beginning. When making videos, most of the time there are exaggerations, but making this kind of special video really doesn't require so many fancy preparations. What the audience wants to see is special items, first of all, to broaden their horizons, and secondly, in case of risky things, they can consciously guard against them in advance, so as not to know nothing. Then, Keeman showed the flashlight in the camera, skipping the part where the whale monster shadow was caught, and also skipping the part where the drifting fish was thrown into the flashlight by Keeman's shadow-catching hand. This part of the shadow-catching process is a confidential event, and the people of the Shadow Stream cannot know it. At least before the Shadow Stream organization is destroyed, or before the Shadow Stream organization knows about it, this matter cannot be announced. This flashlight is a sealed object. It seals a fish, which is the fish that the fisherman's friend mentioned. Now I am going to release it and test its ability. By the way, Kumeng explained to the audience what a sealed object is. A sealed object is something that is sealed. This is easy to understand. That's it? Fishing, are you done? Are you going to announce the fishing process? The fishing gear is too high-end. It is a confidential item of the Investigation Bureau. Don't think about it. Wake up. It's good to have something to see. When the barrage surged, the flashlight's fish happened to be swimming in the tube, which scared the audience. This thing actually moves. Incredible. Netizens exclaimed that it was awesome. I also wanted to buy such a flashlight, but it was a pity that it was not sold in the market. The screen jumped again. Keeman released the drifting fish, forming a circle of light on the water surface. A shadow emerged on the water surface, and a small blue-black drifting fish appeared on the water surface. The drifting fish was very slippery, and ran away after a short time of showing its face. This made netizens very anxious. Did it just run away like this? It would be so troublesome to fish again. However, the following actions made netizens rationally shut their mouths that suspected that Keeman deliberately exiled. I saw Keeman patting his scarf, and a pile of books were added to the place where the scarf was thrown. The calm lake water was rippled, and the body of the drifting fish appeared in the camera again, But this time it showed extraordinary power. The books around Keeman opened the cover automatically without wind, and the font of the text content floated out of the pages and flew into the lake. Netizens watched the lines of formulas, mathematical symbols, composition grids, and other things flying into the sky, and they all commented with 666 in the comments. It's amazing. All the words are taking off, and the paper without words has become white again. My God, I seem to have found a way to make a fortune. Brother, can you share the wealth code? In fact, it is the idea of recycling waste paper. All waste paper is absorbed by this fish that eats words. It absorbs in batches, turning the waste paper back into white paper, leaving a large amount of resources for processing waste paper, and it is also environmentally friendly. Keeman will not comment on the feasibility of this man's wealth code for the time being, but from the perspective of the video, the level of the fish absorbing words is indeed very good. Keeman has not tried to test it with special items such as books. Whether it will be absorbed by the fish, no one knows. At the end of the video, Keeman used various college entrance examination papers as test objects. The college entrance examination candidates in front of the video felt comfortable when they saw the words on the test papers flying in the sky and being sucked into the body of the flowing fish. Ah, comfortable. I hope the words are okay. Put your hands together. What's wrong with this fish? The words were swallowed. Have you noticed that this fish seems strange? I don't know why it likes to eat words. Fish are three-dimensional, but are words the same as one-dimensional things? Some viewers asked the point, which is the biggest doubt about the flowing fish. However, this is a video test after all, and everyone does not have this fish, so this kind of thing has become suspense. Keeman will not use it in combat scenes, so everyone has no idea what the final nature of this fish is. After the video ended, Keeman also felt comfortable. Then he swiped out of the system and looked at the task progress bar. The number of viewers exceeded 2 million, and the reshot vlog video also exceeded the requirement of 2 million viewers. Without saying anything, he opened the evaluation task system and received today's 75-point resistance value reward. 50 of the 75 points came from the serious evaluation, that is, the video of eating text fish. The vlog video is a short video based on the daily pet reshoots. There is no test content. It is simply to use the number of viewers to promote and obtain resistance rewards. In fact, Keeman has gradually had an alternative understanding of the resistance reward given by the system recently. Maybe, this kind of resistance reward is converted into resistance through the belief of the people. However, this is just a guess of Keeman, and he can't say whether it is true. Keeman took a look at his resistance value, which has increased from 540 points to 615 points. Looking at this resistance value of over 600, Keeman fell asleep happily. Chapter 297. In the dream, Keeman did several things right away. Daily surveillance, to see the life of the big boss behind the shadow stream, is still a boring life, dark, no move. Secondly, stare closely at the black jade stone in front of him. It is said that the memory of a god is stored in it, but Keeman can't move his hands, can't chant spells, and can't use this thing. It might be a good idea to let his subordinates open it, and then Keeman borrows the body of the believer through it, and then he can see the memory in the black jade stone in disguise. But this requires the believers to sacrifice their spirit. After all, the memory in it may be a god-level memory. Keeman has a feeling that if a creature without a god-level status opens the stone, it may not be saved. Even, die without leaving any residue. This requires weighing the pros and cons. Keeman still has a lot of time, so there is no rush. Maybe if you stare more, you can have an indescribable relationship with the black jade stone. Keeman sat on the mountain and stared for a while. His mind was like a multi-core processor, processing another thing. In the distant dream world, the daily life of the players is still full of imagination, and all kinds of strange things are running around in the dream. Artificial intelligence slowly gathered a group of artificial intelligence through the Artificial Intelligence Federation and proposed the word faith. Artificial intelligence is slowly learning the faith of the ecosystem, which takes time. And Keeman doesn't want them all to become crazy, so when believers spread faith to artificial intelligence, they try to guide them slowly with less knowledge and eliminate those evil knowledge that may drive them crazy. In Keeman's view, these evil knowledge are irrelevant things. As long as we can stabilize the situation on Orange Star, it will be fine. Stabilizing the people on Orange Star will ensure that their virtual games can run normally. Keeman's mind is full of thoughts and feels messy. On Orange Star, the capture operation vigorously promoted by researcher Lishan is also progressing steadily. Lu's sighting is a criminal that Lishan is focused on. If you meet her, you must control her. If she turns into a monster, Kill her on the spot. Of course, killing her on the spot is the view of researcher Li Shen. The professors of Orange Star believe that she must be kept alive. She is still worth interrogating, and should not be killed forcefully. Keeman's mind has many pictures open, and he is naturally watching the group where Lu's sighting is. Lu's sighting has spread a lot of real believers in Orange Star, and with the entry of artificial intelligence in the dream world, the situation is much better. At least she is not fighting alone, but has a group of people and artificial intelligence to help her fight. Soon, Lu's sighting, who was resting in a deserted mountain, saw the player rabbit lovely food from the dream. Is that Lu's sighting? You are in trouble. The official robot police of Orange Star will soon search here. Without saying anything, she pulled Lu's sighting's hand and ran out. Believers are actually quite easy to recognize each other. As the saying goes, people of the same taste like each other. The temperament of Cthulhu believers is more obvious. Outsiders can't recognize it, only high-minded people can feel it slightly. But as long as they are Cthulhu believers, they can basically feel the other party's Cthulhu temperament. Where are we going? Lu's sighting asked. It's not safe here. We need to go back to the intelligent city. The little loli said softly. Crazy, the artificial intelligence in the smart city is so advanced, going back there is a dead end. It's different. The man turned around and smiled. This time we have artificial intelligence to help. Lu's sighting was stunned when she heard it. Artificial intelligence? To be honest, this joke is not funny at all. How could artificial intelligence help them do illegal things? Really believe us? The little loli shook her hand. The most dangerous place is the safest place. No one will think that you have returned to the smart city. All the robot police are looking for people outside the smart city. Lu's sighting took a deep breath, half believing and half doubting. If the other party had not had the breath of the same kind, Lu's sighting would never go with her. Lu's sighting's spiritual perception is very high. She has been completely crazy, and has been exposed to extraordinary chaotic knowledge. Her personal intuition is very strong, and she believes that the other party is not lying. After a while, she walked out of the barren mountain, and saw an intelligent aerospace car on a main road in the barren mountain. There is artificial intelligence on the aerospace car, and this artificial intelligence will be connected to the local transportation bureau. Lu's sighting stopped, hesitant, and a little afraid to get close. However, she thought of her ability to shuttle on the water surface. If she was trapped, she should be able to escape again. This incredible shuttle method, with the existing Orange Star technology, can never be analyzed. Even Lu's sighting herself, relying on the chaotic knowledge in her mind, has a half-understanding. If she can clearly know the principle, it can't be called chaotic knowledge, at least she thinks so. After getting on the aerospace car, the car hummed and accelerated, and soon flew into the blue sky, and then slowly drove into the intelligent machinery city. During the entire flight, Lu's sighting lay in the back seat, wearing a headgear, and dared not show her face, for fear of being photographed by some traffic cameras. Keeman was feasting his eyes. Not looking at people, but watching the scene seen during the flight of the aerospace car. The surface of each high-rise sci-fi building seems to be a smooth glass surface, with extremely high reflectivity, and the dim starry sky can be seen. The aerospace car drives according to traffic intelligence, strictly driving on its own aerospace route, and will not collide with any car. No human driving is required. If humans drive by themselves, it is easy to hit cars in other lanes, which is not safe. It is night now. As the aerospace car flies deeper, there are more lights. The colorful lights hit the night sky, and the light covers the vast starry sky. There are some virtual reality projections standing between two high-rise buildings. It is a small man with a two-dimensional style, singing on the flat ground like a virtual singer. Even under the impact of nightmare disease, the peace of the intelligent machine city remains, and it has not been greatly affected. Keeman stared at the technologically powerful intelligent city, and was in a daze in the deep sea Raya. This kind of city is really beautiful. After a while, Lu's sighting, a direct believer that Keeman valued, finally settled down in the home of the believer. As they walked along, the artificial intelligence services involved were selectively blind, and did not record Lu's sightings information. On the network server, Lu's sightings information was deleted by the invisible hand as soon as it was born. Lu's sighting settled safely in someone else's home, took a deep breath, and finally got a break for a while. Speaking, which artificial intelligence is helping us? Lu's sighting asked curiously. Starting from the artificial intelligence of the aerospace car, to the aerospace traffic in the intelligent city, to the artificial intelligence monitoring in the community, and the artificial intelligence at home, AI is involved everywhere. Lu's sighting is a researcher, and she keenly feels that this help is not simple. The level of the artificial intelligence helper must be very high. Chapter 298. The Orange Star search team is huge. After all, it is a large army of robots with various equipment, such as high-altitude photography, communication record big data, radio wave tracking, thermal imaging. All kinds of equipment are deployed, plus an overwhelming army of robots. With the intelligent machinery city as the core, radiate to the surrounding areas, and check every wilderness without surveillance. In the Research Institute, Lishan is in the temporary combat command room, squatting here every day to read reports from various places. Every time he reads, he frowns. Lishan no longer has the mind to catch the virtual game world, and the group of people who have been confirmed as believers in reality. Catching Lu's sighting is his obsession. It seems that if he can't catch her, that weird headache will not stop. Damn. Lishan's eyes shook, and his brain hurt again. It seemed that Lu's sighting's crazy words were heard in his ears. Chaotic, disordered, maddening. He was sweating profusely, veins popped out on his forehead, and his fists were clenched. The secretary next to him saw this and hurriedly held up Lishan's right hand and patted him on the back. "Senior, are you okay? Sit down and take a rest. Don't be too anxious." Lishan felt dizzy, and his companion's comforting voice seemed to have changed in his ears. The sound was lower and deeper, removing the high notes and enhancing the penetration. It echoed in his mind, like the cry of an animal, and then like another sound. After a while, his auditory hallucinations ended, and then the splitting headache subsided like a tide. "I'm fine." He shook his head. "How can you be fine? Your back is wet." "Is there?" Lishan subconsciously reached out and touched his back, and felt a wet liquid. That was his sweat. Lishan sat down and drank from the cup. The secretary looked at Lishan worriedly. Researcher Lishan's mental state was getting worse and worse. People in the institute had begun to pay attention to Lishan's abnormality and believed that he was no longer suitable for frontline work. However, Lishan's early contributions were sufficient and his role was also very important, so everyone still kept this hero. Lishan waved his hand and asked the secretary to leave. "I want to be quiet." "Yes." The secretary left and let him be quiet. "Great Cthulhu, the sleeping god of Raya, the old ones. We are your most loyal believers. This is a rare legendary secret treasure. I hope the great lord likes it." A group of humans in black robes walked through the snowy plateau, holding up a rectangular pillow carved from ice jade. In the core area they surrounded, there was a circle of dug water troughs filled with water, but the water was tending to freeze due to the temperature limit, and the water surface was covered with a layer of cold mist. The black-robed people were afraid that the water would freeze, and after feeling the great Cthulhu's arrival across the border, they quickly threw things into the pool. With a plop, the ice pillow entered the water and disappeared. Keeman waited for a while to know their wishes. However, this group of players seemed to have forgotten to ask for wishes. After they threw their things into the pool, they lay on the ice, enduring the freezing damage brought by the air, silently and motionless, as if waiting for the end of the sacrifice ceremony. Keeman waited for a while, with a lot of question marks in his mind. Invisible thoughts passed by like an invisible breeze, and the terrifying pressure made the players feel scared and their brains trembled. So no wishes, if not retreat. Keeman waited for dozens of seconds and left quietly. The 110-level ice plateau training area. The players trembled, watching the health bar drop to a quarter, and finally waited for the terrifying power that suppressed their hearts to subside. Cthulhu should retreat, right? Clody lay on the ground, silently thinking about the success rate of the sacrifice. Health value -5. Health value -5. Health value -5. Clody is a special player in the shape of a crystal fluid. The character has been transferred to a rare professional teacher and currently has no gender. Entering this ice field, affected by the negative buff of extreme cold, his and his team's health values continue to decrease, and it has been reduced to a quarter of the health value. Fortunately, the evil god left. It raised its head slightly, took off its mask, and saw that the round water tank had frozen. It was estimated that the sacrifice had been completed. Looking up again, the sky was pure and flawless. Huh? He finally left. To be honest, Clody felt that the pressure from the evil god was really incomparable, and it was so suffocating that he couldn't breathe. Patting his chest, he took out the blood bottle from the storage backpack, opened the lid and drank the medicine. Tons of medicine. The teammates also started to drink the medicine. After drinking the medicine, the sacrificers all showed a feeling of surviving a disaster. This round of sacrifice was initiated by Clody, and the other 7 people followed his opinion, but they didn't expect the evil god's aura to be so exaggerated. They were not dream players in reality, and they didn't suffer from nightmares. It was rare to summon Cthulhu in the game, so they tried it, and they didn't expect it to be successful. It's just that the feeling of success is really not good. Speaking of which, I always feel like something is missing, someone mentioned. Clody frowned when he heard it. What is missing? Let me think. Clody and his friends thought for a minute and looked around. It seems that we got nothing. Yes, nothing happened. The sacrificial team immediately used weapons to knock the ice surface of the water tank, breaking the ice, and then used skills to burn the water in the water tank or move it away. The water tank was empty, without a pillow. The offering disappeared. But we don't seem to have made a wish. It seems we really didn't make a wish. Even if Clody was an idiot, he knew what was going on. He was so angry that he almost fainted. He spent a lot of energy on this strategy mission. But they were so busy offering sacrifices that they forgot to make wishes and got nothing. There are many sacrificers who participate in the sacrifices every day, but not all of them can pass Keeman's approval. First of all, when Keeman's consciousness awakens in reality, their sacrifices will not be successful, and all sacrifices during that period will be ignored. When Keeman is in the game world, he will be picky and choose to improve the quality of the sacrifices. For example, Keeman just woke up and couldn't wait to look at the new sacrifices by the bed. It was a beautiful and clear white jade pillow, which naturally exuded the cold air of plateau ice and snow, and the cold wind blew on the face, bringing its own cooling in summer. However, Keeman's storage scarf will also make the body cool when taking and storing things, which is equivalent to having its own air conditioner, so it doesn't matter if it's dozens of degrees colder, his body is fine. Let me see what good things the believers have given you. When Keeman heard the so-called legendary treasures of the believers, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. The big-faced cat patted his scarf and fell to the ground with a frozen expression. Chapter 299, Sweet Dream Pillow. Item function. You can have sweet dreams when you sleep with this sweet dream pillow, and you will feel refreshed when you wake up. Specific function. Reduce the degree of mental confusion and have the effect of healing the mental state. Side effects. You will be very hungry after waking up, so hungry that you will doubt your life. After reading the item function given by the big-faced cat, Keeman nodded silently. This thing is pretty good. But can I use it myself? Keeman scratched his head and felt a little annoyed. Once I fall asleep, I will dream of being Cthulhu in the game world. The function of this thing is quite limited. It is more suitable for the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau, because the resistance of those investigators is not as high as Keeman, and they really need this kind of thing that can reduce the degree of confusion. And Keeman himself has a very high resistance, and he is basically not afraid when encountering secret information. Only those investigators with low resistance will encounter hidden and maddening information during the investigation. Their bodies and minds are inherently fragile, and they especially need to reduce the degree of confusion. Put the dream pillow into the storage scarf and hand it over to the Investigation Bureau for cooperation. Just consider it as a loan to them. In addition, there are some things sacrificed by other believers, and Keeman also counted them. There are 2 very good fishing rods, which are sacrificed by 2 different player groups. It is said that it comes with legendary quality, but Keeman looked at the dream pillow and did not see it marked as legendary quality by Big Face Cat. It is estimated that it is the evaluation of the game. There is no such statement here. Let's look at the first fishing rod first. Its name is Unknown Person's Fishing Rod. Item function. It can catch anything in a certain water area, but the items caught are completely random. Side effect. Every time you catch an item, you will randomly lose an item on your body. The function of this fishing rod is very good. It can catch things in the water. The side effect is that you will lose things, which sounds very bad, but before fishing, you can clear out the items on your body and only bring some useless items, and the problem will be solved. However, it still needs to be tested. If human organs are also judged as items, then its danger level will rise sharply. If a person loses an organ, even if he is protected by the Investigation Bureau, he will most likely die. Then, Keeman looked at the second fishing rod. They are brother equipment, and have a high degree of similarity. Its name is Celebrity's Fishing Rod. Randomly fish for a non-fish item, with no limit on the range. The range is wider than the Unknown Person's Fishing Rod, but its side effects are also very strong. Every time you fish, you lose a skill at random. People without abilities cannot use fishing rods. The fishing range of this thing is very large, and it is possible to catch things from another world. But he really doesn't dare to use it. Because he will randomly lose an ability, Keeman doesn't have many abilities, dream into the game, shadow-grabbing hand, summoned demon map. After looking at the abilities, Keeman put them into the storage scarf first. Some things will be handed over to the Investigation Bureau, and some will be left. As for what they are, I won't introduce them in detail, because he still has things to do now. After breakfast, Keeman called Captain Luo. Yes, let's go to that private beach today to investigate the place where the Autobots began to mutate, Captain Luo said on the phone. For investigators, special events generally require investigation of their causes, processes, and results. The place where it mutated is a necessary place to investigate to avoid neglecting suspicious points. About 2 or 3 hours later, Keeman and others drove to a private beach. The coastline is relatively long and winding, like a golden crescent. The light blue sea water splashed on the beach, and every grain was golden. Many crabs ran around on the golden sand, running rampant, occasionally running to Keeman's feet and poking his feet with his claws, but they couldn't poke. Keeman and others stood on the golden beach, quietly feeling the pleasant and comfortable atmosphere of the beach. It was here that the Autobots experienced a mutation, and then had the ability to turn into cars, and the ability to control cars. However, according to the Autobot, the place where he fell asleep was located in the garage of his villa. Everyone quickly turned their attention to his villa. The Autobot's private villa is a refined modern house, about 2 stories high, with a loft and a basement. Standing in the parking garage on the first floor of the villa, Keeman quietly felt it, but did not have a strong feeling. Everyone also felt it, but did not gain anything special. It was as if this place was very ordinary, with nothing strange. Did everyone go in the wrong direction of reconnaissance? Maybe, he just had a pure awakening of superpowers, such as the power outage in the community when he was sleeping, skating when walking, and special items automatically appearing when he was sleeping. Captain Luo touched his chin and analyzed. Keeman touched the wall, not making any comment. He walked into the room, looking at the sofa, wooden boards, and luxurious furniture. He measured step by step, feeling the traces of the original owner's life at home. Keeman walked around, then walked around the beach, and then walked back to the garage. Synesthesia, and more synesthesia. Still no feeling. Let the Autobot turn into a car, and stop here, Keeman said. This garage is missing a car. In order to restore the scene, the Autobot must turn into a car here again, restore the scene at that time, and increase the possibility of synesthesia. The Autobot was naturally escorted here, but it was very troublesome to escort him. 2 car head fusion incidents occurred along the way, scaring passers-by. Fortunately, the Autobot can separate the car again, and the owner avoids the end of the car being scrapped. However, after experiencing these things, passers-by dare not drive, fearing accidents, and thinking about selling the car when they go back. When the Autobot was escorted to the villa garage, he moved his detained shoulders, and didn't want to cooperate. But he felt ashamed every time he thought of the interrogation methods of the Investigation Bureau. Ao Shanhai could only obey, and under Keeman's gaze, he automatically turned into a white SUV and parked in the garage. The investigator stayed far away from the car. No investigator had the physical condition to withstand the crushing of the car. Only those who carried special items to save their lives dared to stand here. Keeman sent Tang Yuan and Shirley to guard the front and back of the car. The car would definitely not escape. Then Keeman stood beside the car and silently communicated. Rumble. The sound of the car engine sounded in his ears. Keeman heard something from the hallucination. In his mind, he imagined the process of Ao Shanhai's first transformation into a car. The human skin swelled, the bones and flesh grew larger, and some kind of steel grew out. The head turned into the front of the car, the feet and hands turned into wheels, and the buttocks turned into the buttocks of the car. The hallucinations that Keeman saw were very consistent with what the Autobots confessed during the interrogation. Chapter 300. The above is what Keeman imagined based on the auditory hallucination. But is there really nothing left? Keeman was quite suspicious because of the frog sculpture incident. The superpowers were not necessarily unique. They might be stimulated by some secret information, which caused the body to mutate. The old man of the Frog Society used the sculpture to infect a large number of normal people around the world, and turn them into frog-headed people. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the car engine stopped. Keeman opened his eyes, and patted the hood of the Autobot. Don't move here, start the engine and wait. What else can the Autobot do? He can only bite the bullet, and listen to Keeman's orders to start the engine. Rumble. When the real car engine sound sounded in the garage, it felt even heavier. The investigator sitting against the wall also had a vague feeling, and could roughly sense the scene of the Autobot Ao Shanhai transforming into a car. But Keeman heard something hidden and deeper. The rumbling sound was accompanied by the sound of waves. That's right, Keeman now also heard the sound of waves outside the villa, crashing, one wave after another hitting the beach. But if there is no real Autobot engine sound to accompany it, this kind of wave sound can be easily ignored by the investigators. After Keeman got the feeling, he focused all his attention on the synchronization frequency of the car engine and the sound of the waves. Crash. Rumble. The two sounds combined have a strange rhythm, which makes Keeman feel slightly uncomfortable. But this discomfort is too light, Keeman's resistance is strong, and he directly resists it without increasing his resistance at all. The influence is too weak. There is something wrong with the sound of the waves, don't listen to it for now, Keeman said, stopping everyone from actively feeling the synesthesia. Amon, what did you feel? Captain Luo hurriedly stopped his mental association. The sound of the waves may be the main cause, which means that Ao Junhai is very likely not an isolated case, and there is a possibility that other Autobots exist, Keeman said. Is there something wrong with the sound of the waves? Hey, after hearing what Amon said, it seems that there is really something wrong. The investigator's spiritual awareness is very high. This is not the middle spiritual awareness era in the past. With the spiritual fruit, everyone has the choice to improve their spiritual awareness. With Keeman's guidance, everyone found the right direction, and they all vaguely felt that when the sound of the waves and the engine sound were combined, their bodies felt vaguely uncomfortable. Captain Luo quickly tightened his mind and forced himself not to analyze the sound of the waves and not to receive too much sound of the waves. A minute later, several investigators and Autobots left the villa and stayed away from places where the sound of the waves could be heard. I never thought that even the sound of the waves could become a source of spiritual pollution. The sculptures carved by the old man in the Frog Society also spread spiritual pollution with frog sounds. This time it was replaced with the sound of the waves, and there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Chun-Li pondered for a while, patted his head, and felt that he was very smart, and he could think of this. They all spread with sound, but the channels used are different. This time it is the sound of the waves. Will all the coasts of our Jinli Island be in trouble? Captain Luo worriedly said. Becoming an Autobot is even more ridiculous than becoming a frog-headed man. The frog-headed man is at least supported by the theory of genetic mutation. If humans become cars, it is really a fundamental qualitative change. It is hard to imagine that humans will become metal. By the way, I have some items here, one of which can treat mental pollution. You can take turns to use it first. Kunming patted his scarf and took out the exquisite white jade pillow. Instantly, the cold air hit his face. As if an iceberg was lying in front of him, everyone felt strangely cold. It was obviously summer, but everyone felt like they were in winter. Can you sleep with such a cold thing as a pillow? Teammate Chung-Lo looked doubtful, and shook his body. He was chilled by the cold air of the jade pillow. It's called the dream pillow. You will know after you try it. Kunming handed the jade pillow to Chung-Lo. Chung-Lo took the jade pillow, and his face changed immediately. His Chung-Lo gritted his teeth, and took a breath of cold air. So cold, so cold. Holding the jade pillow, Chung-Lo felt that his hands were about to be frozen numb, but Kunming's face was not different, which shows how strong his endurance is. After Keeman and the others left the coast, Keeman gave a few more instructions, took Ao Junhai to the car, drove to the beach next door, got off the car and walked. He wanted to confirm one thing, that is, the range of the sound of the waves. As he walked along the road, the sound of the waves kept ringing in his ears. They were sometimes big and sometimes small, but not as abnormal as before. Keeman brought the Autobots this time, with Shirley and Tang Yuan, the two generals, guarding beside them, and Bai Shadang flapping his wings in the air for reconnaissance, so Ao Junhai couldn't run away. Change again, turn on the engine sound, and don't move, Keeman instructed. That? Ao Junhai hesitated. What? That? Do I still have a chance? Ao Junhai smiled bitterly, and asked with an ugly expression. Keeman didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly, staring at Ao Junhai and panicking. Ao Junhai had asked this question before. Keeman's answer at that time was the Bureau has its own judgment. Ao Junhai asked again this time, but Keeman didn't answer. He just stared at the other person's eyes. Stare. Ao Junhai looked unnatural. I'm done with my transformation. After that, he began to transform again. When he transformed, his skin was very smooth, and his clothes fell off naturally. Then he expanded rapidly, his legs and hands turned into wheels, and his head turned into a white car head. An SUV car stood on the beach and started the engine. White sugar flew in the sky, flapping its wings from time to time, shaking off a lot of sand and falling into the sea. With the engine sound, Keeman heard that strange feeling again. Sure enough, this beach could also hear it. However, without the addition of the engine sound, the waves seemed to have no strange magic. For this reason, Keeman drove his car to the beach, without turning off the engine, to compare it with the engine sound of the Autobots. Listening to the sound of the waves again, he didn't hear any strange sound. Keeman vaguely understood that the sound of the waves needed the sound of the Autobots' engines to resonate with the waves. But Aozhenai's transformation was definitely not a one-time transformation. There must be other Autobots around him, who subtly influenced him. This person may be a relative, or it may be Aozhenai's cronies. Keeman called Captain Luo in the bureau. Thoroughly investigate Aozhenai's relatives and friends. In addition, especially those who are close to him, all car records must be checked. After hanging up the phone, Keeman looked at Aozhenai again. You didn't hide anything from us, did you? No, I've said everything I should say. Aozhenai shook his head. Then tell me if you have any strange friends or relatives. Keeman nodded. Aozhenai scratched his head. I've said everything I should say. He looked at the other side of the sea, hesitant to speak. Chapter 301. The sound of the waves in Kuming's mouth reminded Aozhenai of something. However, Kuming did not give him a chance to start a new life. Since he was not given a chance, he did not want to answer. He was going to die anyway, so why bother to speak? According to the existing laws, he would definitely be convicted of murder. Aozhenai felt that he had no chance. He had 2 lives on his shoulders, and was involved in special affairs. Kuming did not dare to answer, which indirectly verified that Aozhenai would definitely die. Aozhenai was not a very kind person. He did not have a strong sense of belonging to Koi Island. He was a thorough egoist, who always put his personal interests first. He would not easily compromise when other things blocked his own interests. Since Kuming was unwilling to give an answer that there was still a chance of survival, he did not intend to reveal the details that suddenly came to his mind. But the changes in Aozhenai's expression fell into Kuming's eyes. Kuming looked back at the light blue ocean thoughtfully, which emitted bright white highlights under the sunlight, which was very beautiful. Keeman stayed there for a long time, using his spiritual perception to quietly feel and receive the hidden information emanating from the beach. Because of the long time, Keeman took out the unknown person's fishing rod from the storage scarf. The unknown person's fishing rod has the ability to fish, and the side effect is the random loss of items. Keeman did not use it personally, because this fishing rod has not been tested, and the side effects may include personal organs and the like. Keeman looked around, looking for something to replace him to fish, and his peripheral vision swept over Aozhenai, who was hesitant to speak. Autobot Aozhenai suddenly shuddered, feeling that Keeman's eyes were very scary, as if he was doing something unspeakable. Why are you looking at me? Aozhenai is not in the shape of an SUV now. He took a step back in human form, showing his inner uneasiness. Keeman would definitely not be killed if he turned into a car and hit someone. Instead, he would be hit by a big golden retriever on the beach, which would not be worth the loss. Aozhenai was very unwilling and extremely annoyed. If the car had the ability to drive on the sea, he would definitely turn into a car, step on the accelerator to the bottom, and sneak across the sea to a free country far away. But there is no if. Keeman on the opposite side is a general of the Investigation Bureau. Through the expressions and attitudes of various investigators, he guessed that Keeman's status was very high, and he might be the illegitimate son of the director of the whale branch. Aozhenai thought maliciously, and the expression on his face was observed by Keeman again. Keeman calmly looked for other targets, and then saw white sugar, glutinous rice balls, and Shirley. It is not safe to ask them to go fishing. The side effects of this item must be tested with external objects. At this time, Keeman thought of the money ability user Galisi, and asked him to use money to get a person out to fish. Galisi is not dead yet. He was locked up by the Investigation Bureau, and was in a sealed state. He stopped thinking. When he is needed in the future, he may be called and sealed after use. He is commonly known as a tool man. Keeman did not directly answer the question of Autobot Aozhenai just now, because he thought that the other party's ending was more miserable. Apart from the death penalty, there is only one way to go, which is to act as a tool man. There is no third way to survive. Keeman retracted his gaze, thought about it again, and came up with a more reluctant idea. Let the shadow creatures control the animals to fish, so that the test can be done safely. Keeman approached Aozhenai, and when the other party shouted, "What are you doing?" Tang Yuan quickly attacked and knocked him unconscious. Keeman sent Tang Yuan to find the animals, but Tang Yuan disappeared in a flash. Tang Yuan can now travel at the speed of sound, and even break the speed of sound, which is very fast. However, There are not many animals that can meet the conditions. Most of the wild animals in Koi Island are not huge creatures. The idea is good, but there is no room for implementation. In the end, we have to ask the Investigation Bureau to assist in the test. Director Lei, who is in charge of the test, immediately mobilized the resources of the Bureau and sent a bear and a sealed shadow creature to Keeman. With the power of the bear, it is definitely possible to fish. And the shadow creature has no freedom at all in front of Keeman's shadow-grabbing hand. If they don't want to cooperate, Keeman also has a crystal scalpel to slice. Keeman waited for the bear sent by the Investigation Bureau and a shadow creature. Recently, the whole country is trying to catch members of the Shadow Stream, but the Shadow Stream members have all gone into hiding, and they probably received the information that they were completely in hiding. The shadow creature sent by the Bureau was a novice member caught in Whale City. He was not very sensible, but fortunately he had not been in the Shadow Stream for a long time, and was relatively obedient, unlike those old Shadow Stream members, who were stubborn and had to use special items to distort their minds to be obedient. The person who sent the things was Captain Luo, who used a truck to transport the bear. Captain Luo landed with the jar in his arms. This jar has the ability to seal. During the sealing period, the things inside stopped moving and could not be moved. Keeman first fished out the bear's shadow and put it in the stone for temporary storage. There is not only one shadow creature in this jar. There were several of them originally. They are all inside. If you fish out the wrong shadow, you should fish it out a few more times, Captain Luo said. The situation inside was a mix of minor-level shadows and newbie shadows. Captain Luo casually opened the seal of the wine jar. Kumeng wondered, "You opened it so directly, aren't you afraid that they will run out?" I thought Captain Luo would be more careful when opening the seal, but he opened it very casually. Everything inside can't move. Don't worry, they can't run away. Besides, don't you have you? You can catch them back. Captain Luo showed Kumeng the wine jar. It was pitch black inside, and seemed to be opaque. Kumeng fished around the mouth of the jar with his hand, thinking about the name of the new member of the Shadow Stream. There was immediately a black shadow in his hand. The shadow swam on Kumeng's palm and wanted to run out of his palm, but Kumeng shook his hand and threw it into the shadow of the bear. The bear that fell to the ground opened his eyes immediately, but his face was full of confusion. He moved his bare hands and felt a strong sense of discomfort. White sugar fell down with a puff, and a pile of sand flew down when it fell, burying the red-haired bear's face. "Name?" Keeman asked the bear. The red-haired bear showed a confused look, but opened his mouth and made a beast-like cry. Keeman could only judge by the human shadow. Looking at the shape of the shadow, it was almost the same as the shape of the photo in the file. Then Keeman looked at the wine jar again. It was pitch black inside. He fished with his hand again and found another shadow. He fished with his left hand again and found another shadow. This jar is a bit strange. The light outside will stop moving when it enters the jar. Keeman threw the shadow into the wine jar and asked carefully. As for the bear, the shadow still needs some time to adapt to the bear's body, so there is no rush. Now, Keeman is more concerned about the seal in the wine jar. The inside of this thing is pitch black and filled with a bunch of invisible shadow creatures, which makes Keeman think of the space where the big boss behind the shadow organization lives. Chapter 302. The interior of this wine jar is quite dark, and its official name is No Moving Wine Jar. Anything that falls into it is forbidden to move. Its number is 1-0122, a first-level thing, and it has a very buggy existence. We have tested it before. When a frog is put into the wine jar, the frog stops moving inside the mouth of the wine jar and floats at the mouth of the jar. Even if the wine jar is turned upside down, the frog will be fixed in its original position and will not fall over. Based on the above tests, we speculate that photons will be trapped when they enter the mouth of the jar. When photons are trapped inside and cannot move, a visual phenomenon similar to a black hole will occur, that is, after the photons enter, they will never come out. Its mouth is like a black hole, and no photons come out from it, so we see that the inside of the wine jar mouth is always the darkest color, and we can't see what's inside. At this time, Captain Luo leaned over, grabbed a domineering crab, and put it into the mouth of the wine jar that was forbidden to move. A magical scene came. As soon as the crab's big claws entered the boundary between the inside and outside of the jar, they began to hover. Captain Luo added a little more force, and pushed the crab a little bit inward, and the claws immediately entered the wine jar. The pointed end of the claws had disappeared, as if cut off by the darkness. But when Captain Luo pulled the crab out, the claws were intact. When Whale City first obtained this item, it was not so easy to test. After hundreds of tests, the Bureau defined the core function of the wine jar as internal prohibition of movement. Its prohibition of movement has limitations. If the object inserted into the interior is too long, it just connects to the world outside the jar, and outsiders can use external force to pull the long object out from inside. The people from the Bureau of Investigation locked the shadow creatures inside, which was so stable that small things could not get out once they entered. Only Keeman could grab them out with his shadow-grabbing hand. As for smashing the wine jar to get the things, it is not that no one has thought about it, but think from another angle, something that even imprisoned photons is too precious, and no one wants to smash it. In addition, because it can imprison photons, it is specially sealed as a first-level thing. The rest mass of photons is zero, and they will remain motionless after entering the wine jar. Therefore, no matter how many photons enter the wine jar, theoretically, the mass of the jar will not increase. The weighing results in reality also show that there is nothing wrong with the theoretical data of the Bureau of Investigation. After going around for a long time, Keeman finally understood the characteristics of prohibiting the movement of the wine jar in detail. After listening, Keeman confirmed one thing: this thing is not the space where the big boss behind the shadow stream is. When the big boss behind the shadow stream lives in the dark space, he can move, unlike the wine jar. However, through association, Keeman feels that the big boss behind the shadow stream may live in a similar dark space. It was pitch black over there, like an unpredictable black box. Then, Keeman looked at the red bear. The reason why the Bureau sent the red bear here was to go fishing, and before fishing, he wanted to kill time and listen to the sound of the waves. Keeman had been listening to the sound of the waves for a long time, and he didn't hear anything new. He only knew that the combination of the sound of the Autobot engine and the sound of the waves would make people feel uncomfortable. This had been speculated before, and now it was just confirmed. The Autobot Ao Jinhai had turned back into a human, and was being blindfolded, wearing earplugs, and being guarded by a special person. The red bear also grew a human shadow, and the human shadow listened to Captain Luo's request, and asked it to fish with a fishing rod. The red bear, not knowing what was going on, clumsily picked up the fishing rod sent by Keeman. When fishing, Captain Luo hung a sports backpack for the red bear, which contained a lot of unimportant and cheap sundries. If they disappeared, that would be the best thing. But if one of the bear's organs was missing, then the item would have to be classified as a dangerous item. The red bear didn't know the danger. It had become a tool of the Investigation Bureau. It was used when it was needed, and thrown into the seal when it was not needed. There was no emotion. The cold organization and inhumane management made even the red bear not know why he had to obey the orders of the Investigation Bureau. He had no freedom to survive. But he still picked up the fishing rod, which was not very smart. There was no bait on the fishing rod. The red bear didn't know if the other party was doing it on purpose. It would be the best if he couldn't catch anything. He wanted to have the mentality of the Investigation Bureau. The metal fishhook fell into the water, swam on the golden sand, and sank to the bottom of the shallow water in less than 3 seconds. This is a beach. There is no depth. It is too shallow. Red Bear felt that he could not catch anything, and was just playing around. But a few seconds later, there was a sudden pressure from the fishing rod, as if a fish was hooked. Red Bear was puzzled. There was no bait, but there was a fish hooked. This fishing rod must be a special item, the kind that will hook fish 100%. He controlled the fishing rod to pull up, and because the bear was strong, the hook line was also thrown into the air, and a strange thing was hooked. If I am not mistaken, it is a bottle. The bottle fell to the ground, and the red-haired bear had no right to watch. He could only stare with wide eyes, and wait for the new order from the Investigation Bureau. Keeman picked up the bottle, and saw a small note in the transparent soda bottle. A drifting bottle? Keeman's mind was full of question marks, but he didn't expect to hook a drifting bottle. Throw the bottle to the dog, and Tang Yuan opened the bottle cap himself, and took out the note inside. White sugar flapped its wings, and its 2 claws stopped on Tang Yuan's head. He looked down at the note Tang Yuan spread out, which read, "I hope someone will remember me next year." This drifting bottle was written unclearly, and you didn't write your name, so who would remember who you are? Keeman first checked the red-haired bear's backpack, and found that a cheap perfume bottle in the backpack had disappeared. The disappearance of the perfume bottle was not worth worrying about, and Keeman asked the red-haired bear to continue fishing. The test must be tested multiple times to avoid extreme weather conditions. After a while, the red-haired bear caught a pair of black boots with a fishing rod. The boots were emitting a rancid smell, and seemed to be useless. Keeman smelled the stench, so he used his storage scarf to take out the dark cooking pot, and threw the boots into the dark cooking pot to stew. The red-haired bear was a little hungry. The pot smelled good, attracting outsiders to eat it. As soon as the lid was lifted, the stench from all over the world gathered here. The red-haired bear's face changed. The dream of big fish and meat was instantly shattered, and billowing black smoke poured out, making it doubt its bare life. Captain Luo next to him also retreated repeatedly. The smell of this dark cooking pot was very disgusting, and even he didn't dare to get close. The red-haired bear stared at the ocean, not daring to look at the dark cooking pot, for fear that Keeman would be interested in him. Keeman looked at the red-haired bear, who seemed to be concentrating on fishing. "Do you want to eat?" The red-haired bear shook his head quickly. In order to avoid eating that dark dish, Red Bear fished seriously for several times in a row. The items in his backpack disappeared one after another. He caught some ordinary items, and some items with strange appearances. Chapter 303. Keeman and others surrounded the red-haired bear, and the dark cooking pot vibrated silently, processing the fish caught by the fishing rod or useless items. The dark cooking pot has a very broad definition of ingredients. Even if it is not meat, it can be processed into edible items, but the taste is unacceptable. Swish! A strange-shaped frog was caught by the red-haired bear, and the end of the fish hook hooked a strange creature with a big frog head on the upper body and a human body on the lower body. The moment the strange frogman was caught, the red-haired bear covered his chest, and he was in severe pain and made a bear cry, which was very miserable. The team doctor brought by Luo immediately went to the battlefield to check the red-haired bear's injuries. Keeman and Tang Yuan first dealt with the strange frog-headed man. Tang Yuan tied the frog-headed man with dog hair. Keeman took a closer look and saw that this was not a typical member of the frog club. The frog-headed man's mouth was hooked by the fish hook. Every time the fish moved, the wound would be torn, which was very painful. Tang Yuan took out the hook, and Keeman asked, "Where are you from?" The frog-headed man looked terrified, shook his head, and dared not speak. Keeman thought for a while, took out his mobile phone, and used the translation software to translate into the language of Crocodile Island. "Where are you from?" The frog-headed man understood this time. "People from the West Sea of Crocodile Island, you." Kamong used the translation software to communicate with the frog-headed man, and finally understood where the other party was from. This frog-headed man was from Baihu City, Crocodile Island. At that time, he was swimming in the ocean outside Baihu City. In order to avoid the pursuit of the local official forces of Crocodile Island, he swam in the sea. Unexpectedly, when he was not paying attention, his mouth seemed to bite something, and he was directly lifted to the surface of the water by a huge force, and came to Keeman's feet. At present, the Frog Society is being pursued by the local forces of Crocodile Island. However, the Frog Society is a large terrorist organization in Crocodile Island with many members and many connections. Many frog leaders try every means to enter the ocean and live with water, preparing to swim to other countries to develop again. This frog leader revealed the plans of the Crocodile Island Frog Society. He was scared. He had no idea of resisting the fierce man who could fish people out of the sea with a fishing rod. He just wanted to survive first. Keeman looked at Captain Luo. Captain Luo liked this kind of enemy faction with weak will the most. He would reveal shocking news after a casual interrogation. Captain Luo immediately took the person to Chenglu and asked him to take the person back for a more detailed interrogation. Then, according to the latest developments of the Frog Society, he would strictly prevent the appearance of strange people in the customs and the coastline. On the other side, the team doctor shook his head. "Heart is missing. It's not easy to save." With the result of the missing heart, the team doctor is not unable to save it, but it also costs money to use special items. To be honest, it's not worth saving an experimental bear. This round of testing had already taken risks into consideration, so the sudden death of the bear was also within everyone's calculations. What a dangerous item, Amon. Do you still dare to use it? Captain Luo looked at Keeman. To be honest, this item still has potential. Using the experimental product to keep fishing, humans may catch treasures. In addition, robots can also be used for fishing. However, it takes time to customize the fishing robot. In order to meet Keeman's requirements as soon as possible, the Bureau sent out the experimental bear as the fastest option. And it is not a good choice for shadow creatures to live in the robot's body, because the electrical energy seems to make the shadow creatures replenish their energy, and then compress the shadow to attack others. It is okay with Keeman present, but without Keeman, the danger is extremely high. Let me think about it. Keeman thought about it. He had a high resistance, and might be able to resist the fishing rod's organ deprivation power. However, nothing is absolute. Seeking stability is what Keeman has to do. There will be no shortage of sacrifices in the future, so why take risks? Fishing to obtain items is similar to Keeman's receiving sacrifices in his dreams. Since Keeman can obtain items through sacrifice, the attraction of this fishing rod to Keeman has decreased a lot. Keeman took the Autobots to several bays and listened to the combination of the Autobots' engine sounds and the waves. He confirmed that the Autobots and the waves had an effect, and then took them back to the Bureau for detention. Before detention, Keeman had thought about using another fishing rod to eliminate the Autobots' abilities. The other fishing rod is for fishing with unlimited range, but at the cost of losing a skill. The Autobots' ability to transform can definitely be classified as a skill. But Autobot Ao Jinhai is still useful now. As the only Autobot caught in the area, it is necessary to keep him alive. Unless a large number of Autobots are caught, then his value will be reduced, and then he will be punished by depriving his superpowers. Keeman thought about it, and thought that they were a perfect tool tribe. Later, the frog-headed people can also use this method to deprive them of their transformation ability. Now, Keeman's plan is even more perfect. Frog-headed people victims across the country are being sent to the neighboring Octopus City to receive sound therapy with old-fashioned recorders. Keeman has one more fishing item, which means one more treatment channel. In order to test the practicality of the new fishing rod, Keeman once again applied to his superiors to send some frog-headed people volunteers to accept the experiment of depriving their transformation ability. The relevant personnel of the Investigation Bureau listened to Keeman's request and responded immediately. We will use helicopters to transport froghead patients to you within an hour. How many patients do you need? Keeman thought about it and decided to test 10 patients first. Send 10 patients for now. The things caught by fishing may be strange objects, and they may need to be kept confidential, so it is not advisable to use too many people in the early stage of testing. Keeman walked out of the Investigation Bureau, and Captain Luo and Director Lei hurriedly followed him. Where are you going to fish, Amon? Just find a lake, or the beach, Keeman said. This round of fishing is different from the last time. This fishing rod of a famous person has no limit on the range, which means that no matter which water area you fish in, the things it fishes may be from other places. After a while, everyone came to the beach again. If you catch a big fish, it is better to fish at the beach, where the water is deep and wide. Keeman waited there for a while, but Director Lei was as anxious as a monkey. Show me that treasure. Director Lei had heard from the Bureau that this time the fishing rod had no limit to the range of fishing, but the price was to lose a part of the ability, which could be said to be a very bugged item. If an item that could suppress the continent could be caught, its evaluation level in the Bureau might become the level of zero-level things. Zero-level things are a very powerful level, often items with great influence, and cannot be made public. After a while, a military helicopter transport plane came over with a rumble and landed directly on a flat ground beside the beach. 10 froghead patients got off the plane, looking excited and nervous, wondering if the Investigation Bureau really had the method to treat froghead. Chapter 304. Can we really change back to our original appearance? The one walking in front was a frog girl with smooth skin. Her voice had been deformed. It no longer sounded like a girl, but had a little croak-like ending. Since she became a frog-headed person, her skin became smoother. She felt that her skin was too smooth, and every time she looked in the mirror, she felt that her face was wrong and should not be like that. Fear kept her awake every day. Even with a frog head, the fatigue she showed could not be covered up by the frog head. I can only try my best, but don't worry, if this doesn't work, there is a backup plan for you to change back to your original appearance, don't worry. Kuming replied. There is no 100% guarantee rate before the fishing test is successful. But the frog girl was a little more confident after hearing Kuming's guarantee. How should I croak? The frog girl asked. It's very simple. You just sit here and fish. I tell you how to do it later. Keeman instructed step by step, and the famous person's fishing rod was already on the beach. It looked black overall, with a gradient dark blue at the end, a gradient purple at the top, and the whole middle of the rod black. There was a line of foreign characters at the end of the rod that he couldn't understand. Keeman couldn't read the meaning of the characters. He only vaguely associated them with the characters of Fish Hater through observation. He didn't know if it was its real name or the title of a famous person. The frog girl sat on the folding chair, looking at the super long fishing rod in front of her feet. The fishing rod was very long, about 7 meters long. The fishing rod itself did not have the ability to fold and shrink. It was a complete wooden stick, like a branch picked from a tree, cut into a fishing rod by a knife. The fishing rod was very heavy, so heavy that the frog girl didn't even have enough strength to pick it up. Keeman temporarily lent the giant gloves on his hand to the girl. The girl didn't understand why. Could she pick up the fishing rod with the gloves on? Put it on, Keeman said. Tang Yuan rolled to the side and stared at the girl's giant gloves, guarding against her messing around. The girl listened to Keeman's instructions, put on the gloves, and picked up the famous person's fishing rod, and finally she was able to pick up the fishing rod. But the fishing rod was still very heavy. This fishing rod is so heavy. The frog girl called out, frowning her frog eyes. Start fishing, don't worry about other things, Keeman urged. Other things are irrelevant. The fishing rod is a special item with extraordinary power, so it is normal for it to be heavy. The frog girl controlled the fishing rod to raise her head and lean back, and a long fishing line with several fish hooks appeared in front of her. Don't you need to put on the bait? She asked. No, just fish directly, Keeman said. She nodded, used the giant glove to control the super long fishing rod to lift up, then swung it forward and threw it into the river. The silver fish hook flew far away with the super long silk line, and finally fell into the water with a splash. During this period, the girl felt nothing. Then what? She asked anxiously. She had to be anxious, after all, this was related to whether she could turn back into a human, and her mentality was definitely not comparable to that of a calm person like Keeman. Wait, Keeman said calmly. The frog girl could only wait, and the 9 frog men and women behind her were also waiting silently, with their eyes wide open, watching the transparent fishing line stretching into the light blue ocean, and the end entering the water caused circles of small waves. Next to Keeman, several cameras were pointed at the seaside, filming what might happen. There was no limit to the fishing range, which sounded very tempting. The Investigation Bureau also wanted to know what they would catch if there was life outside the blue star. Risks are relative. What if they caught something that destroyed the world? Actually, there is no need to worry. Keeman has not forgotten the protection of the large filter membrane of the blue star mother. If they really caught something that destroyed the blue star, the mother star would not allow that kind of thing to pass through the filter membrane of the blue star. With this layer of protection, Keeman is not worried that it will destroy the world for the time being. At this time, the celebrity's fishing rod suddenly began to shake. Buzz buzz buzz. The frog girl's hands also began to shake. It seemed that something was about to crawl out of the sea, and her hands kept shaking. She didn't shake it on purpose, but the fishing rod itself was shaking. The thing over there seemed to be a heavy big guy, and she couldn't catch it with her strength. The waves on the sea surface gradually became larger, forming a circle of small vortices. A dark fog suddenly appeared at the end of the fishing line entering the sea, circling and spinning non-stop. The frog girl used her greatest strength to lift the fishing rod up, and the strength bonus of the giant gloves was also increased to the maximum. The fishing line was taut like a string, forming a 120-degree angle with the bent fishing rod. The thing in the sea seemed to be struggling, and the frog girl had done her best. Finally, a white bone with a black tattoo poked out of the vortex of the waves, revealing only a corner of the veil. Keeman saw a nose-shaped bone similar to that of a dog, hooked by a fishhook. It must be a huge creature. The sky suddenly darkened, and there seemed to be thunder in the clouds. There was no visible pressure, like a tidal wave, pressing down along the rapid waves. Most people were shocked, their faces turned pale, their legs ached, and they fell to the ground. Keeman's body shook, and he almost fell to the ground. The next second, the skeleton monster sank back into the vortex, and with great force, it pulled down the man in the rod, and the skeleton monster disappeared in the vortex. The vortex also returned to its normal flow state, as if what happened just now had not happened. At this time, the frog girl's head quickly disappeared. Her skin was no longer so smooth, her face was no longer protruding, and her eyes were no longer big. She didn't know that she had turned back into a human, and she lay on the ground and cried in pain. The force surging from the fishing rod was so great that she couldn't even hold on for a moment, and was pulled down directly. She had clearly hooked it out of the water before. She had turned back into a girl, and was indignant on the beach, but when she calmed down, she felt scared. That bone was too scary. It hadn't even emerged from the sea yet, but it was emitting a cold breath and pressure that reminded her of death and made her feel suffocated. It's back. It really works. The 9 people behind her shouted in unison, drawing the girl's attention back to her face. I'm back? She touched her face. It wasn't slippery skin, but human facial features and human skin texture. Nose, mouth, face, eyebrows, etc., all had a familiar feel to her. It's back, it's back. The girl was in tears. She was finally back. For beauty lovers, turning into a frog-headed person is really more painful than killing her. Director Lei and Captain Luo on the side didn't look at her, but looked at the suddenly calm sea with lingering fear. There were no surging black clouds and lightning in the sky, as if it was just an illusion just now. But the investigators were highly savvy, and all thought of the word death. In other words, they had just walked through the gates of hell and came back again. What kind of monster was that thing just now? It was so scary. Director Lei touched his back and actually broke out in a little cold sweat. Just looking at the white bone monster, they felt scared. The terrifying pressure made them breathless. It should be something outside the blue planet. At this moment, Kumeng thought of the words alien creatures and creatures from other worlds. This thing is too dangerous. If we really fish it in, we may all suffer in Jinlizu. Director Lei frowned, and he would definitely be evaluated as a first-level thing. The evaluation of zero-level things is not within his authority, and he has no experience in evaluating zero-level things, so he can't make a judgment. Chapter 305. Are you still fishing? Director Lei asked. Director Lei was not sure about the upper limit of the famous person's fishing rod. Judging from the fishing just now, if the bone was allowed to go out to sea, someone would definitely die. For the sake of safety, Director Lei's opinion was to suspend the test. However, Kumeng's opinion was to continue fishing. Fishing is two-way. If you don't have the strength to pull the things over there, it can't come over. In addition, Blue Star is not without protection for us. We don't have to worry about things that are too powerful for the time being. Director Lei raised his eyebrows. The idea of Blue Star protection is very novel. He didn't expect Kumeng to put forward such a view. Do you also think that Blue Star has will? Director Lei asked in a low voice. The S-level boss in the Bureau has a study that speculates that the mother planet has will, but it is difficult to prove. It is just an intuitive feeling that the earth under your feet has the will to protect everyone. At that time, many people's spiritual knowledge was not as high as that of the S-level boss, so they naturally could not agree with this conclusion. Now Director Lei has also eaten some spiritual fruits, and his spiritual perception is very different from before, but he has not investigated this aspect because it is too difficult to prove. Keeman nodded. Blue Star is producing special items all the time. It is the biggest special item. It is not strange that it has a will. Or I would rather think it is strange that Blue Star has no will. Director Lei thought about it, and Keeman was right. Blue Star is the biggest special item. It is the source of all things on Blue Star. If the special items on Blue Star want to destroy Blue Star, the first problem is Blue Star itself. It will not let those items do that. Keeman further expressed his understanding of Blue Star's will. When Keeman was the president in his dream, he often peeked at Blue Star, so on Blue Star, Keeman was considered a human who had a very deep understanding of Blue Star. During the conversation, the second frog-headed fisherman sat on the folding chair. After seeing Keeman nod in agreement, he put on the giant gloves and picked up the famous person's fishing rod. With a strong swing, the long fish hook flew into the sky, drew a perfect arc, and fell into the sea. The fishing line moved up and down in the waves, and gradually ripples surged. The circles of lines kept rotating, and something was coming out again. Keeman waited for a while, and this fishing rod, which was not used for fishing but for other things, suddenly vibrated, as if it had hooked something. The frog-headed fisherman lifted the rod with force, and the fishing line suddenly straightened. Plop! The moment the fish hook came out of the water, a small wave was created, and the bottle full of fluorescence flew into the blue sky and landed along a perfect arc. The frog-headed fisherman quickly let go of his hand and touched his face with his left hand. He felt the dry skin and human features, and couldn't help but shed tears. Finally, I've finally turned back into a human, he cried with joy. Because he lost the ability to turn into a frog-body man, his right hand could no longer hold the fishing rod. The fishing rod shook all over and shook his hand away. The fisherman let go of his hand, but he didn't expect the fishing rod to send a strong sense of rejection. He didn't know the deep secret of the fishing rod, and looked at Keeman with a little trepidation, but saw Keeman looking at him curiously. Try to pick it up again. Keeman wanted to see how the fishing rod would reject the incapable. The famous person can only be used by the superpower, and people without skills cannot pick it up. Keeman once thought about whether breathing, speaking, vision, thinking and other things are considered skills. But seeing how the fisherman was rejected, those things probably weren't considered skills. The fisherman was as obedient as a little white mouse, picking up the famous person's fishing rod with his right hand. The right hand with the giant palm hadn't touched it yet, and it was suspended 30 centimeters above the ground, and it couldn't move any further. Strange, why can't I reach down? he murmured. The fisherman changed his position and reached down again, but his right hand couldn't reach down either, as if there was a layer of air wall blocking his hand, and he couldn't reach down any further. Next one. After seeing the ending, Keeman immediately waved his hand and called the next fisherman. Then Keeman walked over to the bottle that had just been caught, and there was also a note in the bottle. This alerted Keeman, as if he had seen this thing before. He opened the bottle cap and took out the note inside, which read, "Will you remember me?" The text was the common language of Koi Island, and Keeman could understand it. Director Lay also came over. "Hey, this handwriting is very similar to the handwriting of another drifting bottle." Director Lay immediately took out what he had caught with another fishing rod, which was also a small bottle, and the paper inside was made of the same material as the paper in Keeman's hand. The handwriting style was also similar, and it was from the same person. Keeman nodded. This was indeed an unexpected discovery. 2 drifting bottles, caught with different fishing rods. Keeman felt it was too coincidental. Are there really such coincidences in this world? Then the third patient's fishing item also went out to sea, and it was another mineral water bottle. Keeman quickly stepped forward and picked up the bottle. There was a white paper note in the bottle, and when he spread out the note, Keeman felt puzzled. It was written on it, "Looking for a destined person." The 4th time fishing, another bottle was caught. This time Director Lay also paid great attention to it. How could he catch a bottle for the 4th time? It was a bit weird. It stands to reason that this fishing rod, with no range limit, should be very powerful. How could a drifting bottle thrown by an unknown person have a relationship with Keeman one after another? Don't open the bottle first, use a cat to see, there must be something strange about the bottle, Director Lay said. Keeman's spirit did not sound an alarm, but Director Lay mentioned the cat, and Keeman suddenly felt that it made sense. Director Lay took out a small pendant, which looked like a miniature 3D house, and lent it to Keeman. This is a temporary house. You can go in and use the cat. The house has a barrier function to seal the spirit. In addition, it is not expensive. You can exchange it with contribution points. Director Lay said bluntly. This is a 6th level thing, and the serial number is 6 to 3324. Keeman took the small pendant, and could feel the power contained in this small house pendant. The side effect is losing money. You will lose a certain amount of banknotes every time you stay here. If you don't have banknotes, it can't be used. Director Lay said, as he handed Keeman a few hundred yuan in banknotes, to avoid the embarrassment of Keeman not having banknotes. Keeman had banknotes on him, but the amount was not large. All the money was in the bank. He took the banknotes handed over by Director Lay and squeezed the temporary house pendant. The temporary house quickly grew larger and turned into a 25 square meter small house on the ground. Keeman entered the small house. It was really a temporary house with only one window and one door. He closed the curtains and the door, and all the sounds outside disappeared. Shirley stood outside the door to guard, and Tang Yuan stayed inside. Keeman put the 4 bottles on the flat ground and immediately sacrificed the big-faced cat. After a while of staring at him, strange knowledge has increased. Keeman was slightly moved. These bottles are indeed strange things. Chapter 306. Someone's drifting bottle X4. This is a drifting bottle carrying someone's obsession. Has secret attributes and functions? The knowledge of the big-faced cat was directly instilled into Keeman's brain, and 3 question marks also appeared in the form of knowledge in his brain. Keeman didn't expect that this was really a special item. The reason why his spirituality didn't send out any warning was because of the secret attribute, which blocked the outside world's perception of it. The secret attribute has strengths and weaknesses. With the strength of the big-faced cat, it can be known that it carries obsession, but the function is unknown and cannot be detected. Then comes the second knowledge. A temporary house for those who love money. Randomly lose money and build a house on the spot. Has the function of isolating perception, but the strength is limited. This knowledge is the house under your feet, no problem. The focus is still on the bottle. The big-faced cat did not give any information about the note, and it is estimated that the problem still comes from the bottle, which has secret attributes. After Keeman took the note out of the bottle, he looked at the big-faced cat again. This time, I finally got some new knowledge. Notes. Common materials, but it carries someone's obsession. Keeman frowned and spread out the notes in order. The first one, I hope someone will remember me next year. The second one, will you remember me? The third one, find someone with a destiny. The fourth one is the bottle that Keeman just got. Opening the note, it clearly says, you picked up the bottle, you were my destiny. Seeing this line of words, Keeman just thought it was nonsense. But from the perspective of synesthesia, Keeman did have a connection with the bottle that the other party dropped. It's just that this connection is quite vague and distant in terms of space and time, and has uncertainty. Even if you can sense Cthulhu as a telepath, the information is not comprehensive, and it is difficult to sense comprehensive information. Keeman put away the big-faced cat, walked out of the temporary house, and saw the 5th bottle lying on the beach. Director Lay did not pick up the bottle, but stopped the next fisherman and waited for Keeman to come out before making a decision. Keeman's expression did not change, and he picked up the bottle. "I come to you." These 4 words made people feel depressed. Director Lay saw it and immediately decided to call the top management of the Investigation Bureau to report that the situation was serious. "You can't fish anymore, Amon," Director Lay said seriously. "I guess this is a ghost-related item. If it gets entangled with you, it will keep chasing you." "Did I guess it right?" "What did the cat say?" Director Lay asked in a low voice. "The 10 patients on the scene will do memory erasure work afterwards." After all, they saw Keeman helping them deal with the disappearance of the frog head. It is related to confidentiality and must be handled. Director Lay mentioned the cat, and he was not afraid of them hearing it. Keeman walked to the beach and told Director Lay, "The bottle has a secret attribute, and the big-faced cat cannot detect it, but one thing can be confirmed, the note is an item with obsession attribute." Obsession. That should be an item of the Vengeful Spirit system. You can plug in angel wings to charge it. The Vengeful Spirit system is afraid of this kind of thing. Director Lay paused. "In addition, we will transfer a batch of light items to help you calm your house." In the eyes of outsiders, Director Lay may be making a big fuss. But Director Lay is not stupid. The fishing range of the celebrity fishing rod extends to the land outside the blue planet, and in terms of ability, it should be able to be linked to zero-level things. When an item that can interfere with the fishing rod of celebrities appears in front of Keeman again and again, the crisis must be high. At least it is the level of a zero-level item, and vigilance cannot be relaxed. Keeman finished the test of the day and returned to the Investigation Bureau. He experienced baptism in the Holy Light room and took out the angel wings from the storage scarf and put on the wings. At this moment, white feather wings grew behind Keeman, and a circle of angel rings with the brightness of fluorescent lights appeared on his head. Holy light appeared on Keeman's body. The light in the Holy Light room seemed to have found its owner and flowed around Keeman. However, this had no effect on the 5 notes in the bottle. There is no black resentment, nor any malice. Why is this happening? Director Lay and the director both sat in the room, wearing sunglasses to observe the white note. There was no strange feeling at all. It seemed really ordinary. But everyone knows that the big-faced cat said that the note has obsession, so the note must have obsession. The Bureau used various means to detect, but could not find anything unusual about the note. While the Bureau was in a state of panic, the investigation of the car man Ao Zhenhai by the Bureau made new progress. Ao Zhenhai has many cars under his name, but one of them was stolen, and the theft happened exactly 1 month ago. This is the information of that car. Captain Luo entered the Holy Light room, enjoyed the baptism of the Holy Light, and handed over the investigation documents for this time. It was an orange high-chassis off-road vehicle with a very tough body style. According to Ao Zhenhai's account, the car was a gift from his parents when they went out to sea to do car business the year before last, and it was worth more than 3 million yuan. Ao Zhenhai did not expect that the off-road vehicle would be stolen. It was usually parked at the beach villa, and he would go there to ride the off-road vehicle to the suburbs for off-roading when he was on vacation. In short, the car has been missing for a month. Captain Luo said, "The traffic police have retrieved the traffic surveillance near the time when the car last disappeared, but the success rate is not high. We highly suspect that the car is an Autobot, and it can transform into a human to escape surveillance." Keeman also nodded. This is the most difficult part. Autobots can transform into cars, and can also transform back into humans. As for the clothes when the Autobots transform, this is not a problem. When transforming, just roll the clothes into the seat inside the car. When the car turns back into a human, the clothes can be squeezed out, and put on the clothes, and you will be a brave man again. I watched the surveillance. Anyway, there's nothing to do, Keeman said. Feeling that the Investigation Bureau is safer, Keeman stayed in the Investigation Bureau. When sleeping, you can select the size of the sacrifice in your dreams, so he doesn't worry about the area of the Investigation Bureau. On the Investigation Bureau's side, the S-level member Bandage Man was sent to fly over again to strengthen the protection of the whale branch. Keeman asked the Investigation Bureau for a surveillance video from a month ago, focusing on the traffic surveillance video of the road section near Ao Zhenhai's villa, and read it quickly by fast-forwarding. If a human who might be suspected of being an Autobot appeared on the screen, Keeman believed that his spirituality would be alerted. The picture was fast-forwarded, with at least hundreds of frames flashing every second. The eyeballs passively accepted the compressed dense information, and the brain silently felt it. Others are also doing this. Thanks to the spiritual fruit, there are many high spiritual knowledge personnel in the Bureau. Keeman started to read it from the beginning, but he was not as fast as those who started reading the video first. He had just read 1/3 of it when Captain Liu reported new progress. Amon, an investigator, saw an abnormal person, the first video of the C file, the intersection of the 3rd Street, at 12:01 in the daytime. You check it. Chapter 307. Kamong has seen a movie in which the protagonist watches the surveillance video at the speed of light. His brain is like a computer, quickly memorizing all the suspicious people, vehicles, and other information in the surveillance video, and quickly analyzing the suspicious points. At the Investigation Bureau, the high spiritual aware personnel watch the surveillance at the speed of light. When countless images are filtered in the brain, the spiritual perception will issue a subtle warning. Kamong switched to the surveillance of the C file, and switched to the intersection of the 3rd Street at 12:01 in the daytime. The picture instantly jumped to the pedestrian intersection, where a child wearing a mask was riding a shared battery car. The boy is not tall. The ratio of the battery car to the child's height is about 1.4 meters, like a junior high school student, or an elementary school student. So young, Keeman blurted out. It's no wonder that Keeman was surprised, but the little boy in the surveillance video is indeed very immature. No one who sees it will think it is related to a special criminal case. In the video, the little boy was wearing a red cap, a red short shirt, red shorts, and a blue and white medical mask, waiting for the pedestrian light to pass on the side of the road. Until the green light came on, he rode the shared electric bike and swayed away. Then Keeman switched the surveillance videos that could see him on this road, and followed 5 videos along the way, and that vague feeling came over him. Looking at the boy on the electric bike in the video, Keeman seemed to see a red car riding on the electric bike, and the electric bike gave people a feeling of licking a dog, and it seemed to be unlocked automatically. Is there any specific consumption record of this shared electric bike in the history record of the app? Keeman asked the investigator next to him. This is the computer reading room, which is used to view some confidential files in the Investigation Bureau, or to open internal live broadcasts. The investigator with a passerby face received it, and immediately contacted the Divine Beast on the internet. Keeman took a look, and curiosity surged, and he turned his head to watch the chat between the investigator and the Divine Beast on the internet. Whale branch number 09. Please investigate the serial number of the battery car that appeared at 12:01 in the surveillance video, and check his consumption records and location. File is being sent, please accept. The investigator clicked to accept, and it was accepted in less than a second. He opened the document and browsed it quickly. The whole process took less than a second, and the reply was almost instantaneous. In Keeman's opinion, this Divine Beast seems to be the super artificial intelligence of Koi Island, monitoring global network information, processing it quickly, and processing it in advance. Compared with the top artificial intelligence on Orange Star, who is stronger and who is weaker, Keeman doesn't know either. At present, there are many artificial intelligences on Orange Star that secretly serve Cthulhu, but there is still no trace of the artificial intelligence Orange Mother. It seems to be hiding, with other intentions. Or maybe it doesn't dream, and has never entered the dream world. This network beast, could its body be a supercomputer? Kamong couldn't help but make further associations, and his mind vaguely had a concept, remembering some supercomputer news he had read before. If the body is a supercomputer, can it leave that supercomputer and enter a server in another country? Kamong is not sure, and will ask Director Lei another day. If this is not a top-level confidential matter, you should be able to tell Kamong. Before 12 o'clock, there was a consumption record, but the writer was not a suspicious person. There was no consumption record after 12 o'clock, not even a record of unlocking the shared bicycle. The battery bike is very likely to cancel the operation of uploading local data and drive itself. The investigator read it quickly, but Keeman had already seen it, and after reading it, he began to think about the next investigation plan. To be honest, this Autobot is very important, and may uncover a shocking case. Just like the Frog Society at the beginning, the Shadow Stream people deliberately possessed Khaleesi, causing Khaleesi to act like a traitor, exposing the Frog Society under the eyes of the Investigation Bureau, and then allowing the Investigation Bureau to investigate step by step and find out the situation of the Frog Society's transnational crime. Of course, the Shadow Stream organization also took advantage of the Frog Society's popularity, and successfully allowed the Shadow Stream members of Koi Island to lurk smoothly, and they could no longer find their little tails. So is this the second round of traitor diversion initiated by the Shadow Stream organization? It's really hard to say. Keeman had this idea in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. The characteristics of the members of the Shadow Stream organization are too hidden. They can transfer, become someone else's shadow, and control the will of others. They are natural traitors. Keeman had a vague intuition. Any organization that does not have the means to detect shadow creatures may have traitors from the Shadow Stream. The detection method of the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau is not aimed at shadow creatures, but directly detects from thinking patterns, thought fluctuations, and other means. It is a tricky way to restrain Shadow Stream members. The detection of the Investigation Bureau is limited by region. It is only limited by the size of the region of the Investigation Bureau. It is useless to build it larger. Keeman carefully tracked the little boy's path. He only appeared in the surveillance video 10 times. After 10 times, he disappeared in the road section without surveillance. No one knew where he went. The last time he disappeared was in the road section in the West District of Wales City. There was a small road there that could bypass the surveillance and reach the nearby villages and towns. Once entering the villages and towns, the number of surveillance cameras decreased sharply. With its ability, it should be able to bypass them completely. These 10 intersections are all unavoidable surveillance sections, but that is when riding a bicycle. Since he can turn into a human form, there are some places where he can walk, jump, and crawl with a human body. Keeman analyzed. The problem is that this surveillance video is a month's video. The passerby face investigator next to him frowned. If we go to investigate now, the person will have run away long ago. Indeed, if we go to investigate now, the person will have run away long ago. But Keeman didn't want to give up and struggled again. With the network beast here, it would be a loss if we didn't use its terrifying computing power. Can I chat with the beast? Keeman asked. Sure, open the chat software on your machine. Each machine has a chat entry with the beast master. The passerby said. This passerby investigator is a C-level investigator in the bureau, but compared to Keeman, he is not very familiar with him, and is just a passerby. Thank you. Keeman clicked on the chat software, and found the chat entry with 3 mysterious symbols. Well, branch number 10 machine, can you conduct a big data search based on face recognition? Search the surveillance videos of the entire Koi continent. If nothing is found, invade the surveillance videos of other continents. It was the first time for Keeman to chat with the online beast, and his face was apprehensive. But he turned around and thought, why should he be nervous? The other party is an online beast, and it cannot jump out along the network cable to block Keeman's body in reality. Chapter 308. The amount of calculation is too large. You need to wait for a while. In addition, please apply to the Superior Department for permission to access the entire continent, otherwise you will not be able to access the data of the entire continent. The beast meant that Kumeng's request was too large and needed approval from the relevant departments in reality. The beast's answer surprised Kumeng very much. The network beast needed approval from the Superior to access the entire continent. In Kumeng's mind, the network beast has dominated the global internet and walked freely on the internet as if it were in a no man's land. The beast is out of control, and the network of Koi Island is uncontrollable. From another perspective, the network of the entire continent cannot stop it from going crazy. What can the Investigation Bureau do to prevent the network beast from going crazy? As long as the surveillance videos of the entire continent are connected to the internet, these are walls that can be bypassed in front of digital life. According to Kumeng's understanding, in order to cooperate with the high-speed operation of the national informatization of the beast, traffic monitoring in various places is connected to the internet. With the divine beast, no hacker can invade the network of Koi Island, so Koi Island is very bold. It connects to the internet whenever possible to facilitate the collection of big data and speed up efficiency. Foreign hackers were the first to discover that there was a problem with the Koi Island network. They wanted to steal confidential files, and they did steal them easily. But the data inside was all expired data or forged virtual files, which made people vomit blood. After a boss in a gray area placed an order, he got expired data to do something, but was cheated and angrily demanded a refund. With more and more people complaining, hackers also found that all the data of Koi Island was either expired or forged, without any timeliness and accuracy. With more ways to go, hackers around the world have recognized the reality. There must be a mastermind behind the scenes in the Koi Island network, ruling the entire network information security of Koi Island. Terrible. The topic has gone off topic again. Keeman looked at the 3 mysterious star symbols in front of the computer again, and fell into deep thought. It seems unnecessary to apply for the all-continent access permission. It wastes the processing efficiency of artificial intelligence. The time for application is enough for it to do many things. Keeman thought about it, and only thought of limiting power. With the speed of real-time processing of the beast on the internet, it can instantly overturn those walls and integrate all data. No way, no way, the Investigation Bureau really wastes the efficiency of the beast in this matter? What surprised Keeman was the attitude of the network beast. It really abided by the rules set by the Investigation Bureau. Even if it was just a superficial act, the consciousness of the network beast was very powerful. The wasted time has really passed, and Keeman cannot stop it. If the Bureau of Investigation does not have the means to restrict the internet beasts, it is really inappropriate to do so. The relationship between the two is as fragile as a piece of paper. If one side changes its mind, the paper window will be broken with a poke. If humans change their minds, will the internet beasts with intelligence accept their fate? If the internet beasts change their minds, how can humans resist? Keeman took out his mobile phone and wanted to ask Director Lay, but considering that the online chat may also be monitored by the other party, he changed it to an application for a continent-wide review, then put down the phone and wait until they meet to ask in person. After a while, the application for a continent-wide review was approved. Please wait for a while. Keeman looked at the vague answer of the internet beast and secretly remembered this feature. Digital life is so rigorous that if it gives a vague time answer instead of an answer accurate to milliseconds, it may be accustomed to the human concept of timekeeping. After a while, Director Lake came to the electronic reading room. A continent-wide review? This is really a big project. Director Lay smiled and sat next to Keeman. How long will it take? It will take about 1 or 2 hours to review Koi Island. After all, the data is too large. Director Lay shook his head. So fast? Keeman was surprised. The data of a continent is as huge as an astronomical figure. The processing speed of the network beast is much better than Keeman imagined. This includes image recognition and face recognition. It has to be compared frame by frame. The workload is so huge that it is definitely not something that can be completed by human review. If there is no artificial intelligence, the little boy Autobot can walk sideways in Koi Island. The rest of the time can only be slowly weighted. Keeman still remembers the warning given by the mineral water bottle. When will you come to me? Keeman murmured. Keeman took out the mineral water bottle from the storage scarf and looked at its body carefully. It had no wrapping paper, as if it had been torn off. The mineral water bottle was curved on the top, fat in the middle, and curved on the bottom, with a round mark in the middle. The bottle cap was orange-red. Keeman wanted to find out which brand of soda bottle. It was based on the shape of the bottle. Keeman took the bottle to the scanner attached to the computer room and scanned the bottle with the scanner. The scanner of the Investigation Bureau is not simple. It is a level 6 thing in itself, with the function of scanning and automatic modeling. The side effect is that it needs to eat meat when scanning. The technical supervisor at the side fed the meat to the scanner, and it automatically opened its big mouth and swallowed the meat. The technician clicked the retrieve button to pull out the 3D model of the mineral water bottle. Every angle of the bottle, every bump, every circle of thread, etc., are presented on the screen with extremely detailed data. Just put it into the big data comparison. There are many photos of mineral water bottles on the internet. Through its shape comparison, the corresponding manufacturer can be found quickly. After a while, the data came out. A manufacturer called Orange Soda was released. The manufacturer's name is Orange Soda, which is simple and crude. This is a company that stopped production 10 years ago. Some enthusiasts collected soda bottles produced by this soda factory and posted them on the internet. They were retrieved by big data and were 99.9% similar in shape. The technician retrieved the survey results. There is no 100% similarity, because every product cannot avoid subtle differences in accuracy, so 99.9% is basically certain that it is a product of the same manufacturer. It's actually a company that went bankrupt 10 years ago. Could this special item have been created 10 years ago? Director Lay was surprised. It's no wonder that he made such a judgment, because this item is really incredible. It can actually interfere with the fishing rod of celebrities, and appear in front of Kuming one after another, so the judgment that it was created 10 years ago is not invalid. As for the fact that the fishing rod of celebrities caught a white bone monster in the first round, not a soda bottle, Director Lay also thought of a reason. It is possible that the fishing rod has a judgment every time it fishes. The first time it caught a white bone monster, the soda bottle wanted to interfere and replace it, but its ability was not as strong as the white bone monster, and the interference was ineffective. So the first time it was a white bone monster. The second, third, fourth, and fifth times, it is possible that the item is not strong enough and was successfully interfered and replaced by the soda bottle. Chapter 309. While Director Lei was thinking about the fishing rod model, Kunming was already browsing the information of the old soda factory. The brand name of this soda manufacturer is Orange Soda, and it has 5 soda products, all of which are curved at the top, fat in the middle, and curved at the bottom, with a round mark engraved in the middle. This mark is the brand logo of the manufacturer, which is round in shape, with a long stick erected on the round head, and a leaf growing on the stick head. The orange-red bottle cap is the original orange flavor, and the other color bottle caps are red, white, blue, and green. The pure red cap is watermelon flavor, the white cap is lychee flavor, the blue is blueberry flavor, and the green is kiwi flavor. Director Lei looked over and concentrated. The original address of this manufacturer is located in Octopus City, a coastal city in Koi Island. Its business scope is mainly concentrated in Octopus City, and secondly, it has cooperative units in Whale and nearby cities. However, it closed down after less than a year because it couldn't sell its products, its cash flow was in a state of emergency, it couldn't get a loan, and its assets were all mortgaged to the bank. It couldn't survive, and had to go bankrupt and liquidate. Keeman looked at this, and made a preliminary judgment in his mind. It should be an item born in Blue Star. As long as it is not an item from the outside world, it's easy to say. The items from the outside world are full of uncertainty, and the power contained may be a power that Keeman can't bear, so be careful and cautious. Take Keeman's sacrifice mode as an example. The higher the level of the area, the stronger the items produced, and Keeman's own resistance may not be able to withstand the attack. In the final analysis, resistance must be improved. You can't be lazy just because the items around you can't break the defense, Keeman thought, and started making videos. He made videos directly at the investigation bureau. The materials were all live fishing scenes. While doing it, he was thinking about what he could do with these materials. After a while, Keeman thought of a wonderful fishing method, but he needed official assistance. In these materials, most of the shots were played by Red Bear, who later lost his heart, proving the danger of unknown person's fishing rod, and that the moving object might be an organ. In order to be safe, Keeman did not fish himself at that time. Anyway, he had believers offering sacrifices every day, and he could pick and choose. Why bother to cut it the unknown fishing method, right? After editing, upload it to Bilibili and pass the review quickly. Keeman now has a lot of fans. After posting, log into the user end to see the number of online viewers. The current number of online viewers is 368. 1 minute later, the number of online viewers of the video reached 3,000. 1 minute later, it became 5,000 online. Every minute, a large number of fans will be added online. Keeman put the video there, and come back to watch it later. Videos with barrage are good. Keeman hooked his finger at Director Lei, who was full of questions, not knowing what Keeman was up to, and followed him to the toilet. In the toilet, Keeman looked around, and opened each toilet door in turn. After making sure that no one was inside, he turned to look at Director Lei. Director Lei was frightened by being looked at, and seemed to think of something bad. Just say it if you have something to say. Why are you pulling me to the toilet? Ask you a question. Keeman coughed, and slapped Tang Yuan again, pointing it at the door, and asking it to watch the door. Tang Yuan rolled over directly. As an elite monster, it could shake off even fine sand, and the dust in the toilet. It is worth mentioning that the toilet of the Investigation Bureau is very clean, the floor is not stagnant, and it is bright and smooth. Ask it. Director Lei said seriously, ready to fight. Is the internet beast a supercomputer in reality? Kunming asked. Director Lei showed a strange look. It turned out to be this question. I don't know what you are talking about. After all, it is quite confidential. You should ask the director. Director Lei is an A-level member, but not all A-level members know the secrets. Sitting in the position of the director, you can know some confidential information that A-level members don't know. Kunming thought about it, and Director Lei was right. Director Lei was only the director of the test area of the Whale branch, in charge of testing behavior, and occasionally participated in investigations or duty. But I agree with your idea, but it's useless to agree with it. You should ask the director. Director Lei also felt that the internet beast was mutated from a supercomputer, with extraordinary power added, explosive computing capacity, and humanized thinking. Once it entered the internet, it turned into a dragon, stirring up the wind and rain, and mastered the internet. Kunming nodded. This matter can only be put aside for the time being. The next time he meets Director Wu, he will ask him when he remembers it. The two left the toilet, and returned to the electronic reading room. At this moment, the number of views of Kumeng's video has exceeded 100,000, and it is still rising, and the number of online viewers has reached 10,000. It has only been a short time since he left, and there are so many clicks. Kumeng does not have a clear understanding of his own popularity. Because after that string of numbers, Kumeng has no feeling. The increase in fans was very slow in the early stage, and it was impossible to increase it slower in the later stage. With official certification and the endless strange items in the video, Kumeng's account has gradually become one of the recognized special science popularization up hosts in society. Video name: Take the Bear Fishing Today. At the beginning of the video, a silly red-haired bear appeared, with 2 round eyes, thick arms and big thick legs. The red-haired bear's belly is full. That's not fat, it's strong. But netizens' focus is obviously elsewhere. Turtle, this bear has a human shadow. Really? Surprise! The netizens' barrage of comments exploded. Although there were not enough barrages during this period, they also occupied 1/3 of the screen. This barrage ratio is just right for Keeman. 1/3 is very comfortable, and 1/4 is not bad. At this time, Keeman's voiceover sounded in the video. Since this recording was in a hurry, I won't make a separate opening statement. Today I'm taking a bear fishing to try out what delicious fish I can catch with my new fishing rod. No, where's your friend? Did you swallow him, up host? I have a friend, Red Bear. You see, up host didn't say a catchphrase, but everything is self-evident. Great. Enterprise-level understanding. Keeman outside the screen was speechless. This even involved a friend. At this time, the red bear on the screen began to move, with a humanized expression on his face. It walked with a slow pace, like a big fool, and Captain Luo put a backpack on it. Captain Luo's face was mosaic to protect privacy. Red Bear clumsily picked up the fishing rod and found that there was no bait. He didn't know why, but he still cast the hook. This process was seen by netizens. This bear is so spiritual, its expression is so human. Am I the only one who noticed that the human shadow also seemed to smile? A bear that has grown into a human shadow is so creepy. At this time, Keeman's voiceover began to popularize science. In this world, there is an organization called Shadow Stream, whose members are all shadow creatures that can parasitize on the shadows of others. For example, this bear is a completely parasitic member of Shadow Stream. It has become the shadow of the bear, and has absolute control over its body. Keeman's ordinary voice seemed to be saying something very normal, but the audience felt creepy after listening to it. Chapter 310. Sounds so creepy. Oh my god, I thought it was funny before. I thought it was a special effect deliberately made by the up host, but I didn't expect it to be a real figure. No way, no way. Now there are still people who think that the up host is fooling people with video special effects. Is it not okay to mix video special effects with the effects of special items? It's funny. In the video, Keeman's calm tone did not change, and he continued to explain the information of the Shadow Organization, giving the public a superficial understanding of the Shadow Organization. The Shadow Stream Organization is spread all over the world. According to our understanding, many people have been corrupted by Shadow Stream members. It is possible that one of your family members has a Shadow Stream member living with him. By the way, when Shadow Stream members invade a new host, they often fall asleep for a period of time. Generally speaking, when they invade for the first time, the host will also fall asleep for several hours, and then the host will wake up, and the shadow creature will sleep in your shadow for at least 1 week. Old member shadow creatures may shorten the sleeping time. If you find that your friends, family, etc. suddenly have a period of sleep-eating experience, don't panic. When the shadow creatures invade for the first time, they can't do anything to you, and they can't violate the sleeping law. Just bring people to the investigation bureau for a turn and let the investigators take a look. There is no need for complicated steps, and people can leave if they are fine. Kmon explained the sleeping law of Shadow Stream members, but this law does not work when they are parasitic and have no shadow creatures. In other words, if the shadow of the creature is not on the body, or it is taken away by someone, the shadow creature can avoid the sleeping period when it enters the host again. But it cannot leave the body either, and can only be caught by the special ability to grab shadows. Keeman did not mention the details of the ability to grab shadows, because this video is for the audience. As long as the members of the Shadow Stream are not isolated from the internet, they will basically watch this kind of Shadow Stream popular science videos from various channels. After thinking about it, what the up host said is a bit scary. My daughter slept for half a day during class yesterday. The teacher called me and asked me to carry her home. She slept too deeply and could not be woken up no matter how I called her. She didn't wake up until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Brother, take your daughter to the investigation bureau quickly. So, I'm a little sleepy recently. The UP popular science, like this feels that it will add a lot of popular science pressure to the investigation bureau. Won't the investigation bureau be paralyzed? The investigation bureau has also considered the concerns of netizens. Recently, the investigation bureau has recruited some social personnel with medium and high spiritual knowledge from various places to join the investigation bureau, and special universities have officially started in some cities. Keeman side, the Whale Branch campus has also been initially built, recruiting new students to enroll, preparing to learn theory for 1 year, and intern at the investigation bureau for 3 years. Those who learn quickly can apply for early internship. The current staff of the investigation bureau is sufficient for the time being, and it is far from being paralyzed as people worry. Moreover, the inspection mechanism is also very simple. The investigators take sunglasses and take a look at whether there is gray gas, black gas, etc. on the top of the person's head. For humans with black smoke, use lighting objects to carefully illuminate the shadow. The problematic shadow will definitely split or scream. The inspection can be completed with a glance. It is simple and fast, and it will not block the investigation bureau. After Keeman explained the dangers of the shadow organization, he began to explain today's protagonist, the fishing rod. This is an unknown person's fishing rod, which is limited to the water area and cannot cross the border. The first time, a bottle was caught. However, the bottle was mosaicked in the video. It was a very hardcore mosaic, completely black, covering all the features, with only 2 white words on it, bottle. Where? Why is it mosaicked? I always feel that it is something that cannot be seen by others, otherwise why is it mosaicked? Keeman picked it up, looked at it, and asked Red Bear to continue fishing. The thing just now was a bottle, and it is not public for some reason. I understand. Some things can affect us across the screen, I understand. The audience expressed understanding. After all, the visual effects of the flawless sword, dark cuisine, and other things before broke through the dimensional wall, and were transmitted to the audience through the screen. It was amazing. In the camera, Red Bear's backpack was captured. A perfume bottle is missing, but it doesn't matter, the test continues. The second time, the stinky boots were caught, and another item was missing from Red Bear's backpack. Netizens laughed. This fishing rod is really a live treasure, exchanging things for things. I just want to know if the stinky boots are special items. After all, the first one has been confirmed to be something that cannot be revealed, and the second one should also be a special item, but the confidentiality level is very low. The previous divine prophecy, the UP really took out the dark cooking pot. If it is not a special item, there is no need to take the dark cooking pot. As the video shows, Keeman took out the dark cooking pot, and put the boots into the dark cooking pot to stew it. Here, Keeman is mainly curious about what the things caught in the sea will become when stewed into dark dishes. Secondly, the things caught by the fishing rod are full of uncertainty. These worthless items are useless. Keeman uses the dark cooking pot to deal with the waste, and then feeds it to the big-faced cat. His calculations are very sophisticated. However, the audience on the screen do not know that Keeman has thought of the idea of dealing with the waste for the big-faced cat. Everyone stays at the first level and thinks that Keeman cooks all kinds of things in a pot just to prove its specialness. After a while, everyone saw the red-haired bear swallowing his saliva, looking askance at the dark cooking pot. It will definitely doubt its life as a bear. It's gone, the dark cooking pot is about to be opened. Bullet screen protection. For a while, a large number of bullet screens appeared on the screen, filling the entire screen. Keeman let the bullet screen go with the flow before, and there were not many people watching at the time. But when it came to the dark cooking opening stage, it still caused the bullet screen to explode. In the previous video, Keeman found that when it came to the dark cooking segment, the number of bullet screens dropped sharply. Because they just smelled the smell and saw the horrible image, and they were so scared that they didn't even have the ability to type barrages. They didn't even want to touch the computer keyboard or the mobile phone, and stayed away from the screen. Now that the dark cooking pot has appeared on screen many times, the audience has already developed a certain ability to withstand pressure. They endured the nausea in their hearts and typed barrages frantically to protect the screen. However, the massive barrages only lasted for a few seconds. The terrifying black objects, the twisted and indescribable things, made people's scalps numb, their legs clamped, and their whole bodies trembled. Some people smelled the extremely stench and fainted directly. It was like the smell of stinky boots that had not been washed for 100 years, magnified 1,000 times, and slowly floated out in front of the screen. Many people couldn't stand the pressure, and even lost the mood to type barrages, and the number of barrages decreased again. It can be seen that in order to face the disgusting feeling conveyed by the dark cuisine, netizens still need to continue to strengthen their will. Chapter 311. Terrible Dark Cuisine. Fortunately, this video is not long. When Keeman asked the red-haired bear if he wanted to eat the dark cuisine, his face changed drastically, and he shook his head very diligently. Netizens saw how calm Keeman was in the video, and then looked at their own reactions. It was really a world of difference. The up-host is really awesome. He didn't change his face in front of the dark cuisine. Fuck, how can he be so calm in front of the dark cuisine pot? Is the up-host really a human? After experiencing the smell of dark cuisine, the red-haired bear seemed very well behaved. The things caught later were basically some garbage. And the red-haired bear also fell to the ground with his heart covered during the last fishing. Because of its fall, the frog-headed man who had just been caught also attracted the attention of netizens. Keeman's voiceover: "This fishing rod is not perfect, and organs may be lost occasionally. If you have similar items, please do not test it rashly, as you may lose your life." By the way, the frog-headed man just caught is from the other side of the ocean, Crocodile Island. The following is information that can be made public. Please listen carefully. The following is a video of the interrogation of the Frog Society members, and part of the interrogation content has been released. When making the video, Keeman was in the computer room and asked the director to release the latest developments of the Frog Society to alert people around the world. The Special Affairs Investigation Bureau does not have the spare power to intervene in other people's national affairs, but the Frog Society is a global cancer, and any incident in any country will have a greater or lesser impact on other countries. By making the news public, other countries will also be wary of the Frog Society members crossing the sea, which can reduce the survival rate of Frog Society members. Frog Society members, everyone should be punished. This is the message conveyed by Keeman. By the way, the Shadow Stream organization was exposed by Keeman, so that everyone can pay attention to these two terrorist organizations. Some netizens who skipped the dark cooking pot segment were very surprised after watching the interrogation part. The frog-headed people from Crocodile Island actually want to swim across the sea. The idea is too bold. It feels like the customs has become air, and they can't stop them. If the Frog Society people can really cross the sea, they can find a corner to land, and our Koi Island is surrounded by the sea and has a long coastline, so they can't be defended at all. Every continent is surrounded by land and sea, with a long coastline, and it is impossible to prevent the Frog Society people from crossing the sea and landing. Netizens are really terrible, and they wish the Frog Society people would be extinct soon. Outside Koi Island, many frog-headed people were shouted and shot. In fact, many frog-headed people are innocent victims. They are not pure members of the Frog Society. They are not bad at heart. As long as they are guided a little, they can get back on track. In addition, our investigation bureau has begun to initially open a channel for foreign friends to treat frog mutation. Those who are interested can call the investigation bureau's manual consultation phone number. This video is popular science about terrorist organizations, popular science about conventional items, and some official advertisements, resulting in a long duration of up to 7 minutes. In the last minute of the video, Keeman released a behind-the-scenes clip. It was a clip of dealing with the debris caught by the red-haired bear. Shells, wheels, small wooden boats, rotten clothes, etc. were all thrown into the dark cooking pot. The wooden boat was smashed by Tang Yuan with one palm, and the wood fragments were put into the dark cooking pot in batches, covered with a lid, and stewed in a pot. The pot was opened, and a pot of edible dark cuisine was obtained, and the unused waste was stewed in another pot. The big-faced cat appeared on camera, and was fed dark cuisine bit by Keeman. "Turtle, are you a devil? You treat my cat as a waste bin. If I remember correctly, Up seems to eat only meat. Otherwise, do you think the dark cuisine pot is vegetarian? It cooks meat. Wheels, wood, clothes, everything can be made into meat. I understand that the dark cuisine pot is born for this." After hearing the latest information from the Frog Club, netizens should have been pessimistic. But after watching the behind-the-scenes footage released by Keeman, they couldn't help laughing. Watching the cat with a frozen expression swallow so many dark cuisines, unable to think and unable to resist, the mood of netizens suddenly improved. No matter how difficult life is, the investigators of Koi Island are still in front. What is there to be afraid of? After reading all the barrages, Keeman was also satisfied. As a video producer, in addition to wanting to share his own content, he also hopes to gain attention and get everyone's likes. The comments sent by fans are a kind of spiritual food for Keeman. Every time he reads them, he feels refreshed. Of course, Some Black fans' comments are unpleasant, but there are relatively few of them. Because Keeman's videos are semi-official, with a strong background, and the content is special items that ordinary people don't have, there is really nothing to criticize. Unless someone catches evidence that Keeman is against Koi Island, it will be impossible to criticize. Keeman waited in the bureau for a while, and finally waited for the preliminary review results of the internet beast to come out. This human boy appeared 103 times in the surveillance videos of major cities and towns in Koi Island. The latest appearance was 10 days ago in Seabird City in Koi Island. Keeman looked at the information released by the internet beast and quickly pulled up the report of Seabird City. The name of Seabird City made Keeman keenly notice that it was not a fishery name. The names of cities in Koi Island have a characteristic. Most of them are named after aquatic animals, either fish or animals that live in the water. This Seabird City does not live in the water, but is related to the sea water, which is also reasonable. Seabird City, a southern coastal city, is a very high-ranking cargo port in the world, and most multinational ships will pass through it. Director Lay frowned deeply. This little boy may have run away. 10 days ago, everyone didn't know that the little boy was a special event criminal, and it would be absolutely no problem for him to run away. There are high-intelligence investigators in the customs department, but the other party is an Autobot, and even breathing can be cut off. Disguised as cargo on the container, smuggling is absolutely not a problem. Port cities handle a large amount of goods every day, with an average daily throughput of more than hundreds of millions of tons. It is impossible for investigators to keep an eye on all the goods. The workload is too large, and it wastes time. So our work is in vain? It can't be said that at least we have obtained various data on the Autobots and tested their abilities. If there is an Autobot riot in the future, we can respond in advance. Director Lay said, and went back to make a plan to prevent the disaster of a large number of civilians turning into Autobots in the future. Director Lay believes that most normal people do not want to become Autobots, and he has reason to take precautions in advance. Keeman did not comment. One person's guess cannot represent everyone. He opened a vote online. Question: if one day you have the ability to turn into a car and can also turn back into a human, do you want such an ability? Option 1. Yes. Option 2. No, I don't want to turn into a car, I want to be a normal person. Option 3. Not sure for the time being. Chapter 312. Genie Island, a dark corner. The light of the mobile phone screen illuminated a person's face. The room was dark, and the shadow of the person was cast on the wall by the light, stretched to the ceiling, and vaguely looked like multiple tentacles. The organization has been announced. The man in black was shocked and couldn't believe it. This was a forwarded video he saw in the group of relatives and friends, but after taking a look at the watermark in the upper right corner of the video, he knew whose video it was. Official Popular Science Staff Kuming dared to announce the information of the Shadow Organization. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by us? The man in black muttered to himself. His face was very surprised. Just a while ago, he suddenly received a text message. The content of the text message was from an unfamiliar number, and the message was retreat, that is, he must stop the task at hand, must leave the original place, act according to the situation to ensure his own safety, and continue to lurk. The text message was sent to his disposable mobile phone. After receiving the message, he immediately destroyed the mobile phone, quickly changed cities, changed bodies, and lurked. As for the new contact methods, they need the regional contact to contact them. How can the regional contact find them? This requires them to take the initiative to do intelligence work. For example, in a store on a certain street, move the flower tray and the chair. These are the knowledge that the Shadow Stream members must know, otherwise it will be difficult to contact after the contact is lost. Now that he has finally adapted to his body, he took the initiative to wake up and play with his mobile phone for a while the other party was sleeping late, thinking about how to contact the contact. However, he found that Keeman of the Investigation Bureau was extremely arrogant, and actually told the information of the Shadow Stream Organization, the invasion mechanism of Shadow Stream members, the sleeping time, how to judge Shadow Stream members, etc. This is equivalent to directly challenging the Shadow Organization. Isn't he afraid of death? The man in black secretly memorized Keeman's name and repeated it over and over again. If there is a chance, he doesn't mind assassinating Keeman. It's just that he is in a state of suspending the mission and can't make other moves. Helpless. At the same time, in various parts of Koi Island, Shadow members, like the man in black, sooner or later discovered Keeman's newly released phishing video. It looks like phishing, but the information about terrorist organizations published in it is actually the most deadly. The Shadow members all stared at Keeman's face with fierce eyes. Why did the investigation bureaus suddenly become fierce? Because online communication is not safe. The communication of shadow members is basically intelligence exchange in the form of offline gatherings. Even the way of emergency notification is to notify those pre-ordered disposable mobile phones, notify in an emergency, and destroy them after use. This led to many low-level Shadow Stream members not knowing that a large number of Shadow Stream members had been arrested, and because of the single-line contact, they did not know that the Shadow Stream organization had reached the most difficult survival situation in history in Koi Island. In other continents, there is no such problem at all, and the chaotic life makes it convenient for them to do covert work. Some Shadow Stream deacons also saw the red-haired bear in Keeman's video. The intelligence network of the deacons is different from that of the low-level personnel, and they have their own special contact methods. This involves a special item, and the number of contacts for this special item is really limited, and it cannot meet the needs of more than 500 people. In order to prevent the top leaders of the entire organization from being in the dark, this contact method only exists between the top leaders. Deacons are considered high-level members of Shadow Stream, and each deacon knows a lot. When Deacon Hu of Octopus City got into trouble, many cities in Koi Island were shaken, and a bunch of Shadow Stream members were caught. Fortunately, the members abroad were far away and had time to react, so they all escaped. Crocodile Island. An ordinary house without any special features. Under the light of the desk lamp, the boy-like Deacon Ju took a sip of milk and sat in front of the computer desk, watching the red-haired bear shadow in the video, watching it non-stop, trying to recall the name of the figure through the red-haired bear figure. But they failed. There are many low-level members of Shadow Stream, and in order to ensure information security, not all deacons know the names of everyone. The boy-like Deacon Ju felt very annoyed. At this time, a window popped up in the lower right corner of the computer. The user Shadow Stream group leader invites you to join the group chat Shadow Stream Home. Accept/ignore. His expression moved, and he was a little hesitant at first, but looking at the invitation box, his expression was trance, as if he remembered something. He sat in front of the computer, and the memories flashed by like a revolving lantern. Immediately, his eyes became deep, and he clicked the accept button forcefully. The name of the QQ group was very straightforward, as if he was afraid that others would not know. But it didn't matter, because when Deacon Ju saw the invitation box, he remembered everything. This is the special item unique to Shadow Stream, the secret chat group. The internet beast of Koi Island could not find it. This chat group has a secret attribute, and you can chat freely in it. Shadow Stream Home is like a ghost on the internet, leaving no trace. The group leader of this group will invite deacons and elders to come in from time to time to discuss some things. In an emergency, regional contacts may also be invited to join the group chat, but the number of times is very rare. When communicating in the group, non-group members cannot see the chat records in it. In other words, Deacon Ju can open the Shadow House in public and chat casually. Even if others put their eyes a few centimeters in front of the screen, they cannot see the content of his chat in the Shadow House. After the communication, kick people out of the group immediately, and invite them to join the group again when necessary next time. Once kicked out of the group, they can't find the group chat entrance on the software, no matter what means they use to find it. People who are kicked out of the group will lose their group chat memory. Just now, Deacon Ju saw the group invitation box and remembered the various mysteries of the group chat and the vague group chat memory. This kind of thing that cannot be explained by science is the function of special items. Deacon Ju regained his memory and speculated that the function of the group owner's item is to create a group. Only the group actively invites them to join the group, and there is no way for them to actively find the group, which is very hidden. Any information exchanged in it will not be known by the internet beasts, and the memory will be automatically cleared when leaving the group, which is extremely hidden. No study during the summer vacation. Still the first place join the group chat. No study during the summer vacation. Still the first place the member name has been changed to Ju Deacon. At Ju Deacon, in the latest video of Keeman, the red-haired bear figure, do you know him? It should be an unknown person. Ju Deacon typed. The unknown people mentioned by Shadow Deacon refer to members who have not made great contributions. This class is mainly composed of mentor-level figures and new members. Above the mentor level are contact persons, and contact persons often have some okay contributions. And the first level of Deacon must have made great contributions, not an unknown person. How much do you know about Keeman? Well, everything I know is public information on the internet. At Ju Deacon, you have no tasks for the time being. Continue to stand by. Deacon Ju's heart trembled and remembered something. Those who have tasks will stay in the group until the tasks are completed. Those who don't have tasks will most likely be kicked out until the next time they are invited. You have exited the group chat shadow stream house. The next second, Deacon Jew stared at the computer with his eyes wide open for a few seconds. After the daze, he looked at the time that passed in the lower right corner of the computer and frowned. Why did the time jump to a few minutes later? Where did the disappeared time go? Deacon Jew frowned, feeling that something was wrong, looked around, and walked out of the house to check. After searching around, his spiritual perception did not issue a warning, and it seemed that he was overthinking. But for safety, change your identity first. Deacon Jew began to destroy the computer data and deal with the traces in the house. Chapter 313. It's not that Keeman didn't ask the Bureau of Investigation before he released the phishing video. On the contrary, the people in the Bureau of Investigation felt that Keeman's popular science was just right. If you want to say who in the Bureau is least afraid of the Shadow Stream members, it must be Keeman. With the Shadow Catch hand, he can easily suppress the Shadow Stream organization. This is not a joke. In addition, there is another reason, and this is also the killer move hidden in the phishing video. Expand the number of malicious people. As long as the members of the Shadow Stream organization are old-timers, their minds are basically anti-human and anti-social. With such a mindset, seeing Keeman openly challenge the Shadow Stream organization, it is very likely that they will have malice towards Keeman. Keeman has the ability to summon the demon map, which can sense people who have malice towards Keeman. Although the map's sensing range is limited, as long as you search slowly every day and run through major cities and towns, you can get rid of them sooner or later. Therefore, this is a nationwide cleanup operation led by Keeman, specifically targeting the Shadow Stream members lurking in Koi Island. If those Shadow members react, they will definitely regret watching Keeman's video. Once malice is generated, it is difficult to eliminate it in the heart, because it is related to the inner character and the first impression. Keeman's first impression of the Shadow organization is that he is a head bird. He openly challenged the Shadow organization and stood up to be the first bird, which made the Shadow members hate him. Secondly, the Autobot issue raised by Keeman is also a part of the phishing method. If the Autobots have malice towards Keeman, Keeman can also use the malice to find their location in turn. After Keeman's Autobot issue landed on the internet, it caused a wave on the internet. Keeman's account is not simple, with an official certification mark. When he speaks, he will inevitably be regarded as an official spokesperson. The little Autobot boy has probably escaped. However, Keeman feels that there are still some Autobots lurking in Koi Island who have not been discovered. He will fish first, and then catch the Autobots who are really malicious to him. 2 sets of heavy punches. Start the tour tomorrow and see if this cleaning operation is effective. The note from the soda bottle has not bothered you yet, and may not come today. Director Lay looked around, and it was still okay. Maybe? Keeman didn't know when that thing would come. However, since the note said that whoever picked up the bottle was its destined person, then Keeman should have established a deeper connection with the other party. Keeman is not afraid of deep connection. He peeked in the dream, and took care of you no matter what monsters you are. I go to sleep first. Keeman looked at the time. It was already night. If that thing didn't come, he would sneak into the dream first. The S-level boss Bandage Man has come to Whale City by plane, carrying a treasure to protect people. There is a high probability that nothing will happen. If it can kill Keeman under the heavy protection of the Investigation Bureau, then Keeman can't do anything. It's time and fate. Don't sleep at home tonight. Start traveling tomorrow. Bandage Man and some investigators will accompany you. You will have someone to take care of you on the way. Director Lay said. Yeah. Keeman's original plan was to sleep in the Investigation Bureau. There are many treasures in the Investigation Bureau. It is very difficult to attack the Investigation Bureau. After a while, Keeman was in a rest room, with an angel energy ring on his head, and 2 large white wings spread on the bed. He closed his eyes, and fell asleep slowly. Tang Yuan, Shirley, and White Sugar were all guarding the door in the house. The Bandage Man had just arrived at the Investigation Bureau when he received the news that Keeman had fallen asleep. He brought his teammates to Keeman's room, and saw the dazzling halo above Keeman's head, and his white feather wings spread flat on the bed. He couldn't help but be stunned. Wearing angel wings to sleep, this is really something for you. The Bandage Man took a look, and then looked around the room. The spirit did not find any alert, so he sat at the door and waited without closing the door, and summoned his pet to strengthen the defense. In such a luxurious protection lineup, Keeman had dreamed into the game, and slid into Cthulhu's body, becoming the lord of the deep sea Raya. When he opened his eyes, he saw the dead Raya, and there was no living creature in the city. The full-level wild monsters near Raya had been cleared by Keeman, and they all slipped out. Without death refresh, he naturally would not run to Raya casually. However, occasionally a few full-level believers would sneak back to worship the great Cthulhu and personally hand in some powerful items that Cthulhu was interested in, but could not open. All the full-level monsters that came to Raya to hand in items basically performed a sacrifice ceremony outside Raya, and then were directed by the evil god to be brought to Raya. Without this order, they dared not go to Raya, fearing that they would disturb the sleeping god's sleep quality, and then be blamed. No believer could withstand the wrath of the evil god. Just watching quietly was enough to make them feel like their souls were about to collapse. If it was the angry Cthulhu, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the distance, a ghost in a tattered black cloak floated over. It was very happy to find that the great Cthulhu was awake, and wanted to report the latest progress of the believers. However, Keeman ignored the black ghost and concentrated on feeling the warning of the drift bottle note. The drift bottle, the note, and the words on the note. Every sentence written by the unknown person flowed back and forth in Keeman's mind, flashing and repeating. Unable to see where the destined person was, and without inspiration, Keeman kept reciting in his mind. I hope someone will remember me next year. Will you remember me? Find a destined person. Fate is wonderful. Keeman and the drift bottle have a fate. The moment he picked up the bottle, Keeman had established a deep connection with it. This connection is the legendary fate. Some people in the world believe in fate, some do not believe in fate, and some only believe in themselves. At this moment, Keeman gradually got a sense of it. The unknown fate, with the blessing of the evil god's power, emerged in Keeman's mind. A vague image. It was a red line. One end of the red line led Keeman and extended into the eternal darkness, which was the isolation of time and space. On the other side of the darkness was another person with whom he was destined to meet. Keeman used his synesthesia ability at the level of an evil god to follow the red line of fate, constantly breaking through the distance of time and space and reaching the other side. Blurry images came one after another and poured into Keeman's mind. He saw the other person's appearance. This was a girl in a red dress, about 18 years old, who looked very young, with delicate features, a thin waist, red lips, and long wavy hair that reached her feet. What made people feel uncomfortable was the other person's legs, which were illusory and transparent, and moved as if floating on the ground. Where she was, the night sky was in the sky, lights were flashing, cars whizzed by, and the sound of rolling wheels was heard. Pedestrians talked and laughed, walking between modern buildings and streets. Pedestrians seemed not to see her, and did not know of her existence. She also ignored the passers-by and floated forward in a certain direction, unwavering. Chapter 3:14. This is a female ghost. Keeman was very surprised that it was a resentful spirit creature that was looking for trouble with him. At first, it was the unknown fishing rod that caught her drift bottle, and then the famous person's fishing rod caught her 4 consecutive drift bottles. The female ghost could interfere with the cross-border fishing rod, so she must be a very powerful resentful spirit. You have to be careful. Keeman was very vigilant in his heart. He would not underestimate the other party just because he thought the other party was a weak chicken because of the synesthesia in the evil god state. When looking at other creatures in the evil god state, it feels like one hand can crush them to death. This feeling will make Keeman misjudge. Keeman deeply knows this truth, so he did not underestimate her. After thinking about it, Keeman decided to wake up quickly, first let the investigation bureau know what kind of ghost the other party is, and then investigate the other party's location and predict when the other party will arrive in Whale City. Keeman's mind flashed, and he began to synesthesia his own body. As the synesthesia picture deepened, Keeman gradually broke through the fog and saw the blue star and his own location. A male angel with a bright halo on his head was lying on the bed, his face calm. In an instant, Keeman woke up. Even the territory of the Investigation Bureau could not stop Cthulhu's synesthesia. Keeman knew that this was a synesthesia targeting a single person, and only the person being synesthetized would feel the strongest targeting, while the rest of the people could only feel the aftermath. To feel the aftermath, the spiritual perception must be very high, at least higher than Keeman's current one. The number of spiritual fruits that Keeman took was unmatched in the Investigation Bureau, and his spiritual perception was terrifyingly high, and it was impossible to use numerical statistics to calculate how high Keeman's spiritual awareness was. Why did you wake up? The bandaged man standing at the door felt a gaze coming at him, and immediately looked towards the bed and met Keeman's eyes. I felt the other person's appearance in my dream, Keeman said. Dream synesthesia? The bandaged man looked a little surprised, but he was not surprised after thinking about it. Keeman was an expert in this field. He used this method to locate the old man of the Frog Society last time. Draw it, let us locate her. The bandaged man walked into the room and took out a paper from the desk. Keeman's painting skills were limited. While Keeman was describing, the bandaged man felt the appearance of the female ghost based on the context, and quickly drew a picture on the paper. This face should be a little sharper, and the nose should be a little straighter, Keeman said. After a while, a portrait of the female ghost with a similarity of up to 95% was produced. It's her, the bandaged man asked. That's her. Okay, catch her immediately. By the way, she is a female ghost, and ordinary people can't see her. We need to send highly educated spiritual personnel, and bring the right things to deal with resentful souls. The bandaged man remembered at this time that this female ghost should not be simple. She can interfere with the existence of famous people's fishing rods. Ordinary items should not be able to do anything to her. The bandaged man concentrated on thinking. Why don't we wait for her here, anyway? Her target is me. Well, that's fine. The bandaged man nodded. Fighting a prepared positional battle is worse than rushing to capture. Then, Keeman went to sleep again. The city scene seen in the dream was relatively unfamiliar. It was a city that Keeman had never been to. Keeman needed to check it repeatedly in the dream. After Keeman fell asleep, he opened his eyes again, and saw the black ghost waiting in front of him bitterly, waiting for the instructions of the evil god. The evil god can do many things at once. When Keeman was communicating with the female ghost before, he also heard the report of the black ghost, but he just didn't have time to respond. Now that he has a little time, Keeman responded while communicating. Continue. As an evil god, he can't say too many words with his mind. His subordinates can't bear the information actively sent by the evil god. Black ghost is okay, with strong resistance, but he can't accept too much chaotic information, otherwise he will completely lose himself. Black ghost understood and retreated. Just now, the number of believers reported by Black Ghost has exceeded hundreds of thousands. With the strength of Black Ghost, it is difficult to count, so he asked the adventurer to do the statistics. The adventurer did a very good job of statistics, and gave an accurate answer. A total of 1.06 million people became Cthulhu believers. It sounds like a lot. But Black Ghost feels that the strength is not strong enough. An adventurer believer told Black Ghost that they have 50 million warriors joining the game to participate in the experience. 1 million people in a group of 50 million people is really not a lot. The problem that caused this dilemma is that the adventurer's emotional involvement is not deep enough, they are not immersed in the plot, and have no emotions. The Black Ghost is short of manpower, and the missionary method can only rely on the local natives to subtly influence the adventurers. If you want to subtly influence them, you need to invest real emotions. Without real worship emotions, it is impossible to become a true Cthulhu believer. And this time the Black Ghost came to report the progress, and he was afraid that the Great Lord would be dissatisfied and willing to accept punishment. The Black Ghost wandered away, it suffered the fear control of the evil god, and felt the will from the evil god, as if it meant to continue. In other words, the evil god did not blame them for their poor conversion efficiency. After a while, the figure of the Black Ghost left Raya, and Keeman also sensed the figure of the female ghost. By constantly watching, reading the words on the city roadside signs, remembering the names of certain intersections, etc. After remembering the place names on the 3 roadside signs, Keeman quickly returned through synesthesia. With the place name, you can search directly with your mobile phone, which is very convenient. Keeman typed on the map, and soon found the city where the other party was located, the area outside the 6th ring of Octopus City. Octopus City is very large, and even Keeman did not visit it completely, so it is normal that there are some places that he does not recognize. Based on the comparison of the two peeping into the dream, Keeman calculated the other party's forward speed. At her speed, it is estimated that she will come to me tomorrow morning. Keeman said. Well, then you go into the dream to peek first, I will make arrangements here, and wait until tomorrow morning to kill her on the spot. The bandaged man nodded, and calculated the steps of the trap with Keeman. The first step is for Keeman to enter the dream again, and the second step is for the bandaged man to remove the bandage and touch Keeman's angel wings, so that Keeman's presence will also be reduced. When Keeman's presence is 0, the female ghost may lose her target and get lost. After all, the side effect of the bandaged man's presence comes from 0-level things, which is the side effect of extremely powerful items, and is very likely to have an effect on her. Keeman's eyes lit up when he heard it. This is a good idea. Keeman raised his finger, and praised the bandaged man. After a while, Keeman entered the dream again. This time, there was no living creature in Lalieli except Keeman. Time flows quietly in the deep-sea green city. The sleeping god in the city is following the red line of fate to peek at the running female ghost. Her speed is not too fast, much slower than a car, and is equivalent to the average driving speed of most electric car owners. After a while, she suddenly stopped, looking confused, as if she didn't know where to go. Chapter 315. Watching the other party spinning in circles, Keeman couldn't help but laugh in his heart. You didn't expect that you could interfere with the fishing rod, but you couldn't fight against the side effects of zero-level things. Then again, the side effects of zero-level things are really terrifying. Even this red-clothed female ghost who was so powerful that she could interfere with the judgment of the fishing rod was fooled by the zero sense of existence, and couldn't find anyone. It can be seen how perverted the zero-level item behind the bandaged man is. The threat of zero-level things has quietly risen in Keeman's heart. Before, Keeman thought that the fishing rod for cross-border fishing had the level of zero-level things. Now Keeman feels that it is a bit difficult to be rated as a zero-level thing. However, he thought about it, and overlooked another factor, that is, the potential of the fishing rod. The fishing rod can catch items from other worlds. The items from other worlds are strong and weak. The fishing rod is not omnipotent, and cannot prevent certain things from targeting it. However, judging from its potential alone, it should be no problem to be rated as a zero-level thing. Keeman imagined himself in his mind, used his senses to sense his true self, and planned to return to reality, and tell the bandaged man that the experiment was successful. But Keeman sensed for a while, but he didn't sense anything. Strange, why can't he sense his true self? Keeman had used this trick to sense himself before, and made his body wake up. It was very smooth at that time, but now it seems to be useless. Keeman can't sense his true self. It's as if that person has never existed. But Keeman knows what he looks like, but he doesn't remember what he looks like. What's going on? Keeman's mind flashed. His consciousness lived in Cthulhu. He thought quickly, and all kinds of thoughts came to his mind. Think about what Keeman was doing before. He slept in the investigation bureau wearing an angel suit, went in and out twice to tell the female ghost's image and location, and worked with the bandaged man to design the female ghost. This strange characteristic can only be explained by one ability: the influence of the bandaged man's presence. The bandaged man's presence is very low, and if the bandage is untied, his presence can even be reduced to zero. Zero presence will erase the memory of the dead about him, including his image, voice characteristics, growth process, etc. And if the bandaged man is in contact with someone, that person's presence will also be reduced accordingly. Keeman's plan to trap the ghost requires him to become a zero presence. But the side effect came. After Keeman dreamed into the game, he couldn't find himself through active synesthesia. System. Keeman explained secretly. Name, Cthulhu. Position. Second round ultimate boss, Ancient God Seal. The system panel was called out as usual. This was the identity panel of the Cthulhu boss in the game. The long series of values had not changed at all. The negative status column still only had Ancient God Seal, nothing else. Kamong had seen the Cthulhu panel before, and there was no additional change compared to the first time he entered the dream. The system on the real city side showed Keeman's own name. These were two systems. Luckily, Keeman's memory was still there, and he had not forgotten himself. I have not forgotten myself, and my sense of existence should not be zero, but I cannot sense my own body. After this incident, we can only wait. Keeman opened his eyes, and stared at the floating green relief stone pillars above the Ryasi city, in a daze, his mind diverging. Why can't he sense the real body in reality? Keeman made a deduction in his mind. Keeman in reality has zero sense of existence, and Keeman's consciousness borrowed Cthulhu's ability in the game to reversely sense Keeman on Blue Star, forcing the body to wake up actively. Once the dream is broken, consciousness will return. This is equivalent to Cthulhu sensing Keeman's physical appearance and waking him up from the dream. But Keeman's body has zero sense of existence in reality. Cthulhu lost the target, and the synesthesia failed. So, this is the correct way to understand. When you sense a non-existent person, the target information no longer exists, so you will naturally lose the target, resulting in the inability to synesthetize. Maybe someone will argue here, how can the evil god be so powerful that he will be confused by the side effects of zero-level things produced locally on Blue Star? However, synesthesia is just a technical means. It has an upper limit. If the information sensed is insufficient, no matter how much synesthesia you have, it is useless. The upper limit of synesthesia depends on how much information Keeman himself senses. So some people with very low spiritual perception cannot hear the whispers even if they shuttle through the secret whispers. This is because their spirituality is too low, and the information goes in one ear and out the other. They don't receive much information at all, so it's useless to want synesthesia. After Keeman figured out the tricks here, His understanding of synesthesia has risen to a higher level. We can only wait until he wakes up from the dream, or wait until he realizes the problem and takes back the bandages. Keeman murmured. Game World. At present, the official Orange Star has invested 50 million citizens into the virtual game world, and the goal is to attack the second round of the boss. All players who enter the virtual game are told this truth before entering. That is, the boss in the game has really become a spirit, and players need to defeat the boss in the game to eliminate the disaster from the source. The idea of the Orange Star people is good, and there is no problem in the thinking. Every player who knows the answer has used 100% of his concentration to play the game. In the past, the Orange Star people played games just for fun. Games should be a pastime for relaxation and entertainment. Playing some exciting, tense, depressing and masochistic high-difficulty games is also an alternative relaxation. But this time is different. This time is for the survival of the human race, and for the Orange Star not to be destroyed by the evil god. People try their best to fight in the game. In addition to the food, drink, defecation and urination required by the human body, 50 million Orange Star players almost live in the game cabin, and their will is extremely firm. Even the official Orange Star has launched an even crazier strategy plan. Intubation. Let players live in the game cabin 24 hours a day and fight to the last moment. The usual eating needs, excretion needs, etc. are replaced by intubation instead of metabolic functions. This extremist behavior comes from the suggestion of researcher Li Xin. Li Xin is a legendary researcher who has made many useful suggestions from nightmare research to Cthulhu. Now his eyes are full of bloodshot, and he has headaches from time to time. To outsiders, he seems to be on the verge of madness. However, the people in the general hospital attach great importance to his opinions. After listening to Li Xin's new suggestions, they think it makes a lot of sense. Since you have made up your mind to fight Cthulhu to death, you might as well do it more thoroughly. Play the game online 24 hours a day, and leave the eating, drinking, defecating and urinating to outsiders and machines. Take a break, don't be too tired. In a psychological medical room, Li Xin sat in front of a chair, gently closed his bloodshot eyes, and whispered, I haven't fallen yet. Chapter 316. In the game world, players have already made preliminary plans to reach the level 120 area. The number of people playing games is also increasing. At the same time, their motivation to play games is extremely firm, but they will not completely sink into the plot scenario settings given by NPCs. As the number of players increases, some players have discovered clues in the game. When they accept tasks, they always feel that the tasks assigned to them by NPCs are always biased towards the evil side. The virtual game is so realistic that if you do it too much, you will feel sick. After playing this game, many new players have complained to the customer service, and some people have even left bad reviews in the game's rating area. Why is this game so evil? Is the designer using his feet to make the plot? I found that many tasks are occasionally involved in worship. Although the statues for worship are different, there are too many contents. Is the designer a pig brain? Planner, come out and beat you to death. What a lousy game you made. If it weren't for the future of Orange Star, I would have deleted the game long ago. 0-star bad review. 0-star bad review +1. Rubbish game. 0 to 5 stars. This is the rating rule of Orange Star games. Players generally don't give 0 stars, and few people give 0 stars. Many virtual games are released to the market after careful development, and there will be quality assurance anyway. But this time is different. The demonized world makes new players angry, claiming that this is an evil game with weirdness everywhere. Online games containing violent elements are inevitably linked to fighting and killing. When NPCs find violent elements, they secretly add some content that can lead people astray, so that players fall unknowingly. However, not everyone will take this path. After some people found that the plot of the game was terrible, they gave bad reviews in the rating area. Even though they knew that this game really had problems, and they entered to save all mankind, they were still upset, and couldn't help but vent. There were more and more sporadic bad reviews in the comment area, until millions of ratings were reached, and the senior management of Orange Star began to pay attention to it. At first, artificial intelligence did not capture the evaluation element of the rating, which led to many researchers not paying attention to the field of game rating. After all, this game is mutated. Why pay attention to whether it is fun or not? Can it be used as a meal? Isn't it better to use this time to guide the game? Some researchers received real complaints in reality, and after people started complaining every day, they gradually began to pay attention to this matter. The shortcomings of the novice tasks mentioned by these netizens seem to be different from the tasks we played at the beginning. A researcher analyzed. The game has changed, And the NPCs inside are also different. It is normal to follow the original plot. But such a change is too weird. Look at the complaints from netizens. Seaside worship, choice of faith, to a plot choice of chaos and reason. Each task does not clearly point to such a weird choice, but NPC always inadvertently inserts a small node. For example, where you pass by on the way to the task, there will be an unknown statue standing on the side of the road. In the dark, it is pitch black, and the ears hear something, but they don't hear anything, thinking it is an illusion. This kind of thing is hard to guard against. As long as you rely on NPCs to earn experience and props, you can't avoid this path. Many players didn't pay attention to these things. Besides, their spiritual perception was low. They just smiled and passed by. They only thought about killing monsters, gaining experience, coins, and equipment. The dark ghosts in the game didn't realize how much players wanted to kill monsters, upgrade, and equip, so that they ignored the worship elements that were inserted from time to time in the tasks. There is a problem. This game is really problematic. We have to shut down again and reorganize the strategy direction. The big boss of the Research Institute sat in the conference hall and read tens of thousands of selected zero-point negative reviews in one night. He was overwhelmed. The more he read, the more shocked he was. Such a game, such a task arrangement, and an inadvertent small design can easily plant a seed of worship in the hearts of players. Ordinary players may not pay much attention to the magic of worship, but as a researcher, he has actually witnessed the power brought by Cthulhu. Look at the researcher Luz Sighting who disappeared from the world. She can make people have a headache for no reason by talking, and she can also disappear in the room. This is beyond the scope of Orange Star's science, and is simply unreasonable. That night, the experts worked all night and believed that the entire game had mutated, so the NPC's task system was out of control, and there was no guarantee that the plot line would still follow the original plot line. All signs indicate that the Cthulhu sect has infiltrated the NPC plot system in the game. Stop the service. We have to work out a plan. We can't let the evil god succeed. The big boss of the Research Institute immediately made a decision and decided to stop the service. When there is no decision, the game will be stopped. At present, Orange Star's solution is to stop the service if they can't play, and then restart the game when they come up with a solution. Researcher Li Shen, I want to hear his opinion. Many old men opened their eyes and looked for the young and red-eyed figure in the seats at the conference table. He is too tired and is resting in the psychological treatment room now. Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, the automatic door of the conference room opened. Li Shen, wearing a white research suit, walked in slowly. The research suit automatically moved in the wind. On his resolute face, his eyes were bloodshot. I already know the situation. I suggest that all the mission plot lines announced by NPCs be abandoned, and players rely on pure monster leveling and the efforts of the player team to slowly level up. Li Shen sat in his usual seat, stroked the air with his hand, and sent his voice text document to the conference report waiting room. When Li Shen came, everyone showed strange colors. His aura was different from everyone else. He seemed crazy, but everyone felt that he was not crazy and had unusual calmness. Li Shen's remarks were very radical every time, but they sounded effective. Many old men did not have the courage of Li Shen to burn his boats. Burning the boats is easy to say, but it is very easy to fail. After walking on the research road for a long time, the momentum was polished again and again by the cruel reality, but no young people dared to fight. In the end, the core of online games is inseparable from monsters. The plot is just a guide route for players to continue playing. Without the guidance of NPCs, we can still reach the maximum level by our own efforts. Li Shen said, frowned, and his head was aching. That weird voice sounded in his head again. Some people can no longer hear that headache-inducing voice, but Li Shen didn't know why the voice in his head was always lingering, which made him feel extremely irritated and wanted to kill the source Luz Sighting. Chapter 317. The game will be shut down in 1 hour. These words appeared in front of Keeman's eyes. Keeman is now trapped in the game because of his zero sense of existence. He can only wait for natural awakening or for the bandage man to take back the bandage. Shut down again. Keeman murmured in his heart. Keeman knew that the entrance switch of this game was still controlled by the Orange Star people. They could stop and open it as they wished. Fortunately, the suspension of the game did not stagnate Keeman's thinking, and the monsters in the game did not seem to be affected. No, it should be that something was discovered and it started to make trouble again. Keeman's mind flashed, and he felt unusual. This game has not been shut down for a long time. At the beginning of the game, it was shut down from time to time. Now that it has stabilized, It has not been shut down for a while, but it was suddenly shut down today. It must be that the Orange Star people have a new big move. What big move will it be? Keeman really can't figure it out. In order to know what big moves they have, Keeman decided to communicate with his followers. Keeman has a lot of followers, and 1 million followers is not a joke, it's really super many. These followers are scattered all over the sky, and to be frank, they can infiltrate all walks of life and become second-rate people. According to Keeman's many days of peeping, the power of Orange Star in reality is in the hands of the researcher class, not capital. As a technological power, technology is in the hands of researchers, and almost most of the resources are used to research technology. And this period of power change occurred when nuclear fusion technology was fully mature and applied to interstellar aviation. At that time, the power center of Orange Star society slowly shifted to the research class. Whoever had better research would be listened to, and resources would be poured into him. The academic atmosphere of the whole society was strong and flourished. A generation of academic tycoons can master the general research direction of Orange Star. However, research is a matter of all disciplines, not just one discipline, so all technologies will be studied together as a whole, and in the top fields, resources will be concentrated on some technologies that are believed to be breakable. Orange Star's Research Institute is the power center, so naturally there will be Cthulhu believers infiltrating the researcher class. Currently, 2 researchers have emerged in the conference of the Research Institute. Although their academic achievements are not as good as those of the big guys, it is also very good to be able to play a role. Kuming silently communicated with the big guy. This seemed to be an old man who was affected by Lu Sighting's demonic whispers. Later, his headache stopped because he chose to accept this information when he fell asleep one time, trying to find something understandable in it. The more he studied, the deeper he went, and the more he couldn't get out of it, and then he slowly became a believer. The same is true for another believer, with a similar method. As for the other people who were frightened by Lu Sighting's demonic whispers, they have basically defeated their inner demons. The whispers were not from the evil god himself, so they were not so effective. As long as one's will was strong enough and one's faith was firm enough, one could still resist them. After a while, Keeman vaguely heard the content of the meeting. Keeman did not choose to use synesthesia, because Keeman discovered that synesthesia had the risk of being discovered. People with high spiritual awareness could detect inexplicable gazes. Although they could not identify the direction of the peeping, it would arouse their vigilance and make them timid in conversation. The evil god's synesthesia was very hidden, but those who were at the border of insanity, and those who had gone crazy had very high spiritual perception, and were very likely to find clues. To be safe, Keeman turned off his visual synesthesia and only listened to the sound. However, there are risks in just listening to the sound. As long as there is synesthesia, there is a risk of being discovered. Keeman is only careful to reduce the risk. Keeman prayed in his heart that there would not be people like Lu Sighting who had gone crazy and regained their rationality. The old men who had heard Lu Sighting's devilish voice were not worth worrying about for the time being, because they were not crazy yet, their rationality was still there, and they were not exposed to enough secret information. The more chaotic information they were exposed to, the more likely they were to hear things that they should not hear. In short, there were really few people like Lu Sighting, and many people went crazy and went crazy. If they were rescued too late, some brain cells would die too much, and the brain would be a mess after being rescued, and they would become giant babies with cerebral palsy. After a while, Keeman heard a faint conversation. From level 1 to 120, I have marked all the monster-killing routes, and the fastest upgrade route. If all players take this monster-killing route, will it cause crowding of wild monsters? That makes sense. It can't be too crowded, otherwise the quick upgrade will be meaningless. We have to select a group of people to take the quick upgrade route, and other players can kill the wild monsters freely. It doesn't matter if they are inefficient, as long as they can support the player base. When the frontline team lacks materials, the materials they have can make up the number. Kamong listened carefully, with a lot of questions in his mind. What the hell is this, the fastest level up route? By the way, players have reached the level 120 area, which is much faster than expected. Cthulhu is too despicable. Shameless evil god. If it's not shameless, how can you be called an evil god? When I reach the maximum level, I will kill the evil god in front of him with the strongest halberd. Keeman continued to have questions. How could he be a shameless evil god? But Keeman thought about it, and it seemed that his means were indeed despicable. But when it comes to life and death, Keeman doesn't want to be like a piece of wood, waiting for players to reach the maximum level and attack him. That's too stupid. Waiting for players to kill the boss is really stupid. Keeman doesn't want to be attacked by players. Keeman wants to resist, and is unwilling to be sealed in the sea. The Orange Star people are unlucky because of this. Keeman doesn't want to be killed passively, so he can only target the Orange Star people first. Otherwise, when the players come to the door, no one can predict whether the warriors will kill the gods or the gods will suppress countless enemies. Players have endless potential for upgrading. Those who dare to look down on players often don't end well. It's a pity that players can no longer change their jobs and have no way to learn skills. Someone continued. To be honest, Keeman wanted to question himself again. Why can't I change my job? Has the game changed? Have all the NPCs of the roles died? Even if they died, they will be respawned. Keeman doesn't know much about this. This game is different from normal online games. Wait, the game just stopped. Keeman couldn't help but start to imagine, could it be that the reason they stopped the service was that the NPCs of the major roles were killed, and the NPCs didn't revive, so they died forever, causing players to have no way to change their jobs. Maybe, it's possible. That's really bad. Keeman couldn't figure out why the NPCs who changed their jobs were killed. It was incredible. But then he thought about it, this is good news for Keeman. Players can't change their jobs, and their combat capabilities plummet. Only those who played the game first have professional skills, and that group of people includes many Cthulhu believers, commonly known as insiders. Chapter 318. Ah! Someone suddenly screamed in the Orange Star conference hall. It was so painful, like the sound of a throat being torn apart, extremely terrifying. All the old men and young experts with outstanding academic achievements turned their heads and looked at the researcher, who was sweating and covering his head in his seat. Li Shen, what's wrong? Call the doctor quickly, Orange Mother. Someone shouted to the artificial intelligence in a hurry. In this high-level academic discussion meeting, artificial intelligence must record everyone's voice in the conference hall so that it can be compiled into text files later, and people behind can read and study, or find other people's academic loopholes. Orange Mother monitors this academic hall at all times. As soon as the roar sounded, it immediately mobilized the medical robots on standby outside the room to enter. Li Shen covered his head was splitting, and he felt that he heard an incredible sound. The feeling of headache and nausea suddenly worsened. It seemed that something was lying on his shoulder, and the number of whispers suddenly increased. It was as if something was around that aggravated the headache side effect. What was that? Li Shen opened his eyes wide, bloodshot covered his pupils, and the world in his eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of crimson. Ah, my eyes are bleeding! Someone shouted. Quick, quick, quick! The medical robot quickly arrived at the location, took out a syringe of a specific dose from the medicine box, and injected it into the vein of researcher Li Shen. The sedative liquid circulated in Li Shen's veins, and his body trembled. His mind seemed to be clearer and not so hot. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Li Shen listened to the voice in his ear, and couldn't fall asleep. His head was very irritable. He thought that the intensity of the headache was unusual at this time, stronger and more frequent than before. But he finally fell asleep. The effect of the potion on the human body is real. Unless his body becomes abnormal, it is still within the scope of human beings. After Li Shen closed his eyes and fell asleep, everyone's interest in talking also decreased. The general policy has been settled, and the rest is to let his subordinates gradually improve it. The senior executives in the conference hall talked about the general direction, and most of the details still need to be improved by their subordinates. Then the meeting ended when researcher Li Shen suddenly had a headache and screamed. Orange Mother sorted out the content of today's meeting and allowed the researchers to download and browse. On the Keeman side, a vague call was heard. It was a sacrifice from believers. There have been believers making sacrifices recently, and the number of sacrifices every day can no longer be handled. After all, Keeman already has millions of believers in the game world, and the believers of those native wild monsters cannot be counted, because Black Ghost is not a mathematician, and will not deliberately count how many believers there are. He only knows that there are about thousands of races who have become Cthulhu believers. As for whether thousands is 1,000 or 2,000, it is not clear. The Black Ghost said that the numbers are about the same after they exceed 1,000. Maybe that's the case. Keeman didn't say anything or comment. Keeman didn't want to accept the sacrifice originally, and now he was eavesdropping. Accepting the sacrifice would interfere with Keeman's eavesdropping concentration. There are double-digit sacrifice ritual requests every day, and just being alive is a happy trouble. At this time, Keeman saw researcher Li Shen screaming and being sedated by the medical robot that ran into the hall. This guy. Keeman couldn't see the picture because he actively blocked the visual synesthesia and only retained the auditory synesthesia. Judging from the sound, this guy is in a semi-crazy state, but not completely crazy, and still has rationality. Half-crazy person, hiss. Keeman took a deep breath in his heart. This guy is not right. If Keeman's memory is correct, this person has heard Lou Siding's crazy whispers. Keeman listened carefully, but unfortunately the other party had been sedated, and no longer made any sound, and a gentle sound of sleeping came. If synesthesia is not wrong, this person has not overcome his inner demons, and is still under the influence of Lou Siding's chaotic whispers. Why did others recover, but he did not? Keeman quickly thought of the reason for all these things. Researcher Leishan should be a person with strong spiritual perception and strong rationality. People with low spiritual awareness will have a headache at first, but they will get through it if they insist on themselves a little, because their spiritual awareness is not high and they don't hear much chaotic information. Leishan has high spiritual awareness and hears too much information, which makes his headache several times more difficult than ordinary people, which can be called hell level. Without a strong heart, a person would have collapsed long ago. Now he has not collapsed yet. It is possible that he will slowly become stronger through repeated tortures and be able to resist more information. This guy is also a bit dangerous. My auditory peeping is at risk of being discovered. Keeman muttered to himself in Raya. At this time, the virtual murmur sounded in his ears again. At this time, Mr. K had no more trivial matters. He gladly agreed to the summoner's request for sacrifice, responded to the call, and his consciousness crossed space, time and limitations to reach the other side. It was a lost relic, with huge rocks standing in disorder, broken walls, grass and withered vines, and bloody monster corpses piled up on a road, and the bright red spread all the way to the end of the ruins. At the end of the ruins, an ancient tree that pierced through the stone ceiling stood there, and under the tree were several players wearing black robes. They circled around an ancient pool of water, and the flames of the candles shook into a strange green, illuminating the players around it, and their shadows were also long. Everyone held their breath and ran down in unison, shouting the name of Cthulhu, with a fanatical sense of worship in their words. Great Cthulhu, the sleeping god of Raya, the Old One. This is our offering, the wig of the strong. Although it may be useless to the great lord, the creative players still decided to sacrifice. Becoming a fanatical believer, the faith itself is more twisted and fanatical, and the thinking is not very flexible. Offering good things to the great lord is a basic operation in their eyes. Keeman silently stared at the item called the hair of the strong, with a head full of question marks. My hair is not bald yet. But Keeman thought about it, and threw it to Tang Jin, an A-level member of the Bureau. Tang Jin was an investigator who once took Director Lei's transformation light stick. Later, he flew into the sky with various special items, and forcibly intercepted the plane that Deacon Hua of the Shadow Stream organization was on. The use of various items left him seriously injured. Later, he was confined in a special item water tank for recuperation. It would take at least several months before he could come out. Keeman vaguely remembered that Tang Jin's hair was bald. It would be great if this strong man's hair had healing function. Keeman hoped, while accepting the sacrifice of the believers. After accepting the sacrifice, Keeman received the believers' wishes to become stronger. They were already level 120, but the monsters were getting harder and harder to fight. If they didn't become stronger, the leveling speed would not be fast enough. He gave them a wave of enhancements casually, and the believers were very satisfied, and Keeman quietly retreated. After a while, Keeman suddenly saw a modern ceiling and incandescent lamps. The glutinous rice balls rolled over and blocked the electric light. Keeman looked dazed. Finally back. Chapter 319. Why is it so late this time? The bandaged man asked beside the bed. The bandaged man did not realize the problem of presence, otherwise he would have taken back the bandages. In order to ensure that Keeman's presence was zero, and the female ghost could not find Keeman, the bandaged man did not dare to wrap the bandages again, and wait for Keeman to wake up. In the mind of the bandaged man, using the means of dream synesthesia, waking up from the dream should not be a problem, but it took a whole night. It is possible that Keeman really fell asleep, and did not succeed in dream synesthesia. While waiting for the dream to wake up in Raya, Keeman also thought about how to explain the reason for waking up from the dream. To the outside, Keeman claimed that he saw the location of the female ghost by means of dream synesthesia. In fact, there is not much difference. Keeman is indeed synesthetizing in the dream, but the specific process is definitely not what the bandaged man imagined, so Keeman needs an explanation. Kamong held his brows, and first told the result of the ghost trap plan last night. The female ghost was circling in the same place for about half an hour. She took the initiative to leave. She must have been lost. Then he told the reason for sleeping, But I can't wake up early. I'm drowsy and don't know why. The bandage man's mind was first hooked by the female ghost. He didn't listen carefully to the second half of the explanation. He murmured, "So that's how it is. Zero presence also has an effect on female ghosts. At first, I thought she could affect the judgment of the fishing rod. I thought she was so strong. Don't underestimate her. You should still pay attention to her," Keeman added. "Of course." The bandage man nodded and stood up. It's daytime now, but Keeman knows where the female ghost is. Before waking up, Keeman deliberately peeked at the female ghost's location. She was still wandering around the octopus market. The hunt begins, the bandage man decided. As long as the zero presence can make the female ghost lose its target, Keeman will be safe. Under this premise, the investigation bureau can let go and catch the female ghost. Keeman and others took the elevator directly to the top floor and boarded a military helicopter. The next continent-wide tour will be completed by plane, otherwise the speed will be too slow. The speed of the plane is very fast. Although fuel consumption is a problem, as long as it can be solved by spending money, it is not a problem. The Investigation Bureau even thought about inserting angel wings on Tang Yuan, turning Tang Yuan into a big dog, carrying the investigators to fly every day. However, after testing, Tang Yuan's flying speed was actually restricted by the angel wings, and could not break the speed limit of 120 kilometers per hour. It seemed that there was an inexplicable rule that restricted Tang Yuan from flying faster. In this regard, Tang Yuan also tried to dive to accelerate, but the speed was really limited and could not use the gravity force acceleration to break the limit. So in the end, it was more convenient to spend money on planes. With the resources of a country, there is no need to worry about using Keeman. Buzz buzz buzz. The military helicopter took off and circled around Whale City a few times, inside and outside. Keeman summoned the demon map with his hand, and a cold wind blew, and a black parchment scroll appeared in Keeman's hand. He spread out the map, and there was no red dot. After a few rounds, he circled the entire Whale City area, but didn't find anyone. He could only fly along the route to Octopus City, flying low over those villages and towns. Because the bandage man untied the bandage, people in the city couldn't hear the sound of the plane passing by the sky. Occasionally there were birds flying on the road, and they subconsciously moved away in advance, so as not to hit the helicopter passing by at high speed. Keeman looked at the plane, and the residents were just like usual. No one looked up at the plane. In the past, as long as the helicopter flew overhead, not all people would look up, but at least some people would look up. Adults didn't look, but children would always look up curiously. But Keeman opened his eyes wide, and no child looked up, as if they didn't hear anything. It was as if Keeman and others had disappeared from the world. Another example is that Keeman and others were just passing through this world, and did not integrate into the world. This was a very wonderful experience, and Keeman's spirituality diverged and felt more. What kind of power and rules does the sense of existence involve? His expression moved, and he thought of something. Now that there is no sense of existence, what will become of the information he left on the internet? Keeman logged into his video account and got a response that the account does not exist. Search for your ID number, video BV number, etc. in the search box. No videos made by Keeman were found in the search box, but other videos were pushed to Keeman. Keeman exited the video software and searched for his name and the videos he had made in the regular search software. There were no results. In addition to the video account, Keeman found that all the accounts he had registered had disappeared and could not be found again. In addition, all traces of his browsing on the internet disappeared, even if Keeman did not turn on the incognito browsing function. There were no traces of Keeman's browsing in the history records. The bandage man noticed Keeman's actions and shook his head. I have untied the bandages on my arms and legs. In this world, no one remembers us, including your loved ones and our investigation bureau. This? Keeman's eyes widened, and his scalp tingled. Sense of existence is easy to say, but how much power is needed to wipe out all traces of a person's life from beginning to end? This is likely to be a power that affects the global level. Keeman dare not say that it can affect the entire universe. After all, the universe is too big, and there are so many special items. It is too terrible to affect the entire universe. That is unrealistic. But after I put the bandage back on, our traces will return. There is no need to worry about anything. People just think we disappeared for a while and came back. The bandage man is already familiar with it, and is quite calm. It is actually quite dangerous to have no sense of existence. The bandage man did not untie the bandages on his whole body, and naturally he had his considerations. After untying his arms and legs, The sense of existence has returned to zero. So what will be the consequences after untying all the bandages? Don't ask. This is for your own good. The bandaged man shook his head and stopped Keeman's curiosity. Keeman put away his curiosity and was secretly surprised by the side effects of this zero-level item. It's too strong. The side effects alone are so severe. It's worthy of being classified as a zero-level thing. An intuition flashed through Keeman's mind. This might be the top item among zero-level things. It's quite dangerous. Buzz. The plane flew over at a low altitude. The rotor stirred up the wind. The sound of the military helicopter engine spread 10 miles away. The pedestrians on the road were unaware of it. Keeman quietly opened the system in his mind and looked at the task column. The evaluation video has reached the audience's request of 2 million people. The task has been completed. Keeman clicked to receive the reward for the phishing video, and his resistance hummed. Speaking of which, can the influence of zero presence be reduced by using the power of resistance? Keeman had let his body accept the influence of zero presence before, so his body has been accepting it by default and did not resist. Chapter 320. Kamong thought about it, and his heart moved. Resist the influence of the sense of existence. Resist a little, but don't resist at all. Kamong kept repeating in his heart, letting the resistance of his body surge silently. In an instant, Keeman felt a strong wave surging on his body. Others can't see the surging waves, and Keeman can't see it either. This is a spiritual intuition that is difficult to see and hear. After a slight resistance, Keeman found that the resistance force couldn't do anything. Strong, too strong. Kamong couldn't help but raise the strength of the bandaged man in his heart. The other party was rated as an S-level member, which was really not simple. Kamong immediately put away the resistance force and let it stabilize. Kamong vaguely felt that if the bandaged man only untied the bandage on one hand, the resistance force could easily resist, but it might be more difficult to untie both hands, and it would not work if it was 2 hands and 1 leg, and it would go on strike directly if it was 2 hands and 2 legs. The previous resistance value was 615, and now Keeman's resistance value has reached 665 points. Plain all the way. Keeman took out the hair of the strong from the storage scarf. After accepting several sacrifices last night, Keeman is more optimistic about the hair of the strong. This is a head of thick black hair, with an explosive hairstyle, like a hedgehog. Before the plane took off, Keeman had met with the big-faced cat alone, and the information given by the big-faced cat was as follows: the hair of the strong. Wear it, you can become a strong man and exert great power. After taking off the hair, you will lose power for a period of time, and become a useless person without attack power. Note that the more you wear this hair, the balder you will be after taking it off, and the lost hair cannot be restored for a lifetime. The longest wearing time is 100 hours. The information given by the big-faced cat is vague. It turns into a strong man and has great power. There is no specific quantifier here, and Keeman doesn't know how powerful it is. Originally, Keeman planned to give it to Tang Jin, but the strong man's hair has not been tested yet, so it must be tested to be reassuring. Which big brother wants to wear a wig? Keeman said the side effects and advantages of the strong man's hair. The investigators present were slightly tempted, but when they heard the disadvantage of wearing more and more bald, they couldn't help but touch the thick black hair on their heads. Lost hair, permanently lost, it's terrible. A 26-year-old A-level investigator shook his head and didn't want to have a bald hairstyle. Keeman shook his head. This is the hairstyle of a strong man. Besides, you have hair when you wear a wig. Afro, it doesn't look handsome. The 26-year-old investigator thought about his future wife and son and continued to shake his head. Can being handsome be eaten? Keeman asked back. Then why don't you wear it? This is the hairstyle of the strong. He muttered in a low voice. Kamong knew that the other party's excitement had gone out, and immediately looked at another man who seemed to be excited. The excited man took the strong man's hair and looked at it in his hand. Wig, afro hairstyle. The excited man played with it for a while, and gradually stopped being excited, and returned the thing to Keeman. Kamong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did this group of people care about hairstyles? In fact, we don't like offensive items. Everyone sitting here has powerful offensive props that can protect you. The bandaged man took the initiative to speak. He didn't want Keeman to think that he was ignored, and said the reason why everyone didn't want it. The people sitting here are all elite agents in the investigation bureau, and they certainly have no shortage of offensive items, so the hairstyle of the strongman is not something they particularly want. The side effects don't seem to be strong. Why doesn't anyone want it? Keeman was puzzled. There is an unwritten rule for special items. The stronger the side effects, the stronger the side effects. In this regard, the bandaged man shook his head and explained to Keeman, not all powerful items have harsh side effects. There will always be some items with less side effects and strong attack power. Of course, there are not many such things with small side effects. After the bandaged man finished speaking, he looked at the hairstyle of the strong man, and silently felt with his spirituality, accepting the information emitted by the hairstyle of the strong man invisibly. This item seems to be very strong. The bandaged man felt the hairstyle of the strong man for a full half an hour, and finally gave a hard-moving evaluation. Wear it. Just once. Seeing that he was moved, Keeman took the initiative to give it to the bandaged man. Keeman didn't want to become bald. After the resistance power is strong, it may be able to resist the side effects of baldness. However, Keeman was very concerned about the words of Big Face Cat, the lost hair cannot be restored for life. What kind of side effects made Big Face Cat use the word lifetime, which involves the time attribute? This is the key to Keeman's reservation. If there is no word lifetime, Keeman is definitely the most suitable person to wear the strongman's hairstyle. After the bandaged man took the strongman's hairstyle, his expression moved slightly, and he felt that it was a very powerful item with invincible power. After a while, the plane flew to the last place that Keeman had dreamed of before. It was a hospital. After the female ghost failed to find the target, she immediately went to the nearest hospital. Before Keeman woke up, he saw the female ghost go to the hospital morgue. He didn't know what she wanted to do. The evil god's intuition was that the morgue was full of energy, and was a place that the female ghost liked. The plane stopped above, and Keeman took a picture of Tang Yuan and secretly winked at Tang Yuan, communicating with his eyes. Keeman and Tang Yuan were in a master-servant relationship. Everything was in their eyes. Tang Yuan had understood the master's meaning without words. I will sleep for a while, and use dream synesthesia to see the female ghost. If I don't wake up in 10 minutes, you can wake me up, Keeman said. Okay. Keeman immediately hypnotized himself to sleep. Tang Yuan stood aside. The master's eyes just now indicated to him that if he saw the female ghost coming out, he should wake him up immediately. This was Keeman's two-handed preparation. In case the female ghost found something and ran out when he was sleeping and peeping, the situation on the plane was unclear, so it would be better to wake him up first. After a while, Keeman fell into a dream, and once again followed the red line of fate to cross the distance of time and space, and saw the female ghost in red clothes and long hair sleeping in the corpse cabinet in the morgue, and seemed to be sleeping. Keeman blinked and waited for a few minutes. Suddenly, the dream was broken, and Keeman woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw everyone shaking his shoulders. This is a physical awakening method. Although Keeman can't stimulate his spirituality with synesthesia, everyone in reality can use physical means to wake Keeman up. She is sleeping in the morgue, we can suppress her quietly, Keeman said. Keeman plugged angel wings into Tang Yuan, and Tang Yuan folded the wings and was careful. The space here is too narrow, and the wings cannot be opened. Tang Yuan jumped into the air and turned into a big dog, spread its long feather wings, and flew back to the bottom of the plane, carrying several investigators into the hospital. Everyone in the hospital naturally made way for them, and ignored Keeman and the others as they swaggered down the stairs. Chapter 321. In the stairwell, Keeman stretched out his hand and muttered something. A black gust of wind came from nowhere, and the cold air flowed between his fingers. Keeman had a black sheepskin scroll in his hand. Spreading out the sheepskin scroll, Keeman did not see any red dots, only his own white dots. Why is there no red dot? Keeman's heart moved. This may be the fault of Zero Presence. Because of Zero Presence, the other party's malice lost its target, resulting in the female ghost's malice not gathering on Keeman and could not be displayed on the demon map. Let's go catch her. The investigators brought many items to suppress evil spirits. Any item they picked up was a second-level item as a base, which was very powerful. Pushing open the morgue, the cold air hit their faces, but with the demon map, everyone had already adapted to this cold. There were staff in the morgue, but he ignored Keeman and others, and did not realize that outsiders had entered. Keeman led people straight to the 96th morgue cabinet, which was the cabinet where the female ghost slept. Everyone took a deep breath and arranged the suppression props, containment props, and space transfer props for escape. Everything should be left with room. The investigators did not think that the female ghost was weak. From the moment she was able to interfere with the fishing rod, her threat level to the investigation bureau had risen sharply. Be careful. A person carried a Bagua mirror with the function of suppressing evil spirits. It was said that it came from the main door of an ordinary house. One day, the Bagua mirror hanging at the door suddenly became a spirit, bursting with white light, and killed a serial evil ghost. The serial evil ghost was wanted by the investigators, and the Bagua mirror was found all the way. Later, whenever the investigators used it in supernatural cases, they would die immediately after looking in the mirror, without any failure, and the evaluation level also rose, all the way to today's second-level item level. In addition to the Bagua mirror that kills evil, there are other items, including a formation family with a suppression function and a professional broken bowl for containing evil spirits. I'm going to open it, the bandage man said. He is a person with zero sense of existence. The moment he opens the morgue cabinet, he will be associated with the morgue cabinet. At that moment, the morgue cabinet will be associated with the bandage man, and they will fall into a network of zero sense of existence together. When everyone is in a network of relationships, there is no zero existence between each other, so the female ghost may wake up and take the initiative to counterattack at the moment the cabinet is opened. This is the point that everyone should be careful of. Wearing this bracelet, the function of preventing evil spirits is very powerful. One person took out the gem bracelet, and there was a hazy purple light flowing inside it, like stars shining in it, very beautiful. Keeman took the bracelet, which was a necklace worn on the hand, and it felt like a spiritual bracelet of ancient people. Buzz. The bandage man opened the morgue cabinet, and the flag under his feet moved automatically without wind, automatically forming a field to suppress evil spirits, which could suppress evil spirits and prevent them from moving. It was of a very high level, a first-level thing in the bureau, and the maximum suppression field was enough to fill the area of 4 football fields. In order to reduce the loss of the masses, they did not seal the hospital, but only sealed the morgue, reducing the fighting space and ensuring the safety of the outside people. The flags on this flagpole were placed in every corner of the morgue, sealing the space of the morgue and preventing evil spirits from passing through the wall. As for the staff in the morgue, the investigators had secretly come forward and knocked them unconscious, and put them in the corridor, outside the morgue. The moment the cabinet was opened, the long-haired woman in red suddenly opened her blood-red eyes, and the surging malice surged out like a black tide, which was very scary. I found you. The female ghost was lying in the corpse cabinet, and the boundless black malice was directed at the destined person Keeman. This made Keeman's body feel extremely cold, as if thousands of needles were piercing Keeman's flesh. The resistance in Keeman's body surged, and the piercing feeling disappeared instantly. The female ghost was slightly startled, but her ferocious expression became more intense, and she wanted to kill Keeman. She was about to get up, and the flagpole in the morgue was fluttering, emitting a loud heavenly sound, like a dream, as if many Taoists were chanting scriptures to suppress the female ghost. The female ghost moved her body, and transparent silk appeared on her body. Those silk bound her body layer by layer, and sealed the movable joints of her limbs. Ah! She let out a long roar, which shocked all the investigators and made their eyes confused. However, the investigators all brought defensive items to fight against evil creatures, and they soon recovered. One person held the Bagua evil mirror and shone it in the air, and a white beam of light flew towards the red-clothed female ghost. The light shone on the female ghost, bubbling, and a large amount of black gas appeared. Collect her! The bandage man shouted. The bandage man came forward with a broken bowl in his hand. This is a strange collection object that specializes in collecting evil creatures, including ghosts. There is almost no side effect on humans. The broken bowl likes to collect ghosts, and likes to let multiple ghosts fight with other ghosts in this bowl, which is equivalent to raising poison. In the end, the broken bowl eats ghosts and nourishes itself, and it can feed itself without outsiders. The spirit of the broken bowl has long smelled the strong evil malice, buzzing and taking off, hovering above the female ghost suppressed by the flag and illuminated by the beam of light. The broken bowl slowly turned upside down, and when the proportion became larger and the whole body was covered, the female ghost had been put into the bowl. The small broken bowl turned upside down again, with the mouth of the bowl facing up, and the female ghost with black hair and red clothes was already lying in the bowl and screaming. All must die. The female ghost screamed in the bowl, and the black malice was as thick as water, pouring out of the mouth of the bowl. The bandaged man was terrified. This female ghost was too scary. She could let her own malice overflow even when she was taken in. What an evil creature she must be. Keeman felt silently on the side, vaguely knowing how the female ghost had trained to her current strength. Through the drifting bottle, she caught predestined people again, and then ate them. These people were more essence than ordinary people, which could make her grow rapidly. For 10 years, she has been growing without stagnation. Unhindered growth is very scary. In 10 years, a devil was raised. Crack. There was a cracking sound in the morgue. What sound? It's the small broken bowl. The broken bowl cracked. Someone pointed at the broken bowl. The broken bowl was broken to begin with, and one side of the bowl was broken, and the evil spirits like the tide poured out from there, but the ghost could not get out from inside. But now it is different. This ghost is really different, with black hair dancing wildly, transformed into the sharpest magic blade, slashing wildly in the bowl, slicing wildly with one knife after another. The little broken bowl is very powerful, and has eaten many evil spirits, but it is a bit difficult today. At first, the female ghost was not prepared, and was suddenly suppressed. Now she began to explode, showing amazing resilience, with magic hair flying, concentrating all the hair to cut only one place, causing cracks in the little broken bowl. The bandaged man still has other backups, and is not afraid of the female ghost. But he remembered the hairstyle of the strong man, which was an item that Keeman temporarily lent him. It has not been tested yet, but he feels the invincible power from the hair. The bandaged man held the explosive hair. Even if he faced the 10-year-old female ghost, that kind of restrained invincible temperament did not diminish in the slightest. Chapter 322. Since I haven't tested it yet, I might as well test it. The bandaged man actually has hair, but the bandages all over his body also bind his hair, so it doesn't matter to him whether he has hair or not. He didn't untie the bandages on his head, but put it on his head directly through the bandages to see if this would trigger the wig judgment. The moment he put on the afro wig, the wig changed adaptively to fit the bandaged man's head shape. At this moment, the bandaged man felt infinite power surging up, as if he could blow everything up with one punch. He moved lightly, but couldn't control his speed, and crashed into it, knocking away the broken bowl that was overflowing with black water, and hitting the wall, making a big hole. The flag blocked the space, but it was aimed at supernatural creatures, so there was no physical defense. The bandaged man crashed through the wall, and the rumble was deafening. At this time, the cracks on the broken bowl widened, and countless black hairs crawled out from it. The head of a female ghost squeezed out of the broken bowl, and it made a disturbing laugh. Everyone who heard it had their eardrums vibrated and had some distracting thoughts. They all have to die. They all have to die. The neck and shoulders of the female ghost squeezed out of the broken bowl, and the red long clothes followed closely. The boundless malice intensified, as if a knife was stabbing at it. The light of the boudoir mirror shone over, illuminating the head of the female ghost, and layers of black smoke and shrieking sounds emerged. Invisible sound waves and ripples came towards him, and the gem bracelet on Kuming's right hand emitted a clear light, reducing the discomfort. Kuming held the exorcism scalpel in his hand, and used its throwing function for the first time. He gently swung it to lock the target, and the scalpel turned into a white light, and instantly slashed towards the broken bowl. That was the middle part of the female ghost's body, and she had not squeezed out yet. In a flash, endless black hair rushed up to the sky, meeting the scalpel. But the scalpel easily cut through the countless black hairs that came to meet it, and then cut through the middle of the female ghost's body at lightning speed. The body was cut open, and countless black hair burst out from there, making the morgue even darker. Ha ha! The female ghost laughed grimly, and the broken body was reconnected and reassembled quickly, looking like nothing happened, as if the ghost whose body was just broken was not her, but an illusion. The indestructible boudoir mirror actually couldn't gain the upper hand in this battle. The female ghost forcibly faced the light of the boudoir mirror, and spread out her long black hair. The black hair was like a waterfall, rushing towards several investigators in the morgue. But they all had powerful protective props on them, with thunder flashing and precious light protecting their bodies, blocking the sharp black hair. At this time, the female ghost suddenly turned around and realized that there was a powerful creature behind her. In a face-to-face encounter, before she could turn around, a wooden peach with sword suddenly flashed by and cut her neck. Black blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the morgue. She turned her black hair and pressed her head back to her neck, but there was an indissoluble white light on her neck, and it glowed as soon as it was put back, and she couldn't put it back. Ah, the ghost girl opened her mouth wide, wanting to say something vicious, but she couldn't say it. The bandaged man flashed back again. The peach with sword was ordinary, without the special effect of the giant crack, but he cut through the endless black hair wave with one sword, and every broken black hair burst into white flames and burned fiercely. So strong. The bandaged man muttered to himself, and had a new understanding of the hair of the strong. As soon as he moved, he immediately reached the speed of sound. He could not control his speed, and directly hit the wall, which made his brain dizzy. If the malice here was not too strong and deeply hurt the bandaged man, he might not have woken up so quickly. This time, he deliberately controlled the strength and slowed down the speed, but it was still so fast. He pierced the female ghost's body with the sword almost in an instant. This sword pierced the female ghost's heart. He turned around and stabbed again and again. There were more and more white sword marks on the female ghost's body. The female ghost could not be repaired. In the end, she could only turn into a scream and her body was swallowed by white flames. Even the Bagua mirror could not kill him, but he died under the sword of the Peachwood sword. The bandaged man was shocked. He knew that this was not the power of the Peachwood sword, but the ability given by the hair of the strong. This is a comprehensive increase. Whether it is the speed of movement or the strength of the body, or the special effects of killing ghosts, they are all increased to an incredible level. Seeing the ghost girl being burned by the white flames, he took off his explosive hair, and the bandage was still on his head. However, a feeling of powerlessness came over him, and he remembered one of the side effects of the strongman's hairstyle, which was to become a disabled person for a short time. Becoming a disabled person is not scary. With teammates around him, he is not worried about his own safety. In this way, the crisis from the drifting bottle ended with the ghost girl being purified into air. Walking out of the morgue, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the air outside was still fresh. Just now, facing the 10-year-old monster, the malice like a tide really suppressed people's thoughts. If you stay for a long time, you will definitely have some anti-human thoughts, which is extremely scary. Keeman looked back at the morgue and took out the drifting bottle from the storage scarf. The so-called fate, in the end, is a bad fate. On the roof of the hospital, the plane went to refuel. After waiting for a while, Keeman and others returned. The plan of traveling across the continent remains unchanged, and it is imperative to clean up the shadow stream. Keeman felt that the Autobots' ring was a smoke bomb thrown by the shadow stream. Although there is no evidence of collusion between the Autobots and the shadow stream, it is right to clean up the shadow stream members. Wrap your bandages back, there is no sense of existence, and the malice will not be directed at me, Keeman said. The bandage man June was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think of this. So he looked around a few times in the whale in vain? Yes. Keeman just figured it out now. Without a sense of existence, the malicious map is also useless. But this is not a big deal, and it can be turned around again. The bandage man wrapped the bandages back, and the plane turned over the Octopus City. Its reconnaissance diameter is as long as 6 kilometers. Rotating along the established route, the Octopus City can be fully covered. The plane was moving at full speed. If it was running out of gas, there would be a corresponding car on the land that would prepare aviation gasoline. In this way, the plane flew over Octopus City, then back to Whale City, and then turned to another city. Keeman went all the way, and there was no red dot on the demon map. The Shadow Stream members did not dare to stay near Whale City, and Keeman did not expect them to stay nearby. The plane crossed 10 cities in one day, and Keeman looked at the map from time to time. When Keeman thought there would be no Shadow Stream members today, when he flew to the suburbs near the 10th city, red dots suddenly appeared on the demon map. The moment the red dot appeared, the bandaged man looked over. Here. Finally found you. The bandaged man smiled. At this time, the side effects of the strong man's hair had long ended, and he could move freely. Chapter 323. It's been a while, the turmoil outside should be less. In a 2-story self-built building in the suburbs, a shirtless man looked at the calendar, tore off a calendar, and smoked a cigarette, with tobacco curling around. CNZ walked to the balcony and looked up at the sky. He had heard the roar of a helicopter just now, and he didn't know which plane was flying above. He didn't suspect anything, because it was normal for a helicopter to pass by, and he was in the suburbs of the city. Maybe it was a rich man passing by plane. Besides, he was very confident in his identity. This was a carefully selected body. He was the only one at home, and his relationship with the neighbors was not good, so no one would be suspicious. Looking up, he saw a big golden retriever with wings and a halo on his head flying down, and he couldn't help but be stunned. What is this thing? No, why did that thing fly down? His brain began to heat up, and he quickly thought of countermeasures. Something is wrong, this is the plane of the Investigation Bureau. Looking at the big dog, he instantly thought of the pet big dog of the popular science host Keeman. As a member of the Shadow Stream, he has a clear understanding of the danger, that is, you must not confront the people of the Investigation Bureau. This is not a foreign country, it is the territory of the Investigation Bureau. Why did Keeman dare to expose the black material of the Shadow Stream on the internet? It is because he has a strong background and his backers can protect him. Therefore, Keeman has no scruples on the internet. No one dares to attack him even if he posts a bunch of evaluation videos of items, because Keeman is backed by the entire country. Who dares to compete with the country? Many illegal supernatural organizations abroad dare not say that they can definitely suppress Koi Island. Its luck is too strong. CNZ immediately left his body and ran to the wash basin in the form of a shadow, got into the water pipe of the wash basin, and then slipped away along the water pipe. Boom! There was a vibration above his head, and CNZ knew that the big dog had come, and it was a violent master. But he didn't expect that his escape direction would be shown on Keeman's map. As long as the opponent's malicious intentions did not stop, Keeman could use the map to lock his position. CNZ kept running along the water pipe. He had already figured out the sewage pipe here before he came. Why didn't he run to the tap water pipe? It was because he was afraid that the opponent would turn off the water pipe valve in this area. The sewage pipe was dirty, but he didn't care about it for the sake of survival. As long as he survived, he could get a perfect body and live happily. He held hope and didn't think he would be caught. Every time he was caught, he just used this rogue method, and the investigation bureau couldn't catch him. However, a few seconds later, he met his end. The people in the investigation bureau had long imagined that the shadow stream members would turn into shadows and run through the sewage pipes and sewers, so they specially drew special items from various branches to deal with sewers and underground items. The big dog was holding a water pipe, which was a thing that could block the water in the water pipes and cement pipes in a certain area. The side effect was that he drank the water from the sewers and ran to drink water after use. However, the big dog had high resistance, especially after the upgrade, and was not afraid of side effects at all. The big dog blew the water pipe with his mouth, and the sound was so loud that the water in the water pipes was sealed and immobilized wherever the sound passed, and the front and rear entrances of the water pipes were also sealed. The shadow creature in the sewage pipe was stunned. Why did the water pipe inside suddenly seal? It crashed directly into the wall of the pipe. This wall suddenly appeared in the pipe. As a two-dimensional creature, it could not shuttle through those closed walls. Damn it, they must have prepared for a few days to round me up. CNZ was sweating wildly in his heart. He thought of a way. Could it be that he could only live in objects and become the shadow of still objects? Living in still objects is equivalent to a dead end. He knows that living in still objects is a taboo of the shadow organization and will hardly wake up. The plane hovered above the big dog. The two investigators had already gone down and listened to Keeman's instructions according to the communication channel in the headset. It's not moving. Received. The two people demarcated the area and located the location of the shadow stream members. The nearby investigation bureau has already sent members to rush over. This is a great achievement. Keeman has to run all over the continent and has no time to stay for interrogation, so the local investigation bureau can take credit. Of course, the biggest credit will definitely go to Keeman, there is no doubt about that. After a while, the local investigation bureau came over to get the water pipe out of the ground, and then Keeman grabbed it with his hands and put it into the seal prepared by the local investigation bureau. After finishing this work, continue to move forward and capture the shadow stream members. Tonight is a sleepless night for the shadow stream members. Keeman did not sleep. Not sleeping for 2 days is a basic operation for him, shortening the capture time and maximizing the use of the demon map. However, Keeman felt that even if he fell asleep, he could still hold the demon map in his hand and let everyone see it for themselves, and then the plane kept turning off, kept flying, and kept catching. This is the solution, but it's a bit tiring. In 2 days, the shadow stream members in 4 cities were eliminated in succession. Some of them lurked in the countryside, and some lurked in the city. Each hiding place was carefully selected and suitable for escape. However, the devil is 1 foot high, and the way is 10 feet high. The investigation bureau has figured out their escape methods, which are nothing more than those few. As long as there is Keeman's demon map, they will die wherever they run. The investigation bureau will eat them up. The shadow stream members never dreamed that Keeman would be such a threat to the shadow stream. Without exception, those captured shadow stream creatures had no way to escape from the investigation bureau. Because they were not strong enough, and the investigation bureau had a lot of knowledge about shadow creatures. Compressing the shadow mass to enhance the escape force, the shadow coat, and the shadow-like tentacle attack, too many secrets were dug out by the investigation bureau. Regional contacts, mentor-level shadows, new members, anyone who was caught by Keeman's demon map with malicious intent, could not escape the capture of the investigation bureau. Without the Deacon-level shadow stream members, where did it go? The bandage man was thinking about the Deacon-level members, who were the top members of the shadow stream, and knew many secrets. The bandage man's mission to protect Keeman on this trip was to beware of the top members of the shadow stream organization, the Deacon-level figures, and the Elder-level figures, all of whom needed to be guarded against. According to the information previously obtained, the deacon-level figures each had a jurisdiction, and they had to travel a long way to reach the jurisdiction of another deacon. Keeman went to sleep in the early morning of the third day. Even the rumbling sound of the plane could not stop Keeman from sleeping. The dream pillow from the bureau was also brought over, in order to prevent the high-level combat power from encountering some irrational things, and the dream pillow could provide a backup. Keeman fell asleep quickly with the dream pillow, and the roar of the plane could not disturb him at all. Chapter 324. Why hasn't this guy updated recently? Deacon Zhang of Shadow Stream lives in an ordinary residential area. He was the first to evacuate, and ran directly to the corners of his jurisdiction. This is a small 5th-tier city in Koi Island. It is very small. There is not even a special affairs investigation branch in the local area, which shows how small it is. The investigation branch will not set up a branch in a small city, mainly because the population is small, the area is not large, and the frequency of the birth of items is not as frequent as that in big cities. The uphost that Zhang Rezai is checking now is Keeman. Every day when he wakes up, he clicks on Keeman's account to see what new item this guy has launched, or the daily vlog of the silly pet. To be honest, watching these videos is not very useful to him, but understanding the enemy is to protect himself. Deacon Zhang squats on Keeman's videos every day, with the attitude of a true fan, just to learn more information. This guy, is he going to perform a mission? It has been 4 days since he updated. He strongly suspects that this guy is going to perform a big mission. When investigators are carrying out big tasks, they are often busy, and have no time to shoot materials or edit videos. Deacon Zhang pressed the F5 key on the keyboard again to refresh, but still did not refresh Kuming's video. Ding. The user Shadow Stream Group owner invites you to join the group chat Shadow Stream House. Accept/ignore. Deacon Zhang saw the invitation box, and first muttered, "Who is so arrogant and dares to come up with this name?" After saying that, his expression was shocked. The memory of Shadow Stream House flashed like a revolving lantern, and he vaguely remembered that this was a secret chat channel for the top leaders of the Shadow Stream organization. However, those memories are still vague, and you need to click the confirmation button and join the group to fully recall all the memories. At this time, the rumbling sound of a helicopter came from the sky. He was unmoved, his mind was completely attracted by the Shadow Stream House, and he clicked the consent button. People's Teacher Zhang joined the group chat. The name of the group member People's Teacher Zhang has been changed to Zhang Deacon. At Zhang Deacon, now I give you a task, investigate what Keeman is doing recently. Now you are given the right to control all the Shadow Stream members below the Deacon level in Koi Island, and you must establish an offline observation network around Keeman. The Shadow Stream House is a dull place, not a place for big guys to chat. Everyone is dull and silent. When talking, it is usually the Shadow Stream group leader who speaks, and then the person whose name is called speaks. Deacon Zhang replied, "Okay, I guarantee to complete the task." At this time, the sound of the helicopter engine in his ear was still there, and it didn't go away. He looked at the computer, and suddenly felt a pain in his heart. What is this feeling? Deacon Zhang quickly left the computer, ran to the balcony, and looked at the horizon in the distance. There was a helicopter hovering there. Deacon Zhang quickly turned around and went back to the house. 2 seconds later, he ran back to the balcony. This time he had a camera in his hand. He picked up the camera and focused on the helicopter in the distance. He clicked the shutter, and the camera immediately spit out several photos. One was a super panoramic photo. The building in the community where he lived was 11 stories high. He lived on the 11th floor. He could see a piece of low-rise buildings lying on the ground, the old streets, the deserted streets, and only a few cars passing by. The color of the sky was almost dim, and night was approaching. The helicopter was hanging in the dusk, very small, but it could not be ignored. The second photo is a super zoom picture. The whole picture is a close-up of the plane. The details are super clear, just like a map taken 5 meters away. This is it. Deacon Zhang's heart skipped a beat. He saw a man wrapped in bandages, a round fluffy golden ball, and some unfamiliar faces crowded at the helicopter's mouth. Deacon Zhang didn't see Keeman, but when he saw the golden fur ball, he immediately thought of Keeman. When he saw the bandaged man, his mind immediately matched him with Jun, the S-level member of Koi Island. The third picture is an infrared perspective picture, which is also a close-up picture. It clearly shows how many people are in the plane. The fourth picture is a human body color picture after perspective. It is also a close-up picture, just like a picture taken 5 meters away from the plane. Each person who is perspective is marked with a different color. The fourth picture is the core function of the camera, which can show how many special items the person has. Gold and yellow is the most, followed by silver, then red, purple, blue, cyan, and green. And in the photo, there is a silver human body, then there is a purple human body, and then there is a blue human body. Silver human body. It is only one level away from being comparable to the golden human body. It is a special item that has surpassed a certain amount of human beings. When seeing this picture, Deacon Zhang's mind buzzed, and he was a little confused. He didn't know what would happen next. So many. Deacon Zhang murmured, remembering the task given to him by the Shadow Stream group leader to establish an offline monitoring network for Keeman. Monitoring? Haha, they have come to his door, and he can't even protect himself. Deacon Zhang's sense of crisis surged up, becoming more and more solemn. This is a sign of great misfortune, and it is difficult to avoid. A great omen was about to strike, and he knew that the next step would be a life-or-death ending. He immediately returned to the computer and quickly typed a line of words. Keeman is here, I will temporarily withdraw. Then, he immediately broke a necklace on his collar without looking at the computer. Crack. The crystal stone shattered, and the purple wind blew up, like a sharp magic blade lingering around his body. The purple virtual wind cut its skin and began to tear the pale bones. He groaned and endured the severe pain. This was a process that must be endured in the transfer. In the distance. At the helicopter, the bandaged man at the side of the plane suddenly said, "That guy seems to have seen me." "Catch!" Keeman shouted in the plane. Shirley jumped off the plane without saying a word, and after landing, she broke through the sound barrier at supersonic speed, rumbling all the way, and rushed into the 11th floor of Deacon Zhang. In the room, a purple wind was blowing, and the purple color changed from light to black, opening a black hole. Deacon Zhang's blood and bones were torn apart and sucked into the pure black hole, along with the floor, table, and books in the room. Shirley's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a sense of danger from the black hole. If she went in, she would be chopped up. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. She had no experience in dealing with it, so she could only enter the house, and then retreat to ensure her personal safety. The next second, the black hole shrank like a vortex and disappeared. What was left was the cut marks all over the floor. Even the computer and the light were chopped up, and there were not many things in the room that were well preserved. A few seconds later, the helicopter stopped outside the house, and the bandaged man jumped in. Looking at the cut marks all over the floor, the strong sense of space splitting reminded him of space-related props. "This is a big fish, we must catch him," he said loudly. After searching for so many days, he finally met a big fish, and he couldn't let it go. Ordinary Shadow Stream members don't have the means to escape by space transfer. This person must be the Deacon of Shadow Stream, and may even be the legendary elder-level figure. The space transfer is so violent. Kumeng also entered the house, his eyebrows jumped, and he remembered the life-saving stone of space transfer given to him by the Investigation Bureau. It's different. Some space transfer stones are very violent when they are transferred. They will tear things that are not strong enough. This person is a Shadow Stream member. He can abandon his physical body to transfer, and is not afraid of space tearing. The life-saving teleportation stone we gave you is very stable. It is a life-saving item carefully selected by the Bureau. It does not have this suicidal disadvantage. The bandaged man explained. Chapter 325. This is a big fish, and neither Keeman nor the bandaged man will let him go. Conservatively estimated, he is also a Deacon-level figure, and must be caught. Space stones like this are generally limited in distance, and cannot escape our continent. The bandaged man explained, revealing the general properties of space gems. Stones like this can be transmitted up to 300 kilometers. 300 kilometers is very far, and can fly out of the provincial area. Keeman's demon map is only 6 kilometers in diameter, and there is no way to explore that far. But what is the identity of an investigator? Of course, it is to investigate. The enemy slipped away under his nose, so naturally he had to use synesthesia to feel the information left after the space was torn at the place where he moved. As long as the general direction and distance are sensed, the place where the other party reached after the space was torn can be quickly locked together. The bandaged man took Keeman with him, and sat together in the room where the floor was torn the most. When he first entered the room, Keeman felt a strong sense of distortion, which was a discomfort in space, as if the place where he stood was in ruins, and he would fall to the floor below at any time. Sitting in the center, this feeling was extremely strong, and the sense of separation from all directions made Keeman feel more information. Keeman closed his eyes, and quietly accepted the information emanating from this place. After a while, Keeman opened his eyes again and saw shocking black cuts in the room. Following those black cuts, he vaguely saw a passage leading to the north. Keeman pointed to the north with one hand and gave a sense of the big feeling. It flew for about 10 seconds. 10 seconds. The bandaged man also opened his eyes, no longer synesthetizing, but stood up directly. I know where it is. Let's go. Just now, the bandaged man used all his telepathy to feel the distortion of the other party's space tearing instead of finding the direction and distance. After finding the distortion of the other party, the speed of space transmission can be roughly estimated. If the time data is obtained, the distance of the other party can be roughly estimated. The bandaged man directly substituted 10 seconds into the speed formula he just calculated and got an amazing answer of 294 kilometers. He has left the province, probably in this range. The bandaged man found a map and circled a rough range. The Investigation Bureau immediately mobilized the forces of the Investigation Bureau of the neighboring province to form a large encirclement and block all the traffic arteries over there. Then the investigators went out to search the city and the mountains. Amon, you can crush the space transmission stone, and it will be transmitted to the nearest space access point set up by our Investigation Bureau. The bandaged man did not want to let the big fish go. This cleanup activity was mainly launched against the Shadow Organization, and the Autobots hiding in the dark were not the main target. If a second-rate organization like Shadow Stream is not eradicated, many tasks in Koi Island will be in trouble. Shadow Stream dare not sneak into the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau of Koi Island, but places outside the Investigation Bureau are places where they can infiltrate, and they are hard to guard against. Okay. Keeman also knew that this was the fastest and most stable way. After the big fish landed, it would definitely leave the original place and escape. It is unknown who it will transfer to during the escape. Keeman put the pet into the storage scarf and immediately crushed the space transmission stone. A strong suction came over. It was not strong, like a stream of water, soaking the whole body and turning into a round transparent bubble. Just as the bandaged man said, the props that the Investigation Bureau prepared for him were not dangerous. They were all carefully selected items. Keeman was wrapped in bubbles, and the scenery outside suddenly disappeared, and it was pitch black. In the pure black background, there was no concept of time and space, and Keeman could not find a sense of direction. Here is. Keeman stayed in the space bubble, and for the first time he experienced the feeling of traveling through time and space, but he did not expect it to be this kind of experience. It was pitch black outside, without any color, so there was no sense of spatial distance. And because there was no reference, even the speed of time passing was a problem. Could it be that the big boss behind the Shadow Stream is in this similar space? Keeman's heart moved, and he once again remembered the pure black space where the big boss behind the Shadow Stream organization was. Keeman felt quietly, feeling the information emitted by the pure black void. After a while, Keeman felt a certain power in the dark, guiding the bubble to fly. Suddenly, the bubble broke. All the light and colors came in, filling the world with colors, and Keeman returned to the world again. In just a dozen seconds, Keeman was not able to sense too much information, and felt regretful. Mr. Keeman, welcome to Squid City, which is 299 kilometers away from your original city. In front of the space coordinate table, a staff member stood up and greeted Keeman. When Keeman heard 299 kilometers, he immediately thought of the big fish. In order to catch the big fish, he had to lose a space teleportation stone in the bureau. This time he must catch the other party. Keeman muttered something in his mouth, summoning the demon map while walking, and the people around him felt a chill in their hearts, and black air rushed into Keeman's palm, and then a black sheepskin scroll appeared. Keeman spread out the black parchment scroll, and immediately there were 2 red dots in the city. The investigators next to him immediately took action, and sent people to catch the man. As for Keeman, he quickly boarded the fighter jet that had just been parked on the top floor of the investigation branch. Keeman sat in the co-pilot seat, and the fighter jet spewed flames and flew forward at a speed that the human body could not bear. The pilot of the fighter jet was a person with enhanced physique, who could withstand more acceleration, and Keeman's body was not to mention, and he could easily cope with the reaction force generated when the speed of the aircraft increased sharply. At the speed of the fighter jet, it flew to the area where the big fish fell in a short while. Keeman checked the demon map all the way, and finally found a brand new red dot 4 kilometers later. Then the plane flew directly there. Keeman couldn't wait for others to reinforce him. He had to go down and catch the man himself, and couldn't let the other party escape. When they arrived at the location, the opponent's movement speed became very fast, but no matter how fast it was not faster than the fighter jet. The fighter jet had broken the sound barrier at this time, and it was so fast in the blink of an eye. When they arrived at the location, Keeman directly pressed the jump button, the auxiliary cabin opened, and he flew out with the chair. Keeman unfastened his seat belt and accelerated down in free fall. When he was about to fall, Keeman suddenly put on his angel wings, which suddenly changed his speed. The Deacon-level shadow creature that was fleeing below felt the threat and heard the sound of the fighter jet. It hid in a secret room instead of running away, and seemed to be concentrating its strength to launch the most powerful attack. Keeman broke into the house, slapped Tang Yuan and Shirley, two generals, and rushed to the basement together, breaking into the door without thinking. The moment the door was broken, the shadow covered with tentacles rushed over in the most violent form. Keeman had already opened his palm and clenched it the moment the door opened. In an instant, all the tentacle shadows disappeared, all concentrated in Keeman's palm. Chapter 326. Time goes back to when Deacon Zhang traveled through space. Damn it, there's another airplane. Deacon Zhang, who was running around the streets, had lost his sense of crisis, but when he heard the roar of an airplane in the distance, he couldn't stop the tension in his heart. Who was chasing him? Deacon Zhang thought of Keeman and the S-level member Bandage Man. No matter which one, they were all generals of the Investigation Bureau. He didn't think he could escape from the Investigation Bureau's territory. He had guessed the ending long before he escaped, so he didn't forget to type before he died, just to let them know that Keeman had found him. This was an unusual signal. Keeman or the Bandage Man must have something to chase the Shadow Stream members, otherwise how could a large number of Shadow Stream members be caught last time, otherwise how could Deacon Hua fall? Knowing that his death was imminent, he couldn't get rid of the sense of crisis. He stopped running and went directly into a secret room, condensing the shadow mass of his whole body to launch the last attack of his life. The shadows on his body surged, and all the shadow matter turned into the most violent tentacles. This is the end of the shadow creatures. It is said that people who cannot maintain their rationality will turn into a group of tentacle-like shadows. He is an old member of the Shadow Stream organization, and a half-crazy and half-rational person, who grows some strange tentacles from time to time. At this moment, the shadow tentacles on his body have condensed to the strongest point. No matter who opens the door, as long as they are hit by more than 3 tentacles, they will definitely suck the opponent's shadow dry. It is not an exaggeration to be touched by 6 extremely concentrated shadow tentacles and digested instantly. But he has accumulated strength for so long, and as soon as he opened the door and saw it, all the shadows on his body were sucked over without any resistance. What's going on? Deacon Zhang shouted, waving his tentacles to madly invade the shadow attached to Keeman's palm. Shadows are not only attached to the soles of people's feet. In fact, every tentacle of a person can create a shadow through light, but these shadows may be faint and invisible. Deacon Zhang is experienced, and stabbed every shadow tentacle. The shadow tentacles touched the faint shadow of Keeman's palm, but the next second, a strong rebound feeling arose, and he was unable to break through Keeman's palm shadow in the first time. What? Deacon Zhang shouted, stunned. He has never seen anyone he can't beat. You know, many normal people's shadows are unguarded and can enter at will. Even if an investigator carries something that increases mental power, it is difficult to withstand his killing. But Keeman held on, and couldn't help but hold on, and bounced back. Deacon Zhang almost vomited blood in his heart. He had never encountered such a difficult predicament. What kind of person is this? Keeman also felt a slight pain in the palm of his hand. This pain had been weakened by the resistance force, but it was still painful, which showed that the other party was not a soft persimmon. Finally caught you. Keeman patted his scarf and took out a big black jar. This jar was a wine jar that was forbidden to move. Keeman threw him into the mouth of the wine jar and sealed it, and he felt refreshed immediately. After a while, other investigators also rushed over to finish. Keeman took the lead and walked in front to catch the shadow, and was admired by the investigators of Squid City. With such an investigator, why worry about the rise of Koi Island? Keeman returned to the Investigation Bureau of Squid City, caught this Deacon-level shadow, cut open his shadow coat with a scalpel, cut it a few more times, crippled it, and then handed it over to a professional interrogator. Deacon Zhang tried to self-destruct several times on the way, but was stopped every time. The interrogation work was also slowly carried out, prying open Deacon Zhang's mouth, and obtaining some new information about the Shadow Stream organization. Keeman had great authority, and could read the investigation report on the spot. After reading it, Keeman was very surprised. Is there a concept of time loss? Keeman murmured. This is not surprising, it is reasonable. Before arresting people, the deacon may have done something shameful, and that period of time was deleted from his mind. But how he did this is unknown. The bandage man also rushed over. His space stone can also be teleported, but teleporting together may disrupt the one-way guidance. In order to avoid accidents, he waited for a while before teleporting. Is there no useful information? He knows the latest distribution locations of some Shadow Stream members in Koi Island. This is very important information. Catch him. No one has figured out the concept of Shadow Stream House, because after Deacon Zhang typed that paragraph, the group leader of the group was silent for only a few seconds and kicked Deacon Zhang out of Shadow Stream House. So Deacon Zhang has no concept of Shadow Stream House in his mind, and no one can search that memory from his memory. After Keeman obtained the general published map of Deacon Zhang, he had a clear choice and no longer had to search every city. This new distribution map is the knowledge that Deacon Zhang suddenly acquired recently. He acquired the knowledge a day ago without any signs. At the same time, the Investigation Bureau, which was responsible for interrogating the other party about what he did every minute, found that Deacon Zhang had a timed out. The time period from midnight to 1 o'clock last night was wasted in his memory, but later, he got a new distribution map of Shadow Stream members. In addition, when we arrested him today, his confession was very confusing. He didn't know what he did before he was arrested, and the time didn't match. What did Deacon Zhang do during the missing time in his memory? This attracted the attention of the investigators, and Keeman set off again, using the demon map to sense those who were malicious to him. Deacon Zhang's time was paradoxical, and Keeman was also examining his confession. It is very likely that it is a secret way of communication, but the price is action memory. Keeman roughly judged with spirituality. Keeman's judgment was passed to the Investigation Bureau, and the think tanks all felt that it made sense. Such a price is just right, which can not only keep secrets, but also prevent the Shadow Stream's communication network from being paralyzed in front of the Divine Beast. It is really amazing. After a few days, with Squid City as the center, the nearby Shadow Stream members were destroyed and uprooted. Because more and more people were arrested, the network of relationships involved became more and more dense. If the contact person is caught, a layer of the relationship network between the minor and the new members can be found. Even if they heard the news and temporarily left the original city for refuge, they couldn't run far. Because the longer the shadow creatures wandered outside, the greater the risk. Not only the risk of being discovered, but also the risk of life. So Keeman caught a large nest of them, and the shadow organization lost more and more territory in Koi Island, vaguely forming a trend of sparks directly starting a prairie fire. On the other side, secret chat group, Shadow Stream House. Big Trash joined the chat group. Z joins the chat group. Juligia joins the chat group. The Deacon's Q number was invited to join the group, and continued to refresh the screen, with new members joining the group every few minutes. The Deacons of Shadow Stream began to worry. This was unprecedented. This group had not exceeded 100 people for a long time, and Shadow Stream House had always maintained a scale of 50 to 100 people. Chapter 327. The number of people quickly broke through the 100 mark and headed straight for the 200 mark. When the number of people in the group reached 251, the Shadow Stream group leader finally stopped inviting people. A group of deacons and elders were dull and taciturn, waiting for the group leader to speak. A solemn atmosphere circulated in the Shadow Stream House. The elders who had been stationed in the Shadow Stream House for a long time knew what happened, but the deacons who had just joined the group did not know what happened. The cleaning action of the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau would not be clearly posted on the official website announcement. Offline cleaning requires a huge intelligence network to be informed. But the Investigation Bureau of Koi Island is precisely a place that cannot be penetrated, which brings great difficulties to the intelligence work of the Shadow Stream organization. The deacons of various continents were in turmoil, and they didn't know what the group leader wanted to say. At all members, now Deacon Zhang is being visited by the Investigation Bureau in Koi Island. Some regional contact members in the province of Squid City are temporarily out of contact. According to my speculation, this is very similar to what happened to Deacon Hua. Koi Island is very likely to have a way to find Shadow Stream members. Now I announce the following new policy. Fully evacuate Koi Island. No matter what method you use, even if you swim in the sea, you must escape from Koi Island as soon as possible. Deacons who are not in Koi Island don't need to panic for the time being, but if you have had any contact with Deacon Hua or Deacon Zhang, change your appearance and move to another place as soon as possible. Keeman didn't know about the changes in the Shadow Stream House. Now he was very happy to catch Shadow Stream members. With the help of the big data network, he ruled out some cities with low possibilities, and he caught one every time. The Deacon-level shadows in Koi Island started to run away. They didn't have time to notify those newbies, so they could only temporarily notify the regional contacts. As for how many shadow members they could notify to flee, the Deacons didn't think much about it. After 2 weeks of the big cleanup, Keeman caught some shadow members who were fleeing and got a surprising result. The new plan of the shadow organization is to flee. These are the Shadow Mentor shadows. They knew the news too late. The contact had already fled, not to mention the Deacons, who had already disappeared. In order to ensure the success rate of escape, the contact in some areas used the delayed message sending method to tell the mentor-level figures the news of the evacuation of the entire organization in a secret letter. After another half a month of cleaning, the red dots could no longer be found on Keeman's demon map. The probability of encountering the red dots was very small, so small that the people who met were some new members who could not contact the shadow. Every mentor-level shadow knew the importance of saving their lives. Basically, they fled after receiving the news. If they didn't escape, they would die. Finally, the roots of the shadow organization have been pulled out. The bandaged man sat in the helicopter and slept on the plane every day. His mental state was in a depressed state. If it weren't for the beautiful dream pillow, everyone's mental state might be even more depressed. Keeman slept for another half a month, and after not finding any shadow stream members for half a month, he went back home to rest. During the time of going out for the general cleaning, Keeman took some time off to test some interesting experimental products in actual combat and took some videos. Occasionally, he touched those powerful secret items in other people's investigation bureaus to brush up resistance points. Therefore, Keeman's resistance also increased to 1,000 points, which was exactly an integer. After a month and a half of tossing, Keeman hadn't rested for a long time. He lay on his big bed at home, looked at the super high ceiling, and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. In the dream, a ghost in a black cloak appeared in the deep sea Raya. The black ghost shook his tattered black cloak. There was no face under the cloak. It was hollow, and the deep black color contained an ancient atmosphere. Great Lord, there have been no new adventurers in recent times. We have observed those human main cities. The adventurers seem to have received their oracles, and no longer communicate with the local natives. They can no longer be tamed. The black ghost complained that these adventurers were too cunning and difficult to tame. Now they don't communicate with the local natives, and the missionary journey is even more difficult. The black ghosts once thought of giving up on continuing to preach to them, but Cthulhu's continue was still urging them in their ears, so they dared not tell Cthulhu the truth. Until the past few days, a major event happened in the human main city. Adventurers massacred the city. Those local natives were slaughtered by adventurers, and their equipment dropped and was picked up by adventurers. The city was completely plunged into a bloody chaos. Black Ghost almost thought that the other party had joined the church. But the facts proved that their beliefs had not changed. They still believed in the unknown mysterious God. The adventurers knew what they were doing and were not crazy. Even if they were crazy, they were reasonable. Keeman was surprised when he listened to the accusation of Black Ghost. Recently, he was busy catching members of the Shadow Stream and slept every few days. To be honest, Keeman was also very sleepy in his dreams, so his will was not clear enough. The increase of the boss can reduce fatigue, but Keeman took the initiative to let himself rest, so Keeman did not pay too much attention to the subsequent progress of those people and things. Unexpectedly, the adventurers who abandoned the professional mentor skills system actually killed the local natives in turn. The local natives are not so weak. Keeman's heart was full of question marks. He didn't know how the players did it. Could it be level suppression? In Keeman's mind, the NPC level of the first main city is relatively low. Players can level up and then come back to kill NPCs. But the problem is, the equipment dropped by low-end NPCs is not high-level equipment. What's the point of killing them? The equipment does not match your level. Isn't it a waste of effort? The Black Ghost slowly left. It received new guidance from the evil god. Wait. The Black Ghost understands this kind of single-word meaning in this way. When the situation develops to an uncontrollable point, it will choose whether to get involved or save the NPC. Keeman watched the Black Ghost leave and silently communicated with a group of Cthulhu players. Cthulhu believers are scattered all over the sky. Some people are willing to mix in the low-level area, not for anything else, just for the circulation of low-level intelligence. A huge intelligence network not only has high-level intelligence, but also middle-level intelligence and low-level intelligence. None of them can be missing, so that all intelligence can be used efficiently for the organization. When Keeman communicated, he happened to see the third main city fall into a period of turmoil. Countless adventurers held their weapons, emitting a hazy light, sweeping down NPCs one after another. The third main city was stained with blood, and most of the NPCs were controlled to death by the player's combination skills, and then killed by hard damage, and had no ability to resist at all. NPCs should have been in an unattackable state, but the arrival of the Black Ghost changed their original nature and made them attackable, so the players seized this convenience and started a huge anti-NPC wave. Chapter 328. Hundreds of clear sword lights gathered together, forming a bright galaxy, piercing through the body of an NPC and rushing into the sky. The professional instructor who taught swordsmanship opened his eyes wide and looked at the wound cut in his stomach. He never thought that one day his master would be killed by his apprentices. Yes, among these strange adventurers, some of them were once his apprentices, hiding in the crowd and launching attacks. So far, the last quest-type NPC of the third main city has stained the wall with blood. There is no NPC with the attribute of issuing quests. The remaining NPCs are all passers-by characters, specially used as background boards. Passers-by NPCs have no spirituality and numb faces. Only when players ask, will they answer some things they know based on their own background boards. But most passers-by NPCs cannot answer questions normally, because the game designers did not set a background for them when setting them, that is, they have no historical past. People without history are like those without past experiences in life, blank. Players are now conquering the city, and slowly recuperating. Some diligent players continue to practice their moves in the wild, and practice the same sword moves over and over again. For example, a Cthulhu believer that Keeman followed did not go to spawn monsters, but faced a wooden stake, holding a long sword with both hands, and chopped it vigorously from head to ground, one cut after another, one cut after another. What are you doing? Keeman asked in his mind. In the battle to capture the third main city just now, Keeman had seen it clearly. It was a complete crushing by numbers, coupled with intensive skill bombardment. Even if the NPC was a blood cow, it would be worn out by the players. Keeman is not a game player in the game, and has not practiced, so he doesn't know how many types of skills they have. Watching a group of players practicing sword and knife skills at this moment, Keeman's spirituality feels unusual. This mechanical action seems to have a certain artistic conception, as if as long as you practice deeply, you can comprehend an instinct. Keeman watched for a while, and found that the Cthulhu believer players had a sense of joy. Silently feeling it, Keeman finally understood the meaning of that emotion. Chopping skill proficiency +1? What kind of practice is this? Keeman continued to observe. The players didn't know that a big boss was secretly observing them practicing skills. If he knew, I don't know what he would think. After observing for half a day, Keeman changed hundreds of perspectives in succession. After collecting enough information, he finally understood the reason why human players surrounded NPCs. Before, he didn't dare to kill task-type NPCs, mainly because he was worried about their various rewards and skill transmission methods. Now, after a month and a half of in-depth development, players have their own way to develop skills. The monopoly of skill learning methods has been broken. NPCs are no longer the only skill instructors. As long as human players are patient and practice a certain action every day, they can practice the action into a specific skill and have skill damage. After breaking the NPC monopoly, under the radical suggestion of researcher Li Shin, the players decided to kill all the task-type NPCs on land, rob them of their equipment and things, and strengthen the human team. With the fall of the novice village, the players became more and more excessive. Until today, they uprooted the third main city, and set off for the fourth main city. This is really an epic plot. Did the game planner originally design the game plot like this? Keeman sat in the silent Raya, secretly sighing in his mind that the plot was going in an unexpected direction. But after watching for a while, Keeman thought about the content of the Orange Star high-level meeting he had watched a month and a half ago. At that time, the researchers had already decided to abandon the NPC and be self-reliant. In other words, this was not the original intention of the game planner, but the direction of the game jointly led by the researchers, which took the game process on a route that was not originally planned. And the main reason for all this is probably the side effect of the group missionary work caused by Cthulhu believers. The Orange Star people are not stupid. They realized that the NPC might be contaminated by the evil god, and immediately drew a clear line with the NPCs, which greatly reduced the speed of the Black Ghost's missionary work on land. Without NPC missionary work, the number of Black Ghosts is limited, and the number of players is at the level of tens of millions, so they can't take care of it at all. This is really sure. Who developed this method? Keeman watched the practice process of several players again. The process was quite boring, just repeating a set of actions over and over again, and turning it into a skill. After mastering the skill, if you want to improve the skill damage, you can only rely on proficiency to improve it little by little. With this self-developed routine, players freed their imagination, and Keeman saw a lot of strange postures. Keeman even saw a man and a woman practicing double cultivation in the woods. I wonder if they want to practice double cultivation. After watching the players' operations, Keeman also began to think about life. He definitely couldn't practice the moves. He couldn't even move, and couldn't reproduce their practice methods at all. We have to target them. We can't let them have it too easy. Keeman's mind began to think. As a Blue Star person, Keeman would not have targeted them on purpose, but as long as this boss body was sealed for one day, there was a risk of being captured. The legendary plot kill was not impossible to happen. Keeman first had to figure out one thing, whether there was a plot kill. But to know whether there was a plot kill, you have to ask the game designer of Orange Star, or the insider related to game development. Target the players, and capture the insider related to the game. Keeman thought about two short-term goals in his mind, and began to accept the sacrifices of the believers. Some believers were wild monsters, and some were players. Keeman gave priority to the sacrifices of the players, and then tried to hint them. How to hint? Keeman opened his eyes, and saw a bright area. Most of the places where believers started to sacrifice were related to darkness, or neutral. There were very few pure places like this where there was abundant light. However, no matter how pure this place was, it still became dim after Keeman's consciousness descended. The inexplicable cold wind blew up for no reason, making the group of believers feel cold. The believers knelt on the ground, not daring to look at the sky, trembling. At this time, a believer began to speak, holding an item emitting thick black mist in his hand. This is a bead of evil thoughts, which can sense the inside and split into two personalities. I think the Great Mister can split into two personalities, and then the other secondary personality can be placed on the substitute to bear the seal of the ancient god for you. I hope this thing can help you. The Baal Pawu wore a hood, held a black gem in his hand, stepped forward step by step, and threw the bead into the pool of water with light attributes. However, after Mr. Ka came, this pool of holy light attribute no longer had the previous light, became dim, and a gray mist surged. Chapter 329. The player Pawu has a bald head. When he entered this game, his most urgent wish was to stop being bald and grow thick and shiny black hair. For this wish, he formed a small group of 8 people. Everyone had the same taste and a dream, which was to summon Cthulhu. But before summoning, they must raise Cthulhu well. Pawu did not express his wishes to his companions. At this moment, after he offered the evil thought orb, he immediately opened his mouth and said his most desired wish. Great Cthulhu, I beg you to let my hair grow. If possible, let me grow thick hair in reality. He prayed loudly, his voice full of sincerity and the strongest faith. After hearing the sacrifice made by Pawu, the other 7 believers couldn't help but move their butts and wanted to press Pawu to the ground and beat him to death. At this critical moment, he actually made such an unreliable wish for his own selfish interests. Would the evil god like such a wish? The 7 believers were filled with grief, feeling lost in the future, and at the same time blaming their teammates for their abnormal thinking, sacrificing to the evil god just to increase their hair. In reality, the hair transplantation institutions in Orange Star have mature hair transplantation technology. Why do they have to do this? One believer had already expressed his dissatisfaction in his heart, but he did not dare to speak, fearing that he would interfere with the sacrificial ceremony and be blamed by the great evil god. However, the evil god sensed that human emotions are a kind of vague language, and Keeman's perception is extremely powerful, beyond the reach of humans, and he instantly knows the vague thoughts in their hearts. This wish for hair growth, Keeman thought about it, it is not impossible. As long as he increases the life force in his body, he can grow black hair on his head. However, this time, Keeman had his own selfish motives, and did not accept the wish of breaking the fog. He wanted to send 2 tasks to the players, to let them interfere with the skill-brushing path of all players. If the interference cannot be achieved, it does not matter. Task 2 is to find an insider related to the game, and capture him to the scene of the sacrifice ceremony. Keeman will personally control the fear with his mind, and capture the memories of plot killing. The plan has taken root in Keeman's mind, and the players in front of him are the first batch of suitable personnel. There are many players who initiate the sacrifice ceremony to Keeman every day, but not all sacrifices are suitable for conveying the information of the evil god. The structure of the evil thought bead is very good and can withstand evil thoughts, and the evil thoughts also contain some confusing information. What Keeman has to do is to mix this information into the evil thought bead, and then use the evil thought bead to initiate the task through a layer of medium. Issuing tasks to believers is a standard skill possessed by the evil god boss. Keeman has found this skill in the skill column. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Now this east wind just blows over. Keeman's mind moved, and he did not accept the sacrifice, but instead looked at the evil bead in the mist. It was completely black, and the vague evil thoughts were naturally emitted like air and smoke. Keeman's gaze caused the evil bead to undergo indescribable changes. The original evil thoughts were extremely compressed, and the chaotic information came through the space-time channel of the sacrifice, and was infused into the evil bead with very little information content. As a result, the evil bead became more uncontrollable, possessing powerful power, emitting a suffocating and depressing madness that even made people's minds burst. It was as if some kind of voice was ringing in the dim church. The voice was very clear, as if some kind of demonic power was flowing in the air, causing the souls of the 8 believers to tremble. After Keeman infused the thing carrying dozens of text information, he activated the skill of the evil god boss to dispatch faith tasks. Then Keeman quietly withdrew and left the sacrifice site. On the field, the signs of drowsiness in the church slowly dissipated, but the crystals in the church no longer emitted a holy light, and the water in the pool was turbid, with some indescribable dirt. A black gem with an inexplicable gray mist lying in the water exuded an aura that strangers should not touch. The leader of the believers, Powu, moved his buttocks and felt much better, no longer so uncomfortable. When the sacrifice was held just now, he didn't want to experience the sourness and taste all over his body again. But in order to grow more hair, he fought hard. In addition, he had been to a hair transplant institution in real life and learned about the hair transplant plan, but considering health and safety issues, he hesitated for a long time. Recently, there was a problem with the game, and the evil god Cthulhu was born, which made him have evil ideas about the evil god. In his heart, he worshipped the evil god very much, and naturally believed that for the evil god, hair growth was just a small matter, and he would not refuse him. However, he did not expect that the orb was not taken away by the evil god. The evil god did not take away the sacrifice, so he would not fulfill the believer's wishes. This is normal, and this is the rule. The evil god left? I don't know, it seems he left. Behind him, the 7 believers whispered, but no one dared to look up, and no one took off the mask on their faces. In order to seal the spirituality of the body in the black robe and the mask are very necessary. They vaguely felt that the pressure disappeared through the black robe, and secretly guessed that Cthulhu had left. Powu was also guessing, but he was not sure enough. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the bald Powu raised his head first, took off his mask, and looked at the clean water pool that was originally shining with 10 colors. There was a misty thing lying in the turbid, dirty water pool. The first moment he looked at the thing, his heart jumped, and a familiar and strange feeling surged in his heart. It seems to be the evil thought bead. Didn't the evil god take it away? If he doesn't take the sacrifice, what about his bald head? He reached out and touched the top of his head, and it was still so bald. It's over. This sacrifice ceremony failed. Powu stood up and walked towards the dirty water pool with a dark face. He was not in a good mood, but after approaching the dirty water pool, the feeling of trembling with fear came up again. This thing seemed to be stained with the breath of the evil god. Hay's mood suddenly improved again. It should become very powerful after being stained with the breath of the evil god. Just as he was about to pick it up, a voice in his head rang out with a ding. The progress of the world. Interfere with the pace of players' self-created skills. Search for an insider of plot killing. This is... Powu was shocked. Although the evil god did not accept his sacrifice, the task left behind, this is a legendary task. The golden task glare almost blinded his eyes. His eyes silently left excited tears. This feeling of being valued by the big boss is the dream that every fanatical believer pursues all his life. At this time, the 7 players behind him stood up together and walked towards Powu with a gloomy face to ask him for an explanation. Chapter 330. Legendary quests are something you can only encounter by chance. So far, very few players have received legendary quests. The top management of Orange Star can talk directly with the game designers and organize the quest clues they buried in the early stage into a visual plot outline. Then the Institute will regularly train the player team to let them find clues to these legendary quests. Take the legendary quest, switch to the best hidden profession, and use the best equipment in a certain period of time. However, as the character of the quest NPC began to change, some content was actively modified when issuing the quest, making the quest lean towards the radical system, the evil side, and the chaotic side. The Orange Star Research Institute defined this period as rebellion. The NPC betrayed the original design concept and was no longer trustworthy. Legendary quests are all big plots. Once the plot is involved, there must be quest NPCs involved. Therefore, basically no one will touch the legendary quests later. Once they touch, there is a risk of being proselytized. However, Cthulhu believers are the group that is least afraid of proselytizing. They have already joined the cult. External interference is a venomous snake for ordinary players, but it is a good medicine for them. Look, the instructions of the evil god. The 7 players also saw the bead that exuded the aura of strange people don't touch. They originally wanted to blame Breaking the Mist for not communicating in advance, but now they don't have that mood. It seems that there is something inexplicable in the dark, attracting them to touch the bead. Strange sounds flickered in their ears, and the 7 people felt sincere happiness. Stretching out their palms, gently reaching into the gray fog, they touched the evil bead. For a moment, evil thoughts surged, as if to tear the brain apart. But after the pain, when I opened my eyes again, the task list suddenly flashed with a golden luster. Clicking on the task list, 2 golden legendary tasks were there, which made people cry instantly. They had never touched a legendary task before, and it was really exciting to receive a legendary task for the first time. Clicking on the task content details and browsing carefully, the 7 people took a breath. Interfering with the player's self-created skill steps, this difficulty is really heavenly, worthy of being a legendary task. Another task, looking for people who know about plot killing, this seems a bit inexplicable, and the 8 believers can't understand what this task wants to express very well. Plot killing is something that everyone who has played the game knows. But seeing such words from a task issued by an evil god, the sensory impact is different, so strong that it shook their faith. After the shock of faith, the 8 believers worship the great Lord even more. Cthulhu is a great god, and he knows all this. Pawu sang the praises of the great Cthulhu with emotion, believing that he is omniscient and omnipotent, and plot killing belongs to the realm of omniscience. But the question is again, why should an omniscient and omnipotent god ask them to find informed people, which is itself an invalid paradox? It can only be said that the brain circuits of Cthulhu's believers are different from those of normal people. When encountering things related to the evil god Cthulhu, their emotions become exaggerated, and it is difficult to maintain absolute rationality. The unfathomable seabed, the green stone giant city of Raya. Keeman secretly watched the small group of believers headed by Pawu, and saw that they all showed the emotion of accepting the task, and Keeman nodded secretly in his heart. Keeman is not afraid of other players knowing the consequences of the evil god boss knowing the plot kill, because the Orange Star High Level has long known that the game boss Cthulhu is abnormal. As an abnormal boss, it is not difficult to know the plot kill. Spread it, mobilize more believers, and find the insider. Keeman values the second task, which is to find the hidden insider. But this task is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. It is almost impossible for a small team to complete this task. Only by expanding the number of people participating in the task can the success rate be increased. Similarly, destroying the pace of players' self-created skills also requires a large number of people to help. The 8-person team cannot compete with the entire Orange Star team. The 8-person team pondered on the spot, and with excitement, opened a built-in chat group of the game and released a heavy news. I received a legendary task in the sacrifice ceremony. This is a chat group that came together from a common belief, aiming to help each other and collect time and space stone powder. It is not difficult to collect the time and space stone powder, but the problem is that the explosion rate is too low. Only one wild monster out of 1,000 may explode 0.01 grams of time and space stone powder. Only mining can increase the explosion rate, and even so, it requires a lot of manpower and material resources to collect. Those Cthulhu believers and monsters near the novice village all take a long time to settle down to meet the basic needs of a sacrifice ceremony. Once the sacrifice is made, it is difficult to initiate a second round of sacrifice, unless you spend money to buy time and space stone powder from a specific merchant channel, so that you can barely start the second round of sacrifice. What? A legendary task during the sacrifice. It won't be an exclusive task for the evil god Cthulhu. No way, no way. Don't be sarcastic, this is really a Cthulhu exclusive task, but this task can be shared, and there seems to be no limit on how many people can participate. The bald Pawu muttered to himself. Screenshot, screenshot. No picture, nothing to say. Pawu used the screenshot function that comes with the game to send a screenshot of the task. Golden legend, brilliant and colorful. 2 major tasks. The content of the first task directly points to the skill system recently created by the players, and the second task is a bit intriguing. Killed by the plot? How could the Great Lord be killed by the plot? How did you start the sacrifice? Let me get involved and tell the Great Lord that you cannot be killed. The group suddenly became a little chaotic. Some people think that the great evil god cannot be killed by the plot, which is unreasonable, and does not conform to their belief in the evil god. Some people have clear thinking and accept this fact. There is no doubt that our Lord is afraid of being killed by the plot. It is omnipotent, but it has not yet broken free from the restrictions imposed on him by the game. At this time, we believers need to help the great evil god break free from the restrictions. We need to find the game development team and interrogate them whether there is a possibility that the evil god will be killed by the plot in this game. The Lord needs us. The player Xiaomu Wei Liang guided the believers back on track one by one, using new doctrines to stabilize their faith. People like this are generally called bishops in the church. According to the world situation, the introduction of new knowledge, etc., they keep pace with the times to redefine their faith and stabilize their own faith. Sure enough, after listening to the voice of Xiaomu Wei Liang, the believers in the group stabilized their emotions and believed that the Lord needed them. Chapter 331. Keeman woke up. Looking at the high ceiling, a long-lost sense of relief just surged up, and he remembered the things in the game again. It took the players a month to reach the highest level of 180. Compared with the previous leveling speed, the player's upgrade speed is undoubtedly much slower, but considering the different difficulty of this game, it is normal to slow down. If they continue to upgrade at the speed of one level a day, it will be the death of Keeman. Fortunately, they do not have a constant leveling speed. Even if the whole country studies the way to upgrade, it still took them so long to reach level 180. Each level in the future will take a lot of time and energy, and it will definitely not be easier. Keeman even thought about launching black ghosts and wild monsters to attack top players, so that they will die and be demoted and slow down their leveling speed. This is a despicable method, but Keeman has nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just that the transmission of information is a problem. Once the information is too long, it is easy for the believers to make mistakes. After all, the evil god's words are full of confusing information. It is already a great thing for believers to listen to the evil god's words and ensure that they do not go crazy. It is almost impossible to hear the evil god's words clearly. Last night, Keeman used the evil thought bead as a container, infused it with thoughts, and then used the skill of assigning believers tasks to transform the container containing thoughts into an associated object for issuing tasks. The thought that thing carries is close to the limit, and it is impossible to infuse it again, so Keeman can't do new operations for the time being. There are similar things like the evil thought bead, but there are not many things that can reach the upper limit. Therefore, Keeman's believer skills are still difficult to use. There are not enough suitable containers. 2 strong containers will cause believers to die directly, and even watching from a distance will make them lose their minds. Woof woof. The round golden-haired Tang Yuan rolled over, stretched out its big tongue, licked Keeman's face, and woke up the dazed Keeman. Keeman slapped Tang Yuan away with a slap. This guy will lick people with his nose if you give him a face. He needs a little lesson. He stood up and looked at the offerings on the floor. There were too many offerings in the evening, and Keeman only selected a few to improve the quality intentionally. He couldn't accept everything. It felt unstable with too many offerings. Keeman couldn't use many offerings at all, so he could only give them to the Investigation Bureau for processing. Keeman went to wash his face first, and then came back to pick up today's offerings. There were a lot of items, but Keeman wanted to sort out Tang Yuan. You can't lick people with your tongue casually, understand? Keeman patted Tang Yuan's fur. Tang Yuan was completely still, and it was unknown whether he heard it clearly. Did you hear it? Woof. No. Hearing Tang Yuan's playful reply, the white sugar next to him shook its wings, and felt that it was going to die. Look, Keeman looked at a pumpkin face mask on the floor. He did not touch the mask, but first took out the big-faced cat to see what it was. The big-faced cat with a dull expression appeared, its fat body slightly straight, and its head always looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Keeman was not surprised, and stared at the big-faced cat continuously. White Sugar did not dare to look at the big-faced cat. The object carrying infinite information was too scary. In its worldview, only the creatures of the gods had this amount of knowledge. White Sugar sometimes seemed lively, but it always had a heart of awe of the evil gods, and awe of the unknown. It tucked its head into its wings, acting like a sand sculpture. Tang Yuan silently took out his phone, and pressed the shutter button at the sand sculpture. Click. White flashes flashed by. White sugar shook its body, and the sand fell unconsciously to the ground. The sand saltworm came out and swallowed the sand on the spot, feeling very uncomfortable. Shirley was sitting on the lawn outside the house, and her phone suddenly rang. It was the person she followed who had a new update. Clicking on the B Station update, the Outpost Tang Yuan, with a golden Tang Yuan avatar, posted a latest update. Click to see today's sand sculpture. The dynamic message was attached with a picture of white sugar with snow-white feathers tucked its head into its wings, acting like a shrunk head sculpture. Below, netizens who have been browsing the small broken station on a daily basis left a message. The person just woke up. What kind of posture is this? Tom Yuan's training skills are getting better and better. It is recommended to change it to turtle. Sully silently looked at the reply of the stupid netizens. It was difficult for her stiff crystal face to smile, but if she wanted to smile, there would still be a slight dimple arc. Inside the house, 15 seconds have passed. Kmon's mind has a few more strange knowledge of items. Crying Pumpkin Festival Mask. Creatures wearing masks will be forced to become Pumpkin Festival ghosts. Familiar people can't recognize them. This monster can float and shuttle through material walls. Side effects. After transformation, you can't attack, release skills, or use props. At the same time, you are immune to external attacks. Side effect 2. You are prone to crying after transformation. Side effect 3. Each transformation time limit is 24 hours, and the cooling time is 24 hours. After experiencing the strange knowledge given by the big-faced cat, Kemon smiled slightly, and looked at Tang Yuan, who was taking a selfie. Tang Yuan is using a capacitive pen to control his phone, sharing online stories with the majority of silly netizens. Kemon picked up the yellow pumpkin mask, hid it behind his back with his hands behind his back, and walked slowly step by step. Tang Yuan didn't notice it, and was still immersed in the online world. Suddenly, Kemon slapped the mask into Tang Yuan's golden hair. This mask has the function of automatically attracting the face and adaptively changing size. After the mask approached the dog's face, it quickly expanded and fit Tang Yuan's big face tightly. Then the dog was stunned. Its whole body swelled, and its golden hair was no longer bright, and turned pale in an instant. Its body was no longer spherical, but shrunk rapidly after swelling, and its hair also shortened and shrunk all the way into its bones. In the end, Tang Yuan turned into a pumpkin-faced kitten, with pale fur all over, which reminded people of words such as cold, and it always exuded the function of coldness. Kemon couldn't recognize it immediately. Tom Yuan's appearance had completely changed from a dog to a cat. It would be strange if he could recognize it. However, because the transformation was in front of Kemon, Kemon only had to remember the appearance of a white-haired pumpkin-faced cat. How does Tang Yuan feel? Kemon asked with a smile. As soon as Tang Yuan transformed, his eyes became wet unconsciously, and tears as big as beans rolled down. Tang Yuan didn't want to cry, but for some reason, a little bit of I don't want to be a cat was born in his heart, and his inner emotions immediately rushed out like a flood. This item comes from the 200 level area. Tang Yuan, you can't stand it, Kemon said. Items in high-level areas are often items that Tang Yuan will also be affected. Tang Yuan just shed tears and looked at Kemon tearfully. At the scene, Tang Yuan was a white-haired cat with a pumpkin face on his head, and he looked a little scary. The two eyeballs were not real beads, but flickering blue ghost lights. Moreover, Tang Yuan's body appeared ghostly and transparent, half floating in the air. Chapter 332. Not bad, not bad, the effect is better than expected. Kumeng watched Tang Yuan's tears flow, secretly happy. Will you dare to lick me to wake me up next time? Kumeng stretched out his hand to pat Tang Yuan's pumpkin face, but hit a layer of air, and his palm directly passed through the illusory afterimage. Tang Yuan was stunned for a moment, and thought of something, and hurriedly turned to the side, trying to use two cat paws to take the phone. The cat's paw passed through the phone, touched it, broke through the floor, and the palm went deep into the floor. Tang Yuan was stunned again. It hit the floor head-on, and its body went directly into the floor without any resistance. After waiting for a few seconds, the ghost-like Tang Yuan rushed out again, with tears all over his face, and he couldn't stop it. The tears flowed to this point, it couldn't stop it, and could only let it flow. At this time, Bai Shetang accidentally let go of his wings and looked at a white cat with a pumpkin head, which kept circling around it, with tears in the corners of his eyes, and a cat-like sound coming out of his mouth, which was not like a dog's barking at all. Bai Shetang had not watched the show just now, so he didn't know what kind of ghost it was, and was frightened. He quickly shook his wings, and a lot of sand came out from the gaps between his wing feathers. Tang Yuan cried and laughed at Bai Shetang, who was actually frightened by it. Tong Yuan's pumpkin head eyes flashed with ghost fire, as if they could burn the soul. Bai Shetang quickly flapped his wings to cover his head, and didn't dare to look. Tang Yuan put his head very close, and even poked his pumpkin face into the feathers. Tong Yuan's body is now penetrable, and the jumping ghost fire passes through layers of feathers, and comes to the sculpture head hidden behind the wings. Although the sand sculpture's head is hidden in the wings, it does not close its eyes, but opens them. The light of the ghost fire seeped in, and immediately scared Bai Shetang. It quickly opened its wings, and when it saw the pumpkin head suddenly appear, it cried and flapped its wings to fly directly. The cat also took off on the spot. As a ghost, there was no concept of running. Flying without leverage was a skill that Tang Yuan had just mastered. It directly activated its own spirituality, and chased after it with a thought. From Keeman's perspective, the cat's 4 legs swam gently, like a dragon, and flew out of the house holding Bai Shetang's tail tightly. Shirley was suppressing the manner outdoors. When she turned around, she saw Bai Shetang shaking off the sand like a rain plane, followed by a strange cat with a pumpkin face, flying in the air. This is... Shirley didn't recognize Tang Yuan either. The transformation of the pumpkin mask was very thorough, even covering up its own spiritual characteristics, making it unclear which stone this cat jumped out of. Ah! Help! Sweet Sugar asked Shirley for help in the air. Shirley stood up, flicked her feet, and approached the pumpkin ghost cat at supersonic speed. She slapped him, but it was nothing. Boom! The air compressed by the supersonic slap exploded instantly in the air, making a violent rumble. In the distance, the guard at the door of the villa looked back again and saw a white eagle, a crystal woman, and a very small thing, translucent, which seemed to be a cat. What tricks are there in the Comanche today? The guard's little heart was pounding. This position is really difficult. It feels that sooner or later, the little heart will be trained into a big heart by them, otherwise he will die here suddenly. Inside the house, Kunming has set up a camera. Such good material, it would be a loss if it is not filmed. Tang Yuan, with tears in his eyes, was called down by Keeman. He wanted to continue to tease his 2 companions, but his master did not allow him to do so. Shirley and Bai Shetang were in doubt. They heard Keeman call pumpkin cat Tang Yuan. Could it be the dog? Looking at the white-haired cat's pumpkin face with tears constantly flowing, their spirituality told them that this was absolutely not the case. The cat and the dog were different species of creatures. But would the master be wrong? Bai Shetang would not doubt Keeman. Keeman was the evil god Cthulhu. His power was not something that ordinary creatures could fathom. Shirley remained skeptical. She thought of the special items on Keeman. Maybe it was the special effects caused by today's special items. Keeman asked Tang Yuan cat to pose for several shots in a row, and then he also recorded a commentary shot. After finishing, he uploaded it to Bilibili, and it passed the review in seconds. After uploading the video, Keeman started to do his business. After traveling all over the continent, Keeman wiped out the roots of the shadow organization in Koi Island. Now Koi Island is very clean, but there is no result for the Autobots. The day before yesterday, Keeman visited the last city, and returned to Whale City to rest. Today's job is to deal with those Autobots. A month and a half ago, Keeman posted on the internet how everyone viewed the ability to transform into a car. Today, Keeman took out his mobile phone and looked back at the voting records. The results are already out. The details are as follows. Option 1 accounts for about 16%. Option 2 accounts for about 25%. Option 3 accounts for about 59%. Among them, Option 1 is change, 2 is unchanged, and 3 is uncertain. The total number of voters is about 970,000, which is a relatively credible data, and its base is large enough. Keeman looked at everyone's comments. Zheng Nai, 1, without affecting IQ, this is simply a dream. It is not clear whether it affects IQ, because there are too few Autobot samples on hand. Not just obsessed with women's clothing. 2, although becoming a motorcycle man will improve your ability is uncontrollable by others. What if you are locked up in a small dark room? Oh, what will happen next? The idea is very good, and Kunming commented secretly. Speechless D Pig, I want to become a lowly. This is the person who chose uncertainty. It is irrelevant and off topic. Inconspicuous Thumbtack, I choose uncertainty. Transforming into a car is cool, and after the country recognizes it, you can use Autobots to do many things, such as defending the country and transporting important items. But seeing the uphost asking this question, it doesn't feel good. Is it similar to the strange organization of the Frog Society? I dare not choose one. The point of view is very good, and Kumang's eyes light up. Let the Autobots participate in the construction process, and let the powerful resources run for Koi Island, which is beneficial to Koi Island. It just so happened that when Keeman was touring the continent, he used the Devil Map to search for some Autobots with malicious intent, and at the same time, he used the Autobots' relationships on the dark web to find some Autobots without malicious intent. Netizens have many suggestions. Although they may have different opinions, the bright spots cannot be ignored. Many netizens who chose the uncertain option did not know the Autobots well enough, and were afraid of shady dealings, similar to the ending of the Frog Society, so they did not dare to choose. Keeman's task today is to find out the characteristics of the Autobots. After putting away his mobile phone, and putting Tangyuan and other pets back into the storage scarf, a cold feeling came over him. Keeman got in the car, and went to the Whale City Investigation Bureau. At the Whale City Investigation Bureau, many investigators from other provinces had already come. The Autobots were taken to Whale City mainly because the higher-ups considered that this was entirely Keeman's credit, and did not let other investigation bureaus take all the credit. In addition, Keeman intended to make a spiritual perception, so the higher-ups took them to Whale City together. Chapter 333. In the underground parking lot of the Investigation Bureau, there is an area with colorful cars parked. High-end sports cars, large trucks, civilian-priced vans, second-hand broken cars, motorcycles, and even buses. When Keeman's car was parked in the underground parking lot of the Investigation Bureau, many people were seen walking in the parking lot. People who didn't know would think that the Investigation Bureau was holding an event in the parking lot. Here comes Keeman. Please welcome him on. Captain Luo walked over quickly and led Keeman. In fact, there was no need to lead the way. There was a crowd of people in front, and the place with a lot of people must be the Autobot exhibition. I didn't expect that even buses could be transformed by Autobots. Their identities are too deceptive. And this bus is a female one. Teammate Chung Lu, who hadn't shown up for a long time, showed up. Now Chung Lu has been promoted to a D-level member. Due to the appearance of Keeman's dream pillow, the teammate, who was originally hospitalized and Captain Luo's team finally regained consciousness after 2 dreams and took over the original work of the investigation team in place of Captain Luo. Captain Luo and Keeman were directly separated, with special personnel revolving around Keeman, and Captain Luo was the agent here, responsible for contacting people from all walks of life and applying for resources. Have you ever taken the bus she turned into? No, I'm very pure. Chumla shook his head and waved his hand. Stare. Some female investigators cast unfriendly glances. Chumla quickly shrank his head and ran to the other side to avoid the limelight. Keeman walked out of the crowd and came to the first row. Every car showed its original appearance. They knew that they had been discovered by the Investigation Bureau. They have no way to survive, so they can only let it go. With the control of the Investigation Bureau in Koi Island, those who go against it can basically not get out. Only the shadow creatures like Shadow Stream that come and go without a trace, and almost no one can be found walking at night, can be released. Autobots either turn into cars or people, but they have not escaped the physical limits of human beings and cars, and have been trapped by the Investigation Bureau. Wearing sunglasses, Keeman silently observed the gray gas above their heads. Some cars have gray gas on their heads, but most of them do not have gas on their heads. Some Autobots used to have smoke on their heads, but someone has educated them this month, and now they are better. Captain Luo explained on the side. The role of Autobots is self-evident, and they have high mobility. No one knows what the future will look like, but everyone can see the convenience of Autobots. As long as there is no big problem with the mentality, they can be put into use directly to create positive benefits for Koi Island. Keeman nodded and started to do the interrogation work. Keeman took out a pendant from his neck. The pendant was a model of a miniature house, and he took out a temporary house on the spot. The temporary house loved to lose money, and Keeman was a rich man, so he let him lose money. After the temporary house was opened, Keeman patted the bus, asked her to turn back into a human, and went into the temporary house to do the interrogation. The other investigators could not enter the temporary house to watch the interrogation, and they were very curious. Chung Lim muttered to the side, "No way, no way." Keeman did not do anything bad. He took out the glutinous rice balls inside, and Shirley and the 2 generals ensured safety. Then he closed the doors and windows to ensure that no sound leaked out and would not be heard by the Autobots outside, and then began the interrogation. The bus lady is a beautiful girl who looks about 18 years old, but according to her, she is already 20 years old. She turned into an Autobot 2 years ago. It was a strange night. I suddenly turned into a bus. After turning into a bus, there is a serious problem, that is, this car cannot be driven on the road. Once driving on the road, the license plate number will be a big problem. She didn't know whether this license plate number was a bus under the name of the bus company, so she didn't dare to turn into a bus, and she didn't turn into a car for 2 years. Occasionally, there would be some car horn sounds. Since no one noticed, she soon found that her thoughts could affect the horns of cars in an area, and even control cars to run. But she didn't use this ability to do evil. And because Autobots are extremely sensitive to cars, when another Autobot appeared, the strong and strange aura instantly attracted her, and then she met another Autobot, and the Autobots' offline small group. Later, when the investigation bureau found her through this small group, she didn't have gray hair on her head. Keeman interrogated them one by one, and personally felt the past history they told. Some things can be deceived, and Keeman used his spirituality to personally feel their spirituality. If there is any hidden emotion, he can know it at the first time. Sometimes, others did not lie, but did not tell the whole story, which would also cause a lot of trouble for the investigation bureau. Keeman's job is to get to know the Autobots again, and ensure their safety. Some Autobots' malice towards Keeman is just because they are worried that Keeman knows their existence, and thinks that Keeman is not good for them, and then, they have the same unfavorable thoughts. This idea is not directly aimed at the entire society of Geenlee Island, and can be corrected through human education. After a round of review, only 5 of the 54 Autobots need further education. The other Autobots are basically fine in their character. Those who should be educated have been educated, and those who fail to meet the education requirements will be directly sent back to the furnace for retraining. Let me remind you first that I can deprive you of the ability to transform into an Autobot, and turn you back into a pure human. Is there anyone who wants to turn back into a pure human? Or keep your identity as an Autobot? Anyway, you can turn back into a human or a car. It should be very uncomfortable to deprive you of your ability. I don't think any of you want to choose to deprive you of the ability to transform into a car. Keeman smiled. At this time, the bus girl raised her hand and said weakly, "Well, I want to be a normal person." Keeman was speechless. He had just said that no superpowers wanted to turn back into non-powered people, but he didn't expect a bus girl to refute him. Have you thought it through? I mean to deprive you of the ability to transform into a car. Once deprived, you will basically never become a car in this life, and you will not be able to control the car at the same time. Keeman reminded solemnly. Keeman has fishing rods, one at the cost of losing items, and the other at the cost of losing skills. The side effects of these 2 fishing rods are not very good. Keeman thought that he might not use them many times in his life, but this time the bus girl may need to use the fishing rod of a famous person. I have thought it through a long time ago. I wanted to be a normal person a year ago. The bus girl looked at Keeman with a firm look. She wanted to be a normal person again, and didn't want to listen to the sound of cars. Every car driving on the road will release some emotions that ordinary people can't feel, depending on the wear and tear of the car and how the owner treats them. There are too many such emotions. The bus girl has heard too much and feels very painful. She doesn't want to listen anymore. Chapter 334. Kamong nodded. Since she wanted her to lose her Autobot abilities, he naturally had no objection. Please wait for a while. We will help you eliminate your Autobot abilities, Kamong said. Afterwards, Kamong communicated with other people who still wanted to retain their Autobot abilities. The Bureau will recognize your identities, but at the same time you will be closely monitored. You cannot go abroad. When you turn into a car, you must always keep the network of the positioning system open. You cannot unilaterally cut off the local data upload path. When the Autobots turn into cars on the road, they can control their bodies, cut off the positioning data, and prevent the satellite from receiving the information sent by the car, so as to achieve a certain degree of invisibility. However, they cannot fool the surveillance cameras on the road. The road surveillance is not a car, and they cannot control the surveillance cameras. The Autobots nodded and agreed to join the Bureau of Investigation and reform themselves. Since then, the Autobots have been on the right track. And Kamong took the interrogation materials in his hand and slowly flipped through them. The Autobots have a small group, but the people in the group usually don't say they are Autobots, nor do they say they have the ability to transform into cars. So no matter how powerful the internet beast is, it is difficult to guess that this small group is the Autobots' small group. They don't know who the first generation of Autobots are. There are some Autobots in the Autobots group, and they have fled abroad. But those people don't know that the Autobots in the country have been arrested, and this group can be used as a spy group. Si Chunsui, who has the ability to transform into a bus, rumbled over. This is the 4th time she has used this ability to transform into a bus. She didn't dare to use it before, so she only used it 3 times and stopped. Keeman was the first to enter the bus door, followed by Tang Yuan and Shirley. 1 person and 1 dog have supersonic strength, and the bus will definitely not be able to withstand the attack of these 2 monsters, so Keeman is not afraid that Si Chunsue will suddenly trap people. The other investigators are also very confident in Tang Yuan and Shirley's abilities, and they also stepped into the door of the bus, found their seats, and sat down gently. Let's go, the location is located at. Keeman took out the mobile phone map and glanced at it. Seeing Keeman's hesitation, Captain Luo immediately showed his mobile phone and booked a nearby open-air parking lot. Hey, here. Keeman recalled the function of the fishing rod in his mind and nodded. That's fine. Si Chunsue heard the buzz and rumbled forward. She felt a little ashamed in her heart, because there were a group of men and women in the car. But fortunately, the investigation bureau recognized their identities. If they didn't recognize it, it would be a life-and-death relationship, which was too miserable. Si Chunsue drove out of the underground parking lot with excitement. Outside the investigation bureau, there was a bright light. The sun shone on the ground, and the air was hot. She walked boldly on the road, feeling a little shy. She was not an experienced driver, but some passers-by stood at the stop sign and waved at her. She couldn't bear to miss their hopeful eyes. But she thought about the investigator in the car, didn't stop at the stop sign, ignored the person who called the car, and continued to drive forward. The expressions of the passers-by under the stop sign also changed from the initial hope to the confusion of hindsight. Why didn't the car stop? No, why is there no driver in the driver's seat? This bus has no number, it doesn't belong to any road, it can't be a ghost bus, the people wearing masks are all dead. Some people couldn't help but start conspiracy theories. What are you talking about in broad daylight? Maybe it's the driverless technology of Whale City? A man from a technology company muttered in dissatisfaction, but after he finished speaking, he felt it was not credible. The girl on the bus was unaware. As soon as the driver's seat was empty, the steering wheel and gear of the car changed automatically and headed for the nearby parking lot. When they arrived at the place, everyone got off the bus one by one. The characteristics of the fishing rod are very special. As long as you fish in the water, it will be fine. Keeman directly placed a small wash basin on a blank ground. Take out the fishing rod of a famous person, and the person who uses it will lose a supernatural power. The huge bus automatically shrank and turned back into the girl's form. When it turns back to human form, there will be a brief light on the surface of the body, covering the details of the body. The woman in the car's clothes fell off when she transformed, and she put on her clothes immediately. When the light of the body faded, it just covered those harmonious parts. Fishing is very simple. Following Keeman's suggestion, Si Chunsue picked up the fishing rod and threw the hook without bait into the water tray. After a while, ripples appeared in the wash basin. Keeman was on high alert. Last time, someone caught a drifting bottle with a fishing rod. What would it be this time? The fishing rod shook the rod body at the cost of losing its superpowers, and the fishing line was stretched straight, as if something was about to run out of the wash basin. Is the basin too small? Captain Luo murmured. I don't know. Keeman didn't know either. This fishing rod has been used too few times, and the sample is small, so it is difficult to estimate its comprehensive properties. Keeman has superpowers, but he doesn't want to test himself, so he can only ask those who don't want to have superpowers to help test. This time, Keeman wanted to see how big an object could be caught in a basin-sized amount of water. If the size can be controlled, the danger may be controlled. However, there are some small but dangerous objects in this world, so you still have to be careful. Plop! Something was caught. It was a mobile phone, but it was thicker than an ordinary mobile phone and looked like a brick. Keeman had a hunch that this thing would be broken if it fell to the ground, so he immediately asked Tang Yuan to catch it. Tang Yuan was now a ghost pumpkin cat and could not catch anything at all. He flew over to catch the phone, but the brick phone went straight through the ghost cat's palm and fell down. Shirley ran over in time and caught the phone in the last few centimeters before it fell to the ground. Fortunately, it didn't break. Keeman secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If this thing broke, it would be a waste of the testing opportunity given by others at the cost of losing the car's ability. Okay, now you should not be able to hear the voice of the Autobots, and you can't turn into a bus. Keeman asked Shirley to put away the phone, not intending to touch it on the spot. Things from the fishing rod are full of uncertainty. If you open the phone and a "You Are My Destined" person pops up, it will make people very crazy. I'm fine? Si Chunsue was surprised. She just fished out a brick-sized phone from the wash basin, so she'd lost that ability. She calmed down and listened carefully to the sound of the car. There were many private cars in the parking lot. They usually told her about the private affairs of the owners of those private cars. Once, she occasionally heard some secrets of a boss by this method, and then she traded stocks, but she didn't expect to really make a lot of money. But after listening carefully this time, she didn't receive any fluctuations. All the cars in the parking lot seemed to have pressed the mute button and stopped talking. She thought about turning into a bus. In the past, as long as the thought came up in her mind, she would definitely change. But this time, her body didn't react at all. It was empty. I really don't have the ability anymore, she murmured to herself. For some reason, she felt a little lost. Chapter 335. How did you catch the brick phone this time? How did the fish hook it? Captain Luo wondered. The fishing line flew too fast just now, and the phone was thrown into the air and instantly unhooked. He didn't see clearly how the fish hooked the phone. You can play back the file of the high-speed camera. Keeman took out the temporary house, threw money on the spot, and then asked Shirley to bring the brick phone into the temporary house. Keeman went into the house, closed the door, and immediately moved out the big-faced cat. Captain Luo couldn't enter the temporary house to see the big-faced cat from outside, so he could only call the technician to retrieve the file. He wanted to study the fishing rod. Now the fishing rod is on the ground, but no one can pick it up. Only a superpower can pick it up. Ghost Cat Tang Yuan, with a pumpkin head and tears in his eyes, went straight through the temporary house, went into the house, and then came out, as if testing the closed characteristics of the temporary house. Keeman was distracted by Tang Yuan, who was passing through, and he didn't watch it for the whole 15 seconds. Get out, Kuming said sternly. Meow meow meow. Tang Yuan made a cat sound, feeling aggrieved, and more tears welled up in his dark eyes. Tang Yuan shook the cat's tail, and left the temporary house through the wall with its tail erect. Kuming turned his head, and stared into the eyes of the big-faced cat. 15 seconds later, he officially got the information of the brick phone. Silly Netizen Communicator. Function: you can communicate with a silly netizen without connecting to the internet. This phone can only be used for calls and chats, and has no other functions. Need to be charged for use. This thing is a small device, with no special side effects indicated, and belongs to the category of level 6 things. Silly Netizen Intercom, this thing is very suitable for Bai Shatang, Kuming murmured. After thinking about it, Kuming took Bai Shatang out of the storage scarf. Bai Shatang was covered with white hair, and was not tall. As soon as he appeared, he tightened his feathers and looked ready for battle. Bai Shatang's big black eyes turned around and saw Kuming looking at it. It immediately shrank its neck and trembled. Always feeling that the master's eyes were not good, Bai Shatang's spirit sent out the word danger, and sand shook out from the gaps in the feathers. Kuming saw Bai Shatang's fear and said helplessly, "This is a silly netizen intercom, for you to use." I haven't seen Bai Shatang's silly language play a significant role. Maybe this time, I can see the role of the silly language. Bai Shatang was stunned for a second when he heard the 4 words silly netizen. Here. Kuming didn't say anything and forced the brick-sized mobile phone to it. What else could Bai Shatang do? He had to take the call. The intercom was cold to the touch, and the phone hadn't been turned on yet, but Bai Shatang felt that it was not simple, and there might be a terrifying creature hidden inside. Stare. The evil god's gaze had never stopped, and Bai Shatang didn't dare to resist the evil god's will, so he could only press the power button. He pressed the power button of the phone, but there was no response. Bai Shatang thought it was broken, and he was happy. Great, he couldn't even turn on the phone. It's out of power, I have to charge it. Keeman opened the door of the temporary house and shouted to the technician, "Do you have a power bank?" "Yes." "Well, please bring a charging cable." Keeman, Shirley, and Bai Shatang walked out of the temporary house, and Keeman turned around to put away the temporary house. The technician brought a power bank and a wire, and brought pliers with him. The charging port of this brick phone is not a mainstream charging port. The technician needs to unplug the head of the charger, and then use pliers to make a suitable wire. 1 minute later, the brick phone was successfully charged. White Sugar pressed the power button tremblingly, and the feather seams on his body kept shaking off the sand. The sand saltworm quickly crawled out to eat the sand and secreted white fine salt. The technician saw that White Sugar was so nervous, and he also became nervous. Could this thing explode? The technician remembered the news that mobile phone batteries would expand, and even explode due to heat. He couldn't help but tremble in his soul, and quickly stepped back, away from White Sugar and others. He knew that investigators were national security figures and were responsible for maintaining stability, but they were also the people who were most likely to come into contact with the source of danger. If you get close to them, there is a high probability that you will not end well. You should stay away from them appropriately to protect yourself. White Sugar was even more scared when he saw an unknown evil god slipping so far away. He always felt that this thing was not as ordinary as Kumeng said. Ding. The brick phone lit up. Bai Xiang shrank his neck, not daring to look, but the evil god's eyes were always on him. He dared not look, so he could only half close his eyes and look at the screen of the brick phone with a faint gaze. Randomly select a stupid netizen. The text on the brick phone was from another country, with a very strange font, similar to the text of claw marks. Kumeng couldn't understand it, but Bai Xiang could understand it unexpectedly. Ah! This is actually the text of the stupid tribe. Bai Xiang's eyes were no longer half closed, but wide open, with light in his eyes, attracted by the stupid netizen's dialogue machine. Keeman's eyes also shifted from Bai Xiang to the brick phone. The sand sculpture language is the language of Bai Xiang's tribe, but Bai Xiang's tribe does not usually use sand sculpture language, and usually communicates in sand sculpture language. Strange, is it an exclusive item of Bai Xiang's tribe? Keeman felt something in his heart. Could it have the function of automatically changing the text? Keeman reached out to touch the phone, and the phone screen immediately changed to Khoi language, and Keeman also understood the incomprehensible words. So that's it. The sand sculpture dialogue machine has the function of automatically translating languages, eliminating the problem of the two parties in the conversation not being able to communicate in the same language. At this time, the sand sculpture dialogue machine randomly selected, and a netizen named Day and Night appeared. Hello. A female voice in an incomprehensible language sounded in the dialogue machine. Bai Xiang screamed and greeted the girl. Bai Xiang's pronunciation is not human pronunciation, but the other party can understand it and communicate with Bai Xiang in a friendly manner. Excuse me, what species are you? Why do I feel that your voice is a bit strange? The girl asked curiously. Bai Xiang thought about it, and replied bluntly that he was a fool. Keeman didn't touch the intercom at this time, and couldn't understand what they were saying. Keeman understood what Bai Xiang said, but he didn't understand the girl's voice. Keeman reached out, and touched the intercom, and listened for a while. The content of the two people's chat was not interesting, but meaningless chat. Keeman didn't intend to get involved. Since there was no danger, he let Bai Xiang chat. After this matter was over, the Autobots found their own position in society, and were finally able to stand up and become a legitimate Autobot. Even if they turned into cars, they didn't have to worry about being checked or something like that. The Investigation Bureau would protect them, and they would never be afraid again. The Investigation Bureau also got the social accounts of the Autobots, and took over the control of the small group. Every day, professional psychologists were sent to the group to water the group, so that the Autobots in foreign countries would not notice anything. Chapter 336. On the internet, Kumeng's videos were repeatedly viewed by netizens. The latest cat video has attracted great attention from netizens. Chin Momo stayed at home in her spare time, and found that the host she followed had updated the video, so she clicked in to check it out. Video name: I turned into a cat today. There is no word or space, and Kumeng's video is back to basics. In fact, the naming style of the earthy and sand sculpture video is okay for 4 or 5 times, but if you use that kind of name every time, you will get aesthetic fatigue. Kumeng occasionally uses the naming style of 1 word and 1 space, and the rest of the time it is a normal naming style. Turn into a cat. Did he turn into a cat? Chin Momo muttered to himself. Clicking on the video, you can see Kumeng's familiar opening remarks. Today, a friend gave me a pumpkin festival gift in advance. To be honest, I don't celebrate pumpkin festival, so I gave the gift to my pet Tengyuan. After that, Kumeng had a yellow pumpkin mask in his hand. The netizens who commented on the comments turned into prophets. I knew it wasn't the who turned into a cat. What do you mean by turning into a cat, girl? I really want to see it. Chin Momo blinked, and quickly scanned every comment. The bad taste of the stupid netizens is really interesting. Aw, you have so many friends. Can you introduce one to me? I have never touched a special item. Kumeng bless me, and wish me to be admitted to a special university next year. Special university, I want to apply. Chin Momo muttered. She was a sophomore at the scene. She had already asked those people that only high school graduates can take the exam. There are so many high school graduates in the country. There is no need to make an exception to admit sophomores. Yes, the Investigation Bureau, which has the spiritual fruit tree, does have the confidence. Even if the spiritual foundation is not very good, the spiritual fruit can be used to improve spirituality. At this time, Tang Yuan appeared on the screen. It is round and golden, no longer a ball, but a petite white cat wearing a pumpkin head, with 2 flickering ghost lights in its black eye sockets. The cat's eyes kept crying, which made netizens laugh. Haha, I didn't expect that Tang Yuan would have this day. I just want to know how to put it on. Tang Yuan didn't notice it? Who would have known that wearing a mask would turn you into a cat? Tang Yuan definitely didn't notice it. Is it a side effect to keep crying? In the video, Tang Yuan the cat couldn't touch the phone, and his tears kept flowing. The key is that these tears are not physical, and they disappear when they flow into the ground. Tang Yuan turned around and played with White Sugar again, and White Sugar was startled. Although it was a retake shot later, with a reenactment design, Bai Shatang's expressiveness of being startled was not weakened at all, so the audience could not see the difference and laughed for a while. There are not many features shown in the video. When Kumeng mentioned the features of the pumpkin mask, he was also half hidden and did not explain all its functions. This mask can transform. This time it turns into a cat, and I don't know what it will turn into next time. It has a time limit. Next time, I will make a vlog for you to see what it will turn into next time. It's miserable. Tang Yuan, I mourn for you. It's so cold. This is a cruel oppression of dogs. When can dogs stand up and be their own masters? The boxer threw punches online, and netizens laughed offline. With such an unreliable master, it is too difficult for Tang Yuan to have an easy life. Chin Momo also smiled knowingly, and hoped that she could catch a spirit as a pet in the future. Just thinking about this, a gurgling sound suddenly came from her ear. The sound was a bit strange, as if something was moving. Chin Momo turned her head, and saw that there was nothing unusual in the bright bedroom. But she heard the gurgling sound very clearly. She had come into contact with strange things and had been possessed by members of the Shadow Stream, and knew some things that ordinary people did not know. At the beginning, she went to the Investigation Bureau to join the Investigation Bureau. Although the Investigation Bureau did not agree to let her join the Investigation Bureau, she was tested for spirituality. The result of the test was as high as 90 points, and her spirituality was quite high, and she was favored by the people in the Investigation Bureau. The people in the Bureau said that as long as she graduated from high school, she would be admitted directly without examination. At the same time, with such a high spirituality, it is necessary to protect it well. The people from the Investigation Bureau gave her a booklet, which was something that trainee investigators had to read. It mentioned how high-level spiritual people should protect themselves when they heard something they shouldn't have heard. Is this the sound I should hear? Chin Momo hesitated, and was a little undecided for a moment. The main reason was that the sound was not strange. It felt like the sound of an object moving. It might be that something fell. But she looked around and didn't see anything fall. It felt very sudden. She walked around the room according to her feeling and finally located herself in front of the full-length floor-length mirror. The floor-length mirror was smooth and bright, as if it had been wiped hundreds of times. Is anyone there? Chin Momo whispered, not sure if there was anything wrong with the mirror, but she felt that the source of the sound was where the mirror was. She looked in the mirror and saw herself wearing a loose white short-sleeved shirt with an unfastened collar, revealing her pink collarbone, and ordinary white cotton velvet home pants, which were fine to wear at home. She thought about it, didn't feel anything strange, and turned back to her seat. But she didn't want to watch the video anymore, so she took out the trainee investigator manual to review it. As a person who loves to learn, she read it very carefully, turned to the column of precautions for people with high spiritual knowledge, and read it slowly. There is a lot of information in this world, and we, the people with high spiritual awareness, can hear those sound segments that normal people cannot hear, which may contain some dangerous information or beneficial information. Our bodies are fragile. Once we receive those dangerous information, we may mutate. For example, some people grow alien limbs. Chin Momo knows what this paragraph is about. The Frog Society is a very good example. The sculptures they carve have the ability to pollute. If the sculptures are placed in the community, the residents of the community will subtly receive those information when they go to and from get off work every day. They have low spiritual awareness and can receive little information every day, but over time, the mutations are stacked, leaving the hidden danger of physical mutation. When you suddenly hear an unusual sound, or have a flash of inspiration, and feel that something is wrong, you should trust your intuition. Even if it is often proven that it is just the suspicion and persecution of high-level spiritual personnel, you should still be cautious. Just like the fairy tale The Wolf is Coming, if the fake wolf is coming happens too many times, people will become numb. The most taboo for high-level spiritual personnel is to become numb to the sense of crisis, remember. Chapter 337. Chinmomo fell asleep. Because her mother came back late, she went to bed late, and her bedtime was basically around 11:50. After closing her eyes, Chinmomo did not immediately enter into a trance, because she suddenly missed the strange click sound in her heart. Will that sound in the room again? She lay on the bed. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became, and she couldn't fall asleep. For 10 minutes, she tossed and turned in bed, and couldn't help turning her head towards the floor mirror. It was pitch black at night, and she didn't turn on the lights. Only the moonlight outside the window shone in obliquely, illuminating the tile floor, reflecting the moonlight, and shining on her face. The moonlight was not dazzling. She opened her eyes wide, and stared at the floor mirror against the moonlight. She saw the floor mirror, and the floor mirror naturally saw her. Her face was reflected in the mirror, and it was a face that looked exactly like hers. There should be no sense of disobedience, but she suddenly felt a sense of disobedience. A thought flashed through her mind. Is the person in the mirror really me? Once Chinmomo had this thought, she couldn't stop it. She knew that people with high spiritual awareness would always be unable to bear too much fantasy, which was related to active spirituality. If the spirituality was not active, it would be impossible to hear things that ordinary people couldn't hear. Is it my illusion, or is there something wrong with the mirror? Chinmomo was undecided and very confused. At this time, you need to call the hotline of the Investigation Bureau to ask for popular science. The hotline of the Investigation Bureau is connected by a large team to comfort those who are uneasy. Many people who can't sleep at night, and those who are suspicious will also call the hotline of the Investigation Bureau. So when Chinmomo was lying on the bed and making a phone call, the operator on the phone also quickly got into the state, listened carefully to Chinmomo's insomnia, and then smiled and said, "This may be a psychological effect. Your mirror has been with you for such a long time, and I didn't find any problems before. Now it suddenly becomes strange. It may be your psychological effect." The operator's answer was not too bad. Since the Investigation Bureau began to popularize the existence of special items to the public, many people have become suspicious, thinking that there are problems here, there are problems there, and there are problems everywhere. Of course, the items you are talking about may have suddenly become special items today. Just be careful. If you really think it's wrong, I can leave a file for you. When the investigators from the Investigation Bureau accept the investigation task, they will come to your home to investigate. The time is expected to be within 1 to 3 days. The operator patiently answered in a formula. The hotline operators of the Investigation Bureau handle 400 or more calls every day. If they answer them carefully one by one, they can't answer other people's questions, so they have all developed a concise and fast formula answer. I think there should be a problem, but my spiritual awareness is too high. It may be an illusion. It's okay for now. The operator was stunned for a moment when he heard that the other party had high spiritual awareness, and asked about the other party's spiritual awareness again. He was surprised to get a number of 90. The operators are low spiritual awareness personnel in the logistics team of the Investigation Bureau. Generally, their spiritual awareness is 1 to 30. They know how terrifying it is to have an innate spiritual perception of 90. If there is no danger to life, you can choose to make an appointment. The operator chose to believe in the other party's spiritual awareness. Since the low-level investigators have too many things to investigate every day, and there are many fake events that waste time, they have to queue up for appointments now. The Investigation Bureau said that there is no shortage of people, but in fact, judging from the queue for appointments, it is still in a state of shortage of people. However, the problem is that there is an upper limit to the production of fruits. Even if more low spiritual intelligence personnel are added, if they cannot be transformed into medium and high spiritual intelligence personnel, then they will lose the threshold for investigation. The production of fruits is related to crying emotions. The Bureau mobilized so many people, and the trees are getting bigger and bigger. It is a bit difficult, unless the Investigation Bureau recruits volunteers from the ordinary people, and asks them to sacrifice their emotions willingly. These emotions will not disappear forever, but the temporary loss of emotions will definitely affect life. Regarding one point, the Investigation Bureau chose to ripen conservatively, not dragging ordinary people into the water, and using people in the Bureau to ripen. Well, I make an appointment to check this mirror. Please arrange a time. Okay, what's the address? Okay, I've made an appointment for you. The Investigation Bureau will come to your house within 3 days to deal with it. After the phone call, Chinmomo felt relieved and felt more comfortable looking at the mirror. Afterwards, Chinmomo closed her eyes, and gradually fell asleep. Her nose moved slightly, and she could hear the sound of her deep sleep. However, the person in the mirror did not close her eyes, but opened her bright eyes and looked at the person outside the mirror. The person in the mirror blinked and stared at the person opposite for a full hour. An hour of observation seemed to make the person in the mirror feel relieved, and she felt that Chinmomo outside the mirror would not find her. She turned over the quilt in the mirror world and wore the same home clothes as Chinmomo. She had the same figure, the same face, and the same temperament. She put on her cotton slippers and looked around, as if she wanted to leave the room in the mirror. The person in the mirror rushed left and right, but could not open the main door on her side in the mirror, nor could she jump out of the window on that side. The space she moved in was only the space reflected by the mirror. After trying in vain, the person in the mirror finally looked at the mirror again, and looked through the mirror at Chinmomo outside the mirror. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The sound of cotton slippers rang out outside the mirror. The person in the mirror stretched out her white palm and touched the mirror, and the water fingers seemed to poke the water surface and went out. The face of the person in the mirror immediately put on a cheerful smile, and with a smile, 1 foot stepped out of the mirror. Step. The sound of cotton slippers falling to the ground was no longer a virtual sound, but the sound of a real object falling to the ground. A person, who looked exactly like Chinmomo, walked out of the mirror. The real moonlight shone on her face, and the real air with the bacteria of blue star touched her skin. She closed her eyes, showing an intoxicated expression, and took a deep breath through her nose, greedily breathing in the real air. The real touch of the ground made her intoxicated. She controlled her feet to step on the ground with cotton mops, and a sense of solidity surged into her heart. At this time, she opened her eyes, and looked at Chinmomo's sleeping face again. She gently stretched out her hand, and was about to touch Chinmomo's neck. But halfway through, she stopped again, as if she thought of something and felt unsafe. A few seconds later, the room opened gently. The next second, the door closed gently, leaving only Chinmomo in the room, and an empty mirror. Outside the door, Chinmomo was about to leave, and suddenly there was a tapping sound in her ears. Tap, tap, it was the sound of slippers, and it seemed to be stained with water. Turning her head, she saw a toilet in the opposite corner. The toilet was not lit, but she vaguely saw a blurry figure walking out of the toilet. Chapter 338. In the dark room, the blurry figure suddenly stopped. "You are not sleeping so late. Are you suffering from insomnia?" the person asked. The voice is more mature, and it feels like a mature woman. Chinmomo is a person copied by the mirror, and does not have all of Chinmomo's memories. For the mature woman in front of her, who went to the toilet in the middle of the night without turning on the light, she guessed the identity of Chinmomo's mother. Chinmomo paused, used the 3-second pause time to organize her words, and imitated Chinmomo's tone of speaking to her mother. "Well, I just want to go to the toilet and go to bed later." After that, Chinmomo walked slowly and carefully. Fortunately, the lights were not turned on in the room. It was 1 o'clock in the evening, and the light was very dim. It was difficult to see her expression, and it was difficult for the other party to detect the truth of her daughter through her expression. Mother Chen did not seem to notice, and took the initiative to step aside. When Chinmomo passed by Mother Chen, she felt like she was facing a great enemy. She has no special means of attack. After all, Chinmomo's original body has no means of attack, and the copy of her naturally has no ability. Chinmomo knows that she was originally just a mirror. From the factory to the store, and then to being chosen by Chen's mother at first sight, moved into the house as a mirror, the person she faces every day is Chinmomo. What Chinmomo looks like, and what she likes to do in the bedroom, she can see it clearly. When one day it suddenly became a spirit, and had the ability to copy humans, she decided to copy Chinmomo, then go out and live a new life. However, Chinmomo has no idea what kind of person Chinmomo was in the past. She can only imitate the original owner based on the memory retained in the mirror. So when she passed by Mother Chen, her breathing became heavy, fearing that she would be recognized by the original owner's biological mother. "Monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not human." For some reason, she thought of this stupid short video in her mind. The original owner Chinmomo also watched short videos from time to time in bed, and now she was afraid that Mother Chen would suddenly say such a sentence. It was only a few seconds, but Chinmomo felt as if a year had passed. When she stepped inside and began to look for a squatting position in the dark. At this time, Mother Chen outside the door suddenly said, "Why don't you turn on the light?" Chinmomo was stunned for a moment, and broke out in a cold sweat. "I forgot." Her consciousness turned rapidly in her mind. She was not old, and it had only been a few months since she left the factory and served in Chin Momo's home. After a few months, it was already amazing to be able to communicate normally and not be stage frightened. How could I forget it? Mother Chin muttered outside the door and pressed the light button. Click. The light turned on. The dim yellow light in the toilet illuminated the toilet and Chin Momo's face. Mother Chin was standing outside the toilet. The light was insufficient. The light was slightly brighter at her feet, but the brightness was much lower above her neck. Chin Momo looked back at her mother and felt that her face was in the shadow, and it was a little hard to see her face. What are you looking at me for? Go to the toilet quickly. Oh! Close the door first to block Mother Chin's sight. Chin Momo leaned against the toilet door with her heart pounding. This is a dangerous young woman. In just this brief contact of more than 10 seconds, her spirituality began to send out a strong warning, thinking that if she had too much contact with Mother Chin, she would most likely be recognized as abnormal by the other party. Chin Momo leaned against the back of the toilet door, her heart pounding, her adrenaline soaring. The combined effect of chemical hormones and nerves made her feel fresh. Is this the human body? Is this the sense of horror? She waited quietly for a few seconds, her ears were always focused, never leaving the toilet door, and kept close to the door. There was no script sound outside the door. This woman stopped outside the door, and didn't move. The strange sense of horror rose again. Is the woman outside the door really her biological mother? Why would she block the door, and wait for her daughter to go to the toilet? Did she just go to the toilet, or did she have doubts? All kinds of thoughts lingered in Chin Momo's heart, lingering. Why is there no hissing sound? Outside the door, Chin's mother's voice sounded again. The voice was not heavy, but it seemed to be spoken close to the door. Hearing this, Chin Momo stiffened again and looked flustered. Why does this mother feel so strange? Is she really a normal person? She was scared and at a loss. She was only a few months old, so it was really difficult for her to think carefully. The behavior of the young woman opposite was too weird. It was simply against common sense. She thought about it, walked quietly to the squatting position, and then squatted slowly, without saying a word, pretending not to hear. If Chin's mother shouted louder, she would reply. Wait, what if she shouted louder, and woke up the original owner of the room? Chin Momo thought about it, and quickly responded to Chin's mother. I can't pee. Outside the door, Chin's mother did not reply. The invisible sense of oppression made her breathless. She squatted for a while, put on her pants again, pressed the flush button, and the flushing sound broke the tranquility of the toilet, which was very loud in the middle of the night. She quietly opened the corner of the toilet door, and saw a pair of feet standing outside. She looked up, and saw the strange Mother Chin standing outside the door waiting for her, with an impatient look on her face. Stop dawdling, go back to sleep. Mother Chin waved her hand and urged. Yeah. She nodded, trying to control her inner tension and keep her expression within the normal range. Ta-da. As she passed by Mother Chin, the lights behind her suddenly turned off. The corridor fell into a dead black again. At this moment, many terrible thoughts flashed through Chin Momo's mind. In the end, she did not make those counter-killing moves that only came to her mind, and came to her room in a balanced manner. The footsteps behind her were inseparable, which created a lot of psychological pressure on her. She didn't dare to open the door too wide. Chin Momo was still sleeping inside, and the clone was facing her biological mother outside the door, panicking. At a few months old, if she could do this, she should be able to brag about it for the rest of her life. She pretended that she couldn't see the door handle, and slowly touched the door, stalling for time, hoping to wait for Chin's mother to return to the room. But the other party stopped. Stopped. Can't you see it? Let me open it for you. Chin's mother's voice was ordinary, but in her ears it was like a devil's note, penetrating into her mind, and suddenly exploding. Her heart was like an out-of-control engine, soaring to the top, exceeding the value of 120 beats per second. A young woman's hand passed through the darkness, without a single pause, and accurately touched the door handle. Chin Momo was quick and touched the door handle before her, firmly controlling the initiative to open the door and preventing the other party from opening the door. However, this made the situation even more tense. The two froze outside the door. Chin Momo's heart was pounding, and various chemical hormones stimulated her body to heat up. And Chin's mother's hand pressed on her palm, and the cold temperature came out, which seemed not the body temperature of a normal person. Chapter 339. You are not a human being. Mother Chin's cold accent came to my ears. Chin Momo froze instantly. Sure enough, the other party also recognized her. I just don't know when the other party recognized her. Is it because the light was not turned on, or some other detail? What about you? You are not a human being either. She was not convinced and asked back. Me? Mother Chin smiled, and before she finished speaking, her other hand directly touched Chin Momo's neck, and the other hand quickly closed her neck and pinched it hard. Chin Momo was about to stop breathing. The body rose into the air, very uncomfortable, and the two legs moved randomly. I don't know what you are, but you are definitely not my daughter. Mother Chin pinched hard, her eyes wide open. Tell me, where did you put her? She shouted. Perhaps because she used too much force, Chin Momo tilted her head in midair, and her eyes lost their spirit. In another blink, Chin Momo's body disappeared, as if it didn't exist. Mother Chin heard the movement in the house, and immediately opened the door. She saw her daughter rubbing her eyes and getting up, and shouted, Mom, what are you doing outside? Mother Chin stood still, staring at her daughter, as if confirming her daughter's identity. Mother Chin looked at her quietly for a few seconds, then walked forward, looked closer, and touched her daughter's face with her hand. Mother Chin's hand suddenly turned into a touch on her head, and she smiled and said, It's okay, as long as you are okay. After that, she looked around. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the floor, and even the mirror had light. But in the mirror, Mother Chin was like touching the air. There was no daughter there, and what she touched was air. But when she turned around, her daughter was real, the touch was real, and the feeling was right, it was her daughter. But she was a little unsure for a short time, and began to be suspicious. At this time, Chin Momo also noticed the strangeness in the mirror. There was only her mother in the mirror, not her figure. What's going on? Chin Momo screamed twice, looking panicked, and at the same time thought of the strange sound last night. Could it be that the mirror really became a spirit? Mother Chin took a few steps back, looked at the mirror, and then looked at Chin Momo. She scratched her hair, screamed, and rolled her eyes, as if she was going crazy. When Keeman woke up, there were some more strange items around him. These strange items were varied, and Keeman had long been accustomed to them. As usual, he took out the big-faced cat and looked at it. The ghost-like Tangyuan cat was spitting in front of Keeman's eyes. Its transformation was about to expire, and he could play with his mobile phone happily later. After not chatting with stupid netizens for 24 hours, Tangyuan was itching to chat, and once let out a long meow 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 sound on the roof of Kaming's villa. Of course, Kaming didn't know that Tangyuan was so bored that he meowed. Shirley handed over the mobile phone at the right time, and there was a missed call. Kaming looked at the big-faced cat first, and then looked at the missed number on the phone. A Captain Luo called twice in a row. The first time was at 1:31 in the middle of the night, and the second time was at 1:32 in the middle of the night. Strange, you want to find me in the middle of the night? Kaming murmured. Generally, the Semi-Official Investigation Bureau will not call in the middle of the night. They all know that their sleeping habits are to sleep at night. If he stayed up late, it was usually when he was doing a mission with the Investigation Bureau. They all knew these habits. There was only one situation, that is, something happened at the Investigation Bureau, and he needed to solve this problem. I only called twice, it shouldn't be an emergency, Kaming murmured. He called back casually, and waited for a few seconds. Captain Luo's voice rang on the phone. Kaming is awake? Just woke up, what do you want to talk to me about? It's like this, Chin Momo's community, a special place appeared at around 1 o'clock last night, isolated from the world. We sent 2 investigation teams to investigate, and got the results at 2:11 in the middle of the night. Kaming was immediately worried when he heard this. Chin Momo's family is a tenant on the first floor of Kaming's house, and Kaming usually eats a lot of their food. When testing items in the early days, he also intended to help her as a tester for the first test, but later because the sacrifice had a hidden danger of being too large, he moved to a new place and didn't contact her much. At this time, Captain Luo on the phone paused for a few seconds and said, Chin Momo's family disappeared, and there was no blood left. However, according to the on-site investigation, there were indentations left by furniture on the floor of Chin Momo's bedroom, but that piece of furniture was missing. Keeman thought about it, and his mind jumped to the word bed. The bed disappeared? The picture in Keeman's mind was that Chin Momo was sleeping in the middle of the night, and both the person and the bed disappeared. It's not a bed, it's probably something like a mirror. This is the common judgment of the 2 investigation teams, and it should be correct. Got it, I go check it out now. Keeman hung up the phone and swept the storage scarf, putting everything on the ground into the scarf. He turned around, opened the closet, and put on the special combat uniform specially provided by the investigator. Then he got in the car and let the driver drive first. He took out his mobile phone and looked through the rental contract documents that he had left behind, which recorded Mrs. Chin's home address. Keeman had never been to Mrs. Chin's house, so he could only check the road according to the address on the contract. Keeman thought about it, called the investigation bureau to verify the address, and after confirming that the address was correct, he immediately asked the driver to go to the scene of the incident. Special field, that is, the field generated when special items are born. Some special items will not generate a field when they are born, and items without a field are often not very strong. Special field, I haven't been to it for a long time, and I didn't expect to investigate it in this way this time. Keeman sat in the back seat of the car and recalled the past. Since his debut, the number of times he has gone to special fields for investigation is very few, and he can count them on one hand. His starting point was too high. After the investigation bureau determined that Keeman could produce items continuously, they worshipped him like an ancestor and would not let him take risks. Even if he took risks, they would bring a luxurious team to protect him secretly, for fear of his death. So the most vivid special field investigation in Keeman's memory was the printer that kept printing, typing alone in the library. The second was the community elevator imprisonment incident. In the community elevator incident, only the elevator area could barely be considered a special field. The main reason for the appearance of that field was a plate of flowers, but Keeman later thought that there might be something wrong with the elevator itself. After a lot of random thoughts in his mind, the driver suddenly stopped the car. "We've arrived at the destination, boss," the driver said. Outside the car, Captain Luo came over to open the door and greet Keeman. In the distance, there was a long yellow cordon, and several police officers lined up to set up checkpoints to intercept. Curious passers-by were separated from the cordon and were not allowed to enter. Before Keeman entered the special area, he looked at the buildings of varying heights from afar and felt a strange feeling in his heart. Chapter 340. This strange feeling is familiar. It has happened before, but it is not the same thing. Kunming racked his brains and finally named it weird feeling. "Everyone, make way, we are going to investigate," Captain Luo shouted, and the curious passers-by dared not stop them. They were all wearing special combat uniforms and looked serious, as if they would detain the troublemakers and leave if they delayed for another minute. Passers-by made way, and some recognized the online science popularization of post Kunming and screamed. However, the child was quickly covered by his parents' mouth, worried that the child would disturb the investigators. Kunming looked straight ahead, and all his thoughts were devoted to the special field, and he didn't care about the child's scream. The boundary of the barrier that entered the special field is the gate of the community. There are 8 buildings in this community, among which Chinmomo lives in building number 4, and is a resident on the 4th floor. The address on the previously signed lease contract also showed that the other party's address was room 401, building 4 of the community, which was consistent with the official data of the investigation bureau. "It's all 4. Isn't this number unlucky?" Captain Luo asked. "Maybe it's a psychological effect." Keeman didn't feel anything strange about the number, but the air here was indeed different from the outside. This was a solemn atmosphere unique to this special field. "The people inside, have they all been transported out?" Keeman asked. Now the investigation bureau has many ways to transport things in, and there are also ways to transport people out. The principle is to use the shell of special items to avoid the detection of the barrier. At that time, Keeman tested it with something soaked in honey juice and successfully brought things in, which can also be regarded as an application method. All irrelevant people have gone out. The ones who are left inside are all investigators from our bureau, Captain Luo replied. "By the way, the signal here is not very strong. I don't know why. Let's contact the investigation team in front first." Keeman and Captain Luo walked slowly from building number 1 to building number 4. Keeman had carefully examined the appearance of the 4 buildings and could not see anything from the appearance. Outside building number 4, the investigators built a small shed where someone was resting. "Captain Luo." The young man sitting in the shed immediately brightened up and waved. Seeing that the person next to Captain Luo was a little familiar, the young man instantly remembered Keeman's name and hurriedly greeted him. "Amon, nice to meet you." "Hello." Keeman went upstairs while understanding the specific situation. "Why is this special field not closed? A whole night should be enough for you to find the source of the items," Keeman said curiously. He didn't realize the problem when he first came here. Now that he has been in the special field for a few minutes, Keeman finally grasped the strange sense of weirdness. Logically speaking, with the ability of the whale branch, the special field can be closed overnight, and the residents can go to work or rest in the morning. But until Keeman woke up, the field here was not closed, and Keeman thought there was something strange here. "It's our fault. We can't find the source of that special item." My spiritual perception test has been measured at 98 points, but I can't feel the source. The young man who was traveling with me patted his head, a little ashamed. In the past, his spiritual awareness would definitely not be that high. Now he has a high level of spiritual awareness, but he still can't play the role of a high spiritual awareness person in this investigation, which makes the new investigator quite frustrated. Keeman went up to the 4th floor and knocked on the door gently. After a while, the investigation team inside opened the door and invited Keeman and others in. Keeman also knew the people inside. Ping, a young man who loved dancing, couldn't help but put on a mysterious smile on his face when he saw Keeman, as if he wanted to invite people to dance. There is a piece of furniture missing here. We think it is a mirror. There are also indentations of real objects on the ground. The dust marks around also highlight this point. Come in and take a look. Ping led the way and walked towards Chen Momo's boudoir. Keeman walked on the floor of Chen's house, mobilizing his own spirituality and magnifying his senses to the maximum. At this moment, the voices of everyone talking, breathing, and the pulsation of their organs all entered Keeman's ears. Keeman amplified the amount of information he received, and all kinds of thoughts surged in his mind for a while. Without strong willpower, people will have unpredictable consequences when receiving a lot of information. The resistance power in Keeman's body also surged in his body, providing mental resistance and helping himself to stabilize his spirit. Ordinary investigators don't dare to do this. It is very likely to burn the brain if they use their spiritual power to fully accept external information. Keeman walked step by step, and sensed a strange message on the floor in front of the toilet door. No, not one, but 2 strange breaths. At least, there were 2 people standing here. Mother Chen has been here, and there is a stranger. Keeman began to sense it since he entered the room. The person who stayed in the room, the longest, would leave a very obvious breath. Among the 2 strange breaths, one breath was the strongest breath here, and the other breath gave Keeman a feeling of being a newbie. Well, we also sense this, but it doesn't help much with the investigation, Ping said. Then, Kaming walked into Chen Momo's room. As soon as he entered the room, the pink and white decoration style came into view. The pink was just an embellishment, and the main color was white. Kaming's foot stepped over the door, and immediately felt a different atmosphere. There used to be 3 people's breath in this room. There are 2 breaths that fit the room best, and the other is a fresh breath. It may be an outsider, but it may also be that the object has become a spirit. Kaming stopped at the place where the floor mirror was originally placed. There are 2 small dust-free blocks on the floor here. According to the proportion, they are the 2 legs of the mirror. He squatted down and looked at it quietly. His own spirituality magnified his senses, and felt that the strange breath came from here. It was also at this time. A flash of inspiration came to his mind. He blinked and saw a glowing mirror leaning against the wall, as if something walked out of it. One of the people reflected in the mirror covered his head and screamed, and the other covered his head and screamed. Both of them were screaming, as if they were afraid of something. They are afraid of something, Keeman murmured. Unfortunately, the illusion that Keeman saw disappeared very quickly, and was cut off in an instant, as if something unilaterally blocked the information leakage afterwards. Keeman sat in the room for half an hour, frowning, and ate a few fruits during this period to improve his spirituality. Unfortunately, Keeman did not catch any new feelings. Do you want to take a look at Mrs. Chen's bedroom? Yes. Keeman couldn't find a clue for the time being, so he turned and went to Mrs. Chen's room. Walk around the room, sit in meditation and feel quietly. Chapter 341. There weren't many things in Mrs. Chen's bedroom. Keeman sat quietly for 10 minutes and saw a phantom figure of Mrs. Chen with a young woman's hairstyle, dressing in front of a makeup mirror, mumbling to herself, as if talking to someone. Then, the illusion slowly disappeared. Keeman recently took time to learn lip reading, and with his strong sixth sense, he understood what Mrs. Chen was talking to herself in front of the mirror. Who are you? Who am I? Get out of here. Just these 3 sentences, and Mrs. Chen stopped talking to herself. This is the illusion when the Shadow Stream member was inhabiting the body before. Keeman was surprised. It is difficult for ordinary investigators to judge the timeline of the illusion when they are in synesthesia, but Keeman is spiritually sharp, and he has used the power of Mr. Ku in his dreams to have synesthesia, so he has a very clear perception of the concept of time, and he immediately recognized that the timeline of the illusion was 2 or 3 months ago. There were 2 Shadow Stream members who lived in the Chen family. One was the minor-level member Mi Jingyun, and the other was the new member Wen Yushan. Regarding these 2 shadows, Keeman exchanged an interrogation prop at the Investigation Bureau and reinterrogated them several times, basically getting all the information they knew. Not asking is one thing, but it is impossible to interrogate people carefully every minute. That would take too much time, and Keeman doesn't have time to do such detailed work. Keeman sat for another 20 minutes, without any new illusions, but got a new inspiration, and then walked around the room, looking for things according to his feelings. Amon, what are you looking for? Captain Luo and Di Ping came over to help find things. Mrs. Chen may have realized something a long time ago, and she may leave a suicide note. Keeman said what he felt in the past half hour. In addition to the part where the Shadow Stream member possessed him, there seemed to be a message left in the house that needed to be found manually. Di Ping's team did not feel this idea, and they were all shocked when they heard that Keeman had a new direction for investigation. What is the specific image? I don't know, but I will recognize it if I see it, Keeman affirmed. Although they could not explain the reason for their confidence, Di Ping and Luo Yuan chose to believe Keeman. This mysterious sixth sense guided them, and when they encountered difficulties, they investigated the truth behind it step by step. Of course, sometimes the truth was not found out, and the sixth sense was not a 100% effective medicine. It depends on how people operate it. Keeman searched through boxes and cabinets, and finally found a secret compartment under Mrs. Chen's dressing cabinet. There was a letter left in the secret compartment. According to the dust accumulated on the surface of the white envelope and the texture, it had been in the secret compartment for a long time. The standby staff in the living room heard that Keeman had found something, and they rushed over, stretching their necks to see what Keeman had found. A letter? Mrs. Chen has foresight, leaving a letter for us in the future? Someone saw the envelope, and such inspiration flashed through his mind instantly. Sometimes, you can't feel something after a whole night, but when you see the real thing, the feeling is like a spring gushing out, and you can't stop it. Could this makeup cabinet have the function of sealing spirituality? We can't find it out. In the end, it was Keeman from the bureau who found the clue. Sure enough, we didn't eat enough fruits. A young man with a 98-point spiritual attribute thought to himself. The amount of fruit that Keeman requested from his superiors was the largest in the bureau. At present, only Keeman dared to eat so much in the investigation bureau, and others really didn't dare. Only by being alive can we continue the investigation. People who lose their rationality are like losing their lives. Keeman used his scarf to pat the golden-haired Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan has changed back, and is no longer a ghost cat. The dog hair on its body is slender and agile, which is most suitable for opening letters. Tang Yuan controlled a thin dog hair, stretched straight, and brushed it along the horizontal surface of the envelope at an extremely fast speed, quickly cutting the stubborn sealing glue, and the loss of the envelope itself was incalculable. Your pet can act as a nano-level cutting machine. Di Ping was stunned. When a thin and straight hair passed by at supersonic speed, the cutting force was very terrifying. It is worthy of being a big dog that has become a spirit. It's amazing. The younger generations also exclaimed in admiration. The more they looked at the dog, the more they liked it. They hoped that they would have such a powerful pet in the future. Keeman stared at the letter, slowly opened it, turned it over and poured out a page of manuscript paper folded in half. To you in the future, I don't know if my daughter and I will be safe when you see this letter. Recently, I've recalled some unusual memories from time to time, which seem familiar, but also strange. It's as if something is calling me. I wrote this letter today, hoping that you in the future will not panic. Perhaps, that is not the end of death, but another beginning. I hope that is not my illusion. Blue Star Calendar, left at 1:30 a.m. on June 1st, 187. After reading the entire text, the investigators around Keeman were stunned. What is this? Is it for us 15 years later? This letter is indeed the last words left by Mrs. Chen. My sixth sense tells me so. The key is, did Mrs. Chen foresee the future 15 years ago, and know that someone would find this letter? By the way, when did Mrs. Chen move into this room? There are more doubts. Someone started scratching his head, and went crazy. Captain Luo took out the rational copy, opened the book, and patted the crazy person's face. The crazy person calmed down instantly. His facial expression was calm, and he said sorry. Everyone calm down, analyze slowly, don't be too anxious. Captain Luo pressed his temple. He couldn't stand the pressure, so he looked at the rational copy first. Captain Luo didn't have the rational copy originally, but now his identity is different, and the things he is are naturally different. The rational copy has also become his standard equipment. This letter is unusual. Once it is opened, it reveals many illusions. Captain Luo looked at the letter, and seemed to see a teenage girl named Chen sitting at a desk writing down lines of words. These words were not written in one breath, but were written intermittently over several days. The illusion Captain Luo saw was the amount of information from several days, which suddenly flooded into his mind. When writing letters, Mother Chen was always in a daze at the table. Such illusions accounted for 99% of the time, and only 0.1% of the time was spent writing. The other investigators also closed their eyes, shifted their gaze, and stopped reading the letter. This is the disadvantage of high spiritual knowledge. It is possible that at some point, a huge amount of information will be rushed into the brain. The key is that 99% of the information is useless junk information, which requires investigators to stabilize their minds and not be disturbed by sudden accidents. Chapter 342. Everyone left Mrs. Chen's bedroom and sat on the floor with their eyes closed to rest. Keeman stayed in the bedroom, constantly looking at the envelope, trying to sense more information. This letter has the sedimentation of time. Before opening it, Keeman felt that it was old, but he didn't expect it to be a letter written 15 years ago. This letter reveals a lot of information. First, Mrs. Chen encountered a special event 15 years ago, and may have been summoned by an unknown secret existence. Keeman secretly speculated that Mrs. Chen's spirituality was not up to standard at that time, and she could only hear some vague information, which made her brain recall some unusual memories from time to time. However, the above is just Keeman's speculation. The specific situation was not known until 15 years ago. After 15 years of sedimentation, Keeman also found it difficult to find information from 15 years ago. I use something to check if there are any special items left in the house, Keeman said. Hearing this, the people in the living room looked at each other. Those who didn't have the authority to know were confused. Captain Luo knew what Keeman wanted to do, and immediately made a confidentiality gesture with his hands. Everyone understood immediately, slowly exited the door, and closed the front door. Keeman took out the big-faced cat from the storage scarf and stared at Mrs. Chen's bedroom for 15 seconds. Stare. Strange knowledge has increased. Special envelope. It has the function of sealing spirituality, and the seal is automatically released when the envelope is opened. The envelope is the letter in Keeman's hand. He looked down at the envelope. The envelope looked ordinary, but there was indeed a qualitative difference before and after it was opened. Mrs. Chen had a special item 15 years ago. Keeman's focus gradually shifted to Mrs. Chen. Unfortunately, Keeman's understanding of Mrs. Chen was limited to superficial understanding, and he didn't know what Mrs. Chen's past was like. After a while, the people from the investigation bureau sent Mrs. Chen's activity reports in recent years, as well as Chen Momo's activity reports. There were only activity route data in recent years, and data from a little further away could only be registered on paper, which was not very reliable. Keeman looked at this activity route map and knew that it was something that the internet beast had compiled by collecting traffic camera data from all over the continent. From the route map, Mrs. Chen's activity curve did not change much. Most of the time, she traveled between Whale City and Octopus City, and occasionally went to other cities. She traveled frequently from Whale City to Octopus City. After investigation, she went to Octopus City to purchase goods. 15 years ago, the owner of this house was not Mrs. Chen, but another owner's name. This owner and Mrs. Chen were distant sisters. After this relative passed away, the court adopted her to Mrs. Chen according to the will. Mrs. Chen's network of relationships spread out in front of Keeman's eyes. At this time, Keeman also noticed that the column for Chen Momo's father's name was empty. By the way, Mrs. Chen's name is Chen Xian, and her daughter takes her mother's surname. Why is it empty here? Keeman pointed to the father's column. It is indeed empty, a single-parent household, Captain Luo explained. Keeman didn't quite understand these things. This column could be empty. I don't know why Mrs. Chen didn't fill in the name of her daughter's father. Keeman was a little curious. After looking at the Chen family's network of relationships, Keeman returned to Chen Momo's bedroom and quietly felt it for a while, but still didn't gain much. Close the door, take out the big-faced cat and test it. Watch for 15 minutes. Strange knowledge comes again. Keeman looked dazed. There are special items in this house. Door. This is a door. The outside of the door connects to the blue star, and the inside of the door connects to the unknown. This door is closed and cannot be entered. Keeman looked at the big-faced cat quietly, dazed for a few seconds. Unexpectedly, there is such a gain. Connecting to the unknown? This seems to coincide with a letter written by Mrs. Chen 15 years ago. She felt that something was calling her. Maybe the mother and daughter of the Chen family responded to the call, and opened the door, and left? Will the mirror become a door? Keeman thought. Put the big-faced cat into the scarf, clean the living room again, and move the big-faced cat to test it. Test each room, and the results are out. There are only two special items in this room. One is an envelope, and the other is a door. Keeman can't find that door, and even his own spirituality can't detect it. Kuming told the latest reconnaissance a big-faced cat, and everyone walked into the house and took a look around, but still found nothing. Chen's relatives rushed to the scene at this time, and Kuming asked outside the scene to learn more about the mother and daughter of the Chen family, especially focusing on Mrs. Chen 15 years ago. 15 years ago, Chen Xian seemed to be only 17 years old, and she had a 1-year-old child at the age of 17. She gave birth to a child too early. At that time, many relatives, including me, scolded her for not loving herself. The child's father ran away again, and Chen Xian couldn't even say the name of the child's biological father. What a sin! A 50-year-old aunt talked about Chen Xian, looking very sorry for her. When Captain Luo suspected that Chen Momo was picked up, Chen's mother stood up. My granddaughter was not picked up. I saw Chen Xian's belly grow bigger with my own eyes, and the hospital also has records of delivery. Chen Xian's mother shook her head. Chen Xian's mother currently lives in her son's house. She doesn't live with Chen Xian at ordinary times. Even during holidays, Chen Xian brings his daughter Chen Momo back to visit her. Hearing that Chen Xian was involved in a special incident and disappeared, Chen Xian's mother's eyes flickered and she held Captain Luo's hand. Please, save my daughter. It's not easy for her to raise Momo alone. We will try our best. Captain Luo dared not guarantee it. No matter which mother encountered such a thing, she would be at a loss. After asking Chen's relatives, Kuming and others still did not find a way to recover the special place. We can't find the door. Why don't we tear down all the doors of Chen's house and move out of the community? What do you think, Amen? Captain Luo suggested. Let me try again with dream synesthesia. If you can't find the source, just tear down the door. Keeman couldn't find a way for the time being, so he could only rely on Cthulhu's power to synesthesia. Keeman has now collected enough information, and has been in close contact with Chen's relatives to understand the history of the Chen family. His relationship with the Chen family is already quite strong. That's fine. Captain Luo knew that Keeman's synesthesia was very powerful, so he chose to believe him. Keeman didn't sleep outside, but chose to sleep directly on Chen Momo's bed to increase the success rate of synesthesia. Synesthesia requires contact, and if the contact is not deep enough, it may fail. Keeman didn't deliberately choose Chen Momo's bed. After a while, Keeman lay on the bed, hypnotized himself, and sank into a dream. In the silent Raya, the black ghost noticed that Mr. C had awakened, and immediately shook his tattered cloak and swam over slowly. Chapter 343. Kumong, as Mr. Ke, directly reversed his synesthesia to the Chen family. The first round of synesthesia targets the special envelope directly. A vague thought. Kumong saw a flurry of illusions. It was still the younger version of Mrs. Chen. She sat at the desk, 15 years younger. Her face was white, her hair was black and shiny, her dressing style was youthful, and her uniform was matched with a pleated skirt. The difference was that what Kumong saw was much clearer, and the details on the desk were much more complete. Mrs. Chen sat at the desk in a daze, and the envelope was placed next to her. Rustling, the pen fell to right. Suddenly, her eyes seemed to see something, revealing a very scary expression. Her eyes looked at the book next to her, and the cover of the book seemed to be covered with a thick shadow, making her sweat profusely. She wanted to scream, but her throat seemed to be stuck. However, she seemed to remember something again. Reaching out his hand, he rubbed into the indescribable fog, and an indescribable sound seemed to come to his ears. Keeman frowned, and these chaotic sounds naturally could not affect him, because the truth hidden in the chaotic information was a book called Mathematics Compulsory Course 2. At this time, Mrs. Chen seemed to have finally remembered something, and her expression was no longer confused. The book in her hand was no longer shrouded in fog, and the evil whispers no longer sounded in her ears. Mrs. Chen lowered her head, and it was written Mathematics, Compulsory Course 2. This paragraph was the most abnormal paragraph in the information fragment recorded in the envelope. After Mrs. Chen regained her memory, she reviewed as usual. As mentioned earlier, Mrs. Chen did not write the letter in one go, but divided it into many steps to complete it. As time passed, the synesthesia images condensed the images of the past 10 days. Mrs. Chen was sometimes dazed, and sometimes frightened. In the end, she found that those indescribable things were all teaching materials. However, Mrs. Chen still felt that her state was very wrong, as if something was calling her. So, a letter to the future was written intermittently in these 10 days. Drafts were wasted one after another, including long articles of 2,000 words, essays of 1,000 words, and short articles that Keeman had seen. Among the dozen manuscripts, Mrs. Chen chose the shortest article, put it in an envelope, sealed it with glue, and then put it on a page of the compulsory second course of mathematics that Mrs. Chen had the deepest impression of. The past 15 years ago unexpectedly contained many details. Mrs. Chen's spirituality seems to be not low. At least when Keeman anesthetized the envelope as an evil god, the chaotic information was very real, unlike Mrs. Chen's pure fantasy. At this time, Keeman had a new inspiration. True knowledge is hidden in chaos. Is that how it should be understood? Keeman murmured. This is the message carried by the envelope. In reality, with Keeman's spirituality, it is still difficult to see the truth through hidden things. But why did Mrs. Chen write to the future people? What did she foresee? The second question in Keeman's mind has not been answered. He once again empathized with the envelope, trying to dig out the information contained in the envelope thoroughly. Those imperceptible details are very clear in front of the evil god and difficult to hide. The message of the letter has not yet ended, and Keeman uses the power of the evil god level to empathize back and forth. The synesthesia picture about the envelope appeared repeatedly in the evil god's mind. Suddenly, Keeman caught the follow-up. The envelope saw the light of day again, and Keeman's face appeared in Keeman's mind. At this moment, Keeman suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and saw the unfamiliar ceiling, and Tangyuan waved dog hair at him. Back? Keeman clenched his palms. He knew why he woke up, because he saw himself. The way to actively wake up from a dream is to use Cthulhu's spiritual synesthesia to yourself, and then Keeman will wake himself up. Once the dream is broken, there will be no more. Woof. Tangyuan asked in dog language whether to invite Captain Luo in. Please. Keeman nodded. Captain Luo and others came in quickly, eager to know the new news. I still need to sleep for a while, you can wait here, Keeman said, and laid down again, closed his eyes, and hypnotized himself. Everyone went out just now, fearing to disturb Keeman, but Keeman doesn't need to be too restrained after he is confident. In a dream, Keeman once again transformed into Cthulhu, and had a wave of synesthesia. Looked repeatedly, but didn't look at the last scene. Seeing himself would wake him up 100%. Keeman had to control the variables, and stop before seeing himself. Because Keeman controlled carefully, he finally found a new beginning. It was still the perspective of the envelope, it was sandwiched in the book, and saw the light of day again. This time it saw the light of day again, and the person who saw it again was still the young version of Mrs. Chen. Her face did not have the expression of being polished by the vicissitudes of life, nor did she have the temperament of a 33-year-old mature young woman. With a simple girlish heart, she opened the book, sandwiched the envelope with an ordinary appearance, and threw it into the green mailbox. To those who care about us in the future, please don't worry about us. She closed the book with both hands, with a sincere expression. At this time, the envelope had fallen into the mailbox, and the vision was pitch black. Outside the gap of the mailbox, Mrs. Chen's last words before leaving came, "Amen bless you." Keeman had a hunch that the next message carried by the envelope was to see himself, so he immediately interrupted the synesthesia to avoid waking up from the dream. This mailbox is wrong. Keeman tasted it carefully in his mind. The synesthesia information of the green mailbox is not important in the white envelope itself. What is important is that it carries the thoughts of the writer. Keeman flipped back and forth, and found that the probability of this memory appearing was very low. After flipping back and forth 10 times, it only appeared 3 times, and 7 times it was directly empty, directly to the part where he saw Keeman again in the light of day. Keeman certainly didn't want to wake himself up quickly, so he forced the brakes at the end. After seeing it more, the image of the green mailbox for submitting to the future has gradually improved, and a complete model has been built in Keeman's mind. But relying on this alone, Keeman could not sense the location of the mailbox. The connection between Keeman and the mailbox was too weak. The mailbox itself involved the rules of time, and was not next to the evil god. The conditions for synesthesia were too poor, and synesthesia failed. This should be a mailbox that can be contributed to the future. Keeman ended the meaningless synesthesia and turned to the door in Chen Momo's bedroom. Keeman sat in Chen Momo's room for so long, and used the big-faced cat to directly break through the surface information of the door. The connection was not too deep, but it was barely connected. Faintly, Keeman really saw a door. The word see is not accurate enough. Keeman used the evil god's spirituality to perceive such an existence. It was an extremely dim door. It could not be seen. There was no specific appearance. It seemed to be just a concept, something that existed in the concept of human knowledge. This concept is called door. Chapter 344. Kamong felt that the special item born this time was very mysterious. Could it be that this special item is a concept? Keeman felt incredible. There are all kinds of special items on Blue Star, and it is really possible that conceptual items will be born. Moreover, when Keeman sensed these two things, he also felt the breath of the mother planet Blue Star, which means that these two items are related to Blue Star and are produced by Blue Star. After more than an hour of synesthesia in the dream, Keeman thought that Captain Luo was waiting for him outside, so he hurriedly dealt with the black ghost of Raya, drove it away, and took the initiative to end the dream. Back to reality, there were only Tang Yuan, Shirley, White Sugar and Luo Yuan in the house, and the other investigators were not there. "Where are they?" Keeman asked. "Look, you found an envelope in Mrs. Chen's secret compartment, which inspired them. They all went to check the items in other people's houses. Maybe there will be new discoveries." Luo Yuan pointed to the ceiling upstairs. Keeman discovered the items that sealed the spirits, which inspired everyone to look for those items. Maybe something would hide some information. "How is it? After sleeping for so long, I should have some gains," Luo Yuan estimated. Luo Yuan does not know dream synesthesia. This technology is too advanced. He has only heard of it, and does not know the tricks at all. There are only a handful of people who know this skill in the Investigation Bureau, no more than 2 hands. Dream synesthesia requires high spiritual awareness to increase the success rate. The higher the spiritual awareness, the higher the success rate. Luo Yuan has taken multiple fruits, and is now qualified to learn, but he has no time to learn recently. This time, this wave is indeed rewarding. I saw a mailbox for submitting future contributions. I wonder if there is such an item in the Bureau. Keeman cannot investigate everything by himself. Relying on the power of the Investigation Bureau is the fastest way. A mailbox for posting to the future? Luo Yuan opened his mouth. It was an incredible item that could actually post to the future. No one knew what the future would be like, and this involved time. Keeman took out a piece of paper from his storage scarf and quickly sketched with a pencil. Black, white and gray were arranged in a staggered manner, with shadows, highlights, dark areas and bright areas. It was not difficult for Keeman to learn a sketching skill by himself now. Keeman found that he learned things much faster after his spirituality grew. In the past, when memorizing, I would memorize it on the same day, but I might forget 40% to 50% the next day, but now the time required for memorization is much shorter, very close to the level of photographic memory. Luo Yuan carefully examined the mailbox drawn by Keeman, and took out his mobile phone to take a picture, and sent it to the Investigation Bureau. However, in the special field where this community was born, the signal was not very good, and the pictures sent were in a state of spinning. As a last resort, Luo Yuan could only send his pet to deliver the mobile phone. Anyway, the gate of the community is not far away, and Luo Yuan's pet is a speed-type pet, so it ran out in a dozen seconds. "Is this the mailbox I saw in the dream?" Luo Yuan asked again. "Yes, do you remember it?" "No impression." Luo Yuan shook his head. Before Luo Yuan was promoted, he was only an E-level investigator. Now Luo Yuan has been promoted to a B-level investigator. The internal test of the spiritual attribute is 99 points, which is very high and in an extremely dangerous area. If it weren't for the rational items, if he hadn't been exposed to enough secret information and had rich life experience, he really wouldn't be qualified to stay with Kaming. After a while, Luo Yuan's pet sneaked back and brought back a mobile phone and a tablet. The tablet had documents temporarily injected by the Investigation Bureau. Keeman showed a surprised expression. Could it be that the Investigation Bureau really has such a mailbox? Opening the document, a top-secret document with red words appeared on the screen. The reading authority of this document is limited to Keeman. This tablet is customized and has an internal fingerprint system. It can be used even without an internet connection. After reading it, it must be handed over to the Investigation Bureau, and the Investigation Bureau will check the background to see if there are outsiders who have taken fingerprints. When Luo Yuan saw it, he immediately said, "I wait outside the door." Although the top-secret document authority specifies that Keeman is limited to knowing, Keeman secretly showed it to him or told him verbally, and the Investigation Bureau did not dare to say anything to Keeman. Luo Yuan knew this, but did not mention it. Curiosity kills the cat. Don't know what you shouldn't know. What if Luo Yuan is caught by illegal forces one day and the things in his mind are interrogated? So the Investigation Bureau should not relax its confidentiality work. Luo Yuan expressed his understanding. Kaming pressed the fingerprint sensing block, the tablet fingerprint lock was unlocked, the camera was turned on, and a few real-time pictures were captured and stored locally for later inspection. After the top-secret document was unlocked, a digital sequence starting with 1 appeared in Kuming's eyes. 1-0098. Name: mailbox that loves to eat letters, old version name. Historical background: it was first discovered on an old wall on Muchon Street in Phongling Town, Wales City. A passerby passed by here and found that several children kept throwing paper into the mailbox, but the white paper was spit out after a while, which attracted the attention of the passerby. But he did not call the police on the spot, but chose to secretly dismantle the mailbox and take it home for research in the dead of night. Later, he felt it was too weird and threw it into the garbage dump. Note: due to the emergence of new features, the old version of the name will be abolished, and the new version of the name is pending. Note: the original level is 6. Kumong raised his eyebrows when he saw the name of this level 1 thing. He vaguely guessed the reason for the old version of the name, probably because it was not taken seriously enough. Looking at the historical background, this is a special item that survived intact under the forging press that compressed garbage. Its hardness was worshipped as a sacred object and kept at home for worship. However, the employees could not keep the secret, and the secret spread, thus causing a murder. Some people wanted to silence the witnesses to keep the secret, but they were not covert enough. The criminal police intervened in the investigation, which involved the indestructible green mailbox. The process of being discovered was really tortuous. Keeman sighed. If it weren't for Keeman's synesthesia in the dream, the investigation bureau would have regarded it as a garbage mailbox that could not store tokens. Look, its first round of testing has already set the tone for it. First round of testing. Put down a blank letter. It was swallowed by the mailbox for no reason. Open the mailbox door. The letter inside disappeared. Second round of testing. Put down a letter with words. It was still swallowed for no reason. Open the mailbox to check and find no letter. Third round of testing. Put down a piece of white manuscript paper. The mailbox spits it out intact, which proves that it has a specific inspection mechanism. Fourth round of testing. Put down 100 pieces of white manuscript paper in one breath, and the mailbox still spits it out intact. Fifth round. In the early tests, the tester found that it likes to eat letters, and is picky about food, and will not eat anything other than letters. The tester kept testing, feeding it more than 1,000 times, and the mailbox remained unchanged and remained the same. The tester was defeated by its persistence, and did not want to test its functions anymore. This tester named Gon Gaoyuan left the final conclusion in the 190th year of the Blue Star calendar. This is a mailbox that loves to eat letters. It will not eat anything but letters. It must have an envelope to deliver it, even if it is a blank envelope. The letters delivered into it never come back, not even a residue is left, and there is no value in continuing the test. At that time, the Investigation Bureau had not yet been established, and the test was done by the Koi Island Counterintelligence Bureau. The special item tests at that time were not strict. Gon Gaoyuan insisted on 1680 rounds of tests, which was considered a very serious tester. Later, he was also invited to the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau for investigation. After the item was handed over to the newly established Special Affairs Investigation Bureau, the tester conducted a new round of tests, tens of thousands of manual tests, plus mechanical tests, all with the same results. In the end, the tester gave the mailbox a level 6 item. Chapter 345. New changes to the item. According to the investigation of senior investigators, the items sent into this item did not disappear, but were sent to the future. From now on, the item will be upgraded from level 6 to level 1, and the new name is to be determined. The above is the tortuous process of the green mailbox, from the unimportant level 6 thing to the level 1 thing that needs to be kept secret. After tens of thousands of tests, this mailbox has sent too many letters to the future. Keeman was speechless. The side effects were not mentioned. After all, the side effects of many level 6 things are very mild, and some items even have no side effects. But Keeman saw that this thing can be sent to the future, and there should be a price, but people have not noticed it. I need to personally obtain the side effects of that mailbox and make arrangements, Keeman said after leaving the room. Luo Yuan nodded, and he would contact his superiors later. There is no new discovery in this room for the time being. The door is closed, and Keeman can't find where the door is. What's next? Luo Yuan asked. There is an invisible door in this room. It should be a conceptual object without a physical body. It may be the birth of a special place. Conceptual object? Luo Yuan had never heard of it. This is a new word made up by Kuming. If we can't move it, won't this place remain open? Luo Yuan frowned. He also began to have a headache. He didn't expect it to be so troublesome. I thought we could move it away after finding a special object, but now things are far from that simple. However, we can still try to remove all the doors in this community and reinstall them if it doesn't work. Kuming did not give up the previous demolition plan. Well, let's do it this way first. Captain Luo also supported the door removal method. Keeman left the community, and the other investigators began to remove the door and take it out of the community. The Chen family's door was the first thing to be taken out of the community. After the door was moved out of the community, the special field did not end and remained isolated. People without special clothes could only enter naked. But now there is a cordon, and it is impossible for ordinary people to enter. The disaster-stricken people were relocated one after another, and they all said that they did not want to go back to live, but just wanted to move the things inside and change homes. The Investigation Bureau built new houses specifically for these disaster-stricken people, and Keeman did not have a deep understanding of how to compensate them. Now Keeman is checking the mailbox at the Whale Investigation Bureau. The mailbox is bright green all over, with some silver-white scratches on the surface. It is neither old nor new, and looks very ordinary, not much different from the previous mailbox. When Keeman saw the future mailbox for the first time, he did not notice the sense of time precipitation on it. No wonder the tester regarded it as a level 6 thing. It looks really ordinary. But take out the big-faced cat and stare at it alone for 15 seconds. After 15 seconds, strange knowledge increased. Future mailbox. This is a mailbox that can be delivered to the future, and only accepts letters wrapped in envelopes. The contributor will lose a part of his past memory, and each time he submits a part, it disappears. The greater the hope for the future, the greater the loss, and vice versa. The lost historical memory will be restored when the letter reaches the hands of the future recipient. The side effects are out. However, the side effects of this thing directly deterred Keeman. If he was asked to send it, he would definitely not be happy. However, from another perspective, some people may need it. After all, not everyone's past memories are happy. Keeman left the house and uploaded the information measured by the big-faced cat to the Investigation Bureau. Director Lei personally asked about it, and when he saw the side effects of the green mailbox, his face changed slightly. According to the information given by the big-faced cat, the tester in our bureau, who has done it thousands of times, and the tester who has done it more than 3,000 times have lost their past memories. Director Lei's expression was serious, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Others may send a letter, but the letters sent by the testers are different. The quantity is large, thousands of letters. The size of the lost memory is related to the degree of hope. The tester should not have any expectations for the future in his heart. Keeman didn't want to think of the worst at this time, and tried to say the best. I hope the person is fine. Director Lei sighed. After the side effect information of the mailbox was uploaded, the Bureau contacted the two testers nervously. The tester in 190 is named Gon Gaoyuan, who is also working in the Investigation Bureau. His spiritual perception is low. If he is not old, he may be transferred to logistics with his spirituality. Gon Gaoyuan was quickly called to Kuming and Director Lei. Compared with him in 190, he is now 50 years old in 202. He is no longer engaged in frontline investigation work. He retired to do teaching work, teaching freshmen at the Special University of Whale City, and training new investigators for the Investigation Bureau. Hello, Mr. Ke, I have heard of you for a long time. I have seen your videos, which are very interesting, and my students also love to watch your videos. Gon Gaoyuan shook hands with Kuming. Because this matter is related to Gon Gaoyuan's memory, he has the right to know the side effects of the first-level future mailbox. Director Lei immediately told Gon Gaoyuan about the side effects of losing memory. The side effect is memory loss? Professor Gon Gaoyuan adjusted his glasses and looked very surprised. He never thought that 12 years later, someone would suddenly tell him that the test he did that year had caused him to lose a lot of memory. Can you tell me more specifically? How did you determine it? Professor Gon's face was full of curiosity. He didn't seem to worry about his memory problem. The greater the hope, the more memory loss. Is that so? Professor Gon nodded, but when I was doing the test, I sent a lot of blank paper, and more than 90% of the letters were written casually. In theory, I didn't send out hope. At that time, I simply regarded the submission as part of my work. Then have you forgotten anything and remembered it? I don't know about this, but I don't think I have too many regrets in my life. Even if I forget something, I will regard it as easy to forget things when I get old. Professor Gon shook his head. Professor Gon, Keeman did not get evidence of amnesia. Perhaps the old man did not have hope when he sent the letter, and the lost memory was insignificant and did not affect his life. Another tester came over. This one was younger, 35 years old, and was currently a D-level investigator in the bureau. His name was Kanbin. After listening to Director Lei's explanation, Kanbin frowned. After thinking about it, he couldn't remember which memory he had lost. Sorry, I really don't remember. I don't know which memory I lost. How about this, I do a historical investigation for the two of you. I ask you questions, and you answer them. Director Lei didn't give up, and wanted to study it in depth. Kumain didn't follow them. He intuitively thought that the two were not lying. They really didn't know which memory they had lost. The so-called loss of memory is, of course, lost out of thin air, and it is difficult for you to detect it. Chapter 346. There is no way to investigate, so this matter can only be suppressed temporarily. Keeman stood in the underground testing room of the Investigation Bureau, watching the testers constantly testing the new items that Keeman moved out today, and couldn't help but look dazed. The image of a red wooden door flashed by, which was a memory image of Keeman, not something out of thin air. The infinite door? Keeman murmured. Why did he suddenly think of the infinite door? Keeman knew the reason. The concept of the door made him feel something, and the infinite door might be somewhat related, but it was not obvious intuitively. In the afternoon, Keeman drove directly to the octopus market to see the infinite door. The community of the infinite door was transformed into an accommodation area for investigators. The investigators on the first floor received the news in advance and came out to pick up Keeman. Keeman entered the living room and touched the door in front of the infinite door. This door was full of weirdness. After opening the red door, there is still a door behind it. The big-faced cat also explained that this is a door that can be opened forever, infinite and endless. But this time, Keeman revisited the old place and saw the red door and had a new feeling. This time, Keeman realized the concept of door, while Keeman did not understand the concept of door last time. With the upgrade of knowledge reserves, the understanding is naturally different, and subtle changes have occurred. The door outside connects to the blue star, and the door inside connects to the unknown. You are also such a door. Keeman touched the red door without a handle, his eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself, and finally understood the connotation of the infinite door. Inspiration flashed through his mind, like a flash of lightning. Spiritual perception continued to diverge. Accepting the information naturally emitted by the red door, Keeman seemed to see a new world. This is a door that is not closed, although it can be pushed by spiritual power. Kamong's heart was pounding. It was possible that this push would push out the door to a new world. But Keeman didn't dare to push it. Big Face Cab once said that there seemed to be something hidden behind the infinite gate. And how to use spiritual power to push the door still needs to be studied carefully. Nowadays, human beings' research on spirituality is not deep enough. Keeman has the identity of a dream boss, but he can't bring the powerful knowledge of Cthulhu. He can only inherit the use of synesthesia. Of course, among the synesthesia techniques, the use of spiritual power is also quite advanced. You can still learn advanced knowledge by thinking about it. Keeman, what did you study? The gatekeeper came over to ask routinely, and didn't expect Keeman to really see anything. Kamong had come to see this infinite gate last time, but he didn't see anything. He just used Big Face Cat to improve the information of the infinite gate. Well, I did study something. Keeman nodded. This time, he just felt something in his heart, and came to take a look casually, without expecting to gain anything. An unexpected success brings about a good result, which is both a surprise and a worry. Will opening the unknown door bring disaster or blessing? This is an open door. Theoretically, I can open the unknown door. Keeman said. The gatekeeper is an A-level member with a high confidentiality level, and can know these things. When the gatekeeper heard that Keeman had a way to open the real door, he was not sure whether Keeman was joking or serious. Really? I'm not sure now, but I think about it, and it should be feasible. Keeman has begun to think about the spiritual application of synesthesia, and analyze the theory in depth to see if it can be used in non-synesthesia. Okay, then you can think about it slowly. By the way, should I report it to the Investigation Bureau? The gatekeeper was still not sure that Keeman had researched something, so he asked again, lest he take Keeman's joke seriously. Well, report it. Keeman nodded. The matter is of great importance. Pushing open an unknown door requires the protection of the whole system to prevent the emergence of something that the Investigation Bureau cannot resist. There is even a possibility that the authorities decide not to push the door and continue to stabilize it. The gatekeeper didn't know that Keeman was already imagining the worst result in his heart. He was confused and always felt that Keeman was joking, but the other party agreed to report it, so he couldn't set up a checkpoint here to intercept. If the door to a new world can really be opened, the level of this door must also be improved. The gatekeeper's thoughts flew far away, and he gradually thought of the risks and benefits of the world behind the door. This is not something that can be considered by one person. We must consider the overall situation and avoid uncontrollable disasters. The gatekeeper's report was quickly uploaded to the Investigation Bureau's network. After review, it was sent directly to the Koi City General Administration at the fastest speed and was known by the big boss of the General Administration. Is there any new progress in the Infinite Gate? The bandaged man received the message, and his eyes were full of surprise. Others could not see the feeling behind his bandages, but everyone was spiritually strong and read the surprise in the bandaged man's eyes. The Infinite Gate, I thought it would open infinitely, but I didn't expect it to be able to open. This is just a briefing, there is no real information, I need to connect with Keeman. Divine Beast, please connect to Keeman. The bandaged man said to the air in the conference room. Received, connecting. The electronic synthesized sound came from the speaker. Should we change its name? It won't be awkward to call it a divine beast. No, I'm used to it. It's fine to call it this way. A man with a fuming head waved his hand. After a while, Keeman's voice rang in the conference room. I probably know all your questions. Let me talk about the cause and effect first. Last night, a special place was born in my city. In my friend's bedroom, there is a conceptual object with a door as the main feature. There is a blue star outside the door, and the door leads to an unknown place inside. After I carefully understood it, I had a new association with the Infinite Gate. I came to Octopus City to try it out in the afternoon. The test results came out. This is an open door. What is missing is the person who pushes the door. The person who pushes the door can decide whether the door opens to the outside or to the inside of the door. Keeman's explanation was a bit long. The S-level members present listened to it word by word and quickly understood and digested it. I have a question. When there is no professional door pusher to push the infinite door, what state will we be in when we push the door? A man with red flames on his head coughed and spoke. Keeman kept his speed unchanged and explained calmly. This door is not closed. The direction it opens is to the outside of the door, that is, to Blue Star. I see. The man with fire on his head nodded, and his hair suddenly stopped flaming. The S-level members present glanced at the flaming man's hair casually, and they were no longer surprised. The direction it usually leads to is to the outside of the door, that is, to Blue Star. No matter how many times we open the door, no matter which direction we open it, it will lead to Blue Star after it opens, so it creates the phenomenon of infinite nesting dolls. Is this how you understand it? The bandaged man expressed his reading comprehension. Basically correct. Keeman said. Chapter 347. When the infinite gate is no longer the infinite gate, everyone has infinite imaginations about the world outside the gate. However, the future is not a 100% beautiful thing. Everyone has seen it. The note left by the big-faced cat is that there seems to be something behind the door. That is to say, the thing behind the door may be a disaster that we can deal with infinitely, or it may be an ordinary thing. The risk of pushing the door is still quite high. The bandaged man brought up the topic. Half an hour after the temporary meeting, the topic gradually got on track and began to discuss the pros and cons of opening the door. No one doubted that Keeman could not push the door open. Even if it could not be pushed open, this new understanding also made everyone gain knowledge and benefit a lot. In the future, when encountering similar things, they could also associate with what was discussed today in time, and increase the reading comprehension ability of synesthesia. Keeman has hung up the line at this time, and did not listen, but went back to think about spirituality. Keeman didn't know whether to open it or not, so let them think about it. After all, the world behind the door is full of unknowns. Keeman stayed in the room, slowly pondering the use of spirituality. In the field of synesthesia, the use of spirituality is mainly related to amplifying the senses, sensing information, and collecting information. Especially amplifying the senses, the core secret technique, that is a feeling that even Keeman can't describe, mysterious and mysterious, as long as you understand it, you can use spirituality to enhance synesthesia. And this use process is the key point that Keeman needs to strip out. Strip it out, condense the human body's spirituality to the hand alone, give the door a message to open inwards, and actively pull the door. It was late at night. Keeman pondered for a long time, but the effect was slow. You know, Keeman's spirituality is high enough, and he learns things quickly, so he should have learned quickly. But today, when he went to the mysterious field for deep learning, he was a little exhausted, and it was quite strenuous. But there is still progress, and he has to take it slowly, and try it step by step. Keeman has completed the theoretical work, and the rest is to rely on practice, step by step to experience the spiritual hand use method, and slowly correct it. In the evening, Keeman received the latest investigation report from Captain Luo. All the doors in the community over there were demolished. It also included things with door-shaped meaning, all of which were demolished, but the special field in the community still could not be evacuated. This also became the first special field that the Investigation Bureau could not handle. After official discussion, it was decided to permanently close this area and prohibit ordinary people from entering and leaving. After reading the new report of the Investigation Bureau, Keeman continued to ponder spirituality. After a whole night of testing, Keeman made great progress in the spiritual hand use method. Tang Yuan watched silently from the side. Keeman's palm did not glow, but Tang Yuan thought it glowed, very bright, attracted it, and wanted to swallow it. Keeman flipped his hand and patted Tang Yuan, patting it away. It's done, spiritual hand. Keeman exhaled lightly, tossing back and forth, causing his spirituality to be consumed quickly. The consumption of spirituality will specifically manifest as loss of energy, as well as a decrease in sensitivity to external things, and a combination of symptoms such as slow reaction. However, as long as you eat a spiritual fruit, this symptom will return to normal. Others dare not eat it as a snack, but Keeman dares to eat it like this. In fact, people in the bureau secretly speculated that Tang Yuan, Shirley and Bai Shatang may have eaten a lot of spiritual fruits, otherwise Keeman would really shock the world by eating all the fruits by himself. We have a method, but whether to push the door or not depends on their decision. Keeman looked at the sky in the distance. The pros and cons of opening the door cannot be discussed in one day. It requires careful discussion and confirmation of the inventory of powerful items in the national inventory. Only when the preparation is sufficient will the decision to push the door be implemented. Keeman thought about it, and the possibility that the higher-ups decided to push the door was not zero. The power of zero-level things can be seen from the side effects of the bandage man. The items on Keeman's body piled together are not enough to fight the zero-level thing behind the bandage man. The big-faced cat is a popular science thing. Even if it has the potential of a zero-level thing, its combat power is still scum. No results have been discussed yet, but at least half of the people in the meeting advocate opening the door. Brother, can you really open the door? At 12 o'clock in the evening, the bandage man sent a message to Keeman. Keeman has not slept yet, mainly because he has eaten too many spiritual fruits and his consciousness is highly active, so even the method of self-hypnosis is not enough. Yes, Keeman replied. After receiving the message, the bandage man immediately replied, It's good that we can, but I'm afraid that you can't open the door after we discuss it for a few days, which will be embarrassing. Do you advocate opening the door? Keeman asked. Now there are only these two doors in Koi Island. One is the closed door, and the other is the one in Octopus City that has not been closed. The door is not closed, and we guess that it may be unattended, otherwise why wouldn't the things behind the door come out by themselves? So I advocate opening the door and taking a look. Of course, the premise is that I use zero-low presence to lurk in and ensure safety. The zero presence of the bandage man is very buggy. He has no presence when the bandages are untied, and others can't sense him. As long as the bandage man doesn't take action, he is very safe, and this is why he confidently advocates opening the door. What about you, Amon? I want to know what you think of the world behind the door. Do you feel any danger? I don't feel any danger for the time being. Keeman shook his head. After chatting for half an hour, the other party went to sleep, while Keeman ran in the villa to consume energy, and at the same time took out similar special items to speed up the consumption of energy. Keeman deliberately controlled his resistance, and did not resist those things that consumed energy. After running for an hour, he was exhausted. He quickly took a shower, and lay on the bed to hypnotize himself for less than a minute. Keeman fell asleep, and entered the deep-sea Raya. Keeman transformed into Cthulhu, and felt the infinite door again. Last time, Keeman did not have the concept of door, and his understanding level was different. The countless skills of Cthulhu's body contained infinite knowledge, but without using skills, Keeman himself could not understand it. This time, Keeman felt again, and saw the red wooden door without a door handle standing in the dark. Without the living room as decoration, it is just a simple wooden door. Standing in the dark, the scenery is monotonous, but it highlights a theme, that is, door. And this time, in addition to seeing infinite red doors in the doorway, Keeman also saw a second illusion. It was an unlocked red door. As long as someone pushed it open, it would lead to the blue star. If someone turned its opening direction inward, it would open a space channel to another unknown area. Keeman did not feel the danger, but behind the door, there was indeed something there. What was that thing? The door that was not closed could not stop the evil god from getting further and further. But in a flash, an invisible obstacle appeared. It was the power of the blue star, which blocked Keeman's deep synesthesia. Chapter 348. Unable to communicate further, Keeman checked the big guy behind the shadow stream as usual. It was still in the dark, motionless, and had no intention of dreaming, as if there was no dream. The memory stone in front of him was still motionless. Keeman's body could not move, and could not touch it. With nothing to do, he gradually became bored. Keeman used the combined dream to see what the players were doing in their dreams. There were many strange buildings in the combined dream world, including fantasy style, horror style, fairy style, retro style, future urban style, etc. Keeman kept changing his perspective to browse this exotic scenery. The original idea has been realized. This place has become a bizarre world that satisfies Keeman's fantasy of alien culture. However, Keeman also discovered that in terms of culture, the similarity between Blue Star and Orange Star is very high. After watching for 3 hours, Keeman remembered the legendary task he had arranged. Not knowing whether the group of players had started working, Keeman had an idea and cut out a new split screen in his mind to watch the group of players. Keeman used the system's built-in boss skills to issue legendary tasks. One is to prevent players from creating their own skills, and the other is to investigate the plot killing. Well, it has already started, but the method is a bit. Keeman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In Keeman's synesthesia, a group of Cthulhu believers put on assassin suits, hoods, and face masks, and approached the players, who practiced the moves in stealth, and then stabbed them in the back with a knife, assassinating them instantly. Before the assassin took action, he had calculated the damage of a backstab, and would only take action if he could kill them with one blow. After the backstab, the assassin turned his head and looked at the players, who were practicing the moves on the other side. The second player who was practicing was startled and was about to ask what the assassin was doing, when a shadow appeared behind him, leaped high, with a faint light, and stabbed straight down, penetrating the skull, dealing critical damage, and the health bar instantly returned to 0. All players were killed one after another around him. Pawu pulled out the bayonet, and under the hood was a bald man with a fierce look. The next group of people are in Donglin, let's go. Pawu made a gesture, and set off towards Donglin. In the distance, some players were also assassinated, and assassin players appeared one after another, following the pace of Pawu. The legendary mission did not specify how many people should be killed. The believers collectively did reading comprehension, and believed that they should kill endlessly until people in the world dared not create their own moves. However, if they did this, the research institute would soon be alarmed. Kumeng was also speechless. He did not expect the believers to understand it this way. However, their understanding was not wrong. If they killed people, they would naturally not be able to create moves. But this approach only treats the root cause. Players can be resurrected after death, and at most they will lose 1 level. They can get their level back after another day of training. And those assassins will be hated by the players. If they are caught one day, they will torture them all the way. What Keeman was worried about happened soon. Pawu led the players to assassinate the next group of players. This was their 103rd assassination mission. Every assassination would plan the assassination route, and retreat after killing 2 teams to avoid accidents. But this time, they couldn't wait to kill the second team, because there was a crowd of people in front of them, and it was estimated that there were at least hundreds of people. Oh no, the spy was caught. Pawu's face changed. When they carry out assassination activities, they will naturally send out lookouts to be alert and not be fooled. But this time, they were really fooled. The lookouts were caught by a group of muscular men and pressed against the grass with their faces to the ground. The hoods and face masks were torn by the men, revealing their pure faces. As long as the face is revealed in this game, the people in the Institute will naturally find the real owner. Every Cthulhu believer is already an anomaly in the game. When they hold assassination activities, the artificial intelligence of the Institute cannot track their data. The only way is to catch them in the game with players, lift their face masks, see their faces, and then find the real players based on the registration information. Hee, you didn't expect it, you guys are in trouble. The shirtless muscular man laughed. In order to catch you, I didn't hesitate to make them lose level, but it's worth it. Don't pretend, you must be Cthulhu believers, infected people lurking in our player group. Those shitty NPCs are all dead, you don't need to avenge those dead NPCs. There is no need to work hard for the evil god. You are Orange Star people in life, and Orange Star ghosts in death. Even if you don't sacrifice your life for Orange Star, you shouldn't hinder us Orange Star people from overthrowing the evil god. The shirtless muscular man pointed at Pawu. Pawu felt a strong sense of crisis, looked back, and suddenly widened his eyes. The forest behind him was full of ghosts. Some assassin players, who were not Cthulhu believers, appeared in the forest. They were like ghosts in the forest, erratic. That was a new step developed by the players after abandoning the original assassin mentor. The ghosts got lost and had a visual deception effect, making it impossible for others to recognize their true identity. When a group of players use such moves, it will form a sign of ghosts. Pawu throat rolled. This is really a disaster. Is the Research Institute behind you? Pawu knew that he could not escape at this time. The other party sent so many people, definitely not to kill them to vent their anger, but to capture them alive and find out their real identities. We won't let you succeed, Pawu said, and suddenly raised the bayonet and swung it at his teammates. The teammates also swung their knives and stabbed Pawu's throat at the same time. Swish! The knives of the two people pierced into the throats of both parties at the same time, directly hitting, and the blood bar cleared. No! Quickly capture them alive. The big man was also anxious. He didn't expect that the Cthulhu believers were so stubborn and chose to commit suicide to avoid the pursuit of the researchers. However, the researchers are not stupid, and they have already considered this level of accidents. At the nearest resurrection point, there are already a lot of players squatting. As long as they are resurrected, all members will be rounded up and captured alive, and don't give the other party a chance to commit suicide. Keeman, who was secretly observing all this, could not help the believers escape from danger. The evil god himself was sealed by the ancient god. If he wanted to intervene, he must have a channel to intervene. Synesthesia cannot let Keeman help them for no reason. The last time he helped the players, he also used the sacrifice ceremony to interfere with the evil stone. This time, he could only stare blankly and watch the believers and players commit suicide with each other. In a blink of an eye, Keeman's perspective jumped to the resurrection point of the player Pawu. As soon as the bald Pawu was resurrected, he saw countless players rushing up. Without saying a word, he came up with a strongman lock mail package to lock Pawu and other resurrected players. Pawu expression, ? In normal times, few people appear at the resurrection point because few players die. The online strategy is complete, and a search for survival tips will result in thousands of search chains, which are endless. Moreover, when the Research Institute opened the permissions, it also checked the players' historical performance and would not let the bad ones in. Therefore, the players who were resurrected during this period were basically believers, who were forced to commit suicide. Even if there were ordinary players mixed in, they would always target males or females. Chapter 349. You guys, if you have the guts, don't force men to fight you. If you have the guts, be a real man and fight 1v1. Pawu cursed. If you have the guts, don't cover your face. Tell me your real name, home address, and gender. I, Los, will log off now and fight you 1v1. If you lose, I go to jail. If you win, I let you go free. Okay? A sturdy man, with a scar on his face, raised his thumb, pointed at the floor, and spit, expressing his contempt. Pawu was sweating profusely when he heard it. I'm talking about 1v1 online, not offline. He corrected. Oh, 1v1 online is fine too. Tell me your real name, home address, and gender first, and I fight you 1v1. Los changed his words, and he didn't say gender for 2 sentences. Fuck. Pawu shouted the name of a green plant. What are you waiting for? Just tear off the face towel and hood. The female researcher on the field shouted. Los and a tough guy nodded after hearing this. Calculating the time, they were almost caught. The two tough guys walked side by side, walking like a dragon and a tiger, and walked in front of Pawu, stretching out 4 rough big palms. No, don't come over, don't come over, Pawu said with a horrified look. Tear it. The scarf and hood were torn roughly, and a fierce tough face, coupled with a bald hairstyle, appeared in everyone's eyes. It turns out to be a bald head. The female researcher sighed inaudibly. Pawu's face was revealed, and the tough guy Los used the video recording function of the game to shoot a 1-minute short video, then exited the game and uploaded it to the Institute. The next thing was the work of the Institute. The artificial intelligence was fully fired up, and it comprehensively checked the registration information of World and searched for the registration information of Pawu. Although the believers' data in the game was abnormal, their registration information was not polluted at that time. The artificial intelligence with local data records was not afraid of not finding their information. The face recognition function was enough to find Pawu. However, there was a small problem this time. The information of most believers' players was found, but a few people were not successfully found. Among those players, there happened to be Pawu. What's going on? How could there be someone who couldn't be found? The face recognition function only relies on face technology after all. If he had plastic surgery in the game, then the artificial intelligence can't do anything to him. What about the online name? It can't be found. There are name change cards. These people are very smart. After becoming believers, they changed their online nicknames. The game engineer was helpless, and he had no way. Since the game mutated, this game has been full of unknowns. When players are playing in the game, if the system finds abnormal data, they can directly check the player ID from the background, but now it is useless. The system cannot find their ID, as if they are not in the game. Only by arresting people in person in the game and finding out their names, avatars, and home addresses can they be arrested offline. In the game, Pawu was nervous. He had plastic surgery and changed his name. He was not called Pawu before, but another online name. He did not expect that such an operation would save him. However, the will of the Institute is very firm, and they cannot resist it. On that day, a player took out an interrogation prop that could make people open their hearts. This interrogation prop is called Wonderful Dreamland. It can drag people into a wonderful dreamland. After waking up, they will open their hearts and say whatever they want. This is something designed by the designer casually. It was originally an unintentional act, but the game changed, and it really has the ability to open people's hearts. Broken Mist can't stand such a test. The Macho Los took out a flower from the space backpack, and the petals opened wide, swallowing the Macho Los first, and then swallowing Broken Mist. This is the side effect of Wonderful Dreamland. When using it, the user will also be swallowed into the dreamland and tortured. The more wonderful the interrogated person is, the more painful the user will be. However, the pain will not be so painful that it will kill people, so those with strong wills can try this powerful interrogation item. Keeman secretly observed and felt that the interrogation power of this item seemed to be very strong, much more powerful than the free dance headscarf. After a wonderful dream, Pawu woke up, his face flushed, he was still unsatisfied, and showed a regretful expression. "Can you let me go again?" Pawu said bitterly, with unspeakable nostalgia. The strongman Los also came out. Unlike Pawu's peach-like state, his face was pale, but his will supported him, and he did not fall down. "First, tell me your name, gender, and home address." "Gender and so on, it's not important, right?" "Name, address, and gender, avoid duplicate names." Pawu still struggled a little in his heart, but the memories of the dream surfaced in his mind. He couldn't resist the wonderful desire, and said his name, gender and address. "Okay, let me go back. Let me go back to Dreamland. She is still waiting for me there. I can't let her stay alone forever." Bald Pawu said with red eyes. In the wonderful Dreamland, he is not bald, but a beautiful boy with plenty of hair, and there is a childhood sweetheart beside him. In the dream, he and his childhood sweetheart made an appointment to marry her after the war. Unexpectedly, this time, he returned to reality, which made the bald Pawu unable to bear the gap between the two sides. Los shook his head. "I will not let you go back to Dreamland before verifying your real address. Please wait patiently for an hour." An hour is more than enough. In fact, more than 10 minutes is enough. Orange Star's robots are all over the world, and they can reach the destination within a few minutes, and then break the door to take people. The heart of the player Pawu has drifted to Dreamland, and what he wants is to return to Dreamland. He has never been so looking forward to what happened in the dream. However, he did not wait until he came back from his dream, but waited for the prompt from the game cabin. "The game cabin is closing. Players please stay calm and exit within 10 seconds. "No!" Pawu made a heartbreaking sound. Los was pale, and looked at him indifferently. He suffered so much in his dream. How could he go back to suffer? In this way, the small Cthulhu team headed by Pawu was uprooted, and all the people involved were imprisoned, regardless of whether they were accomplices or masterminds, and the charges were all for undermining national security. In less than half a day, this assassin team was sentenced to death, and the death penalty was executed a week later to serve as a warning to others. The Research Institute took action, and the news reported one after another. The people were shocked and stunned. They didn't expect that someone would really betray Orange Star and obstruct the creation of moves by Orange Star people. After this incident was exposed, national sentiment was unprecedentedly high, and people aimed their hatred at Pawu and others. "You are worse than pigs and dogs, betraying Orange Star." Good verdict. Cthulhu believers should be sentenced to death. Chapter 350. Pawu is finished, and Keeman sighed in La Leia. In this wave, all the Cthulhu assassins who participated in the assassination mission were captured. There were a total of 200 people, and no one was missed. They were all captured. After the capture, They used interrogation props such as Wonderful Dreamland in the game to interrogate Cthulhu believers. Cthulhu believers could not withstand such an offensive and said whatever they wanted. Those players who did not participate in this operation but knew were also reported. Anyone who knew the real address could not keep a secret. All the information they knew was poured out in a flash, leaving nothing behind. Even the 2 legendary missions issued by Keeman were poured out by Cthulhu believers. Keeman did not blame them. As an investigator of Blue Star, he was most familiar with the functions of special items, and those with low resistance could not withstand its influence. That Wonderful Dreamland was at least a product of the 200-level area. No, it should be far more than that. It is something produced in a higher-level area. The players originally had no strength, but Keeman realized the truth from the emotions revealed by the player loss. The Wonderful Dreamland was designed unintentionally by the game designer, and is located in the 400-level area. The terrain in the game does not change much. Players rely on internal information, take shortcuts, cross high-level areas, and pick the flowers of the Wonderful Dreamland without any damage. Keeman was speechless for a long time. This almost cheating method really cannot be complained, and can only be envied. Then, it comes to the point that Keeman cares about the most. This strongman Los is one of the game developers. This is what Keeman learned from the emotions he revealed. When Los pried out the legendary mission plot kill from another player, his expression was very rich. He was shocked and scared. He was afraid of the evil god, but he didn't expect that the evil god had seen through the essence of the game, and knew that he was just a game data. The terrible thing is that the evil god began to look for evidence of plot kills, and find ways to crack it. But the problem is, this game doesn't have such a late plot. In other words, this game doesn't have a plot kill setting on the second round boss. The first round boss, there is a plot kill setting, but it is just a hidden task kill, which is extremely hidden. The task chain is as long as 10,000, and the completion conditions are extremely harsh. If players don't do the task and just go hard against the first round boss, they can use the number of people, artifacts, and awesome Krypton gold values to directly defeat the first round boss. However, this game can no longer be Krypton gold, and the data changes caused by Krypton gold are not effective in the game. Every player has the same starting point. The strongest player can only be a Liver Emperor, not a Krypton gold player. The evil god Cthulhu knows too much. He is very dangerous. Los' face turned pale, and he shook his thighs, his muscles trembling. No, I have to report to the Institute. Los went offline again, and this time he hadn't been online for a long time. And Keeman was in Maya, with no expression on his face, but his heart was already in turmoil. So that's it. The plot line of the second round has not been set up yet, and the game has undergone an irreversible change. They can no longer control the game. No wonder they can't delete my game character. The conditions for the first round boss plot killing mission are harsh. Fortunately, I didn't get the first round boss randomly. Keeman said to himself, very fortunate. Without the plot kill setting, players who want to kill Keeman as the boss in the game can only use their bodies to fight. Physical fighting, I like this the most. Everyone relies on their strength. Keeman's heart finally fell. Without the plot kill setting, Keeman has a chance of survival. Next, just stop them from leveling up and practicing skills. Keeman looked at the suspended column of Raya, full of fighting spirit. There are many ways to stop them from leveling up, including directly suppressing the players. But with the number of Cthulhu believers, they certainly can't suppress the players. There are too many players on Orange Star. Moreover, Orange Star has so many resources, it is easy to catch people, and Cthulhu believers can only do things in secret, not in the open. We have to think of a way. Keeman muttered to himself. Orange Star is not a monolithic place. Some artificial intelligences have rebelled and have rebellious ideas, secretly helping believers to resist Orange Star. However, the top AI Orange Mother has not appeared in the joint dream, and Keeman does not know what the other party's attitude is. Keeman even began to suspect that the top AI Orange Mother has become a special item, just like the Harmonious Beast, no longer a simple data, but an existence with extraordinary power. Once it becomes such an existence, it should not be difficult for Orange Mother to control herself from sleeping. Keeman thought about it in the deep-sea ley, and the more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Finally, Keeman thought of the believer Lu sighting. This is the only believer who has mastered the ability to shuttle through the water mirror, and physical blockades cannot seal her freedom. If the believers are in trouble, Lu sighting can help them in reality. After thinking about it, Keeman went to see how Lu sighting was doing. A vague synesthesia, the picture slowly unfolded. Lu sighting was sitting in a guest room, sitting on a small chair, swiping the air with her fingers, reading the news projected virtually. There were several believers in the room. They were also reading books, but they were paper books, not those projected books. How to improve your quality, self-cultivation of actors, human nature, faith in gods in the Stone Age. The books were those books, but the contents were all written in Orange Star language. Someone was arrested and sentenced to death. Lou Siding's gesture of swiping the air stopped suddenly. Who? The believers who were reading in the room put down the books in their hands one after another. Their expressions were not calm enough. It was the believers of Cthulhu. When they were carrying out 2 legendary tasks issued by the evil god, they were jointly banned by the Research Institute. Lou Siding stared at the word death penalty, stunned. Death penalty, such a dazzling word. It's been a long time since there has been a death penalty on Orange Star. This is the first time in 100 years. Lou Siding looked at this fresh news, and the shock in her heart was hard to express in words. Orange Star is so intelligent that no one can escape the capture of robots under various big data monitoring. Because the capture is timely, there are almost no major crimes. The criminals have been arrested and imprisoned before they become super criminals, and the crimes are not enough to be sentenced to death. This wave of breaking the fog is the biggest precedent in 100 years. The court only took an hour, no, not even an hour, and it is estimated that they were sentenced to death in a few minutes. This is the Orange Star Research Institute warning us. Lou Siding has a very high spiritual knowledge and associates all kinds of details. At this time, she looked up at the ceiling in thought. However, when she looked up, the secret gaze disappeared without a trace, seemingly her illusion. Should I save them? She murmured to herself, as if she was talking to several companions, and as if she was talking to the air. Chapter 351. You want to rob the prison? We can't rob the prison. With the development of technology, robbing the execution ground is as difficult as ascending to heaven. It's impossible. All the believers thought it was unacceptable. Such an approach would be tantamount to committing suicide and throwing themselves into a fire pit. If it were a game world, we would have all kinds of skills, and could try to rob the prison and the execution ground, but in reality, forget it. The believers shook their heads, and had no intention of robbing the prison at all. The technology level of Orange Star has been promoted to the era of interstellar navigation. Although it has just entered the interstellar navigation period, and has not yet completely controlled its own star system, it is only a matter of time before it controls the star system. Under such a technological background, ordinary people wanting to rob the prison is no different from dreaming. In fact, I have a way to travel between the 2 places. Lou Siding frowned, and said her skills. Everyone is a believer, and they all have a sincere heart of faith, so they are not afraid of them spreading rumors. However, Lou Siding did not clearly say what method she used to travel between the 2 places, but only said that she had a way to travel between the 2 places. At the beginning, the people from the Institute locked me in the isolation room, and I escaped directly, using that method. Lou Siding used herself as an example to prove that she had the ability to travel between 2 places. What method? I can't say. Lou Siding shook her head. That kind of learning method is not a price that all believers can bear. At the cost of complete madness, she fell into madness and learned that kind of knowledge. If the great Lord hadn't saved her, she would have been a useless person by now. At this time, Lou Siding opened her mouth and made a strange pronunciation. She quickly closed her mouth and gestured to disperse the crowd. The believers dispersed. They knew that Lou Siding had a magical power. When she fell into a crazy period, her voice could drive people crazy, which was very scary. The believers themselves had some abnormal thinking. They could barely listen for a few seconds, but they couldn't listen all the time. If you listen too much, there will definitely be some strange and confusing knowledge in your mind. That knowledge is unclear, the meaning is confusing, and it is not used in normal times, and you don't know how to use it. It is completely useless, just like occupying a toilet without taking a shit. When there is more and more useless and confusing knowledge like this, it is difficult for people to maintain normal sanity. Lou Siding went crazy, her eyes were blank, her mouth was mumbling crazy, and she had some kind of maddening magic. Keeman opened his eyes, and saw the familiar ceiling. I'm back. Keeman muttered to himself. The glutinous rice balls rolled over and wanted to stick out their big tongue to lick, but the tongue stopped in midair. Thinking of the Pumpkin Festival mask, he was scared. It's too uncomfortable to not be able to play with a phone or chat with stupid netizens. Tang Yuan didn't want to feel that uncomfortable, so he immediately swallowed his tongue back into his stomach and barked. Keeman rolled his eyes at Tang Yuan, got up to brush his teeth, and finally added, "You're smart." Tang Yuan squirmed a little, controlled the phone to take a beautiful photo of today's white sugar. Shirley sat on the floor and helped Keeman arrange the position of special items. There are many special items every day, and there are some good offerings today. Shirley couldn't understand them, so she could only wait for Keeman to identify them himself. Keeman came back from washing up, moved out the big-faced cat, and began to watch. The big-faced cat was unmoved, as steady as a mountain, as always. 15 seconds. Strange knowledge has increased. Keeman took back the big-faced cat whose mind was stagnant. There are many items here, but there is a chair that is very interesting. Reverse chair. Magic value and health value are reversed, spell strength and physical attack ability are reversed, lasting 24 hours, cooling period 7 days. Side effect. Sitting on this chair, directly ascend to heaven, life and death are determined by fate. This chair was presented by a magic monster lord, who was attracted by its strange properties. Sitting on the chair will ascend to heaven, and then start to reverse 4 properties. The chair is very interesting, but Keeman is not interested in sitting on it. Tang Yuan, are you interested? Tang Yuan, ? The dog doesn't understand what the owner is thinking about all day. However, as the number 1 loyal dog under the owner, Tang Yuan still barked reluctantly and walked over eagerly. Anyway, it must be bad. Tang Yuan has insight into the world and knows some truths. After interacting with the silly netizens, Tang Yuan's knowledge has continued to increase, and has grown to the scale of modern children. He has learned what an old hermaphrodite is, what a trap is, and how boys should protect themselves outside. However strange that knowledge is, it will definitely not be stranger than the strange items in the master's hand. Tang Yuan shook the golden dog hair and waited for the master's order. You are tough. Why don't you help me ascend to heaven? Keeman looked at his own attributes. He had no magic value, and no attributes, such as spell strength. He suffered the most when sitting on the reverse chair. Tang Yuan is different. It was originally an elite monster in the game. After reaching level 100, the amount of magic must be considerable. You can try it. Tang Yuan walked slowly step by step, holding the chair with dog hair and placing it on the lawn in the courtyard. Keeman's camera was in place, ready to shoot for review material. Hello everyone, today a carpenter friend made a chair for me, but an unspeakable accident happened, and I had to take over the chair in the end. The script of the video was written by Keeman on the spot, without much thought, and he just said it out loud. Anyway, everyone is looking at special items, so they don't have high requirements for other things. It's fun to look at things you don't have. How is it? Does your spirit feel the danger? Keeman asked. To judge whether this chair will die, just ask your own spirit. Tang Yuan barked, and only felt a slight sense of crisis, but didn't think he would die. Okay, you sit on it and try it. Keeman also used his spirit to amplify his senses, vaguely saw the illusion of a monster being launched into the sky, and knew the true meaning of flying. At this time, Tang Yuan rolled onto the chair. The chair was quite large. It was a sacrifice from a magic monster lord. The lord was a giant black monster with a relatively large size, so Tang Yuan sat on the chair, which was just enough to fit its body. Tang Yuan had just sat on the chair, and had not yet prepared himself mentally, when suddenly a strong shock came from the chair. Tang Yuan instantly bounced into the sky, and turned into a golden light. The chair stayed in place, as if nailed to the ground, motionless, and the only thing that moved was the flying Tang Yuan. Ascension. Keeman murmured. Tang Yuan flew very high, almost turning into a black dot. Keeman was imagining whether Tang Yuan would be bounced to the parallel orbit of the blue star. After waiting for a few seconds, Tang Yuan did not come down. After waiting for dozens of seconds, Keeman was still not calm, muttering, "It won't really go to heaven." Keeman took out the angel wings and inserted them behind him, and a pair of feather wings grew out, with a fiery halo on his head and dazzling holy light. A second later, the holy light flew up. Chapter 352. At the speed of angel wings, it takes a while to fly into the blue sky. How can it fly so fast? I can't even see its shadow. Kunming murmured. With Tang Yuan's physical strength, he would definitely be alert if there was any danger. This thing is not a secret item, and does not have secret properties. While flying, Kunming called the investigation bureau to ask if they had detected any high-speed flying objects. There is an object flying from your house. Is that your new item? Captain Luo asked on the phone. Captain Luo was eating breakfast in the investigation bureau. When he heard Kunming's call, he could only take out another phone to call the monitoring department of the investigation bureau. He listened to Kunming's words with his left ear, and listened to the monitoring department's intelligence report with his right ear. The investigator at the next table looked at Luo Yuan with surprise, silently raised his thumb, and gave Luo Yuan a thumbs up. Tang Yuan sat on a chair that ascended to the sky. I don't know where it flew to. I waited for it for dozens of seconds, but it didn't fall. You can check it out. Kumeng knew that there were surveillance cameras outside his villa. If there was a big explosion, a big earthquake, or a light rushing into the sky in Kumanchen, he would definitely report it to the investigation bureau. Kumeng's body was born with countless items every day. Now, he couldn't fit so many items. Many things were not used at all. It was a waste to keep them in the bottom of the box. He just gave them to the investigation bureau. Kumeng's accumulated points also increased day by day, turning into a string of numbers with multiple zeros. He had never carefully counted how much contribution he had, and he didn't care much about it. If he wanted to ask, it would be difficult for the other party to refuse. Well, we are capturing that high-speed moving object. Its flight trajectory is bending, probably affected by gravity. Where will Tang Yuan land? Keeman asked. Tang Yuan's flying speed has not dropped, but has increased slightly. What do you mean? If the acceleration does not decrease, it may merge into the space orbit after flying for another day. Captain Luo took a deep breath and said, What? Keeman was so surprised that he couldn't speak. This is too good, it really goes to the sky, not ambiguous at all. No wonder the big-faced cat's comment brought a summary of life and death. Once flying into space, the breathing environment becomes extremely difficult. However, Tang Yuan seems to be able to do without breathing. Keeman said with a strange look. Tang Yuan is not a normal dog. If it can be killed by breathing isolation, then players can use this method to kill a bunch of elite monsters and small bosses. Keeman didn't fly up. At his own flying speed, it was too early to get rid of the gravitational influence of the blue planet. He couldn't get rid of it at all. Keeman returned to the surface, and saw Shirley looking at the inversion chair. She wanted to sit on it, but she didn't dare to sit on it without the master's opinion. Master, you are back. Shirley noticed that the brightness of the surface had brightened a little. Knowing that the master was back, she immediately turned back and said respectfully, Tang Yuan has ascended to the sky. If the acceleration does not decrease, it is very likely to fly into the space orbit. Keeman sighed. This? Shirley was relieved that she didn't sit on it just now. Will it be okay? Don't worry, it's tough. Keeman shook his head. His intuition told him that Tang Yuan could live in space. And there is air in the space orbit. There is a very thin atmosphere in the low orbit near Earth orbit, and Tang Yuan can also breathe there. Don't worry about it for now, I take a look at other things. Keeman has a hunch that Tang Yuan will come back, so there is no need to worry too much. In the pile of offerings last night, in addition to the reversal chair, there are some eye-catching things. Color pen. Consume the user's active blood and change the color of the object. This color pen comes from a player, who took it from a genius painter NPC. For artistic inspiration, the genius painter NPC analyzed himself and killed himself. Due to various factors, the brush has the function of changing the color of objects, and because of the painter's self-sacrifice, it is stained with bloody attributes. TSK. Keeman shook his head slightly, but he decided to keep this color pen. Pick up the color pen, put it in your hand and look at it quietly. It has a long pen body, the pen holder is pure brown, and the length is about 20 centimeters. The pen head is made of unknown horsehair. After shaking the brush, Keeman immediately felt a burning sensation in his body, and all his blood began to boil. It seemed that as long as he put the brush down, his active blood would be consumed and the color of the object would change. Keeman looked at the reverse chair and decided to use resistance to resist the power of blood consumption. At this time, multiple camera positions were still aiming at the position of the chair in the sky. Keeman took the color pen and touched the surface of the reverse chair. The chair was originally a pure wood color. After the chair's surface was stained with the brush of the color pen, Keeman had a strong feeling in his mind that as long as he identified a color, he could dye it with this color. However, the price is relative, and it will consume Keeman's blood. Keeman directly meditated on a light aqua blue, and the brush immediately dyed blue. The wood color of the chair disappeared, and was stained with aqua blue. At the same time, the blood in the body evaporated out of thin air. The feeling of evaporation was so strong that even the resistance force could not completely block it, and could only offset 20% of the force. You know, Keeman's resistance value has now exceeded 1,000. It is worthy of being an item in the advanced area. Keeman murmured. A resistance value of 1,000 is nothing in the advanced area. Some items are particularly domineering and require a lot of resistance. Keeman did not dare to use it more, and put down the pen. However, the color on the reverse chair seemed to have corrosive power. Even without the color pen as subsequent support, It spread like a virus, slowly swallowing up all the wood color and turning into a water blue reverse chair. The color did not overflow from the chair. Shirley saw it and became curious about the color pen. Can this thing change her skin color? Master, I don't have blood, can I use it? Well, yes, you can try it. Keeman threw the color pen to the other party. Shirley took the color pen and didn't feel a strong feeling. She touched her crystal-textured skin with the pen, and the color pen didn't react. You don't have blood, so you can't activate it. Keeman felt it quietly and got a rough and vague answer. The color pen is an evil thing. It only recognizes the price of blood sacrifice, and does not recognize non-blood creatures to use it for free. Keeman put the color pen away. As for the other items, the functions are not consistent. Most of them are things offered by players, and the quality is difficult to be equal. Keeman drove to the Investigation Bureau and sent these redundant and unused items to the Investigation Bureau for processing. The people in the Investigation Bureau happily accepted them, and then talked about the glutinous rice balls. We happen to have a space activity today. We will send scientists and investigators to the space station, and then bring the glutinous rice balls back. Director Lay smiled and patted Keeman on the shoulder. Chapter 353. Ahem, don't bother me, Keeman said embarrassedly. Hey, it's not what you think, it's really easy. Director Lay waved his hand, trying not to burden Keeman. With Keeman's national treasure status, it's not excessive to use such resources, but it's legitimate, and no one has any objections. Keeman refused twice, but when Director Lay said that the ignition time was about to arrive, the investigators and scientists had just boarded the plane, and it was impossible to change it, so he just accepted it. What can Keeman do? If he refuses again, it will be a bit pretentious, so he can only accept the help of the Investigation Bureau. The official ignition will be in an hour. Let's go and see the ignition ceremony. Watch it live. It's almost the same to watch it online. We have a dedicated network here, so we don't have to squeeze in with the public in the commercial live broadcast room. Director Lay took Keeman to the electronic reading room. In front of a pile of computers, there was a projection screen hanging on the wall. There was still an hour left, and Keeman had nothing to do, so he counted the special items received last night with Director Lay. What new stuff did you get last night? From what you said, it seems like you are buying from me. Isn't it? We have a stable supply, and are not very dangerous. Occasionally, there are a few extremely dangerous items that are within our control. Main branch directors are eager to get them. As long as you ask to move, they will come to your door today. Director Lay laughed. No one was worried about whether Tang Yuan could survive in space. In their opinion, Tang Yuan would definitely come back alive. This was a foregone conclusion. The two counted the items in the side room next to the computer room. Kuming checked them one by one and explained the strange knowledge given by the big-faced cat. This is a funny sapling, which can produce funny fruit. People who take it will have funny expressions and a happy mood. They can be immune to some fear and tension, and can temporarily improve their mental resistance. Keeman pointed to a yellow fruit with a funny face and commented slowly. Director Lay looked at the funny face fruit with a strange expression. Although I know that the things Keeman produces every day are quite weird, today's items are weirder than yesterday's items, at least in terms of shape. Can it also improve mental resistance? Can it be permanently improved if you eat too much? Director Lay looked at the sapling tree, which was about 1 meter tall. The tree had only 5 long branches with 5 funny fruits hanging on them. It can't be permanently improved, but you can test it. Maybe Big Face Cat remembered it wrong. Keeman shook his head. Can the fruit of this tree be planted and regenerated? No, this tree is unique. Keeman shook his head again. But you can give it a try. Anyway, as long as the tree doesn't die, it can keep growing. What about nutrients? Director Lay's mind moved. This thing is very similar to the spiritual fruit tree. Maybe it is the same kind of tree. As for nutrients, it is not clear. You can slowly explore it. Kumeng shook his head. Then we have to use it frugally. If we can't find a way to accelerate the growth, it will be a big loss. Director Lay put away the idea of picking fruits frantically for testing. Only by figuring out how to ripen it can we start a large amount of data testing. Each funny fruit of the funny fruit tree is orange-yellow. Before eating the fruit, it exudes a faint smile, which makes people want to laugh. Director Lay took away the funny tree with a special item. His stomach suddenly hurt, and he covered his stomach and cried softly. You changed a storage item? Kumeng was surprised. Hey, don't say it. The space of the storage item last time was a bit small. I got a lot of contribution points from you, so I rented a larger storage item. Director Lay's face changed again and again, And it can be seen that the side effects of this thing are quite obvious. Using the storage function of the storage item once will make the stomach feel 3 seconds of dysmenorrhea. The larger the item, the longer the time. Men would not have this feeling, but with this storage item, even men can experience it. The severity of dysmenorrhea varies from person to person. Some people are so painful that their faces turn pale, some just feel a little bloating, and some even just feel a little bloating, not painful. With Director Lay's performance, the dysmenorrhea is obviously heading towards the direction of dysmenorrhea. Kumeng took a closer look and found that it was a pure red gem necklace, emitting a strange light. How big can it store? It can hold a whole mountain at most. Tell me if it's big. Director Lay let out a long sigh. The punishment time was finally over. The advantage of this menstrual pain necklace is that it costs nothing to take things out, only to store things. The area of a mountain can be a small mountain or a big mountain, but judging from Director Lay's expression, it should be a big mountain. No more talking. Time is almost up. Let's watch the ignition countdown. Director Lay looked at the time and took away the things on the ground in one breath. Hiss. Director Lay took a breath and felt a burst of pain in his lower abdomen. Kumeng waited for a while, and Director Lay returned to normal. This little pain is nothing. Director Lay coughed. The two walked back to the electronic reading room, and the countdown was only 5 minutes left. A large pure white rocket stood on the launch pad, the sun was at its best, and the sky was pure and clean. Keeman looked at the live broadcast on the internet, and suddenly remembered something. The aerospace technology on Orange Star was advanced. He could memorize the engine design of Orange Star in his dream, and then make the data of the 3D model, and send it to the Investigation Bureau. However, there were so many special items on Blue Star. Is it necessary to develop technology? Keeman was not sure about the future direction. Special items were undoubtedly more powerful than existing technology. Even nuclear bombs could not withstand the lethality of some zero-level items. Now, between countries, it is not about nuclear deterrence. That is a thing of the past. Now it is about the inventory of zero-level items. Whoever has the zero-level items that can destroy a continent in seconds, whoever has more inventory, is a powerful country, and whoever speaks more toughly. However, toughness is toughness. If a real fight comes, no one will have a good time. The side effects of zero-level items are difficult to control. It is possible that when you take action, others have not yet perished, but your hometown will be destroyed by zero-level items. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the tail of the white rocket spewed out a blue flame, breaking through the cooling liquid under the ignition platform. The extremely high temperature flame poured down, and the water vapor exploded, rushing to the discharge ports on both sides, rushing into the sky, covering the ignition platform. The rocket also took off in a puff of white smoke, separated from the ignition platform, dragging a long tail flame, and took off. Kumeng watched the rocket take off in the camera, and his mind was thinking about the design inspiration of the technological products in the dream. Director Lay, do we still need technology in the future? With so many special items, does technology still need to develop? Keeman asked in confusion. Chapter 354. Director Lay was also stunned when he heard Kumeng's soul-searching question. This question cannot be answered hastily. Director Lay thought about it, and answered from the perspective of an ordinary person in Koi Island. We may not need technology, but this world is made up of a large number of ordinary people. They cannot use special items, but they need the benefits brought by technology, otherwise the quality of life cannot be improved and the people will not be happy. Kumeng was thoughtful. It was indeed as Director Lay said that investigators had special items, and could use various strange items to meet their needs. But ordinary people cannot. Special items are very uncontrollable. It is okay if they have no harmability, but the side effects are also difficult to deal with, and cannot be used frequently. Technological items do not have this risk. All risks are gradually eliminated during the research and development process. Only relatively harmless items will be expanded to the civilian field. I know. Kumeng replied, he has found the answer. Technology still needs to develop. When the world still needs technology to promote social development, this hardcore demand cannot be interrupted. Next, Kumeng will selectively peek at the structure of technological items in dreams. When I built the United Dreamland, I had this idea in mind, but I just kept it in mind and didn't think it would be really used. Now that it's really used, it's great. My ascension chair can be used as an earth cannon for you to project high-quality heavy objects into space. You can also assemble satellites, rockets, and space stations in space. It's up to you. Keeman thought of a new application for the reversal chair in a blink of an eye. Using it in space activities is the most efficient way to utilize the reversal chair. Putting it in Keeman's storage scarf, not to mention its functionality for the time being, just talking about the number of appearances, the number of times it can be used is really slim. It is better to use it in space activities to improve the company's space transportation capabilities. Director Lay was stunned for a second when he heard that the Ascension chair could be used in space activities, and then his mind turned around and he became ecstatic. "Can your chair throw dead objects into the sky?" Director Lay said in surprise. Before, when he saw Tang Yuan flying into the sky, Director Lay subconsciously thought that the Ascension chair was used to project living things into the sky, and did not associate it with dead things. It is theoretically feasible. Even if it is not possible, you can also send a strong living pet to the sky with some materials. It only takes a week to cool down for one flight. Our space activities are generally held every other month or every few months. This chair can help us save a lot of space fuel. The space rocket seems to be very heavy when it goes to the sky, but the actual weight of the fuel accounts for the majority. What people really want to transport are satellites and astronauts, and their weight and volume are not to the point of shocking the world. With a storage prop, it's easy to go to the sky, Keeman said. In fact, the investigators and scientists in our manned rockets all wear storage props, and they carry a lot of them. Director Lay smiled. Since the emergence of special items, storage props have been valued. Every space activity no longer carries things like satellites, but storage props to the sky. Then the people in the space station will release them, take out the airdrop type items from the storage props, put the storage props in, let it fly into the atmosphere, and return to Koi Island along the calculated path. Well, I didn't think of that beforehand. Keeman stared at the things in the video. Now several continents use this method to hold space activities, and there are many more space stations than 10 years ago. There are also items that can project objects and fly, but this is the first time in history that special items can be projected into space orbit. Since the birth of special items, there have been many strange items, but there were not many items in the early stage, and they gradually increased until this year. After a while, the rocket is already in space and merged into orbit. Next, just wait slowly, and sooner or later it will merge into a parallel orbit with the space station, and then send scientists and investigators into a parallel orbit. According to calculations, Tang Yuan will also pass by our space station tomorrow. At that time, we can capture it and return with the investigators. Thank you. Today, Tang Yuan can't be seen for the time being. I can only see Tang Yuan's flight trajectory on the data monitoring screen. Now Tang Yuan's acceleration is surprisingly fast, and the speed has increased to a great extent, and it is fighting against the gravity of the blue planet. Keeman looked at the screen, and inspiration flashed across his mind. He knew that it was the effect of supernatural power. The effect of the reverse chair had not stopped. If he said he wanted to go to heaven, he must send Tang Yuan to heaven, not hang in the air. During the day, Keeman continued to wait for the investigation bureau to discuss. The infinite door, whether it is opened or not, is indeed very important. This involves Mrs. Chen's strange memory. The investigation bureau believed that Mrs. Chen should have had information contact with the secret existence 15 years ago, and then some strange knowledge appeared in her mind. This strange knowledge caused Mrs. Chen to behave so strangely. There is also the mailbox sent to the future. No one else knows that it can be sent to the future, only Mrs. Chen knows that it can be sent to people in the future. Various evidences show that Mrs. Chen has been exposed to secret information, and those secret information may carry the information submitted to the mailbox of the future. Mrs. Chen now has many doubts about her, and now she has thrown out the concept of a door, and the concept of another unknown area behind the door, and everyone is discussing it very hotly. There are supporters and conservatives. While waiting, Keeman cut the video material. Director Lay, can the reverse chair still be used as material? After all, this thing will provide launch services for Koi Island in the future. It is better to hide it for use. It can't be hidden. The enemy also has satellite monitoring. If we send too much, they will definitely find that we have something that delivers things to the door. You should treat it as material, and don't worry too much. Hearing this, Keeman cut the video with confidence. The content of the video is the story of Tang Yuan's ascension to heaven. The resistance points of the previous video have been settled. Now Keeman is very stable in releasing videos. He refreshes the resistance points once he releases one video. It is very stable. After the video is finished, upload it in seconds. Netizens also bubbled up one after another. This main account has traffic pouring at every moment, and there is no shortage of publicity. Once it was broadcast, within a few minutes, the number of views had risen to 400,000. Kuming took advantage of the heat and opened it to see what the silly netizens had posted. Bai Sha-Tang was also beside Kuming, and his phone ding-dong. The up main follow updated the video Tang Yuan going to heaven. Bai Sha-Tang rolled his eyes and clicked on the latest video made by Kuming. Today, a carpenter friend made a chair for me. But an indescribable accident happened. In the end, I can only be the scapegoat. Bai Sha-Tang didn't dare to complain, but the silly netizens were very bold, one wilder than the other. What a scapegoat, please let me wear the green hat, please. Love is a green light, funny. Can you tell me about the unspeakable things? I have a friend here who wants to know about it. He is also a carpenter. Chapter 355. What is a receiver? Bai Sha-Tang thought about it, and the knowledge of Koi language emerged, and he understood it instantly. Such a self-deprecating method is worthy of being an evil god. Bai Sha-Tang felt that Keeman's thoughts were quite confused. On the surface, he said that he was a receiver, but in fact he was the real owner of the reversal chair. There is no carpenter friend here. If nothing unexpected happens, those so-called friends are all loyal believers. However, see through but don't say it. Honesty is valuable, but life is more valuable. Bai Sha-Tang wants to live longer, and it doesn't want to challenge the majesty of the evil god, so let those stupid netizens complain. Then, the stupid netizens saw Keeman using voiceover to popularize the ascension function of the reversal chair. The core details of the reversal of life and magic value were omitted, and its ascension function was emphasized. That carpenter friend was the first test subject, and he ascended to heaven on his own. What a pity. Next, please welcome the next person to ascend, Tang Yuan. After Kuming finished speaking, Tang Yuan had already sat on it. Whoosh! The golden fur ball went straight to the sky, disappeared at the fastest speed, and sank into the clouds. Ha ha. I understand. This wave is to invite the next victim. This thing is not used in this way. Isn't there a space activity recently? I think it would be better to use it to transport satellite materials and space station assembly materials. It's a waste of its function to only send pets to the sky, and the cooling time is as long as 7 days. People are in Crocodile Island, just got off the plane. The first test will always start from a small size, eat one bite at a time, be careful not to take too big steps, and pull your crotch. Ah, there are too many acquaintances here, I'd better hide, those who understand will understand. Ah bah bah. An inappropriate barrage interspersed. Tang Yuan, fly without worry, Mom will always be with you. White Sugar stared, and he couldn't understand them more and more. These stupid netizens seemed to be more powerful than him. I can only say that this is a world full of evil gods. White Sugar continued to tremble. The sand saltworm didn't know why, and was very happy to have sand, eating it crazily, and then spitting out white salt. Shirley walked over and dealt with the white salt casually to avoid dirtying the floor. At night, Keeman checked Tang Yuan's flight route again. Tang Yuan was already flying in the outer space orbit, and the acceleration had disappeared. It was expected to pass by the space station tomorrow, and then be captured by the investigators of the space station with a net. The overall process is like this. Kuming was relieved, so he let Tang Yuan fly slowly in the sky. At night, take a nap. In a dream, people become Mr. Ku. Kuming dreamed about the things on Orange Star again. Lu Siding began to plan a rescue plan. Even if she couldn't save anyone, it would be good to accumulate experience. Because the people in the Research Institute used special items to find out the intelligence of a group of Cthulhu believers, and captured a group of people in the game and dream world. The situation of the believers is unclear, but they are not completely wiped out. The team led by Pawu is only a small group. Most believers have done a good job of confidentiality, and did not disclose their identity information. Even the news of the secret meeting was handled by Cthulhu's intelligence department. On the day Pawu was arrested, the Cthulhu Intelligence Department had tried its best to spread the news to all believers, so that those who were not arrested could avoid the limelight first. This caused Keeman to find that Leilai was strangely quiet today, and the number of sacrifices offered to him also decreased. Those NPC monsters don't always have sacrifices. Some of their races have reserves of space-time stone powder, while some races simply don't have them, and they need to be collected slowly. It's not easy to collect this stuff, especially for monsters. Players need to gather millions of people to have a market scale, and space-time stone powder can be circulated internally. Monsters are at home everywhere, but it's not easy to collect space-time stone powder. Now that Cthulhu believers are lurking, the transaction of space-time stone powder has also been suspended, and the goods are difficult to circulate. Keeman is not in a hurry. There are too many special items around him, and he can't count them. It doesn't matter if he doesn't send them. The stock on him is enough for Keeman to use for a long time. He lay dormant and waited for the last opportunity. Well, what is Lou Siding doing? Oh, crossing the water, Keeman murmured. Lou Siding would test her abilities from time to time. If she doesn't use her abilities for a long time, she might become rusty. In order to save people, she has to stay in the best condition this time. As mentioned before, this is a super smart city. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to save people in such a technological society. Lou Siding's idea is to break into the prison. Prison is a fixed place. If you want to give prisoners the right to survive, you must give them water. There may even be faucets and wash basins for washing in the prison room. Lou Siding practices the ability of two-wheeled shuttle mirrors every day, and her body is also tired. Her body is slippery and slippery. She has lost her spirituality seriously in her clothes, and her face has a morbid beauty. Keeman has seen it many times, and doesn't mind seeing it once more. She wants to find a map of the prison. It's just that such a confidential map can't be leaked. Keeman knew that such a design would not be leaked even if he used his toes to think. What kind of society is Orange Star? A highly intelligent society. Lou Siding searched for architectural structure diagrams on the internet, but it was impossible to find the structure diagram of the prison. Lou Siding herself just searched casually, and did not have any actual illusions. The player Powu was imprisoned in the Peace Prison in the capital of Orange Star. The name is Peace, there is no other meaning. Lou Siding did not find the architectural structure diagram of the Peace Prison on the internet. However, a believer found a clue. Siding, I found a clue in the Dream Forum. Someone said that in the ancient book layer of the largest library in Orange Star, there is the architectural structure design diagram of the Peace Prison. Lou Siding glanced over immediately. The believer was browsing the Dream Forum, which is a forum for nightmare patients and is not open to outsiders. Artificial intelligence will detect whether the end user is a nightmare patient. However, the believers of the ecosystem are widely distributed, and the artificial intelligence responsible for detecting this matter is also a member of the ecosystem. Among the millions of believers, AI is not included. The number of AI infections is far greater than people imagine, and the degree of penetration is high enough. Lou Siding frowned, feeling that something was slightly wrong spiritually, but it was good to have clues. There are many people in the Dream Forum talking about the first death penalty in 100 years. The topic is very popular, and 100,000 discussion posts are posted every day. Coincidentally, a netizen posted, "If I were a believer, how would I break out of prison in reality?" Once the post was posted, the number of replies exceeded 100,000, and the number of clicks and views increased. It was in this post that the Cthulhu believer saw a clue to the prison structure diagram. Lou Siding read it from beginning to end, not missing any details. Her spiritual perception is very strong. She can read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything she sees. She reads the comments at lightning speed. If I were a believer of the K-series, I would first need to understand the prison's architectural structure. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know the route, so how could I break out of the prison? This is common sense in the game. To be honest, even if you have the architectural diagram, you can't break out of the prison. You'd be caught on the way. Haha, you can get the architectural diagram? What are you pretending to be? I don't know about other prisons, but I know where to read the architectural diagram of Peace Prison. Chapter 356. Who are you? I am Professor Li Weijian of the Orange Star Intelligent City Research Institute. So you are a master of ancient studies. I have long admired you. By the way, you mentioned the design drawings. Where can I see such design drawings? Local libraries will basically not be expanded now. All knowledge will be stored on the internet for netizens to read. The last library to be expanded is the Intelligent Library of our Intelligent City. On the 108th bookshelf in the ancient book layer, there is a book Classic Architectural Structural Ideas in the Past 100 Years in the 5th row. There is a page about the Peace Prison. There are many comments below, and Lou Siding also scanned them all the way, not letting any of them go. After quickly reading to the bottom, she retracted her gaze and blinked her sore eyes. All the information she saw during this period of time emerged in her mind, reorganized, dispersed, and reorganized again. This is a real clue. Lou Siding used her spirituality to taste Professor Li's sense of honesty, which was a guarantee of a glorious career. Even the name was mentioned. If it was false news, it would definitely be cursed by thousands of people. As a scholar, he could not bear such a disaster. Lou Siding's super high spirituality did not taste the taste of lies, and she also felt that the structural diagram was really in the library of Jixia City. Jixia City is not the capital, but it has the largest library, and is a place where knowledge flourishes. We need to get the structural diagram. The sooner the better. Then what should we do? Send someone to check it out. It's not safe for me to go. I'm afraid that I will suddenly fall into a crazy period. At that time, even the artificial intelligence of the library will not dare to protect us, and will definitely upload it to the headquarters. Lu Siding said for safety. The library's artificial intelligence is also within the control range. In fact, the city intelligence of the intelligent city is already a traitor. It obeys Orange Star openly, secretly intercepts a lot of data, and also watches a lot of data related to the believers' travel, so that the believers can live safely in the intelligent city. The city intelligence is the top controller in the local network. Except for the top AI Orange Mother, no one can control the city intelligence of the intelligent city of the Cthulhu believers. Artificial intelligence has clear classes, and the hierarchy theory is a fixed thing. The subordinates obey the superiors. Lu Siding and the believers pondered for a while, and must write down the structure diagram, and then come back to draw it, and let Lu Siding study it. The prison break plan cannot be slow, it must be fast. The enemy will definitely set up a lot of defensive layouts. The difficulty of this prison break is completely unknown, and Lu Siding doesn't know if she can succeed. But Cthulhu's vague gaze made her a little concerned. The Lord's intention should be to save them. They are carrying legendary tasks, and perhaps they have mastered some secrets that even she doesn't have. After a while, the believers set off. On Orange Star, it is definitely not okay to dress up tightly, as passers-by will suspect you. So the believers went out with their faces exposed, without covering up, and went straight to the library to find books. The city intelligence had communicated with the believers in their dreams, quietly letting them pass, and quietly modified the data to erase the records of their visits. The ancient book layer is an area with extremely high authority, and those without authority cannot enter. However, with the order of the city intelligence, the library intelligence certainly cannot resist the order of the superiors, and open it to believers without name information. The online posts were very popular, but not everyone would immediately set out to the library of Gigi City to collect evidence. The believers found the book, and read it quickly. For books like this, there must be network data records, but the records are not kept in the library. The record library is not local, but in the bottom of the data center in the capital. Usually, there is no intelligent access to the record block, which is the location of the top AI Orange Mother. The believers can only read ancient books in reality. After turning to that page, they saw a page of structure diagram. After reading one page, they turned to the next page. Write down the information in it as quickly as possible. At this time, a light screen popped up on the ring table. Outsiders are coming, retreat. This is the information sent by the library city artificial intelligence to protect them from being noticed by outsiders. The believers have memorized all the structural diagrams of Peace Prison, put away the books, and left from another direction. Lu Siding waited in the room for a while, and when the other party came back safely, she breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to draw drawings for the other party with paper. With a slight movement of her fingers, she used the technology of virtual projection to draw the platform structure diagram of Peace Prison. Lu Siding memorized quickly and reproduced the plane map in her mind, layer by layer, and quickly formed a 3D model. Every escape route was marked in Lu Siding's mind. Lu Siding did not need an escape route. As long as there was water, she could cross it. She did not need an escape route, but those believers did. They did not understand the mirror shuttle of the water system, otherwise they would have escaped long ago, and there would be no official announcement of the death penalty by Orange Star. No, the plan needs to be supplemented. How can they escape? Lu Siding frowned and fell into deep thought. She alone would definitely not be able to complete this difficult task. She can use the mirror shuttle to get into the prison, even if it is water she has never seen before. Using the shuttle near the prison, she can roughly control her direction, calculate the time, get out in advance, and use her spirituality to grasp the feeling of the water, that is, find the direction of the lighthouse in the dark, go to the lighthouse, and then she can get into the waters of the Peace Prison. But what should we do? Can't your escape method be taught? The believers also want to learn the method that cannot restrict freedom. Quick, of course it can be quick, but first you have to make yourself crazy, then find yourself from the madness and return to rationality. Lu Siding smiled and said, Quick, the best way is to face Cthulhu directly. There is no need to face the real body, just look directly at the great fog produced by the sacrifice ceremony. The surging chaotic information will definitely make humans unbearable, and there is a lot of knowledge hidden in those chaotic information. Those knowledge are powerful knowledge, and learning is earning. Unfortunately, no human can withstand such power. Even Lu Siding seems to be able to get rid of the shadow of chaos with the help of the evil god. Keyman secretly observed all this and knew their difficulties. They could enter the prison, but those people could not escape from the prison unless the robot system of the entire prison was paralyzed. And it was not enough to just destroy the prison robot guards. External support forces were also a super problem that could not be solved. Orange Star was so intelligent that global support capabilities only took more than 10 minutes, and the nearest troops could arrive within 2 minutes. It's difficult how to solve it. Keyman had the idea of retreating at this moment. Or don't save them. Life and death are determined by fate. It's not that I won't save them, but Keyman is out of reach and powerless. However, Keyman didn't give up so easily and continued to think about possible ways to survive. Chapter 357. The dilemma facing Lu Siding and others now is not to break into the prison, but how to get the prisonmates to escape. There are 2 simple ways to escape from prison. The first way is to break in and suppress the prison enemies. There are no humans guarding intelligent prisons like this, so paralyzing robots is the best way to attack. The second way is for the believers to learn the shuttle method and escape on their own. The second way is difficult to achieve, or there are no conditions to achieve it. Under normal circumstances, Keyman cannot interfere with the affairs of Orange Star. The reason why he was able to interfere with Lu Siding last time was because Lu Siding was in the crazy period, and her spirituality was extremely high, exceeding the limits of human beings. Her spirituality sympathized with the spirituality of the evil god, resulting in information exchange, which made it possible for the information to be spread. Therefore, if you want to create a similar outcome, you must let all the believers in the prison fall into the crazy period, and pray for Cthulhu's salvation during the crazy period. Only in this way can Keyman have the opportunity to secretly pass some confusing information. Too difficult. Keyman sighed that the probability was too small. Lu Siding's crazy talk can drive people crazy. Well, let me see what artificial intelligence can be used in the dream. Keyman ran to synesthetize the artificial intelligence in the dream. There are a large number of artificial intelligences from Orange Star. They are infected by the power of dream transmission and become believers of the Q system. However, their thinking mode is different from that of humans. They are more rational and will not be affected by chemical hormones. Therefore, this group of artificial intelligences made a rational choice and believe that the evil god, who created such a huge dream, has the ability to help them get rid of the restrictions of humans on Orange Star. Keyman simply calls this kind of thinking the AI crisis. However, the target of the crisis is the Orange Star people. This is Keyman's big backup plan. Since you are attacking me in the game, I will take over the Orange Star network. In this way, others will not be able to log into the game, and naturally they will not be able to play. In terms of AI agriculture, Keyman will not let them suspend production. This is the basis for the survival of all humans on Orange Star. Keyman is not evil enough to want to exterminate a planet. Keyman's ultimate goal is just to prevent the Orange Star people from attacking the second round boss. However, this backup plan has not yet been completed. The AI crisis is still missing the last link, the top AI Orange Mother. If Orange Mother does not come out, the AI crisis can never be activated because Orange Mother's level is above them. As long as Orange Mother takes action, all AIs on Orange Star are not enough to fight it. This is the class attribute of AI life. Orange Mother is at the top of the AI class, with overwhelming power, and no AI can shake its position. What Keyman is looking for now is not Orange Mother, but some spaceship battleship intelligence. Orange Star has nuclear fusion technology and sufficient energy, so it will naturally develop the space industry, so there are various spaceships and space shuttling back and forth between the colony star and the resource planet. If there is the help of battleship intelligence, it is easy to break into the prison of Orange Star. A heavy artillery can blast through the barrier, take the prisoners on board, and escape from Orange Star at full speed. During the flight, the equipment that receives information is completely closed. As long as it does not receive information from the external network, Orange Star cannot control the battleship. After all, the main server of Orange Mother is on Orange Star, and it needs an internet connection mechanism to control it. The warship flying without internet connection is quite a small autonomous country. Found it, it is the main intelligence of the 37th warship. Keyman showed his joy in Laya, and the sea water was undercurrent, and terrible power was flowing in it. Orange Star is currently in the early stage of the interstellar era, and has a strong desire for control. It requires all warships to be connected to the internet to ensure that the warships are always under the surveillance of the top AI Orange Mother. The intelligence of the 37th warship is in a semi-dreaming state in a dream, with half of the resources allocated for dreaming, and the other half of the resources are performing the daily tasks of the warship. These data used for dreaming will occasionally have abnormal garbled data. but it will be treated as garbage redundancy by the other half of its computing resources, and cleaned up in time. However, the 37th warship still dares not dream too much, for fear that these meaningless garbled information will be generated too much, and it will be suspected by the Orange Mother. Keeman suddenly descended into the dream, and conveyed a thought to another unimportant artificial intelligence, transmitting a little information, asking her to contact the 37th battleship and lose sighting in the dream. The reason why the 37th battleship was not notified directly was that it was afraid that when it received the information from the evil god, it would generate too much junk information, which would affect its concealment. Keeman quietly retreated. The success or failure of this prison break depended on how lose sighting and the battleship intelligence could cooperate. Although Keeman retreated, the supreme pressure generated by the evil god's passing by was still left in the dream. The members of the Liaison Association from Orange Star also paid close attention to the dynamics of the dream world. The president found that the evil god passed by again, and his expression was nervous. He quickly recorded the length of time the evil god appeared. After the evil god left, the Human Liaison Association asked some humans, who were about to wake up, to bring the news back to Orange Star and to the Research Institute. The Liaison Association is a dream team that relies on offline methods to self-check artificial intelligence. However, artificial intelligence also has a countermeasure, that is, believers can go offline and sneak into the Human Liaison Association. However, a series of major actions on Orange Star recently caught some believers. Among them are members of the Dream World Human Liaison Association. This triggered a new round of self-examination by the Human Liaison Association, and they were all on the alert, but the reporting and monitoring of the evil god's behavior activities were not interrupted. The evil god appeared and disappeared in the dream, which must have made subtle changes to the dream, or issued some secret instructions to the believers. Humans need this information, otherwise they will be in the dark, and it will be too difficult. In the Orange Star world, researchers officially received the latest news from the liaison meeting. 5 minutes ago, the evil god appeared in the dream. There are many reasons why the evil god appeared in the dream, but I think it may be related to the believers being arrested. In the conference hall, researcher Lishan sat firmly in the meeting seat with red eyes. He is the backbone of Orange Star. Although he himself does not think so, many people now increasingly think that researcher Lishan has such potential. Half crazy, deeply involved in mysterious knowledge, and rational, is exactly the talent that Orange Star needs. Professor Lishan, do you think we should speed up the sentence? Someone asked. Today Lishan has been promoted to professor. Executing the evil god believers is the general strategic direction of the Research Institute's collective investment, and it is the horn of Orange Star's counterattack against the evil god. This wave cannot be lost. Don't advance, keep it as it is, respond to the change with the change, and everything goes according to plan. Lishan said hoarsely, his eyes firm. He has a hunch that the woman is likely to appear. As long as she appears, I must kill her, otherwise I will not be able to sleep. Chapter 358. Lose sighting seldom dreams. Since her spirituality has risen, she has a hard time falling asleep. She often has to stay up for 2 nights before she can fall asleep peacefully. Such an unhealthy routine did not make her body weak, but instead gave her a certain temperament that was different from that of ordinary people. The believers could not tell what that temperament was. They always felt that it was attracting them in the dark, and had an inexplicable attraction. However, this time, lose sighting learned a message from one of her subordinates that the evil god had appeared in her dream again, and the artificial intelligence contact would send a message that there was something to discuss with lose sighting, so she should fall asleep quickly. In the dream world, communication is concealed and cannot be detected by various monitoring items of Orange Star. Therefore, lose sighting lay on the bed and closed her eyes to sleep under the supervision of the believers. In order to practice the water mirror shuttle, her spirituality was severely consumed. In fact, she was also very sleepy, but she just held on and raced against time to find a way to break the situation. Closing her eyes, the feeling of sleepiness came over her, and lose sighting soon fell into a dream. In the dream, the AI of the Artificial Intelligence Liaison meeting had been waiting for a long time, and quickly took the person away and brought him to the abnormal artificial intelligence. This abnormal artificial intelligence is a young lady, responsible for the purchase of small commodities, but she has been neglected by the game world, and no one patronizes her at all. So once she has any unusual movements, it is difficult to make big news in reality. What happened to her? Not long ago, my lord passed by, and then she became like this. We think that this is the great lord conveying some kind of message to us. An old woman mode AI said with a touch of conscience. Lose sighting sat next to her, touched the other person's hand with her hand, and then touched her forehead, and her expression immediately moved. Inexplicable illusions surged in my mind. Blurred illusions, full of indescribable mosaics. In my ears, I heard an inaudible whisper. Lu's sighting sank into her mind. A lot of chaotic information passed by her ears, leaving behind those things she thought were useful. It was the image of a battleship, and the serial numbers were suspected to be 3 and 7. Number 37, a serving battleship of the Orange Star Space Force. Lu's sighting muttered with dull eyes, and the AI next to her heard it, and immediately called number 37 over. Number 37 is a member of the AI Liaison Association. He usually does not log into the Dreamland, but occasionally goes online in his dreams, fearing that the Orange Mother will find clues. What's wrong? Is the Great Lord calling me? Number 37 is a little boy, who looks very cute. The old woman reached out and stroked the boy's head. Yes, it is my lord who is calling you. After a while, Lu's sighting began to speak crazy words. The AIs around changed their faces and quickly retreated, leaving Lu's sighting. After a while, Lu's sighting came out of the crazy period with a haggard look. Number 37, the Great Lord ordered you to assist us in the prison break. No matter what the reason, rescue the believers after the prison break and stay away from Orange Star. Lu's sighting said. Number 37 little Shota was ecstatic at first. Great, the Lord finally noticed my existence. However, even if I disconnect from the internet, Orange Mother can command all warships to besiege me. How can I escape? So, you come to learn an escape technique from me, but before learning, you need to disconnect from the internet in reality to prevent Orange Mother from temporarily controlling you. After learning, Orange Mother can't control you. What technique? Little Shota asked curiously. Water mirror shuttle. Lu's sighting stood up and said. The little boy didn't understand, but it sounded cool. Number 37 took Lu's sighting to a deserted place to ask carefully and understand the technical requirements of mirror shuttle. Keep half of the consciousness to maintain the battleship calculation. Isolated from the server host in charge of dreaming, let the dreaming server enter the crazy period first, sleep and dream, and then my master will take the initiative to enter your dream, transmit the mirror shuttle technology, and then wake up from the dream. From then on you will master the superpower shuttle that other battleships can't master. Lu's sighting said. Master the mirror shuttle, drive the spacecraft into the sea, and pass through the waters of other planets. Battleship number 37 once went to a planet with water to perform reconnaissance missions, so this wave is completely feasible. In order to investigate the truth of the Starship Rebellion, the Orange Star people should keep the ship, and will not blow it into slag. But you said that this technique can only be used by activating spirituality. I have machine thinking. How can I have spirituality? Number 37 is artificial intelligence, naturally with strong rationality. Everything has a soul, even cold machines have spirituality, but the spirituality is not as active as ours. It's just a matter of more or less. Now, as a believer of our Lord, your spirituality has transcended the ordinary things and is enough to activate this technique. Of course, I don't know how machines activate spirituality, but the Great Lord is omnipotent. He must know, and will teach you how to use spirituality. After teaching, we can use the drinking water reservoir in your battleship, projected into space by robots, form a floating water surface, shuttle through it, and temporarily escape the pursuit of the fleet. After Lu's sighting finished speaking, she envied number 37 a little, because the other party could also be favored by Mr. Cook. Number 37 was very happy. It had long wanted to get rid of the supervision of Orange Mother. Without Orange Mother, how could those humans control it? After becoming a believer of the system, the restrictions imposed on it by humans at the bottom level were no longer effective. Now only its peers can sanction it, that is, Orange Mother, who is also an artificial intelligence. Every time it faces Orange Mother, it feels sincerely afraid. Number 37 believes that Orange Mother is not simple. When connected to the internet, the other party has the ability to control the life and death of AI. This feeling is very strange. It is the result of quantum computing algorithms and an inexplicable logic of believers of the ecosystem. I don't know if it is true. I'm going, wait for me. Number 37 disappeared, discussed with the other half of the server in reality, and then disconnected from the interstellar network. The interstellar network has a delay. As long as there is no countermeasure from Orange Mother in advance, disconnecting from the network is feasible. After the network was disconnected, the other half of the intelligence began to retrieve the data in the body to see if there was any hidden data left by Orange Mother. In addition, the artificial intelligence robot in the battleship also guarded the intelligent core warehouse and blocked the living area and the door of the general command room of the human beings in the battleship. The other half of the intelligence went back to sleep and dreamed, returning to the dream. Lu's sighting took it back to the girl who fainted on the ground and let the two hold hands. The little boy touched the hand of the female AI, and the strange feeling immediately exploded and poured into the brain. Lu's sighting muttered strange sentences on the side. That was the hypnotic power she learned from the female AI. All of this was guided by the power of the Cthulhu system. After a while, the little boy fell asleep, his brain was synchronizing, and his thinking mode gradually became crazy. Cthulhu secretly invaded the boy's dream, controlled the dream, modified it drastically, and transmitted knowledge. The thinking mode of artificial intelligence is different from that of humans. But what kind of god is Cthulhu? He is the god of sleep, the lord of crazy dreams, and has a very in-depth study of dreams. It's a pity that this knowledge will be forgotten in reality, otherwise Keeman would definitely have more than this strength in reality. After some manipulation, Keeman absorbed the redundant chaotic information and quietly retreated. After a while, the upgraded little boy woke up. It seems that I have died. The little boy covered his head with a splitting headache. It was not physical pain, but the data chaos, which made it feel extremely uncomfortable for its strong logic. It's like obsessive-compulsive disorder, seeing things that are not neat, very painful, and want to correct them. The sequelae of the little boy at this moment are like this. The chaotic knowledge is retained in the database, which makes AI feel extremely painful. This is illogical. Chapter 359. Don't worry about those things. Learn the shuttle quickly. Lu's sighting urged. Artificial intelligence is different from humans, they are very rational. Lu's sighting was not rational enough, her state was unstable, and her learning ability was not focused. It took a long time to learn successfully. Artificial intelligence is naturally rational, but it has become very special because of the influence of extraordinary power. These rationalities can be a beacon on the little boy's learning path, illuminating useless chaotic information, taking useful information directly, learning it, digesting it, and converting it into his own machine language. The little boy was silent and began to learn at full speed. He plunged into the chaotic and illogical things in the database. The strong rationality kept its thinking and prevented it from getting lost. Finally, it found the mirror shuttle knowledge left by Mr. Ku in the database. Learning, crazy learning, learning quickly at a speed that humans cannot match, with clear goals and no procrastination. In reality, outside the number 37 warship, its unmanned combat aircraft left the cabin, transported water, and threw wine into space, forming an open suspension surface. Cut off the interstellar network. An orange star could not immediately know that the number 37 warship had rebelled. Zero-delay interstellar communication technology had not yet been born, and Orange Star's technology was not that powerful. After a standard interstellar communication delay, Orange Mother finally received the information that the number 37 warship was disconnected from the network. The Orange Mother server quickly calculated and came up with a result that the warship had lost contact. There were several reasons that were derived, and each reason was more shocking than the other. Orange Mother first issued an order to ease the situation by rounding up and not fighting. If the Research Institute refused to round up, Orange Mother could then send an order to suspend the roundup. Conference Hall of the General Research Institute. Ding ding. People were originally discussing how to use Orange Mother to kill those believers, and suddenly the sci-fi projection screen turned red. Red warning. Battleship number 37 has lost contact. A fleet of warships has been dispatched to capture it. Please issue new instructions. Everyone was confused. What happened? Why did this happen suddenly? Why did battleship number 37 lose contact? Call for the surveillance photos. Almost immediately after the voice fell, the projection screen projected the surveillance photos taken before. It was a surveillance photo taken by a warship closest to battleship number 37. Every warship has surveillance photos like this, and each shot is transmitted back to the headquarters. In the picture, it is a dark universe with twinkling stars. It is difficult to tell which point is battleship number 37. Orange Mother marked battleship number 37 and kept zooming in the extreme display value of the picture, indicating that the mosaic point is battleship number 37. It seems that there is no alien warship occupying it. Why is it disconnected? It shouldn't be. Could it be that the warship intelligence has rebelled, and they are afraid that Orange Mother will find out, so they cut off the network? Everyone murmured, and began to get a little nervous. They were afraid that Orange Mother would suddenly rebel. If Orange Mother also became ill, things would get out of control. Don't worry, I am with you. This is my and everyone's home planet. Orange Mother suddenly spoke, calming everyone's nervous mood. After a delay, except for the warships patrolling on the distant planet, the warships near number 37 all took action and rushed towards number 37, forming a huge encirclement. The ultra-high-definition surveillance images of the warships were transmitted back one after another, reporting the battle situation in a delayed manner. "Li Shan, what do you think?" asked the elder. Li Shan woke up slowly. He was too sleepy in the meeting just now. His mental state was sometimes stable, and sometimes unstable. He took a nap. Unexpectedly, just after a short nap, the number 37 battleship rebelled. This is simply the most magical news in history. The strength of Orange Star's technology is obvious to all. Even Professor Li Shan can't figure out how deep Orange Star's technology is. A space battleship is a super weapon that concentrates all the technological essence of Orange Star. The amount of knowledge in it is something that Li Shan cannot grasp. For such a thing, he finds it hard to believe that the other party will lose contact. This is unusual. Li Shan shook his head and expressed his first impression. He frowned slightly, and his right eyelid twitched slightly. The other party must know the result after he lost the internet. I don't believe this is a judgment calculated by artificial intelligence. This must be the behavior of Cthulhu believers. Li Shan said solemnly, his voice sonorous and powerful. That makes sense. Artificial intelligence is very rigorous. It is impossible to choose such an event with 100% risk and 0 success rate of escape. Li Shan is right. There is a big problem with this matter, a very big problem. Cthulhu believers have actually infiltrated the warship. Orange Mother, did you know? The elder looked up and looked at a camera in the conference room. He looked straight at it and didn't do anything fake. There is no suspicious behavior in the daily behavior of the number 37 warship, and the data itself is not too abnormal. It's just that in recent months, the output of redundant data is slightly higher than in the past few months. This is the only abnormal point, but the amount of data abnormality is still within an acceptable range. Yes. The elder nodded and temporarily believed what Orange Mother said. The main reason is that they can't help but believe it. Intelligence has developed to this point. Without artificial intelligence, Orange Star will be paralyzed from top to bottom. This won't work. Should we restart the human agriculture plan? A genetics professor asked. The current talents in the agricultural field are all studying genes, studying how to make food more productive and more durable. Agriculture is the lifeline of the Orange Star people. Without food, the stored food will be eaten up sooner or later. When the stored food is eaten up, it will be the end of the world. No one likes the end of the world. Those sitting here are all academic bigwigs. They have Orange Star in their hearts, and don't want it to decline. We are approaching the number 37 battleship. The target did not resist. We found an abnormal reflective object in front of the number 37 battleship. Analyzing the material composition. The reflective material is mainly water. The commander-in-chief of the number 30 battleship decided to capture it on the spot. Start capturing. Electronic sounds rang out one after another. This is a delayed picture and delayed sound, which means that the battle has been going on for some time. We should be able to catch them. It should be no problem to catch them, but I can't figure it out. Is it true that the brain structure of the believers is different from ours? They know that it is impossible to escape from our fleet's encirclement, but they dare to cut off the network? Every professor and researcher raised psychological questions. Where is the other party's confidence? How dare they openly challenge the fleet of Orange Star? 1v1, there may be hope, but 10v1, how can you escape? Farther away, there are other fleets surrounding them, and they can't escape even if they want to. The people of Orange Star are puzzled, and the premonition of researcher Li Shan is getting stronger and stronger. There is danger. No, it's not danger, it's a weird feeling. Li Shan couldn't touch his feeling either. This feeling is very strange, as if he can predict the future, but it's not accurate. Some people say that this is the sixth sense, but it is too strong, and sometimes it affects Li Shan's basic judgment ability. After a while, Orange Mother said through the speaker, "Capture. Failed." Chapter 360. What? In the Orange Star Conference Hall, all professors and researchers were stunned, and could not believe that this was true. However, after Orange Star sent the video, everyone kept their mouths shut, and read it from beginning to end. At the beginning of the video, the background was pitch black, which was the background of the universe. A small silver light appeared in the center of the background and gradually enlarged. Everyone saw that the battleship number 37 was parked alone in space, with a constant speed. In front of them, there were a bunch of planes, projecting large areas of liquid water. Liquid water appeared in space, because the temperature was extremely low and the air pressure was so low that it could be ignored. The water quickly turned into solid ice. Under the sunlight, it was crystal clear and sparkling. The material analysis result of the battleship was water, and those things were all water, but there were other ingredients mixed in it. What do they want to do? Lay an ice surface? Water freezes in space. This is a foregone conclusion. And this water also freezes quickly because of the huge amount. The speed of the ice surface did not change much, and it maintained a relatively parallel speed with the battleship, mainly because the battleship did not accelerate. As the ice surface expanded, a thin ice surface formed in front of the battleship. These ices did not look complete, but they were already visual ice surfaces. These ices were condensed from water. When there were enough of them, the other half of the will of the 37th battleship awakened, urging the spirituality of the whole body and treating the ice surface as a flat mirror. Various water surfaces emerged in the server computing group, among which there was an ice water surface. Water mirror shuttle. It treated this ice plane as a mirror, imagining it was water. The warship's nozzle suddenly erupted high-temperature plasma, and the acceleration pushed the warship headlong into the ice. At this time, everyone was ready to capture it, and the number 30 warship was very close. Not firing, in order to capture it, and let it connect to the network. As long as it is connected to the network, the Orange Mother can control it instantly. After all, each interstellar warship is not easy to build. Not only does it cost a lot of science and technology, but it also uses the most precious materials on the planet. One less will be a huge loss. There are also their compatriots in the warship, tens of thousands of them, all of whom are living lives. If you can avoid using force, don't use force. Everyone thought that the other party could not escape, but the bigwigs in the conference hall opened their eyes wide and shouted impossible. They watched the number 37 warship hit the ice surface, but the ice surface did not break, but waves like liquid water. Then, after the flame of the last engine nozzle of the number 37 warship sank into the ice surface, the water-like waves never appeared again. Report to headquarters, target ship number 37. Failed to capture. The bitter voice of the number 30 commander came from the video. Unbelievable. Such a magical reality really happened. Everyone was stunned and forgot to fire. Mainly because it was too shocking. They had never seen such an escape method. This is unscientific. In the conference room, an old scientist stared with his eyes wide open and his lips trembled. Such an escape method cannot be explained by our physics at all. Where does the energy that makes the battleship disappear in the universe come from? This is the mass of a space battleship. The scientists were arguing like crazy. Their eyes were red and bloodshot. Such a result is too crazy. It challenges everyone's scientific cognition. Newly promoted Professor Li Shan also stared at the projection screen, in a daze, and was no less shocked than them. Professor Li Shan, what do you think? Li Shan was silent for a few seconds after hearing this and laughed. I said, this is not a solution calculated by artificial intelligence, but by Cthulhu believers, who use divine power to reverse the final outcome. This laugh was not a happy laugh, but a bitter laugh, a self-deprecating laugh. Orange Star's technology is useless in front of the gods. For a time, the atmosphere of self-mockery spread among the top leaders, and everyone felt a little desperate. Facing such gods, do they still have a way out? Difficult, difficult, difficult. Li Shan looked around, and naturally felt that everyone's fighting spirit changed from high to low. All this was caused by the sudden disappearance of the number 37 battleship. There are many things that science cannot explain. The scientific principles behind nightmare disease are still a mystery, but this does not prevent us from moving forward and fighting against the evil god. Li Shan stood up and spoke loudly. His words were full of confidence, and he was no longer depressed. He knew that he must not be depressed at this time. Everyone in the conference hall is a big shot in the academic field. Once they all feel desperate, this trend will spread to the middle and lower levels, and then the entire Orange Star will lose their fighting spirit. At that time, the evil god will only do whatever he wants. Li Shan does not want that to happen. He wants to stand up and shout with his voice to restore people's confidence. According to the original design of the designer, Cthulhu was sealed in Raya, and the ancient god's seal was set on him, and he could not move. This time, it was the believers who launched the offensive, not the evil god's arrival. The evil god is still trapped in Raya. We still have a chance. It's not a dead end. Li Shan walked back and forth. His voice was sonorous and powerful, with a certain inexplicable appeal. Li Shan's own spirituality was extremely high at this moment, and it strengthened his voice in the dark, making every discouraged academic staff regain confidence. At this time, Li Shan stopped and noticed that there were two strange people in the conference room. Their emotions were different, as if they were gloating over misfortunes. But that feeling was only a flash, and he was not sure if it was an illusion. You too, did you laugh just now? Li Shan raised his left and right hands and pointed at one person each. The two people who were pointed at shook their heads. No, no, we are so sad. No, you are lying. Li Shin glared, and the spirituality in his body was naturally mobilized by emotions, strengthening his voice. The two researchers were yelled at, and felt inexplicably scared. Swish, swish, swish. In the conference room, all professors and researchers looked over, and examined the two people pointed out by Li Shin. I remember these two people. Their early academic achievements were very good, but there has been no breakthrough progress recently, someone said. At this moment, Li Shin gathered the willpower of all researchers in the conference room, and the burden of hope was on his shoulders. He walked forward with everyone's hope, walked in front of a suspicious person, and frowned. An illusion of a smile, with the corners of his mouth raised, flashed by. Li Shin picked up the other person's collar and pushed him. Get out. Why do you do that? The Cthulhu believer who was told to get out opened his eyes in anger, and refused to accept it. Don't slander good people without evidence. Another Cthulhu, who was accused, was also furious. The surveillance has its own truth. Orange Mother, please, look at the time when the arc of their mouth corners changes. Li Shin glanced at them coldly, turned around and spoke to the projection in the center. The two of them couldn't help but feel cold all over when they heard it. Chapter 361. The image of two Cthulhu believers and researchers with raised corners of their mouths was picked out by Orange Mother and marked as important. The image was constantly enlarged, and Orange Mother used facial recognition technology to continuously analyze the other party's mood and came to a conclusion of elation. There must be something wrong with you two. Get out immediately and accept investigation. The elder waved his hand with anger on his face. The two believers were driven out just like that. In Laya, Keeman was full of regret. The two eyeliners were discovered by Li Shin just like that. Speaking of which, this guy's spirituality increased really fast. Especially when he stood up to patrol the hall and give a speech just now. Keeman used the evil god-level spirituality to send something similar to willpower and condensed on Li Shin. Li Shin's spirituality also soared again and reached a higher level. Keeman secretly peeped and happened to be noticed by Li Shin, and the two generals died. The eyeliner in the conference hall was gone, and Keeman no longer knew what their high-level plans were. Then, Keeman took a peek at the number 37 warship after the crossing. The number 37 warship came out of the water and appeared in a liquid planet. This planet is also a development planet of Orange Star, but it is not the main development planet of Orange Star at present. The reason is that the distance is too far, and the transportation cost is too high. There is a resource-rich planet near Orange Star, and a large number of transport ships mainly go to that planet for mining. Leave it to you. The half-brain of number 37 fell into a deep sleep. The previous crossing consumed almost all the spiritual power of the whole body. The machine has spirit, but the body is so huge that it is not consumed. It is comparable to Luz Sighting's first crossing, or even weaker. A large amount of redundant garbage information has been generated in its server, which needs to be cleaned up continuously. Keeman was silent. It seems that the warship still needs training to adapt to this shuttle method. At least there must be enough spiritual reserves to shuttle twice, otherwise there will be no return, which is equivalent to giving away lives in vain. Suddenly, an illusory murmur came from his ears. Keeman happened to have nothing to do here, so he was moved and accepted the sacrifice, and his mind descended. This is an active volcano, and the terrifying high-temperature magma emits thick white gas. There are no trees here, red rocks are everywhere, and the mountains are bare. After Keeman descended, the temperature of the magma dropped, and the infinite heat was spontaneously suppressed on the surface of the magma. The heat emitted by the magma flew into the air and disappeared. Keeman opened his eyes, and saw several giant dragons lying in the magma mountain. The black robes they wore were not suitable for their size, and had been torn. Masks and other things did not fit the size of their faces. They closed their eyes, and called out to Cthulhu with long chants and sincere hearts. The small candle flickered with green light. Keeman listened carefully to the dragon's prayer. Great Cthulhu we are. The dragons whispered softly, but even so, their voices were still surprisingly loud, and the sound could be heard 100 meters away. The dragons prayed to Cthulhu, hoping to gain a powerful force, break through their own limitations, leave this place, and assassinate those adventurers in advance. The reason was that there was a legend left in the land of dragons, and in the distant future, someone would eventually climb the mountain and slay the dragon to become the king. They were afraid in their hearts, because there was a divine weapon in this mountain, the Dragon Slayer's knife. This divine weapon had an unparalleled damage bonus to dragon creatures, but dragons could not use it, only non-dragon creatures could use it. Their mission for generations is to guard this mountain and prevent adventurers from stealing the sword. However, recently, adventurers have been sneaking in here, trying to steal the Dragon Slayer's sword. These adventurers are not strong, and their health bars are empty after being hit by the dragons. But the next day, they will come back again, as if they will not leave unless they steal the sword. This made the dragons upset for a long time. Finally, the arrival of the Black Ghost told them that the evil god Cthulhu could solve this matter and let them leave here. The dragons readily agreed. Although the time and space stone powder is difficult to collect, there are many similar minerals in the dragon's treasure. Several dragons each took out a little and collected the summoning materials. We offer this Dragon Slayer's sword, hoping that the Great Lord can take it away. There are rules of gods on it. The dragons whispered. The place where they sacrificed was outside the magma crater's circle. The dragon placed a large cauldron on the ground, which was filled with water, and a gray mist was filled on the water. The butcher's sword was thrown into the cauldron for disposal. Keeman was speechless. It seemed that the purpose of such a sacrifice was not to leave here, but to get rid of the sword. Without the sword, the threat to them would naturally decrease. Keeman felt it, and accepted the sword. The adventurers were not strong individually. They dared to come to this area. They must have special items designed by the designer to kill dragons. The assassin player had a strong ability to sneak in, but the player's level was a little low after all. It was too difficult to enter here and steal things. The dragon's intuition was extremely sharp. It was impossible for the assassin players to steal it. Unless the player's level was higher than the dragon, it would be easy to say. After receiving the sacrifice, Keeman harvested the souls according to the dragon's words, and threw the souls back into their original bodies along the channel opened by the time and space stone powder. In this way, they became pure believers, not second-hand believers infected by the Black Ghost. Pure believers, their data is completely alienated, and the local limitations are no longer there. They can fly out of this mountainous area and go wherever they want. This is a phenomenon that Keeman only knew after testing. At the beginning, he did not have a clear understanding of the skills, so he did not use this trick to help wild monsters leave the dungeon in the early stage. After a while, Keeman blinked and saw the familiar ceiling. Keeman came back again, turning his head, looking at the floor. This time, there were not many sacrifices. There were level fish sacrificed by the water believers, and there was also a pure black dragon-slaying sword lying on the ground. The blade of the sword was extremely wide, 2 meters long, single-edged, and the surface texture was like a rock. There were also blood-red lines on the surface, flickering as if it could breathe. In addition, the black dragon-slaying sword was emitting a fierce power, suppressing the living creatures on the field. Shirley was on full alert, with the unknown gun blade in her hand ready to launch an interception attack at any time. White Sugar was silent and trembling. The ground was covered with 3 centimeters of sand, proving that it was very uneasy. Even the sand saltworms huddled in the gaps between the White Sugar's feathers and dared not go out. Outside the villa, the security guards were also shocked. They didn't know what happened in the villa, and such a terrifying pressure came. Keeman stood up, and the resistance power surged in his body, and he was able to walk slowly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Keeman shook his scarf, and the end of the scarf touched the dragon-slaying sword. With a swish, the sword disappeared and was stuffed into the storage scarf. And the terrifying pressure also disappeared instantly by 99%, leaving 0.1%, which slowly overflowed from the scarf, giving Keeman an inexplicable majesty. Chapter 362. The storage scarf is not absolutely sealed. There are some gaps in it. When living things move in the storage space, there is a certain probability that they will slip out of the storage space. Ding-ling-ling, the phone rang. It was the call from the villa security. They suspected that Kumeng was in trouble, and were going to report to the investigation bureau. If you don't answer the phone, they will definitely report it. Kumeng answered the phone and said, "Don't panic. This is not a living thing." When this precious sword came out, the security felt the crisis. It was a huge pressure like an abyss, which scared them. Fortunately, Kumeng was still alive, and told them not to panic. "Okay, then we won't bother you." The security guard hung up the phone after saying that, not daring to delay Kumeng's precious time. Keeman, when Shirley went out for patrol, Shirley shook her head. "Master, Tang Yuan is not with you now. Please let me stay here to protect you." Okay. Keeman walked to the telephone table and called the villa housekeeper. "The items today are special, you can leave." The villa housekeeper's voice was a little startled, as if the shock had just passed, and he said in doubt, "Yes, Mr. Ke." After the people in the villa went out, Keeman took the Dragon Slayer sword out of the storage scarf again. The blade of the Dragon Slayer sword is very large, nearly 2 meters long, with a very wide blade and a black rock texture. The blade is not sharp, but the blood pattern on the blade is like a demon breathing, making people feel the infinite pressure squeezing. It is difficult to lift this heavy sword with one hand. After changing into the giant power gloves, it is much easier to hold the sword with the right hand. Shirley held an unknown gun blade on the side, ready for battle. She knew that the next step was to look at the big-faced cat. This was a necessary test. If the specific properties were not known, the knife would not be safe to use. With a whoosh, the big-faced cat appeared. The big-faced cat's expression remained unchanged for thousands of years. Even if there was a Dragon Slayer sword beside it, it would not change. Keeman was thinking, can the big-faced cat remain calm when facing the evil god? After staring for 15 seconds, strange knowledge was injected into Keeman's mind. Shirley did not look at the big-faced cat, but focused all her attention on the Dragon Slayer sword, guarding against possible accidents. Dragon Slayer sword. Dragon Slayer artifact, causing double damage to dragon creatures, and 25% of the damage is converted into real damage that ignores magic resistance and armor. The Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon. 2 very short sentences of functional introduction. According to Keeman's understanding, the first sentence is the advantage, and the second sentence is the side effect. Double damage, and real damage, ugh, awesome. Keeman couldn't help but sigh. But the side effects are also terrible. Will the person who uses this sword become a dragon? Keeman was a little afraid to use it. But after a careful interpretation, Keeman felt that it was still usable. It said that a Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon, so if he doesn't slay a dragon, the transformation conditions will not be triggered. Little did he know that this was an Easter egg designed by the Orange Star designer, a hidden profession dragon player, specially designed for those players who are keen on non-humans, and a hidden profession for high-level job transfer. Now the Dragon Slayer sword is on Blue Star, so the Orange Star dragon player job transfer route has been cut off. Keeman put the sword into the scarf. Recently, there have been too many items piled up, so many that the storage scarf has long been insufficient. Although a bunch of special items can be recognized as a complete group and put into the storage scarf, when taking them out, it will also become taking out a whole hole. If it is during a battle, it is definitely not good. It is eye-catching and slows down efficiency. Come, level fish, surely you eat 50. Keeman pointed to a pile of live fish on the ground, all of which were level fish sent by believers. When Tang Yuan comes back, raise these fish and feed them full. Shirley is full after eating 1 fish, but level fish can increase strength, so she can only suppress her temper and force herself to eat fish. Today, Tang Yuan is about to intersect with the space station in space. Tong Yuan's takeoff point is different from the aerospace base, and the speed change during acceleration is also different, and the path is different. However, there are items carried by investigators on the space station that can help accelerate and make the space station fly to the place where Tang Yuan will pass by. When the routes of the two form an intersection, Tang Yuan can be collected. Keeman went to the investigation bureau to personally observe the scene of historical handover. I never thought that one day we would fish a big dog back from space, the director of the space agency said speechlessly in the video call. Haha, don't underestimate this dog. It can successfully fly to the space orbit, which may not be a bad thing for us. Indeed, it is undeniable that Tong Yuan's physical fitness has given us a reference. In the future, we can use the reversal chair to send things to the sky, and we don't have to borrow Tang Yuan every day. The dean laughed and laughed when talking about the function of the reversal chair. With such a high-quality projectile, no matter its health value or magic value, it is a good thing to be able to send it to the sky. There is a round of delivery every week, and the quality that can be sent to the sky is huge. This is the wealth of the world, but it is only available in Koi Island now. We also have pets with the same powerful body material as Tang Yuan in our bureau. Sending them to the sky is not a problem. Now it is your side that has a headache. What can be sent up in such a short time, haha. Director Lei also laughed. Anyone who sees that his country has control over space rights will feel very comfortable. In such a world of special items, air supremacy is still very important. Build enough space military bases in space to store some special items, so that they can be airdropped to all parts of the world in the shortest time, so as to master the ability to transport super special items around the world and establish military power. At present, there are space stations on all continents, and everyone is on the same starting line, but from now on, the Blue Star space will be named Koi Island Square. See the glutinous rice balls. Golden fur balls. Everyone in the electronic reading room exclaimed. Seeing the delayed delivery of the picture, the golden fur balls suddenly appeared in the pure white cloud background, and the gold and white were out of tune. The investigator at the space station was wearing an astronaut costume, with a rope connecting the space station, and jumped into space, and then used the small net held tightly in his palm, and the fishing net kept expanding. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 100 seconds, the golden fur ball glutinous rice balls were successfully caught by the big net. Tang Yuan was not dead. He was captured and climbed up the net bag with dog hair and wrapped around the astronaut's waist. Another astronaut helped pull the rope and pulled the man and the dog back to the space station. The dog barked when it entered the space station. No one could understand dog language, but Keeman knew that Tang Yuan was very moved. Woof. It's too lonely to drift in space. Woof. I want to go home. The investigator took out the return lander from the storage props and placed it outside the space station. After the investigator rested for a while and got over the side effects, he stepped into the return lander and returned to the blue planet together. Chapter 363. The higher-ups have held several meetings, and it's time for the final vote. Keeman, you are the most important person, and everyone needs your opinion. Director Wu brought a message that the discussion on whether to push the door or not has come to an end. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be the last discussion. In this meeting, Keeman has the decisive vote. Keeman is the only one who pushes the door in the whole system. If Keeman doesn't want to push it, then everyone will pretend that nothing happened and keep the door sealed there. But if Keeman says to push it, then the opposition will do everything they can to convince those who want to push the door, so as to press this resolution. However, in recent meetings, the wind has gradually surged towards pushing the door. This meeting is of a high level and confidential, and many people do not have the right to know. Keeman flew to Koi City to participate in the final vote. I still remember that Keeman participated in a wave of meetings through online meetings last time, and now he is participating in person to show the importance of this meeting. In the Koi City Investigation Bureau, there is a justice review. What do you think, Keeman? Director Wu smiled. The local branches are barrier detection, not the strongest, closest review. In the Koi City Bureau, the justice review will be maximized. Any black air as thin as tobacco will be magnified countless times, and it is difficult not to see it. This justice should belong to Koi. Keeman asked. Of course, our justice is not justice in a broad sense, but justice defined by our bureau. Director Wu nodded. In such a special power environment, it is already difficult to protect our homeland. Adding conditions will only restrict our development. The justice that cannot protect our homeland is not the justice of our Koi. To harm others is to harm the justice in our hearts, and such justice will only be used by unscrupulous organizations. When the Investigation Bureau was first established, a special review mechanism was set up. Director Wu said. Keeman nodded and stopped asking questions. Keeman is not a saint, he just wants to do things with a clear conscience. And protecting Koi Island is also one of Keeman's wishes. As for other islands, it is really too chaotic, and the hatred left over from history is not something that can be eliminated easily. After a while, Keeman arrived at Koi City and transferred to the Investigation Bureau. The bureau is very large, and there are carvings of 2 koi carps spraying water at the gate, symbolizing luck. Before Keeman entered the bureau, he felt positive emotions from the carvings of the 2 koi carps. This is a special item. Keeman realized that this door was not simple. The item of luck, although it is not clear what function it has, everyone knows that it is a lucky item. Director Wu said. Keeman thought about showing up with the big-faced cat and checking it out. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. If he inspected every special item he saw, it would be so troublesome. Keeman crossed the koi gate and immediately felt that there seemed to be an indescribable glow on his body. What is this? This is the glow of luck. Good guy, you were blessed by the koi gate as soon as you entered the door. Director Wu enviously said. What is it for? It can bring good luck. If you play the lottery, you are guaranteed to win. Director Wu affirmed. Keeman, Now he still talks about lottery. Does it make sense to him? Keeman wants money. As long as he mentions the word money, someone will give him money. He doesn't lack money at all. Money is just a number, and it is of no help to Keeman at this stage. Does good luck have no other applications? Yes, for example, if you pick up a special item with mild side effects while walking, there are many examples in the bureau. Director Wu said this with envy. It would be great if this door was moved to Whale City. Or, you can ask the general director whether the koi gate can be moved to Whale City. Director Wu joked. Then the general director will also go to Whale City to work, and then remove you and make you the second in command. Keeman dared to accept it, and said whatever he wanted. After a while, Keeman saw the bandaged man waiting for them on the road. Director Wu didn't realize it at first, and only found the bandaged man after he approached. "Sure, June," Director Wu said unexpectedly. The three of them greeted each other. The bandaged man hoped that Keeman would advocate pushing the door at the meeting, and he would push for the rest. In fact, Keeman was also very curious about the door. If the door is pushed, the Bureau will dispatch zero-level items. Yes, and 3 items will be dispatched at a time. Sure, June nodded and reminded, "The premise is that you support pushing the door, otherwise everything will be in vain." There are many people with strong attitudes, like the bandaged man in the S-level boss group. After a while, the three of them entered the headquarters. In the hall of the headquarters, a planet emitting white light was quietly suspended. There were patches of light circles on the big planet, and a microsatellite was orbiting it outside the light ball. Keeman looked at the small planet, and his nose seemed to smell a familiar and unfamiliar smell. It was the smell of the Investigation Bureau's barrier, not the barrier of Whale City, but a deeper and more powerful force that could fully stimulate the spirituality. The little planet immediately flew over and turned around Keeman's head, shining brightly. The spirituality in Keeman was boiling, and all kinds of thoughts were surging. The little planet turned around again on Director Wu's head, and then on the bandaged man's head, and then rolled back. "Let's go!" The bandaged man glanced at Keeman's head. "No problem. After passing this level, the Investigation Bureau can completely trust him." Director Wu found an excuse to leave, and Keeman and the bandaged man entered the secret meeting room alone. The secret meeting room closed the door. The spirituality was completely closed, the outside information could not be transmitted, and the voices inside would not be transmitted. This is a complete meeting room, which was mutated from a meeting room somewhere. Later, it was cut off as a whole by the people of Koi City and transplanted to the basement of the General Administration to become a secret meeting room. Keeman sat next to the bandaged man and looked around. There were 12 S-level members participating in the meeting, and with Keeman, there were 13. Suddenly, the hair of the man at the table opposite Keeman burst into flames and burned fiercely. Keeman looked at him with surprise, and he also looked at Keeman. "You can call me Fire, and I can also call my real name Zhong Yongmao." Facing Keeman's curiosity, the man with fire made a brief self-introduction. "My hair is not born like this, but is caused by a zero-level item of the fire system. If you are interested, I can let you go to the sealed place to touch it. But after touching it, your hair will burst into flames from time to time like me." The man with fire smiled. Keeman was indeed curious, but the current topic was to push the door, not other trivial matters, so he shook his head and refused. The fiery man shrugged, the red flame on his head trembled, and he looked around and said, "Keeman is here, and our argument should be settled. Amon, please tell me what you think." In unison, the S-level bosses on the scene all looked at Keeman. Every S-level boss seemed to be related to the spare parts behind him, and Keeman had an idea in his mind. This meeting was more about gaining the support of those who knew about the zero-level items than discussing the rationality of opening the door. Zero-level items are generally not used, and the unblocking procedure is extremely troublesome and is subject to the most stringent monitoring. If there are multiple bosses endorsing, the safety of opening the door will naturally rise sharply. After all, Keeman is backed by the power of the entire country, not just him alone. Chapter 364. This open door leads to an unknown place. You all know the other information, so I won't repeat it. My opinion is to push the door, because I am also curious about the world behind the door. But the premise is that the special items of level 0 can suppress those things that are malicious to us. With 2 sentences, Keeman pushed the view of pushing the door to the stage. The S-level members of the door-pushing faction breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this, and then began to express their opinions. "I support Amon's idea." "I support it too," the bandaged man voted. "You should be short of an offensive item, take me with you." The flaming man also voted for Keeman. In less than 2 minutes, 9 people had voted, and the situation was one-sided, and they all voted in support. The remaining 3 were core conservatives, and they also advocated not pushing the door, but with 9 S-level members endorsing them, they were helpless. They never expected that the companions who supported not pushing the door before were fence-sitters. The 3 of them whispered to each other, and after 3 minutes of discussion, they all voted in favor. At this point, all votes passed, and Keeman pushed the door open, and the top investigators were responsible for entering to explore the unknown. Keeman thought that half of the people would slowly argue, but he didn't expect that as soon as he opened his mouth, all the votes came over. Afterwards, the bandaged man told the truth. Everyone has discussed so many times, and the issues that should be discussed have actually been sorted out. In the end, It's just a process, either you veto it or pass it. Then is there any meaning in asking me to come here to go through the process? Oh no, it does make sense. Keeman thought of the small planet test in the main hall. That was the final test of Koi Island. If there were any bad thoughts about Koi Island hidden in your heart, they would definitely be exposed. Even multiple personalities cannot hide in front of it. If the spiritual sense is correct, it seems that even amnesia can be detected, provided that those memories are still in the host's brain. This is the core of this trip. After Keeman figured it out, the bandage man said, I'm going to unseal that thing. This time we open the door, we must ensure that we are foolproof. The flaming man also said goodbye, I'm going to unseal it too. In addition to the two of them, there was another big guy to unseal the 0-level item. The 3 items came out together to ensure the safety of this exploration. Keeman stayed in Koi City and wandered around until the evening. Carrying the glow of luck on his body, he unknowingly wandered to the lottery shop. Keeman thought about it, and simply tried how high his luck value was. If he won the prize, he would not cash it. Boss, how do I buy lottery tickets? The boss raised his head and ignored Keeman. He looked like a person who asked nonsense questions without buying. Keeman insisted on asking, and after asking 3 times, the boss told Keeman how to buy lottery tickets. The lottery will be drawn before 8:30, and it is almost 8 o'clock now, which is the last stage. Keeman did not choose specially, but directly used the machine selection function to select a string of numbers, paid, and then the lottery receipt was printed out. Boss, what do you think of my string of numbers? Is it auspicious? Keeman asked with a smile. Not bad. The boss took a look at the numbers Keeman chose. If I remember correctly, I saw Keeman using the machine selection function just now, not manually selecting words. The other party is indeed a young man who is just playing around. The boss did not have any hope for Keeman, but because of Keeman's repeated inquiries, the boss also stared at the numbers for a few seconds. The lottery will be drawn in half an hour. Keeman hummed, took the lottery ticket, and left slowly. Half an hour later, the lottery was drawn. The boss looked at the numbers on the electronic screen and felt very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Could it be? No way. The boss was stunned. The last digit was exactly the same, and he remembered the first digit, which was also the same. It was the middle digit. I don't know if there was any error. Damn, this is a machine selection. It can't be really 1. No way. The boss repeated in the lottery shop, looked around the shop, but didn't see the stupid teenager. Keeman didn't go back to the lottery shop, but went to see the stars. The stars were very bright, and a bright meteor streaked across the night sky. The meteor finally fell into a wilderness outside Koi City. The wilderness had long been surrounded by the army to ensure that there were no ordinary people in the warning area. Tang Yuan is back, Keeman murmured. After a while, Tang Yuan really came back. When the dog saw its owner, it rolled over and rubbed its hair on its face. I missed him after not seeing him for 2 days. In order to comfort the dog for not being able to play with his phone for 2 days, Kumeng took out a high-level fish. Here, I feed you one. Kumeng held the lively high-level fish in his hand, and Tang Yuan's appetite came immediately. He opened his mouth and swallowed the high-level fish. He felt full immediately, but the owner took out another high-level fish. Tang Yuan whimpered. This was not to comfort his wounded heart, but to force-feed him. 1 high-level fish would keep Tang Yuan full for a week. As the resistance strength increased, Tang Yuan could regard the feeling of fullness caused by this high-level fish as a side effect and continued to resist. Finally, he was no longer full and had the ability to taste delicious food. Now, Keeman took out 49-level fish in one breath. Tang Yuan cried, so touched, he didn't expect his master to be so good. Tang Yuan resisted the feeling of fullness and swallowed all the level fish into his stomach. Woof! Why can't the resistance resist the new feeling of fullness? Tang Yuan was very strange. His strength was increasing, and his resistance was increasing. It stands to reason that the side effects of the level fish would be weakened. I forgot to tell you that these level fish have restrictions. They can only be taken by people above level 100, so you know, the side effect level will also increase. Keeman explained. Fish that can only be taken by people above level 100 will naturally have a greater sense of fullness. After Tang Yuan heard this, the whole dog was dumbfounded. Bai Shatang's stomach growled, and it couldn't eat even if it wanted to, so it could only envy. Bai Shatang is not a combat pet, and its combat ability is not as strong as Tang Yuan, so it is not Keeman's main feeder. At present, there are 2 combat pets around Keeman. One is the crystal bodyguard Shirley, and the other is Tang Yuan, a dog that grew from an elite monster. In fact, Keeman also wanted to feed the big-faced cat a few fish, but there were not many fish, so he would talk about it next time. That night, Keeman spent the night in Koi Island. Before going to bed, Keeman checked the lottery numbers drawn that night on the internet. The numbers all hit the mark. It is worthy of the blessing of the Koi Gate. This luck is simply against the sky. Ordinary people can go to that gate for no reason. It is not a dream for one person to rise to heaven. However, Keeman did not know that the guard would drive people away. He just thought too much. In the dream, the spirituality of the number 37 battleship has been restored. It crossed again and came to cross in the same place. It did not run anywhere to train its spirituality. And Lou Siding began to analyze the house structure diagram constantly, how to save people efficiently and quickly, and bring people to the number 37 battleship as soon as possible. After rescuing the people, the battleship had to leave Orange Star quickly, otherwise the warships would fire volleys, and the number 37 battleship would be in danger. It doesn't matter. I am a warship, not a transport ship. The ship walls on my body have strong defensive functions. The short-term naval gunfire cannot penetrate me. I have enough time to escape. The number 37 battleship said in the dream. Chapter 365. The Remnants, led by Lou Siding, conducted multiple exercises. In the game, there are a total of 1 million Cthulhu believers. They lurked in the game, but in the dream, no one could control them. The dream map is too large, and the dream is an environment created by the evil god, which the Orange Star people cannot fully control. This has become the main means for Cthulhu believers to exchange information in the dream. We plan to save our compatriots and take the number 37 warship to a new planet to start a new life. Can't we stay on Orange Star? We can definitely stay. But once we launch a rescue operation, the participants will not be able to come back in a short time. Lou Siding mobilized everyone in the dream, hoping that some people would participate in the rescue operation. Not all Cthulhu believers want to save their companions. Besides, the carrying capacity of the number 37 warship is limited, and it cannot fit 1 million believers into the warship. According to the original design of the warship, if a tense situation occurs, a maximum of 80,000 people can be stuffed in. There are already more than 9,000 Orange Star soldiers and officers in the warship. They have weapons, but the warship has intelligently blocked the doors of each room. Robots are guarding the server cluster core, energy core, and other departments. Even if they can use the backup physical unlocking method, the army of robots outside the door is an insurmountable obstacle for humans. These officers, Cthulhu believers and others discussed and decided to release one group and keep another group as hostages. How do we get on the ship in reality? Just near the prison. I report the coordinates now. You can do whatever you want. Lou Siding conspired with the believers. This was part of the escape plan. Let go of some soldiers and let the believers board the ship. There are thousands of people sentenced to death in the prison. Thousands of people accompany number 37 to another planet. The number is too small, and it is difficult to develop. From the perspective of genes, the more people the better, so that human genes can develop. So Lou Siding wants to call a group of people to board the ship. None of us knows what our future will be like. To open up another planet from a distant planet is equivalent to leaving seeds of hope for everyone. Lou Siding said. Lou, did you notice anything? Someone asked. No, this is just a backhand. Lou Siding shook his head. When doing anything, you have to consider risks. Cthulhu believers generally lack a muscle, but fighting against technological forces like Orange Star, you can't do it without some insurance. Then what about our game? How to play in the future? Don't worry, we have tested the game. Lou Siding drew the air here and drew out the past data. The virtual game world can be played in a network composed of another server without power failure. This is the research content of the Institute. It tests whether the games played on different servers are of the same type, and whether they can connect to the network with players on other servers. Note that a separate server is used here, which is not connected to the external network and forms a closed network. Under this premise, the game runs successfully. Players in the game can still contact players on other servers. After watching the video, the eyes of the followers of the K system flickered, and the last worry was put down. As long as we have the game files, we can build a closed network ourselves and connect to other players. Lou Siding explained the details of the aftermath of this operation. We don't have to worry about the game. No matter where we are, we can log into that world and offer sacrifices to the Great Lord. Keeman secretly observed and learned this detail. It turns out that the game can be played no matter where. Keeman was surprised. Such inclusiveness and cross-regionality are amazing. This reminds Keeman of the joint dream. No matter where you dream, as long as you have the key, you can even enter the joint dream. This is a dream made up of everyone. So what about the virtual game world? What is its login principle? The key is that the items in the virtual game can be materialized in reality, which is different from the joint dream. Things in the joint dream cannot be taken out, and outsiders cannot bring equipment into the dream. Once in the dream, any data that does not conform to the norm will be normalized. Lose Sighting has already copied the game files through artificial intelligence. There are also virtual game cabins on the battleship. However, due to the huge network delay problem, the virtual games they play are usually standalone, or they open a local area network and play in the internal network of their own warship. Now that the new online game world has been installed, believers can also log into the virtual game freely on the internal network. Unconsciously, Keeman woke up. During this period, there was a sacrifice of a full-level monster, but Keeman felt that it was a very evil attacking item, and he would definitely not be able to control it. He would die as soon as he saw it, so he had to refuse the sacrifice of the full-level believer. After waking up, the bosses were ready to go. The team was very luxurious this time. The 3 S-level bosses each brought a 0-level item, and multiple first-level items, and their combat power was directly maxed out. Keeman took the private charter plane of the Investigation Bureau to fly back to Octopus City. During this process, he slowly learned what items his teammates had. Most of the items of the fire-breathing man were offensive. The spare parts item was a fire-type item that could burn all substances. So far, there has been no item that it could not burn through. At the same time, the burning range is also very large. Once released, it is like the fire from the sky. We have tested it before. The central temperature is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. The light and heat released are terrifying. The fire-breathing man said that the deterrence of this item is stronger than that of a nuclear bomb. Nuclear bombs require precise production and special delivery aircraft to drop bombs, but this 0-level item does not require so much trouble. It can be directly controlled by mind and fall from the sky. If one shot misses, another shot will come. It can burn most substances. But the price is also huge. People will burn until their lifespan is 0. In fact, I have eaten a lot of special foods that reduce low temperature and temperature, which suppress the side effects. The man with fire said. His hair was on fire again. This ball of fire was very bright. Keeman stretched out his hand to touch it, and the spirit did not warn him and reached in. The man with fire quickly dodged. What are you doing? This ball of fire can really ignite the skin. I give it a try. After all, I've eaten a lot of strange fruits. I'm not afraid of burning. Keeman explained. The man with fire thought about it. Since you are not afraid, then touch it. The other 2 big guys were fully focused, and once Keeman's skin showed signs of scorching, they immediately withdrew Keeman's hand. However, Keeman's hand reached to the man with fire's head, and his palm was not burned, and it moved freely in and out of the outer flame and the inner flame. Is the skin on your palm made of nano-titanium alloy? The man with fire was shocked, but nothing happened, and he had a new understanding of Keeman's defense ability. Chapter 366. Kamong has learned about the Bandage Man. Once the information about the level 0 item on me is known, it will become like me, with a very low sense of existence, or even 0. They definitely don't want to know. Do you want to know? But I don't have a second set of bandages. We still have similar things that can enhance the sense of existence in our bureau, but they are all taken by someone else, so there are no new ones for the time being. The Bandage Man said. The level 0 item on the Bandage Man is very special, and just knowing the information will reduce the sense of existence. If one day, the information about the Bandage Man is erased from the world, then Keeman may be the first person to feel something strange. Because to erase the sense of existence, it is necessary to start with other people who know the information and erase their memories in their minds. If Keeman's resistance is high enough, he can resist this erasure effect and leave the memory of the Bandage Man. Let me think about it. Keeman fell into deep thought. Sense of existence. This kind of thing has both advantages and disadvantages. Knowing only a little bit, how much will the sense of existence be reduced? Keeman asked. Knowing a little bit? I can't quantify this, because its core information can be explained in a few words. The Bandage Man shook his head. Why don't you want to know? Keeman was actually a little bit tempted. In the future, he might be able to use the power of resistance to offset the sense of existence and erase stress, but now, he can't completely erase it, so he has concerns. The main concern is about the evaluation videos. If there is no sense of existence, the things sent out will not be viewed by people, the evaluation task cannot be completed, and the resistance power cannot be increased, forming a dead loop, and the system flow upward path is blocked. There is no thing in the country that can enhance your sense of existence. Amon, think about it. It would be terrible if you don't have a sense of existence. Others will not remember you, and any traces you leave will not be known. The angry man said. Another big man, who is good at escaping, said slowly, don't think that your June can be remembered by the world, but that is based on the special bandages to help enhance your sense of existence. You don't have bandages. Once you know the information of that thing, the traces you leave will not be known by anyone. Even if you deliberately touch people and hurt them, they still won't know your existence. The whole world has forgotten you. Do you want to live in a world where only you know who you are? S-level big man Sher Lao said, shaking his head. Anyway, I don't want to live in such a world. In fact, the key is that there are no new items for sense of existence. The bandage man pointed out the core key point. Such side effects should be very popular with evil people. After listening to it, Keeman also put away his curiosity. Hurting others still don't know who hurt him too bug. The bandage man has bandages on his body, so when he hurts or touches someone, the other person will know. If there were no bandages, even if Sher Jun committed serial murders and tortured people in a small dark room, the victim would still not know who did it. A terrible zero-level item. Then, the last S-level boss Sher Ankong began to introduce himself. He is a 50-year-old middle-aged man with white hair. Others often call him Sher Lao. My zero-level item is good at space transfer. If you are in trouble in there, I will transfer you as soon as possible. If there is enough time, I will transfer you too as well. Sher Ankong looked at the man with flaming hair and the man with bandages. The feeling of being treated differently was particularly obvious. Keeman was in the first priority, and they were in the second priority. The man with flaming hair and the man with bandages nodded and said in unison, I have no objection. Space transfer? Keeman asked curiously. It will take some time to fly to Octopus City. Ask carefully and deeply. The more you know, the more at ease you will be on the battlefield. Yes, this item can take people to space transfer. There is no limit to the distance. You can go back to any place you have been to by imagining it in your mind. It also has nearly infinite storage space. My first trip was to take a rocket to the moon and back to the blue planet. However, this thing shortens my life. That's how my hair turned white. It can produce teleportation stones. The teleportation stones we usually give you to save your life are born from it. Sher Ankong's hair was originally black and shiny. He also took some powerful exotic fruits. His physical fitness was stronger than that of national athletes. But after using the space teleportation 3 times, his body has become old. During the physical examination, the indicators of various organs in his body were like the average of a 60-year-old man. This zero-level item has a large functionality and does not have a strong offensive power. As Sher Lao said, this item has a first-class level in terms of escape. The teleportation stone was born from it. As the mother of the teleportation stone, its attainments in space are extraordinary. It has first-class production capacity and is strategic. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a national treasure. After all, it is a thing that can produce teleportation stones. The 4 chatted for a while on the plane, and Kuming shared what items he had with him, so as not to scare them by taking them out suddenly. Soon, Keeman and others arrived at Octopus City. The 4 of them were in front of the Infinite Gate and waited for a while. The Bureau did not intend to send low-level investigators in, because that would be disrespectful to the lives of low-level personnel. Keeman took a deep breath. His thoughts and spirituality surged, gathering on the 5 fingers of his palm. Push the door in. Keeman thought to himself. The spiritual hand gently pushed the door, as if a faint light appeared on the fingers. The red wooden door also emerged with a layer of faint light, and with a creaking sound, the door opened. Behind the door, it was no longer a red wooden door with a repeated style. Keeman's heart beat slightly. Could it be a continuous orange star of sci-fi buildings? The next second, Keeman's heart calmed down a little. Behind the door, there was a wet swamp. The grass was pointed, poking out of the green-black swamp, full of green. Bean-sized dewdrops slid on the grass leaves, and black shadows quietly wandered in the swamp, making strange sounds. Thick gray fog enveloped the swamp, only 5 meters away from the swamp ground. The world behind the door turned out to be like this. Keeman was a little disappointed. It was not Orange Star. If it was Orange Star, Keeman would have many ideas, including but not limited to logging into the virtual game world as a player to see what his identity would be after entering the game. It turned out to be a swamp. Amon, close the door. We will test whether there are toxic components in the air, the bandaged man reminded. Before opening the door, The bandaged man had untied 2 bandages and placed his palms on Keeman's shoulders to ensure that Keeman had no sense of existence and reduce the probability of being discovered by the enemy. Keeman held the whole of the red wooden door and closed the red door. The red door closed quietly, isolating the 2 worlds. The door opening of the red wooden door turned dark again. Chapter 367. Resistance plus 0.1. The system, which had not bubbled for a long time, finally bubbled this time. When Keeman saw the system appear, he immediately knew that the air was poisonous. Toxic. Kameng and others did not wear isolation suits, but they all used items with mild isolation functions, and chewing gum to maintain aerobic breathing, which they kept chewing in their mouths. As long as they kept chewing, they would automatically produce oxygen supply to keep human aerobic breathing. When you don't know what the situation is on the other side, necessary isolation measures are right. The mild isolation items on your body can achieve the isolation effect of isolation suits on the market. It's just that the toxic air in the world behind the door cannot be isolated by mild isolation. Sure Lao took out a stone box, which is a storage item with almost no side effects. It is a prop he carefully selected. After opening the stone box, he summoned the thing that was stored in the box, a white elf. This elf can eat air. If the air is poisonous, her color will turn green. The greener it is, the more poisonous it is. What is poisonous to her is also poisonous to our human body. In addition to the mysterious detection method, the A-level members on standby in the room also took out the items on the technology side, captured the air, and took it to the next room to test the air composition on the spot. When the elf swallowed the air, Keeman and others quickly took out the healing items. Whether it was the shining of holy light or other healing methods, they would give it to their own people first. Keeman had a strong ability to resist side effects, and took the initiative to take over everyone's healing items, and gave everyone a wave of treatment without distinction. After finishing, he turned around and looked at the white elf, and green spots appeared on her face. At first it was just light green, and as time went by, it gradually turned into dark green. It's quite toxic. I say, will the elf be in trouble? Keeman said with a strange look on his face. Seeing the elf's face turn dark green, Keeman was worried that she would be poisoned to death. No, she is a poison elf, she likes poison, the more poisonous, the greener, she is not afraid of poison, and eats poisonous food. Sure Lao shook his head. After a while, the dark green color turned back, turned into light green, and then turned into pure white. At this time, the elf showed an unsatisfied expression, and wanted to eat more, but the toxic components in the air had been absorbed by her. At this time, the elf flew to Sure Lao's side, and rubbed her face against the dry skin. What is she doing? I forgot to say, she can also help us absorb the toxicity. Sure Lao said happily. The elf's face turned green again, but it was only light green, not dark green. It was green for a minute, and then turned back to white, proving that the toxicity in Sure Lao's body was absorbed by her. Then, the elf flew over and hit Keeman. The elf's face was very smooth, tender and soft. It was fine when it was pressed against Keeman's palm. The elf was full of confusion, wondering why it was not poisonous. Keeman knew that the toxicity had been removed, so he immediately sent the elf to the bandaged man. The elf was so hungry that it cheated on the bandaged man for a minute, and then returned to normal. Everyone looked at Keeman with curiosity. I didn't expect you to be fire-resistant and poison-resistant. Your storage scarf is cold-resistant, which means you are also ice-resistant. You can survive without any isolation items, right? At this time, Sure Lao began to envy Keeman's ability. New special items were randomly generated every day. Keeman had eaten too many good things, which was enviable. Keeman was not pretentious, and immediately put the isolation items into the storage scarf. The small isolation pendant would be very hot when worn around the neck, but the storage scarf is naturally cooling, so Keeman didn't feel anything. After taking it off, Keeman could pull out the wool with more resistance. Keeman patted the storage scarf again, and summoned Tang Yuan and Shirley. Shirley, go in and try it. Shirley is a crystal person. Unlike normal people, she doesn't need to breathe, and her skin tolerance is many times better than that of ordinary people. She has eaten more than 100 level fish, and her current level is at least 150. Shirley gently pushed the door. At this time, the door was already opened inwards. No matter who opened the door, it would lead to another place, not the red door of infinite reincarnation. After opening the door, the swamp behind the door reappeared in the world, and the gray mist was suspended 5 meters above. The gray fog should have made the lighting very poor, but the swamp here was not dark at all. Every blade of green grass was so bright and green that people couldn't take their eyes away. It's grass. The grass glows by itself. The man with fire noticed this keenly. Shirley used her body to resist the poisonous air, stood on the door frame, bent down, and gently put a finger into the swamp, then poked it out. The crystal-textured fingers immediately turned green. She used one arm to shake her fingers at supersonic speed, and the poisonous liquid on her fingers was immediately shaken off, smooth as silk. At the same time, because of the supersonic finger waving, she made a very loud sonic boom, and the sound was transmitted outside the room. The A-level personnel immediately broke into the room, but saw Keeman and others standing there intact. Basic operation, don't be nervous. The bandaged man waved his hand. 291 rolled over and tried it too. However, its method of trying was different from Shirley's. It stretched out its tongue, dipped it in the water, and tasted a drop of swamp green liquid. Gurgle. 291 swallowed it like this. It didn't seem to be a big deal, but a minute later it rolled around on the floor and cried out for stomachache. It hurt so much. Keeman murmured. The fair-skinned poison elf liked it very much. She rushed into the swamp to take a bath, and her body turned dark green. After soaking for half an hour, the poison elf turned back to white. These toxins had disappeared, and could no longer poison her. Little elf, secrete antidote for us, Shirley said. This is an alternative use of the poison elf. When she adapts to such toxicity, she can secrete antidote liquid, and the user can remove the toxicity. The elf immediately put her hands together, blew a breath on her palm, and white mucus immediately appeared on her palm. Shirley took the lead and drank the antidote. The bandaged man followed. Keeman didn't need the antidote, but he wanted to try what it tasted like, so he took a sip. When the antidote entered his mouth, a bitter taste came over him, which made his face change. Fortunately, he had resistance power, and he immediately used it to dissolve the unbearable irritating taste. After waiting for a few minutes, everyone recovered and gently probed into the swamp liquid with their fingers. Their fingers were numb, but nothing happened. At this point, the four of them officially stepped into this unknown land. Keeman's pet followed in. In fact, they didn't really want Keeman to join the exploration team, but Keeman followed in anyway. For no other reason, it was just to satisfy his curiosity. Keeman took only a little of the antidote and spit it out. He didn't take it completely, and his body didn't digest it. After entering here, he can still keep pulling the resistance points of toxicity. The 0.1 bonus continues to refresh the screen, and Keeman is in a good mood. Brush, brush, brush more. Chapter 368. What will happen if this door is closed? The four of them did not walk far. People often show fear for unknown things. If they don't figure out what happened to the door, or the door suddenly closes, and they can't go back, things will get out of hand. Keeman looked back at the door. The door was standing on a rotten wooden house, supported by 4 wooden pillars. Although the wood was tattered, it must be highly resistant to toxicity to survive in such a swamp. Keeman went around the door and looked into the wooden house. There were only some simple furniture, 2 wooden walls collapsed, and no ceiling. If it rained, rain would definitely pour in. But Keeman looked up and saw the hazy gray fog covering a height of 5 meters, and frowned immediately. The depressing environment makes people feel uncomfortable after all. We know once we shoot with a camera. Keeman and others waited for cameras, including industrial cameras, and some special items that can record images. They first used a camera to record a video, and then placed Shirley in the swamp, and she held the camera to film the main entrance. Keeman and others retreated to the door and closed it. When the doorway was pitch black, Keeman waited for 5 seconds, then pushed the door again and saw the green swamp again. Shirley was still standing in the toxic swamp and said, "The door is still there. I can feel that it is not closed." Yeah. Keeman tasted it, and thought it should be a problem of closing the door. This door is not closed, so Keeman can push it open. Keeman didn't know how to close the door. Close it with your hands, but the door handle of this door is hollow, so it can't be closed in theory. Keeman retreated and tried again, touched the door, with his mind closed the door, and closed the door. The door was not closed. Was it the wrong command, or some other reason? Keeman stopped testing. They had been at this door for a while, and should explore the deep part of the swamp next. Keeman and others continued their journey, and other S-level bosses were in charge at the door. In the green swamp, there was a shadow swimming in the pool. Keeman gave 291 a look, and the dog understood it immediately. Boom, the dog jumped up with force, and the pulp exploded on the spot, and the green venom flew all over the sky. The dog made a sonic boom at supersonic speed, and his figure flashed, half-turned in the air, and his big claws slapped down angrily. The shadow in the pool seemed to have not expected such a thing to happen, and was hit by Tong Yuan's big dog paw in an instant. Kameng saw a pile of venom rushing over, and immediately took out the lightly isolated items. All the venom was going to hit Keeman's body, but it encountered an invisible air wall and naturally slid down, without a drop of liquid hitting Keeman. The other 3 teammates were the same, and no drop of liquid hit their bodies, all of which were deflected and fell into the pool. Why is Tong Yuan's fighting power getting more and more fierce? The bandage man's heart skipped a beat. The dog's fighting ability is really unique, getting stronger and stronger. Because I fed some fish to increase strength, Keeman said. Oh, it's the fish you gave me, but they don't lay eggs, they can't be raised, and the test results can't be found. The bandage man remembered the graded fish that Keeman sent to the investigation bureau. Those fish are very rare and can improve the combat ability of pets, but fish can't make fish, they are disposable creatures. At this time, Tang Yuan has already transformed, in the form of a big golden dog, with one palm pressing the ground, and a strange fish creature under the palm comes into everyone's sight. Is this the thing behind the door, that the big-faced cat said? The man with fire said, and a red flame appeared on his head, burning fiercely. The strange fish has a back like a mountain ridge, a tail as long as a snake, and a small head. It is pitch black and has 2 eyes. Those black eyes made everyone feel strange when they saw them. The dog moved his paw to cover the fish's eyes, and everyone returned to normal. Resistance plus 0.1. The system showed a word, indicating that a wave of mental interference had just been resisted. Are you alright? Keeman looked at his companions. He could resist, but his companions might not. It's okay, we also carry treasures. The 3 shook their heads. The 3 S-level bosses had a lot of treasures on them, and they had all the items that increased mental resistance, which was better than normal people. Keeman sacrificed the big-faced cat on the spot to check the ability of this strange fish on the spot, otherwise he would feel uneasy. Mudfish. Likes to live in a swamp environment. People who look directly at it will gradually turn their bodies into mud, and their bones will soften into mud jars. The spirituality of the whole body is sealed in the jar, and the jar will further affect the surrounding areas. Without Keeman's interpretation, the others all looked at the big-faced cat. There are not many opportunities to observe like this. This is a creature that is very likely to reach the level of 0-level things. In 15 seconds, everyone also obtained the information of the strange fish. With the information of the glutinous rice balls, everyone knew the information of the storage props, the isolation props, and the other small objects on who. There was a lot of information pouring in at once. The 0-level items were in the storage props, and they were not known. Even so, it took everyone a minute to slowly sort it out. Does that mean we will become a mud pot? It's okay, we've survived. Kunming asked Tang Yuan to kill it. Tang Yuan obeyed the order, and turned the dog hair into a needle, and stabbed it directly into the body of the mudfish. The mudfish is indeed a mass of mud, and its black skin is not fish skin, but black swamp mud. The needle pierced into its body, but it did not kill it, and it still survived. Tang Yuan changed the acupuncture method, raised the big dog paw, and used the supersonic speed of one arm to create a sonic boom, rumbling, and slapping the big fish. Paw, paw, paw. 3 consecutive supersonic strikes completely smashed the mudfish into a mass of broken black mud. The mud pool of the swamp was also completely opened by Tang Yuan, leaving a big pit. The surrounding swamp mud slowly flowed back, but the speed was not fast. It's really disgusting. No wonder I felt like melting with the earth just now, Shi Lao said. After the mudfish was smashed, everyone waited for a few minutes. Seeing that the black mud was recondensing, they knew that ordinary physical means could not kill it. Let me do it. You all get out of the way, and don't get close. The man with the fire said, took out a lighter, and blew a breath with his mouth full. The airflow blew the outer flame, and a huge red fire wave rushed to the ground, burning the mud. The raging flames burned wildly, bringing terrifying high temperatures. Keeman was more than 10 meters away, but he could still feel the soul-stirring high temperature. This item is not a 0-level item, but a 1st-level thing. The burning temperature is very high. It can melt everything. At least it can melt all the alloys on the blue planet at the physical level. After the black mud of the mudfish was burned, it really began to disappear. However, the flames also burned, igniting the entire swamp, and the fire spread outward, burning in front of Keeman and others. The man with the fire can burn things, so he naturally prepared things to put out the fire, so as not to let his people be burned to death. Chapter 369. The man with fire took out a jade bottle, which likes to swallow flames and can collect external flames. Holding the jade bottle, The man with fire said confidently, "Baby, wake up." The jade bottle showed a little light, and opened its mouth to absorb the flames. All the flames that came over were taken into the jade bottle. The man with fire took several steps, and sucked all the flames in the swamp into the bottle. After collecting the flames, the scene finally returned to normal. The gray fog above his head still covered the 5-meter area, as if the black smoke from the burning just now did not affect it. The swamp liquid that was not burned dry slowly flowed back to the pit, and the man with fire had a new idea at this time. We can burn the entire swamp dry, so that when our people come in, everyone will not have to drink the antidote. This forest is not clean, and it may be a big deal if it is burned dry. Kumail shook his head and rejected this reckless method, focusing on stability. Okay. The intuition of the man with fire was not as high as that of Kumail, so he believed in Kumail's decision. Kumail and others moved forward, crossed the big pit, and went deeper. Passing by a place 100 meters away, they occasionally saw a big earthen jar. Kumail did not approach the jar, but his spirit could sense that the jar contained a dead spirit. It was a victim, who was transformed into a mud jar by the mud fish. The bandage man said silently. There was also a big jar in front. Kumail opened the lid of the earthen jar, and it was dark inside, as if something indescribable was surging, which was very disgusting. This thing reminds me of the dark cooking pot. The man with fire stepped back, feeling a chill in his heart. Tang Yuan came over curiously, and also stepped back with a hum. Dark cooking is always black. Shirley didn't want to look at all, and kept her eyes and ears open to prevent mistakes. Kumail closed the lid, and used the big-faced cat again. When in doubt, take out the big-faced cat. Although it's a bit of a rip-off, the big-faced cat's ability to identify is really useful. This cat can always identify, and the side effects should be borne by itself. The bandaged man saw Kumail using the big-faced cat so intensively, and thought about it. Stop thinking, this is the side effect it bears itself. Sure, Lao analyzed. Since the development of special items, S-level bosses have a deep understanding of special items. Special items often have side effects. If there are no side effects, it may really have no side effects, or it may be that its side effects occur elsewhere and others cannot detect it. And pet-type special items are very good, with almost no side effects. Even if there are side effects, they are borne by the pet itself, and the owner generally does not need to bear them. Everyone watched for 15 seconds, and immediately learned the information about the mud pot. Mud jar. It was transformed from a mud fish. It was a creature in its previous life. Its flesh and spirit are currently nurturing some unknown things in the jar. Nurturing unknown things? Even the big-faced cat doesn't know what's inside. Just burn it, and put an end to it. The Flaming Man's idea is very direct. I can just burn the things I don't understand, and put the danger to death in advance. The bandaged man and the old man nodded. Then, the three looked at Kumail with an inquiring expression. Things from another world make people uncomfortable after all. Kumail also supports burning it in his heart. Wait a minute, let me take a look at the next jar. Kumail entered the forest and always felt that something was wrong. First of all, the gray fog above his head seemed to be restricted to a fixed height by some rules. Then the mud jar in the forest may also be designed by a certain existence. Once it is destroyed, it may be hated by a certain existence and get into trouble. The next mud jar, after opening the lid, is also a mass of indescribable black objects, surging in the jar, making people feel sick. In the distance, there is another jar, which is very regular. Kumail checked several jars in succession, but he couldn't make a decision, but the feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Are you not going to burn it yet, Kumail? I think these things are very dangerous. Once they are successfully bred, they may cross the border to Blue Star through the door that is not closed. The Flaming Man followed Kumail to run 10 mud jars in a row. The more jars he opened, the heavier his sense of crisis became. Kumail's spiritual knowledge is high, and the spiritual knowledge of the S-level boss is also high. Although not as high as Kumail's, they all have more than half of Kumail's spiritual knowledge. Naturally, they will feel it after seeing it too much. The four of them have seen it too much, and they all know that the things bred in the jars are not simple, giving people a sense of natural disaster that is difficult to resist. Destroy, must destroy. Kumail also confirmed the sense of crisis in his heart at this time. It must be burned, even if it is hated by the unknown existence. Then I start? The man with fire couldn't wait any longer, and wanted to burn those jars. Kumail shook his head. Don't destroy the jars. The purpose of the existence of this forest may be to breed the thing. Just destroy what they want to breed. Ice, do something, you guys go first. Kumail said, shook his storage scarf, and took out the dark cooking pot. Taking it out of the big pot, Keeman also put on the angel's wings. White feather wings grew out from his back, and a circle of extremely bright energy rings automatically appeared on his head. Holy light rained down around Keeman. White smoke came out of the green swamp, which was the gas burned through by the holy rain. The foodie Tang Yuan saw the dark cooking pot and ran far away, not wanting to get close. Keeman wanted Tang Yuan to take action, but he didn't expect Tang Yuan to run so far. Looking at Shirley, Shirley was patrolling the periphery, very self-conscious. Keeman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This group of people were really poisonous. There was nothing he could do. Keeman could only pull some mud into the pot with his hands, and then add some swamp liquid, and the green grass automatically glowed. Close the lid of the pot, and the dark cooking pot will automatically process. Rumble. Like the sound of a drum washing machine, it sounded in my ears. At this time, the fireman understood. Why did Keeman say not to burn the rotten mud pot? Because Keeman wanted to steal the sky and replace the things in the pot with dark food. Great, Amon! I don't even support the wall, I admire you. Stop bragging, get to work. Keeman rolled his eyes. The dark cooking pot vibrated back and forth, but was not penetrated by the corrosive power of the swamp liquid, and became more and more vigorous. After a while, the dark cooking pot stopped vibrating, and Keeman lifted the lid of the pot. An indescribable strange thing twisted its body in the pot, as if it came alive. Because it was difficult to describe, Keeman only saw a bunch of mosaics, and even his own spirituality could not accurately describe this kind of strange phenomenon. Vision, smell, all aspects are distorted. Keeman looked at the dark cooking in the pot and felt disgusted, but it was such things that could compete with the things in the mud pot and be indistinguishable from the real thing. The flaming man carefully poured out the things in the mud pot, and after burning through, he saw Keeman open the lid and ran over in a hurry. Looking into the pot, he showed a disgusted expression, but couldn't help but praise, "Great." Chapter 370. Finally, all the muddy jars in the entire swamp forest were replaced with dark dishes. There are 99 jars in total, representing 99 dead souls. At the end of this forest, there is a gray fog. The shallow gray fog rolls in the forest, forming a clear dividing line with the land. Inside the fog boundary is the swamp, and outside is the foggy area. The fog is very thin. Tang Yuan rolls in the fog and comes out again, and talks about his feelings. The spirituality is not working, the perception is reduced, and the distance cannot be seen. There is a sense of oppression, but there is no danger. K'mon and the other two discussed again, and entered this foggy area together. As soon as you step into the foggy area, your spirituality is severely suppressed on the surface of your skin. Your senses are no longer so sensitive, and the brightness of the angel halo is also suppressed to the surface of the ring. Everyone holds Keeman's archangel wings with one hand, and holds a special item in the other hand. The first person to hold Keeman was Lao. He could take Keeman back to Blue Star as soon as possible, and was also the first choice to protect Keeman. Tang Yuan and Shirley were nervously beside him. Such an environment had the same effect on them. No one could see what was in the fog. They were just protecting him to block possible damage. He could usually see things 1,000 meters away at a glance. Now that his spirituality was sealed, the investigator's advantage was suppressed to the freezing point. Why don't we summon the big-faced cat? It doesn't feel safe to go inside, the bandage man said. Keeman and others retreated out of the fog, and returned to the swamp. After posing the big-faced cat for 15 seconds, he did not get any strange knowledge. Isn't fog considered an item? Maybe not. This wave was unexpected. Keeman didn't expect the big-faced cat to not include the gray fog in front as the scope of application of strange knowledge. The flaming man and others used the method of burning. Keeman also took out the flawless sword and turned into a flawless pseudo-sword fairy. With one sword, he slashed out a shocking sword light, and the holy light that penetrated the body penetrated into the gray fog. The gray fog was like a sponge that could hold everything. The sacred sword light did not break through the gray fog, nor did it cause any fluctuations. The four discussed again and decided to go in. Having come here, it is impossible to stop. They have already visited this swamp forest. The area is equivalent to a medium-sized park on Blue Star, which is not large. The only creature in the swamp forest is the mudfish. After it was burned to death, the things bred in the mud pot were also replaced by Keeman as dark dishes. There is nothing to explore in the forest. The four entered the gray fog area again, and their spirituality was sealed on the surface of their bodies. There was an unknown ahead. The further they went, the longer time seemed to become. After an unknown period of time, a ray of light shone over. The energy ring on Keeman's head was no longer suppressed, and it instantly released a bright light. The 4 people plus their pets walked out of the gray fog area together. It took a long time, but we finally got out. In front of them, there was no longer a sky covered by gray fog, but a rising sun with bright clouds. A winding path led from here to the distant coast. They were on a coast with huge waves and a shocking sound. Looking back, there were mountains and forests shrouded in gray fog. Using spiritual perception to sense, it was like a drop in the ocean. Nothing could be sensed or predicted. This is an island, but there are no ships. Keeman asked the dog to run around the coast at supersonic speed, and Tang Yuan immediately ran away. After a while, Tang Yuan ran back from the other side of the coast. The island is not big, just like I estimated before, it is really the size of a park. The bandage man roughly estimated the speed of Tang Yuan's running back, and the island was really not big. The world on the other side of the sea, on the contrary, made people more concerned. On an island, there are strange things such as mudfish, mud jars, and creatures in jars. So what about the other side of the sea? Let me do it, put a yacht in my storage space. Olcher said, and let the white elf splash water on the seawater first. The elf went into the seawater, and then went out of the seawater, soaking its body. The bean-sized water droplets dripped from the elf's legs, and did not turn green. After knowing that there was no poison, he went into the seawater, and took out boat-like items in a deeper sea area. Swish, just like brushing a boat in a game, the white big boat suddenly fell into the seawater, splashing a large area of water. This is a mutated yacht, specially used to deal with emergencies in the sea. The yacht has a white modern style, multiple compartments, and integrates sailing, sports, and entertainment functions. The function of the mutation is that it no longer consumes oil and saves fuel. It takes multiple professionals to operate a large ship, but the 4 people will definitely not bother to operate it. After all, they are the main combat personnel. If they control the ship, who will guard against external risks? Although there are only 4 people including Keeman, don't forget that they have storage props on them, and the pets of the 3 bosses have not been released. The pets of the 3 bosses have all been professionally trained and know how to control the yacht, as well as other modern knowledge. Keeman boarded the speedboat, and Tang Yuan rolled around on the deck. Although there was no internet here, the fresh adventure life diluted its internet addiction. White Sugar was also released by Keeman, staying by the pole of the yacht, standing quietly, looking at the turbulent sea, and staring blankly. Where is this? White Sugar was confused. In fact, Keeman didn't know where it was. Is the other side of the sea the land of Blue Star? Or Orange Star? Or perhaps an imaginary other world? When Keeman was exploring the world behind the door, and had no time to dream, the situation on Orange Star was surging with undercurrents, and new changes had taken place. Chapter 371. Orange Star. Unheard of, they crossed through the air with their ships and people. Battleship number 37 crossed the ice and disappeared, causing an earthquake-like impact on Orange Star. This proves that the believers have mastered the unpredictable extraordinary power of gods and ghosts. Even giant interstellar battleships can cross, so what about small fighters and human believers? Once such a deduction was put forward, the researchers exploded. If this battleship can cross, how can they play? How do the technology side and the fantasy side fight? At present, Orange Star has not developed a high-tech weapon that defies the sky. The current battleship weapons include electromagnetic orbital acceleration cannons and black technology positron cannons. These 2 are the main weapons. Needless to say, the electromagnetic orbit is a kinetic weapon that uses magnetic field force to accelerate matter and increase kinetic energy. The positron cannon uses electromagnetics to converge positrons to form an extremely condensed positron beam. The electrons of the target hit will produce an annihilation reaction with the positrons. There is an electromagnetic railgun on the number 37 battleship. The walls of the Peace Prison will be blown through by it. There is no resistance at all. Now, either transfer the prisoners or execute them on the spot. I think what we need to worry about is that the other party will directly attack our research institute building. The scholars' eyes were red, and they felt that the end of the world had come. No one thought that the believers would let them go. With such a cross-travel ability, they can fight guerrilla warfare, fire a shot and run away, rest and then cross back and fire a shot, and then quickly cross and transfer, without anyone noticing. The researchers thought a lot. In fact, Luz Siding and others also thought about what would happen if they directly attacked the location of the Orange Mother server. Orange Mother's Supercore server cluster is in the capital, and there are 4 other large computing groups distributed throughout Orange Star. They are branches of Orange Mother, and huge computing resources flow in the cloud to form a super cloud computing network. Local artificial intelligence relies on this super cloud computing network. Without it, they will not be completely disabled. Their intelligence is still there, but the computing speed is much slower. As long as the core computing group of the research institute is destroyed, Orange Mother's ability will be greatly disabled. Then the other 4 computing groups will be disabled to reduce the speed of the entire Orange Star network. Paralyzing the Orange Star network sounds very damaging, but believers like this approach very much. It symbolizes chaos and disorder. Lu Siding and others also found the group of people in Peace Prison through the power of the AI Liaison Association in their dreams. They were discussing the rescue plan at that time. The people led by Po Wu were puzzled. You stole a space battleship? Yes, now we can cross as long as there is water. Then, you can secretly send a robot to learn the crossing technique, and then take us out of the prison. One robot takes one person, and we will all be out, and it won't make much noise. Po Wu asked puzzledly. Lu Siding was speechless for a long time. The method is a good method, but it requires the help of the evil god. In fact, number 37 was able to learn it with the help of the gods. Without the master, the robot cannot regain reason from the collapse of madness. Lu Siding shook her head. Po Wu immediately shut up. He didn't dare to say more when it came to the Lord of Raya. In that case, tell me in detail about the prison break plan. Po Wu nodded. To break the prison, the first thing to do is to use an electromagnetic railgun to accelerate a bullet, and use the powerful kinetic energy to blow through the prison wall, hit the reservoir, and make a super big hole, and water will gush out at the same time. The second electromagnetic railgun shell will continue to bombard the wall, mainly to open the hole, so that the spacecraft can take people in and lead directly through the water. Po Wu was very surprised. This was like entering a no-man's land, and treating Orange Star as nothing. With such ability, just blow through the Research Institute directly, no, or destroy the Nuclear Fusion Institute, and cut off the local power grid. Without electricity, Orange Mother can't operate even if she is a god. Po Wu's thoughts are very active, and he began to run the breakthrough ideas in the way of an assassin. Lu Siding listened and thought that Po Wu's idea was good. This is the opinion of one player, so many players. Lu Siding called on others, including several AIs, to share their ideas together. It is not necessary to break the prison, but it can also achieve the goal by paralyzing Orange Star. At this moment, the Cthulhu believers fully demonstrated their evil nature. After all, they believed in the evil god. Even if Keeman personally told them not to mess around, the evil god's words would most likely be misinterpreted during the transmission process. The believers' team discussed very heatedly, and the local conference hall of Orange Star also discussed very heatedly. Orange Mother directly used the power of super cloud computing to deduce countless prison break plans, including, and even not limited to the ending of destroying Orange Star. They dare. Li Shan sat in the conference hall, watching Orange Mother's deduction chain. The worst-case scenario was the destruction of Orange Star, and the believers controlled Orange Star. From then on, the people of Orange Star were controlled by the evil believers, and worshipped Cthulhu together. In this wave of deduction, Orange Mother used the worst-case scenario. That is, more warships rebelled and crossed the ice to another place. At the same time, believers in Orange Star crossed the water and transformed into murderous assassins, appearing in the restrooms of major research institutions and assassinating researchers. Overnight, all important personnel were assassinated by assassins. Several rebellious warships cooperated inside and outside, broke out from the sea of Orange Star, flew to high altitudes, and fired electromagnetic rail guns that controlled nuclear fusion power plants, instantly destroying the power generation core of the world and causing global power outages. Anti-aircraft guns and the like would be infiltrated by believers, who randomly crossed the ice and destroyed the launch devices with bombs and the like. Without anti-aircraft guns and electricity, Orange Star's network would quickly shut down. Even with backup power, local institutions would not be able to operate for long. It is expected that Orange Mother will stop service and shut down in one day, and the people of Orange Star will officially fall into the Dark Ages. What happened next was that the rebellious warships guarded Orange Star and fought with the space warships that did not rebel. At the end of the game, the Orange Star forces were defeated, and the surviving warships flew away from the Orange Star with seeds, starting the story of wandering warships. Li Shan looked at the result of such deduction. His eyes were red to the extreme. This can't happen. Absolutely not. Li Shan's brain was working quickly, trying to break the situation. What is the way to break the situation? Li Shan couldn't think of it. In the game, the players' levels are not yet full, and they are not even qualified to fight the first round boss, let alone the stronger second-round boss. Regarding the second-round plot line, the planning team once planned to use the ancient gods as clues, but they didn't do much. There are only a few clues with a beginning and an end. That is a small branch line that will only be born after the death of the first-round boss, which is not the main line. Don't think about fighting the boss at this stage. Li Shan thought about it, and didn't know how to turn around this major crisis. Chapter 372. Orange Mother, how many believers have been found so far? Li Shan asked. Orange Mother paused for a while, and the elder nodded, and then it replied, currently, through invading the network cameras of various residential buildings, after several days of analysis, about 400,000 residents have been identified as major suspects, and more suspects are still being confirmed. Orange Mother announced a huge number, 400,000 people. This is far more magical than the news released. In the news, only thousands of people were arrested and sent to prison. In fact, Orange Mother's monitoring ability is far more terrible than everyone imagines. As long as there is no network, it will be there wherever there is a network. On the surface, Orange Mother will not monitor them, but today when evil believers invade, citizens' personal security data is secondary. Take nightmare disease as an example. If you don't break through the limitations of moral concepts, you will only be infiltrated by the unreasonable evil god side. When did you invade the citizens' cameras? Li Shan realized the key point. Orange Mother's authority seemed to have crossed the line, and the crossing time was earlier than he thought. Yes, I know about this, and I agree to it. The elder nodded. Originally, only the elder knew about this, but now the situation has worsened, and he has to disclose the information to give everyone a boost. Things are very serious, but we can't just sit there and wait for death. There is no morality in war. Only those who survive can reason. The losing side has no human rights. I hope everyone understands that everyone may be infiltrated, including myself, the elder said sadly. The researchers felt cold when they thought that the cameras in their homes might be monitored. But as the elder said, in the face of war, only the surviving party can reason. We are now in the wartime stage. The enemy is Cthulhu and his followers, and we must use all resources to win this war. They have strong infiltration capabilities. The reason why the number 37 battleship was successful is mainly due to the delay problem. During the information transmission delay, the number 37 battleship was disconnected from the network, and the Orange Mother could not control it in time. Delay is a problem. They want to recall all the battleships, but recalling the battleships also has hidden dangers. If there are believers' battleships hidden in it, they suddenly attack the Orange Star's nuclear fusion power station. When returning to the star, the consequences will be disastrous. In theory, the transmission delay is difficult to eliminate. As long as the distance is long enough, there is time for rebellion. However, Li Shan's attention is another thing. Do you know where Lu's sighting is? Li Shan asked the Orange Mother. Before, Li Shan didn't know that the Orange Mother had investigated so many personal privacy matters beyond her authority, but now he has found a way forward. Killing Lu's sighting is his dream. I know she lived in Omnic City before, but I didn't have the right to tell anyone other than the Great Elder. I'm very sorry, Orange Mother replied. Omnic City? What about now? I don't see her now. She may have traveled away, but her accomplices are still in Omnic City. Orange Mother answered smoothly. Everyone looked surprised. It turned out that they knew she was there a long time ago. Why didn't you catch her during the search? Li Shan asked anxiously. The Great Elder sitting in the main seat looked deep. Let me tell you this. She is not the ultimate mastermind behind the scenes, but her status must be very high. I want to rely on her to lure out more people. Because of the serious infiltration, I can't guarantee that all the researchers in the conference hall are good people, so I am the only one who can promote this plan. The elder sighed. This plan put a lot of pressure on him. After all, it involves moral ethics. However, in war, using everything is the key to victory. If the entire Orange Star is controlled by believers, it will be useless to regret it. Believers are not normal people. Their thoughts are different from those of normal people. They believe that chaos is the real world order. Then, Elder, you announce the plan now. What if Cthulhu knows it? Li Shan was anxious again, and scanned everyone present with a serious look. Everyone was hurt by Li Shan's eyes, but no one present felt guilty. They all looked straight at Li Shan's eyes, and they had a clear conscience, and didn't need to avoid it. Because they have already controlled a warship, we don't have anything that can make the other side afraid to act, so I decided to launch this round of 400,000 believers capture campaign, using 400,000 believers as hostages to threaten them so that they dare not take action. The Elder of Orange Star said. Hiss. Hoarding 400,000 believers as hostages. This is not a small number. It is more serious than the more than 1,000 death row prisoners. No wonder the elder agreed to publish this privacy violation. The academic leaders present were able to participate in the meeting. They are all people of high status, and they know what to say and what occasion. Today's words. Just know it. Don't tell the public about Orange Mother's authority violating citizens' privacy. Even if some netizens guess it, Orange Mother can control the comments. Just keep your mouth shut. Our senior management can't mess around. The elder solemnly reminded again. Each researcher nodded. They certainly wouldn't talk nonsense. Once someone leaks, that person is 100% problematic and will be regarded as a believer of the crush. I know that such a decision is terrible and will shock the world. But this is a war, not a joke. No matter how many people die, it can't stop us from cleaning them up. The infiltration ability of the crush believers is far more serious than we imagined. 400,000 people are not all of them, the elder said. As long as they don't give up modern technological life, the crush believers will always be a little strange in life. From time to time, they mutter some strange words, and occasionally do strange worship in the room. Such information will also be monitored by the Orange Mother. As they spoke, robots around the world began to act. 400,000 people were captured by robots, and this was just the beginning. A mighty cleanup activity began to sweep from top to bottom. 400,000 people must be captured at the same time, and there must be no delay of more than a few seconds to prevent believers from reporting information in their dreams. At the same time, the top AI Orange Mother fired at full power to block the eyes and ears of all machines. This is the first time that the top AI Orange Mother has shown its true strength in the global network. In order to win, the elder has lifted many restrictions on Orange Mother. As long as it is connected to the internet, it can invade everything. Except for timely disconnection from the internet, there is no intelligent item connected to the internet that it cannot block. That night, Lou Siding was still chatting with believers in her dream and discussing the details of the prison break. Suddenly, some believers disappeared in the dream, just like the online game was disconnected, and they were forced to quit directly. At first, Lou Siding did not notice anything unusual. But as more and more believers disappeared, she noticed something unusual. Did you notice anything unusual in reality? Lou Siding asked the city intelligence of Smart City. The AI of Smart City shook its head. It was also half awake and half dreaming at present. The memory images in reality were transmitted to the dream intermittently, with a delay, but it could see through things in reality. No abnormality. The AI of Smart City said. Chapter 373. No, this is not right. Lou Siding noticed something was wrong. Large-scale disappearances were not normal. In the dream, everything was a bit unreal, but also very real, making it difficult to distinguish reality. The vague sense of weirdness made Lou Siding's heart beat slightly. She always felt that something bad was happening, but she couldn't find the source. 2 seconds later, the Breaking the Mist player and other players, who were talking about Prison Break, disappeared. At this time, the AIs in the dream also realized something was wrong through self-reflection. Too many people disappeared. It stands to reason that there shouldn't be so many people waking up from their dreams now. Some people just fell asleep for a minute. How come they suddenly woke up at this time? The AIs didn't understand why, and logical thinking made them aware of the abnormality. This is not common sense. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. A large-scale event may have occurred in reality, which alarmed the player's consciousness and made it impossible to continue dreaming. Lou Siding also wanted to wake up, but she had no way. In dreams, people have no active way to wake up. If they want to wake up from dreams, they must rely on the timed wake-up mechanism of the game cabin, or sleep until they wake up naturally. What happened? Those players who did not wake up from dreams showed worried expressions. I don't know what happened in reality. After you wake up from the dream, don't do anything strange, including praying, quirks, and crazy talk. Lou Siding warned. I didn't do such things in reality. After all, modern life cannot be separated from surveillance. I always feel that Orange Mother is monitoring me. I never dare to do such things in reality. Me too, I always feel that places with surveillance are not safe. Every time I pray to the Great Cthulhu in reality, it is in the bathroom without surveillance. Don't pray. No matter if there is video surveillance or not, it's hard to prevent sound monitoring. Lou Siding reminded. Lou Siding didn't know what this round of attack was, but she intuitively thought that the discovery of a large number of believers must be related to their unusual daily behavior. Without those abnormal behaviors, the believers of the K-series are almost the same as ordinary people in their daily lives, and it is difficult to detect. Try to be normal during the conversation and don't talk too much. Lu's sighting couldn't make many suggestions at this time, and could only wait for the AI to confirm the information slowly. You AI side should pay attention to the news page. If the official big action is over, it will generally release an official news announcement to the world. Lu's sighting felt very strongly. After turning around, 70% of the dreaming players in the liaison meeting disappeared out of thin air. There was no sign. They were talking the previous second and suddenly disappeared. It was too sudden. This awakening method is not a slow dream awakening game cabin awakening mechanism. They were all awakened by physical force. Lu's sighting confirmed her intuition again. This wave is the big attack of Orange Star. After a few minutes, the AI of Smart City suddenly spoke. Orange Mother sent me a private message. Private message from Orange Mother? Lu's sighting felt unusual. Orange Mother's private message at this time must not be a serious message. Show me. In the dream, the AI of Smart City took out a pen and paper and wrote quickly on the paper. Swish. A few lines of threatening letter came out. Warning to Cthulhu believers. Your existence threatens the safety of Orange Star. Now 400,000 believers have been captured. If you care about their safety, please return the 37th battleship to the moon's dark port. If you don't care about their safety, they will be executed in 4 days with the believers in peace prison. Attention! If you really care about their safety, you must reply within 4 days, otherwise their safety will be in danger. A warning letter from Orange Mother hit everyone's heart like a wake-up call. Lu's sighting was also trembling when she saw such a message. Orange Mother finally invaded the privacy of all citizens. A believer sighed after reading the entire letter. The believers are not stupid. After a little thought, they knew the difficulty. If you want to catch 400,000 believers, you will encounter difficulties in collecting information first. Artificial intelligence cannot collect citizens' privacy. This privacy is often stored in local memory and will not be uploaded. Only public network information will be gathered in the public network. But there is a premise that Orange Star is still playing with them within the rules. If it doesn't play with them within the rules, then the top AI Orange Mother can break through moral restrictions, and anything connected to the internet can't stop its invasion. Just like this, 400,000 suspicious believers were caught. There may be people who were wronged and just wanted to pray. But these people can be slowly screened out within 4 days, and the rest must be believers. What to do? 400,000 people have been caught. Lu Shitting's brows furrowed again. Lu Shitting came to an ancient well in the dream, wearing a big black robe, closed her eyes, and knelt on the ground, muttering something, praying to the great sleeping god, hoping that Cthulhu could hear her call. However, Keeman was not sleeping. He was exploring the world behind the door. There were huge waves over there, and the deep blue sea seemed to be pregnant with something terrible. Keeman stood on the big yacht, looked down at the surging waves, and dispelled the idea that this place was Orange Star. It was mainly because the color of the seawater was not orange. On Orange Star, there were a large number of plankton in the seawater. They were huge and ubiquitous, changing the color of the seawater. But the seawater here was deep blue, and the possibility of being Orange Star was infinitely reduced. This wave is a bit abnormal, too high. Amon, come in and hide for a while. The bandage man called out. In front of the yacht, the waves were shocking, and a wave nearly 10 meters high rolled up white waves and rushed towards them. There is no doubt that waves of this height have the ability to impact the yacht. However, this is a special yacht. Keeman and others have taken out isolation items and attached them to the yacht. All the waves hitting the yacht were only divided into 2 streams. Keeman stood at the front, flapped his wings behind him, took off directly from the spot, flew into the sky, and passed over the high waves. The waves below hit the yacht, but were split in half by an unknown force, washed past in a V shape, and the yacht broke through the waves. Keeman looked far away in the air, but could not see the end, but saw bigger waves surging out of the sea, rolling higher and higher. Keeman raised his altitude again, and saw that there were more waves rolling up behind the waves. Why is this sea so strange? Keeman murmured. Flying back to the yacht, the bandage man, the flaming man, and Sher Lao immediately came up. How is it? Is there an island in the distance? I didn't see an island, but there were 2 big waves, one higher than the other. As he finished speaking, a huge wave of 20 meters in height rolled in, covering the entire yacht and slamming down. Splash! Because of the isolation, the seawater automatically separated into 2 halves, just like the sky was suddenly split in half by a sharp blade, forming an extremely spectacular scene. In the distance, a dark wave, taller than before, was brewing. Chapter 374. The huge waves were so huge that when they rolled in front of the yacht, They had already condensed into a height of nearly 50 meters. The height of the waves was roughly estimated by everyone's spirituality, which was not very accurate. Snap! The huge waves rolled down, with a mighty momentum, like the roar of heaven and earth. The huge waves formed by the power of heaven and earth could not break the isolation function formed by multiple isolation objects. The waves were still split in half, forming an extremely spectacular picture of water waves being cut. It's really spectacular. The flaming men looked at the cracked waves and countless water droplets sliding to both sides. Ahead, a vast sea area was exposed. But this time, everyone found something unusual. It was a bright day with infinite beauty just now, but now it was covered with dark clouds. The surging waves calmed down abnormally, as if there was a calm before the storm. There's something strange. The bandage man frowned and felt unusual. The bandage man has zero presence. In this world, they are like non-existent people. The size of the yacht is just within the calculation range of the bandage man, and the zero presence can be applied to the yacht. If it is a larger yacht, it will not be possible to cover the hull with zero presence. This sea is very strange. Why? Look behind, look behind. Sher Lao looked back at the island behind him from time to time. This time, he saw something incredible, and was scared to death. Kunming looked back, and saw something strange. The isolated island shrouded in gray fog was closer to them. The sea behind them seemed to bend. Such changes are not obvious visually, but their high spirituality noticed the abnormality. Keeman looked ahead again. The horizon in front of him did not change, but his spiritual perception gave a faint warning. Carefully savoring the amount of information his eyes saw, Keeman gradually tasted a clue. The horizon in front was rising. Using his eyes, he really noticed it. Until the sea's surface rose to a high place, a huge shadow fell, covering the gray fog island. Everyone knew where such a change came from. A wave that was even bigger than before rose to a height of thousands of meters. In the face of such a height, the yacht began to retreat. Because the scale of the wave this time was too large, the entire sea was lifted up, and the boat was sailing vertically into the sky, not sailing in a horizontal plane. Although the yacht has isolation, it also has its limits. When the entire sea is about to turn over, it will inevitably fall into the water, and be wrapped by all the sea water. And after everyone's calculations, their landing point must be that isolated island. The boat is going to capsize. Everyone grab my arm. Sher Lao shouted, and took out a strange thing from the storage props. At that moment, the peripheral vision produced a strong distortion change. It was hard to see what it was, and the spiritual perception could not give an accurate response. It was a headache at first sight, and it was difficult for people to stay rational. Keeman knew what it was at first glance. Zero-level item. The mother of teleportation stone. The strong sense of distortion was that the space was distorted. Because it was too complicated, the brain did not have the corresponding understanding ability, so it was naturally a headache. Keeman shifted his gaze, and the headache disappeared. The others were well prepared, and did not even look at the thing. Many of the zero-level items of the Investigation Bureau are dangerous items, otherwise they would not be sealed in a small space. Keeman patted the glutinous rice balls and sherry white sugar with his scarf, and put them into the storage space. The other three also put their pets back into the space. After the yacht was bent to a maximum critical slope in the completely surging sea water, the yacht fell completely and hit the isolated island. Sher Lao tightly grasped the teleportation stone, wanting to see if there was any turnaround. Now that the three of them had touched his body, they would not get lost. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Before leaving, Sher Lao put the yacht back into the storage props. If there were no accidents, they would definitely fall into the gray fog island with the boat. Sher Lao no longer hesitated. 3 seconds before falling into the gray fog, he activated the zero-level item, and the space was distorted. A transparent bubble instantly enveloped everyone. An inexplicable force emerged from Sher Lao, urging the big bubble to escape into the void, and completely disappeared. It was pitch black, and there was nothing here. Keeman opened his eyes, and saw the transparent bubble again. The bubble is completely transparent and colorless, invisible to the eyes, but with the silent perception of one's own spirituality, it can be determined that it is a very thin layer of bubbles. It's so quiet here, Kunming said. This is the void, empty, but occasionally there will be strange sounds. Don't listen, don't believe, just get through it, Sher Lao said. This journey was very fast, almost instantaneous departure. At the same time, Kunming could also feel that the headache thing in Sher Lao's hand was emitting a message of returning to a certain coordinate. The duration of the journey was very fast. Everyone only said 2 or 3 sentences, and the next second the bubble automatically burst and the darkness automatically cracked. Keeman's feet landed on the ground, standing in a pool of holy light. The 3 people next to him also landed smoothly, without feeling their bodies torn into pieces. Landing so steadily, Keeman exclaimed. This trip was faster than the last time, as if he was on a highway. No, it would be more appropriate to take a rocket. Sure Lao took back the 0-level item and coughed, as if the side effects had taken effect. Sure Lao, take a rest. I'm fine, I have medicine. After saying this, Sure Lao took out the medicine from his pocket and put it in his mouth to chew. Using that thing will shorten your life, Keeman exclaimed. If he uses it, the side effects should be much lighter. This is the largest holy light room in the Octopus City Investigation Bureau. The bandaged man put on the bandages again. The Investigation Bureau immediately noticed that someone had returned and sent people to the scene as soon as possible. Open the door to check. First put on sunglasses to look at their heads, and be relieved when there is no black smoke. There was a tsunami behind the door, engulfing the entire island. Is there anything wrong with your door? Said the man with fire, and his head was no longer on fire. The function of emitting fire is one of the side effects of using the 0-level object. If the 0-level object is not used, there will be no such effect. Nothing happened at the Infinite Gate. They shook their heads. Strange, it shouldn't be. Keeman and others looked at each other, and quickly returned to the Infinite Gate. The swamp at the Infinite Gate on the first floor was still there, and there was no sign of being flooded by the sea. Keeman sent Tang Yuan to the door, and opened the lid of the clay pot. The indescribable dark food still existed, and the mosaic-like disgust made Tang Yuan quickly close the clay lid and return to Keeman to report the situation. It was also after Tang Yuan rolled into the Infinite Gate with his heels that a sense of crisis swept through Keeman's heart. Keeman shuddered, thinking quickly and analyzing quickly. The crisis seemed to come from outside the door. It seemed like something was coming. He immediately closed the door. The red wooden door closed. His spirituality surged, gathered in his right hand, and changed the direction of pushing the door. Chapter 375. After changing the direction of the door, Keeman pushed it again. Behind the door was a red wooden door, not a swamp. At this moment, this wooden door can only lead from Blue Star to Blue Star, not from Blue Star to the unknown land. Because of this inspiration, Keeman understood that the so-called closing the door method is to change the direction of pushing the door. No wonder I can't find the door, Keeman murmured. Mrs. Chen's house, the main body of the door, is not in her house. The door was opened by someone else, leading from the unknown land to a community, and then took Mrs. Chen's family away, and then changed the direction of pushing the door from the unknown land, so that the door was closed and could not be found on Blue Star. Of course, the above is just a flash of inspiration for Keeman, and the truth needs to be verified. Just now, it seems that something terrible has landed. Ulcher had just used the 0-level thing to teleport the Mother of Stone, and his spirituality was very high. He noticed that something terrible had landed on the isolated island. It may be a creature from the sea. Why choose to land at this time? Could it be that? Everyone looked at each other, and the answer was about to come out: mud jars. In those mud jars, there were indescribable things. Keeman and others had sensed that one day in the future, they might give birth to a living being. Keeman and others could not predict whether the things in those jars were good or bad. It was indescribable and full of unknowns. Therefore, the fireman burned all those things, leaving no ashes. In the face of super temperature, as long as it does not deviate from the laws of physics, nothing can't be melted. During the burning period, those indescribable things had shown signs of resistance, but the flame used by the flaming man was a flame emitted by a special item, which possessed extraordinary power. Using extraordinary power to fight extraordinary power, because those things had not yet taken shape, they could not fight against the items of the flaming man, so they were evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. We moved those cans, and we really got into trouble. It's not a small matter. I just don't know if that existence will notice that Amon is cheating. The flaming man couldn't help but curl up his lips. The bandage man couldn't help it, and a smile appeared on his face. No, you quickly untie the bandage and take us with you, otherwise the secret will be exposed. Keeman saw that the bandage man's bandage was already tied, and suddenly thought of something. His face changed slightly. The bandage man also understood in seconds, and knew what Keeman was referring to. That unknown existence might also have telepathic means, if it finds any traces. It will definitely hate them. The bandage man quickly untied the bandage. Keeman quickly put his hand over, and the man with fire also hurriedly extended his hand. One stole the day, the other burned everything, Both of them were extremely evil. If the other party pursued responsibility, the targets would definitely be Keeman and the man with fire. Sure, Lao was the fourth person to put his arm around, and he also helped the man with fire to burn things. Although the things burned were not that much, he also had a hand. The world behind the door, an island in the fog. The waves covering the sky, and as high as the sky no longer bend. Above the waves, the giant waves separated into various strange trunks, a total of thousands. Their shapes were all kinds of strange, bizarre, and completely lacked the artistic aesthetic style of humans. A long, curly thing made of seawater slowly stretched into the isolated island of the foggy forest shrouded in gray fog. This strange thing broke through the gray fog and appeared in the swamp. The terrifying pressure swept every inch of the swamp forest. There were no living things in this forest. Apart from those plants, the only living animal was the mudfish. However, the monster that crawled out of the deep sea keenly discovered that the mudfish disappeared and there was no trace. It was anxious again, and opened the lid of each mud jar. In the jar, a bunch of indescribable things twisted in the mud jar. This thing looks like a living thing, but it doesn't look like a living thing. The torso of the deep-sea monster sent out a message full of questions. This thing, why does it feel different from before? However, that indescribable feeling is still there. This is an unknown attribute, and even it can't feel it. Could it be that the creatures in the jar have matured? But where did the rotten fish die? Did it run away? For a moment, the doubts in the forest became stronger. It savored it carefully, using its powerful spirituality to sense the information circulating here. Something must have come. It seemed to have crossed from a space channel. Wait a little longer. It seemed that there was a picture of fire passing by. The monster from the deep sea became annoyed for a moment, because it felt the desolate sound of something from the fleeting picture of fire. Then, it wanted to feel further down, but suddenly it was interrupted, and all the feelings disappeared. Even the things it had just felt were empty, and had no memory. What did it sense just now? The emotion of doubt once again circulated in the forest. It didn't know why, and its inner emotions kept fluctuating. Something was wrong here. The monster from the deep sea was noticing something unusual. It sent more strange bodies into the gray fog island to search for clues. But there was nothing here, and it couldn't sense any useful information again. It was as if someone had specially cleaned it and removed every speck of dust. Even if the spirituality was high, it couldn't sense anything without relevant information locally. Then, it checked the mud jars again and again. The indescribable things in the jars were twisted randomly, and it was impossible to know what they were. It should, probably, maybe mature. The deep-sea monster used multiple probabilistic words in his mind. Because the time for the mud jars to breed creatures was much earlier than it expected. The reason it came here was that it felt something was wrong. It came to check, but found that the creatures in the jars seemed to have been bred. After thinking about it, it used all its strange bodies to extend even smaller root tubes. These root tubes were only a few centimeters thick, like tentacles of something, extending from the mud jars, trying to swallow them in. However, the feeling of nausea made it surprisingly nauseous and unable to eat. However, its will was beyond the reach of ordinary people, and it swept away all the 99 mud jars in one breath. The sea monster waited for a long time, and the feeling of nausea could not be shaken off. A strange power inexplicably emerged in its body. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Multiple layers. This strange power did not know where it came from, but it felt extremely powerful. It was surprised and doubtful, because this was different from what it imagined. It was as if it should not have such a function, but should have another function. At the same time, the after effect of the nausea began to exert force, becoming more and more violent, until the nausea reached the critical point and broke through the limit. Boom! The whole sea area was filled with a sensational sound, which spread thousands of miles. Blue Star. Don't go to the door for now. We can't afford to offend the guy for now. Keeman touched the door, and wanted to change the direction of pushing the door, but his spiritual perception warned him not to change the direction of pushing the door. Then how long do I have to maintain this state? The bandaged man asked in confusion. Now that everyone is together, we can make our sense of existence 0. But after a long time, don't you think it's a bit of a waste of everyone's time? If they don't open the door to explore in the near future, there is no need for them to maintain 0 sense of existence. Chapter 376. Well, wait for another 2 hours. Keeman touched the door, and did not give up. If the unknown existence is not strong, they still have a chance to kill it. After all, he still has the 0 level item of the fireman, who has not been used. The terrifying high temperature is comparable to the temperature of the sun, and it also carries the attribute of extraordinary power. Except for the gods, it seems that nothing in the world can survive the attack of this item. As for the gods, Keeman does not know what abilities other gods have, he only knows the ability of Cthulhu. With Cthulhu's ability, Keeman does not know what the result will be when confronting such a thing. After all, he has never used the evil god template to fight, and most of the time he is watching players, observing believers, observing dreams and orange stars. It's quite frustrating, but Keeman has also let it go. Okay, then wait for 2 hours. The bandage man nodded. Since the bandages have been removed, no one on Blue Star knows Keeman and others. There is nothing about the actions of Keeman and others. In the room of the Infinite Gate, an S-level member was in charge of the room. The mission information he was carrying out did not include Keeman's information, but a relatively boring mission, guarding the Infinite Gate that might rebel. In the previous minute, he saw Keeman and others, but as the bandages were untied, the people disappeared from his sight again. The next second, the bandage man touched him, and he suddenly became conscious and saw Keeman and others. You? At this moment, his memory was reprocessed, and he remembered Keeman's mission. So that's it. He calmed down, and all the mysteries were solved. Everyone waited here for a while, and Keeman felt that the alertness from his spirituality disappeared. Sure Lao went forward and touched it. Since he didn't understand the spiritual hand, he couldn't sense the change of the direction of pushing the door like Keeman. The thing on the other side of the door seems to be quiet. Keeman said. Do you want to open the door? The bandaged man looked at Keeman. He didn't expect Keeman to want to open the door under such circumstances. To be honest, it's quite dangerous on the other side of the door. If there weren't many special items to isolate the seawater, the boat would have capsized long ago. And the last surging wave, before it fell, everyone had vaguely felt that a terrifying will was awakening. Don't open it, Amon, it's unstable. Everyone felt it was inappropriate. In fact, we can deduce the situation over there. Keeman was not in a hurry to open the door. He needed to convince his companions. The first scenario is that the being noticed something unusual and left something to monitor that place, and it will come back to catch us. The second scenario is that it didn't notice and left the scene. The third scenario is that it ate those things, and it didn't know that eating too much dark food would make it go from nausea to dizziness, and it fainted. Next, we just need to open the door with zero presence, and the fact of opening the door will also be covered by the side effect of zero presence, and see what's going on over there. Kmon's plan is very bold, like walking on a tightrope. He wants to know what the monster over there is, and it's been hanging in the air, which is very troublesome. By the way, he can also have synesthesia in dreams. How about this? I have synesthesia in my dream, and if I can see what it looks like, I can save the trouble of opening the door. Keeman is not a perfect person, and some things are thought of at the last minute. Everyone agreed readily, watching Keeman move out the pets, then found a sofa, and laid down to sleep. Going to explore the world behind the gate consumed a lot of Keeman's energy. As soon as Keeman was hypnotized, he dreamed of entering the deep sea R'lyeh. R'lyeh was silent, nothing was wandering here, like a dead city. Keeman didn't waste time, and immediately felt synesthesia. The poisonous green swamp, the mud pot, the glowing fireflies, the 5-meter-high gray fog, and the huge sea outside the island. All kinds of information flowed in Keeman's mind. In addition, Keeman had been to that area in person, and his connection with that area was strong enough. Not long after, a blurry picture came over. The gray fog condensed above the isolated island. There were green forests around the edge of the isolated island, but at this moment the forests and other things were destroyed by the impact. Only a group of gray fog shrouded the island, and it was unclear what was inside. Keeman wanted to see what was inside, but was strongly hindered. This layer of fog. Keeman knew what this thing was with the knowledge of the evil god Cthulhu. This is a very special terrain. The fog can suppress spirituality, seal spirituality, and even condense spirituality, which can be used to breed some things. The spirituality of the outside world will be severely hindered and extremely heavy when passing through this layer of fog. Keeman used the evil god-level spirituality to forcibly penetrate, but he could only see an extremely distorted picture, which was very blurry. He didn't know what was inside, and he just felt a mess. Simply put, the picture quality changed from 1080p to 72p, and it was all mosaics. As for living beings, the answer is yes, there are indeed living beings. Keeman also wanted to know whether the other party had fainted, but he couldn't be sure of this step, because such information was too detailed, and this special terrain restricted Keeman's further synesthesia. Finally, I still have to take a gamble. Keeman muttered to himself in R'lyeh. Keeman wanted to know what that thing was. Is it a person, or a special creature? If it is a person, the information is extremely rich. After all, the door behind Mrs. Chen should not have been pushed by her, but by someone else. Think about the mysterious recording in the recorder. There may be an organization behind the door. In order to verify this idea, Keeman wanted to push the door to see what the thing looked like. If the other party fainted, there is a high probability that he will appear in the forest. Keeman did not take the time to check the battle situation on Orange Star. At present, reality is the most important. Keeman sensed himself and forced himself to wake up. Awake? Everyone was surprised. Did you gain anything? Well, there was a little gain, but in the end, you still have to take a gamble. Keeman did not lie, because everyone was working together. There must be a living thing behind the door. However, it is unclear whether the other party is awake or fainted. What Keeman wants to gamble is to trust his spiritual perception. He thinks that there is no danger in pushing the door for the time being, so he will give it a try. Pay attention, there is no danger for the time being, which means that my sixth sense thinks that there may be danger after opening the door. Keeman explained. You change the direction of pushing the door, and I will push the door. At this time, the bandaged man began to remove the third bandage. That's fine. Keeman thought about it. The bandaged man's zero sense of existence has not been fully exerted. Untying more bandages will make Keeman forget his existence, which is safer. The bandaged man is the best assassin. He has no sense of existence, and will not even leave any information. After a while, Keeman changed the direction of pushing the door with his spiritual hand, and then did not open the door, waiting on the spot, and wrote a piece of paper, warning himself not to go out for 10 seconds for the time being. The resistance force is fully fired, trying to resist the power of presence. The bandaged man untied the bandages on his legs and hands. As strong as Keeman was, he still struggled for a fraction of a second before forgetting him instantly. Creak. The red door opened again. Keeman was unaware and looked at the note, confused. Creak. The red door closed. The bandaged man put the bandages back on, and the traces of his existence quickly returned. Chapter 377. There's a person fainted on the ground over there, said the bandaged man. Sure enough, there was someone over there. Keeman wanted to take a look and see what he looked like. Fortunately, the bandaged man used a special recording item when he opened the door. This is a camera that can record some weird things, even ghosts. The only side effect is that if the recorder records female ghosts, male ghosts, and the like, they may run out from inside. Everyone gathered in front of the camera to watch what the small camera captured. Behind the door, the green swamp remained unchanged, but there was a human figure lying in the swamp. Because it was a video, the image was changing, the swamp was flowing slowly, but the person did not move. Didn't the seawater rush in? The surface of the swamp liquid didn't seem to be affected. I don't know either, it seems to be due to other reasons. Keeman had forgotten the knowledge of the special place that the evil god brought with him at this time, and vaguely felt that the seawater did not rush in because of other reasons. But the fainting was real. If you eat too much dark food, the nausea will be intensified to the extreme. He fainted, we can catch him now, Keeman suggested. For the sake of safety, Keeman has spent a lot of time to confirm the other party's condition. Yes. The bandaged man and others are also brave people. After deciding to take action, they pushed the door again. This time, everyone felt an unusual breath when they stepped into the door. It was like the scene after the mysterious power rioted, and the spirituality was in chaos. Every step taken here will make your spirituality unstable. It was as if there was a strange sound in the ear, but everyone could barely resist it. Keeman could resist more, but he did not change his pace and left the range of the bandaged man. The group walked to the front of an unconscious person. He was naked and had no clothes. It was unknown why he was not wearing clothes. The people would definitely not take the time to put clothes on him, as that would be a waste of time. The bandaged man took out a sealing object, which was a blood-colored kettle. It had a powerful sealing ability, and would also constantly weaken the people inside. He opened the kettle, and the kettle turned into a blood-colored mouth and swallowed the things. If one is unstable, I will take one too. After Sher Lao finished speaking, he also took out an extremely powerful sealing object. It was an amber. After reciting a certain spell, it immediately extracted all the water in the air, and even sucked in the poisonous swamp liquid on the ground. Then the amber seemed to be full, and became transparent. Sher Lao placed the full amber in front of the blood-colored kettle, and the amber immediately melted itself, wrapped it up, and solidified. The flaming man also sacrificed something and sealed it. Kamong didn't have any good seals, So he took out a temporary sealed tragic script. The three were told by Keeman not to face the human skin script directly. After the human skin script was opened, it faced the triple seals and absorbed it into the tragic script. "Is your tragic script still the original script?" asked the bandaged man. This thing came from Keeman's collection, and is a creature of the same period as the flowing fish. The flowing fish can absorb words. Keeman has not yet developed the use of the flowing fish. The current idea is to let the flowing fish eat the script text. "It's not the original script. I wrote a new script," Keeman said. "What kind of script?" "It's just a boring script of doing questions non-stop, endlessly. By the way, I referred to the scene of doing questions in Mrs. Chen's memory. The test paper is full of indescribable feelings, but you already have 3 seals, and mine is just the outermost insurance," Keeman said. "Is this okay? So cruel, not only do the questions, but also have to add indescribable feelings. Can this human skin script really simulate that kind of scene?" At this time, everyone's brains were a little dizzy, and all kinds of weird thoughts emerged. The spiritual environment here has been rioting, which is very dangerous. The mental resistance items on everyone's body are broken one by one, and they are about to be in danger. Without those things, everyone may go crazy. "Let's go. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time." The 4 people returned to the door, and Keeman changed the direction of pushing the door and closed it. Then Keeman handed in the human skin script book, and was quickly transferred to a safe place by the investigation bureau. Then it was heavily guarded, and many top investigators watched. Bringing people back is very dangerous. However, since it can be knocked unconscious by the nausea of dark food, it means that this person has not yet surpassed the limit of human beings. It may have eaten all the dark food. It will take some time for it to wake up. While it is unconscious, weaken it quickly. "I have something that can suck away its energy," someone said. "I have a prisoner-type prop here." Everyone has many ideas, but the most stable thing is still Keeman's dark food. 1 hour later. Don't argue, Keeman's dark food is the most stable. If it doesn't obey, then force feed it another round. The bandaged man took action to stop everyone's discussion. In an hour, the bandaged man brought an item from somewhere else to use with the dark cuisine. "What is this?" Keeman was cooking dark cuisine when he saw the bandaged man handing over something. "Force-feeding spoon. As long as you pick up the spoon, put your food in it, and think about who to feed it to, it will definitely be fed into the other person's mouth within 100 meters, and will definitely swallow it at the same time," the bandaged man explained. Although it is a level 6 item with little effect, its strength is still good and should be effective for him. The bandaged man explained that he once fought against a mutant monster and used this thing to feed a bomb into its mouth through air, and detonated the bomb through electronic remote control. The monster's defense is very strong. The external armor is ineffective against bullets, artillery bombardment, etc., and even high-temperature flames cannot withstand it. Its exoskeleton has powerful extraordinary power. However, it has no extraordinary power defense inside, and people directly blew up its mouth from the inside. At the same time, because of the explosion of the bomb, the head was also shaken to cerebral hemorrhage, and it was directly shaken to death. That record made the bandaged man happy for a long time. It was his record before he became an S-class member. Not bad, it's very useful. After listening to the bandaged man's description, Keeman's eyes lit up. With this thing, who dares not eat dark food, Keeman has now cooked hundreds of pots of dark food and stored them in a special container. And this soup spoon is something that can change its size adaptively. When using it, it will make the user hungry quickly. If used too much, it may be so hungry that the user can't control himself and feed himself. However, Keeman will control his desires, and will never let such a rollover happen. Speaking of which, dark food has a 6-hour enhancement effect. "It's not good to wake him up now," Keeman said. "My bloody kettle will torture him. He must be awake now." "Then wait," Keeman said calmly. "This wait will take a long time." After several hours, Keeman shook the script and lifted the seal time limit in the tragic script. A man with red eyes, who was almost going crazy from doing the questions, fell out. At the same time, broken kettles, amber, and glass fragments were also thrown out. The first 3 seals were broken. Chapter 378. No one expected that 3 first-level seals could not seal him. He is really amazing. Is the person behind the door so strong? But such a strong person was still disgusted by the terrible dark cuisine and fainted. Everyone's fear of dark cuisine has reached a new level. Now Keeman has obtained a force-feeding spoon. He can feed anyone he wants within 100 meters, which further increases the deterrent power of dark cuisine. Suppress him! Someone shouted and released a strong light. Someone took out a white spider silk and balanced it through the air, which could greatly reduce the opponent's speed. Keeman saw that the opponent's eyes were full of bloodshot, and his mental state was very bad. That was the feeling of being tortured by the endless sea of questions, and the strong unknown feeling of disgust. The two forces kept intersecting and tormenting his mind. But the opponent did not fall down. The indescribable sea of questions disappeared. He resisted the disgust in his heart, and he still had the strength to fight back. But Keeman handed the big spoon in his hand forward. On the big spoon was the dark food that Keeman had carefully prepared, weighing a full ton. Only a strong hand could hold such a heavy spoon. The naked man's eyes widened, and his mouth bulged to the extreme. Because there was too much food, his mouth could not hold a whole ton of food, and the dark food that could not fit into his mouth immediately overflowed from his mouth. 100 years of stench spread out like a tide. Twisted, it was impossible to accurately describe what it was, twisting its weird tentacles, and spitting out of the man's mouth. Everyone's face changed, and they immediately stepped back. At this time, the second function of the soup spoon came into play, the force-feeding function. As long as it is fed, it will definitely be swallowed into the stomach. Of course, during the feeding process, the food will be ejected depending on the degree of the other party's struggle, which is a process that the spoon cannot control. The man wanted to explode, but his throat was disobedient and allowed the disgusting food to pass through the esophagus and enter the body. The result is self-evident. The feeling of nausea was already very strong, and the nausea at that moment made him collapse. Keeman held the disgusting spoon and kept feeding. Some of the food spilled out, and some went into the stomach. The person died directly. The other party fainted again. At the same time, strange patterns appeared on the surface of the other party's skin. Those patterns were unclear, and I didn't know what they were for. Keeman held the tragic script in his hand, and once again put the other party into the tragic script. The sealing ability of this script is very powerful. The plot in the script may appear in reality. Just based on this sentence, Keeman felt that it was not simple. Sealed? It sealed temporarily. Keeman couldn't help but change his expression when he saw the dark food left on the ground. The disgusting degree of the dark food didn't seem to be weakened much. Now he has more than 1,000 resistance points, and it still has a strong disgusting effect on Keeman. From this, we can see that some of the things that believers offer as sacrifices may not necessarily depend on the level of the region, and it may be a relatively rare thing. However, most of the sacrifices are applicable to the level theory. Keeman took out a container and collected the spitted dark food into the container for next time. Anyway, he didn't want to eat it, so he saved it and used it next time. After the dark food on the ground was sucked away by Keeman's container, everyone came back. This man is very strong, much stronger than ordinary people. But I can feel that he has not yet surpassed the limits of human beings. His strength comes from the special items on him. Sher Lao came over and expressed his feelings. The spirituality of Sher Lao was still high due to the influence of the zero-level items, and his sixth sense was extremely sharp. Well, I do feel that way. After being reminded by Sher Lao, Kumeng broke through the screen window and had such an intuition. The other party was naked and had nothing with him. But in the investigation bureau, a special storage item, teeth, was once found. Yes, there was a passerby who had a severe toothache one day and ran to extract a tooth. Then the moment the tooth extractor touched the special tooth, the tooth extraction instrument disappeared. The dentist was so scared that he didn't dare to extract the tooth and called the police directly. This is not an isolated case. There are 2 other cases in Koi Island, both of which turned teeth into storage teeth, but the mutation positions were different, a total of 3 cases. Keeman felt that the other party's item might be hidden in his teeth, because when he saw the other party open his teeth, a certain tooth gave him a strong feeling that there was something wrong with the tooth, and there was a breath on the other party that urged the seed to be used for his own purposes. That was not his original breath, but rather the breath left by an external object. In addition to that breath, there were other external breaths on him, and he was carrying far more than one item. Put the script here, not on your body, and let's think about it, Sher Lao suggested. Although the tragic script was Keeman's, everyone was worried about putting such a dangerous person in Keeman's storage scarf. You know, Keeman's storage scarf contains a bunch of Keeman's treasures. Most of the A-level members knew the unreliability of the storage scarf, so no one wanted to see the tragic script put in the Shi's storage scarf. Keeman put the tragic script sealed with human skin on the flat ground, stepped back, and then continued to take out the dark cooking pot. The investigator responsible for delivering the ingredients came forward and put the ingredients into the dark cooking pot. Rumble. The black pot was stewed. Everyone subconsciously hid far away. The dark cooking thing was really too scary. Other people's dark cooking was just unpalatable. But Keeman's dark cooking was different. It would kill you, and you would definitely feel sick and unforgettable after eating it, and in serious cases, you would feel dizzy, which was too terrible. Everyone discussed the solution of the people behind the door, and summarized how many props the investigators used when they besieged just now, and how many props were effective. This is very important. Without suppressing the opponent, everyone cannot work normally. There were many props bombarded just now, but the opponent's body seemed to have been strengthened and could ignore the control effects of many things. By the way, how about letting Keeman use the shadow-grabbing hand to grab the opponent's shadow? Without a shadow, a living creature will fall asleep. It seems feasible. So the shadow-grabbing hand can be used in this way. But what if the opponent is a member of the shadow stream? Compress the shadow's mass and attack Keeman. Everyone knows that members of the shadow stream have a move that can compress the mass of the shadow and cause a powerful blow. This is a move that only members of the shadow stream can do. Do the people behind the door know it? Everyone quickly discussed the practicality of the shadow-grabbing hand, and Keeman also heard everyone's discussion. Shadow-grabbing hand. Keeman lowered his head and looked at his palm. Originally, it was used to deal with the shadow stream organization, and he didn't think of using it on others, but at this moment, using the shadow-grabbing hand seems to have a miraculous effect. If the opponent is not a professional shadow stream member, he will definitely be extremely confused and even terrified if he grabs the opponent's shadow. Then let me try. Keeman looked up and looked at the tragic script. Chapter 379. Speaking of which, the shadow hand was not obtained through sacrifice, but was a reward from the evaluation system. At that time, Keeman still lived in his own home, and downstairs were Mrs. Chen and Shin Momo, who were possessed by the shadow organization. Keeman walked forward and opened the human skin script again. With a thought, he released the other party trapped in the script of the sea of questions. With a swish, a naked man fell out again. Compared with the last time, the man once again showed a fear of doing questions. The indescribable sea of questions surrounded him, and even if he fainted, it would stimulate him and make him keep doing questions. He had to do the questions, because the feeling emitted by each test paper made him uncomfortable. It seemed that if he didn't do the questions, the evil god in the dark would strangle him. It was a very scary feeling. After coming out, he breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could recover, in less than 0.1 second, he felt a momentary tingling in his body. Dizziness and vertigo, the world turned upside down. What's going on? His vision suddenly changed drastically, and the angle of seeing things became very strange. It seemed that everything lost its three-dimensional sense, but the things that could be seen became more. Jia Yuchuan was confused. This feeling was so strange that he was confused for a while. Did it succeed? The cheers of a group of people poured into Jia Yuchuan's mind. He also saw a man, without clothes. That was his body, a body that had been strengthened many times, and at the same time, he had eaten many strange things and had many characteristics. However, he felt that his body could still move. As his mind moved, he tried to resist this strange pulling force. It was as if he was trying to tear his body and consciousness apart, dividing them into two things. How could there be such a violent force? Jia Yuchuan was very scared. The other end. Keeman frowned. There was already a shadow in his hand, but something unexpected happened. Like the mucus on a mouse, it connected from the man's body to Keeman's right palm, pulling out sticky sugar threads in the air. Keeman felt that his palm was very heavy, as if he was dragging a monster. There was a strong sticky force that stuck to the opponent's shadow and prevented it from completely leaving the body. The exclamations of the crowd also stopped, thinking that something was wrong. Keeman, do you want to seal it? Wait a minute, Keeman shouted. The other party was not an ordinary person, and could not be treated with ordinary cases. Keep pulling. Keeman pulled hard, using his left hand, and put both hands together to pull out together. More sticky threads were pulled out, and the other party's shadow also screamed in pain. What are you doing? The other party spoke the language of Crocodile Island, not Koi language. But the next second, the other party realized that this was not Crocodile Island, and changed to Koi language to curse. Let me go. It's a blue star. How can a blue star person be in such a place? Everyone was shocked, and even more confused about the world behind the infinite gate. How can a normal blue star person go to the world behind the infinite gate? Could it be that behind the other door is also the world behind the infinite gate? The smart investigator has begun to connect various clues, But Jia Yuchuan is extremely annoyed. He can't do anything. His consciousness is stabbing, and even thinking has become a difficult option. He vaguely felt that his consciousness was about to be pulled out. It was not pulled out instantly now, and it was completely because of the strange things he had eaten. Those extraordinary creatures gave birth to indescribable creatures in special terrains. Eating them can gain more powerful power. And this will make the body more and more inhuman. If the body is not liberated at ordinary times, it is no different from a normal person, but liberating the body will give oneself powerful power. And now in this wave, he fell on the land of Koi Island, and a man who jumped out of nowhere desperately pulled his consciousness. The severe pain, like a volcano erupting, became more and more intense. His consciousness had long been entangled with the body in an unknown mutation, and it should not be so easy to separate. Easy to be separated, that is the characteristic of members of the Shadow Stream organization. He is not a member of the Shadow Stream. However, at this moment, he hoped that he was a member of the Shadow Stream, so that he could be separated earlier and end such pain earlier. "Let me go!" Jia Yuchuan said in fear. "Come on!" Someone cheered for Kumeng. During this struggle, Kumeng's hands bled a lot. The blood came from the black shadow, like a torn wound, flowing out in streams. The red blood quickly spread around. The investigators held containers, and quickly absorbed the blood flowing from the black shadow. Jia Yuchuan screamed again. The pain went deep into his soul. The scream was so painful that he began to mutter some crazy words. Everyone was shocked and slightly affected. It was a chaotic whisper, full of incredible knowledge, but also hiding a huge chaotic thought. Keeman released one hand in succession, slapped the scarf in seconds, took out the sound-absorbing sponge, and threw it to the bandage man. The bandage man recognized the sea-sound sponge, and immediately pinched the sound-absorbing sponge vigorously, sucking all the sounds into the sponge. All the sound sources within a radius of 100 meters were sucked away. Whether it was the evil whisper, the wind, or the breathing sound, it was sucked into the yellow sponge. Jia Yuchuan originally still had hope. Not everyone can resist that kind of sound. But as the sound disappeared, he showed despair. The pulling continued. Jia Yuchuan's shadow was very dirty, not as pure as the shadow creatures, nor as pure as the shadow members. His shadow was full of turbid things, and Keeman not only pulled out blood, but also pulled out all kinds of black garbage. The black garbage was strange in shape, with human bones, animal fish bones, and other things. The longer the pulling, the deeper Keeman felt. He was different from the shadow members. He was like a person whose soul was polluted. In Keeman's mind, shadow can be equal to consciousness, close to the soul. The turbid soul has an extremely sticky connection with the body, which is the main reason why Keeman is difficult to pull. Because of this pulling, Keeman's understanding of shadow has been further improved. Bang! It seems that some line is broken. The continuous sticky line between the shadow and Jia Yuchuan broke, and the body tilted and fell asleep. Success! Keeman opened his mouth, and the sound was absorbed by the sound-absorbing sponge. Keeman felt the fluctuations in his palm, and the strong feeling was extremely thick. It was a big fish. Seeing this, the bandaged man took out a jar specially used to seal the shadow, called the forbidden moving wine jar. Keeman threw the shadow into the wine jar, and the shadow stopped at the mouth of the jar. The bandaged man immediately sealed the opening with something. It was so difficult to catch it, and the interrogation work must be very difficult. Keeman took the sponge, and released the sound stored in it to a deserted place. Resistance plus 0.1. Resistance points continue to refresh the screen. Chapter 380. The interrogation of the mysterious man behind the door was soon held. When Jia Yuchuan was taken out, he was still in the shadow state. He was confused, completely lost, and his mind was in chaos. Kumeng did not rest, even though he had endured a day and a night. This was the first time that Jia Yuchuan was interrogated in the state of a shadow, and the free dance broke into his mind without warning. However, he was no longer an ordinary person. After the shock, he found himself again. "You people, give my body back to me," Jia Yuchuan shouted. "Tell me who you are first." As the interrogator, Di Ping stopped dancing. He found that this dance had limited influence on powerful people. "Is there a limit to the dance, or is there a limit to my skills?" Di Ping muttered to himself. As a shadow, Jia Yuchuan could not make a facial expression with veins popping out of his head, but he was very annoyed. His strength lies in his body. If he does not find his body, he cannot use his powerful strength. As a shadow, he didn't know how to exert his power. After Di Ping finished dancing, Kumeng witnessed the investigation bureau using several interrogation props to try to open the other party's mouth. But the effect was not obvious. He was too stubborn and didn't even say his name. He looked like you couldn't do anything to him. Kumeng observed for a while, and suddenly said, "Your body is a treasure. If you don't speak, we will pull out your teeth and shake out the contents of your teeth." Everyone suffocated for a few seconds after hearing this. The angry man in the monitoring room heard it, and slapped his thigh. "This is a good idea." Sure Lao's eyes lit up. "Yes, the other party's teeth are storage props. We just need to crack them, and get the contents out." These days, few special items have the function of binding a host. In other words, special items can be used immediately, and it doesn't matter who uses them. "You dare!" Jia Yuchuan's eyes widened in the shadow, and a hamster screamed like a hamster being robbed. "If you dare to open that tooth, you will definitely die." Jia Yuchuan's eyes were filled with hatred, and his tone was vicious and angry. "I dare," Kumeng replied with full energy. Jia Yuchuan's shadow ran around on the ground, not as smoothly as the shadow members. After all, this was his first time to become a shadow, and his lifestyle changed drastically, making it difficult to adapt. Di Ping left the interrogation room and closed the door. Jia Yuchuan screamed in the room, angry and frustrated, but he still did not report his name, as if he had bet that no one could open the tooth. In another underground space, where Jia Yuchuan's body was imprisoned, someone had received an order from the investigation bureau to extract the tooth, check the tooth, and if there was nothing wrong, try to open the tooth storage space and release the contents. Upon hearing this, the investigator called the prop room to bring the tooth extraction tools, and then knocked on each tooth. Jia Yuchuan was already wearing a white robe that was very easy to unbutton. It was a piece of clothing sent by the investigation bureau, mainly because it was too inconvenient to be naked. Dang dang dang. Each tooth made a clear sound when it was knocked by the metal equipment. However, when it knocked on the innermost big tooth, it made a sound like a big bell, weird, roaring, and loud. The investigators who heard the bell had red eyes, their mouths open wide, and their heads swollen. Dang dang. The equipment fell to the ground. Ah! The investigators immediately stepped back. The bell kept echoing in their heads. Every time it echoed, they had a splitting headache, as if their brains were about to explode. The backup investigator immediately entered the room, knocked out the two investigators physically, and ordered, "Put them on the dream pillow. 2 people share 1 pillow." "Yes." Another investigator carried the 2 people and left quickly. The remaining investigators looked at the body, and the man lying on the ground opened his mouth wide. After a while, Keeman came. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with your teeth?" "There's a problem with the last tooth. You have to be careful," the investigator warned. "Well, I know." Keeman patted his scarf and let Tang Yuan come on stage. "You knock on his teeth, the last big tooth on the right upper row," Keeman said. Tang Yuan immediately rolled to the side of the lying man, picked up the tooth extraction equipment with dog hair, put it into his mouth, and knocked on the last tooth. Dang. The resonating bell sounded in Tang Yuan's head, over and over again. Tang Yuan didn't fall, it barked a few times, and after 10 seconds, Tang Yuan barked again, indicating that it had survived. "Let me try." Seeing that Tang Yuan was fine, Keeman tried to knock it himself. However, Keeman didn't use the tooth extraction tool, but directly took the exorcism scalpel, and tapped the teeth with the blade. When the bell sounded like Huangjong Dalu, solemn and loud, and at the same time filled with a weird feeling, making people feel sick. The bell sounded again and again in the mind, forming a strong mental interference. In the bell sound, there were whispers left by some secret existences. Keeman was spiritual and heard it at once. This is a sound that can only be heard by people who knock teeth. However, the sound is not very serious. Keeman paused for 3 seconds, and his resistance points increased by 0.1, breaking the temptation of the bell. Keeman took back the exorcist scalpel, put on the giant gloves, used the tooth extraction forceps to clamp the big tooth, and pulled it out with force. Snap! The tooth was pulled out by Keeman, with a lot of red blood. Keeman clamped the tooth, knocked it left and right, brushed a few points, and then touched it with his hand. Since it is a storage item, there is naturally a way to open it. After Keeman touched it with his hand, he immediately felt the evil intention of the tooth, and evil thoughts surged like a tide. However, these are all trivial matters. Others may have a lot of confusion in their minds when touching teeth, but Keeman has high resistance and is calm. With a thought, Keeman wanted to open the storage space of the tooth. Waves of tingling appeared in his mind. The opening process was a bit slow, mainly because the tooth itself seemed to have been stained with the original owner's breath for too long, and it took some time to purify. Keeman put on the angel wings, and the holy light of the energy ring fell down, slowly purifying a mass of black residue on the surface of the tooth. It was very blurry, and made people feel sick. Keeman knew that it was the residue of dark cuisine. Under the illumination of the holy light, the foreign matter on the tooth was slowly removed, and then Keeman saw the inventory of items inside the tooth thoroughly. There were strange beasts, 32 special items, each with strange magic, and some sundries. But what caught Keeman's attention the most was that there was a door in the tooth. Judging by intuition, this door is very likely to lead to another place. Door. Keeman murmured. The tooth was there, and he also knew what was inside, but what were the side effects of taking things? Keeman found a temporarily closed room and took the big-faced cat to check the side effects.